Lord of the Mysteries Chapter 228 to Chapter 284. Sherwood Borough, 15, Minsk Street. Having eaten his fill, Klein sat in a reclining chair in the activity room. Beside him was a fireplace burning with charcoal. In an environment that was as warm as early summer, he wore a white shirt, a black vest, and thin trousers. He unfolded the newspaper with both hands and flipped to the page with the most advertisements. A new form of transportation that is in urgent need of investment. Details to be discussed in person. Klein recited it twice, reached out to pick up a pencil from the dark red round table beside him, and circled the piece of news. If there weren't any commissions tomorrow or the day after, he planned on seeing if this so-called new form of transportation had any investment value. Such matters couldn't be divined in advance because he lacked sufficient information. I hope it's a product similar to a bicycle. Just as Klein muttered to himself, his ears suddenly echoed with layers of illusory pleas. Who? Miss Justice? Mr. the Hanging Man? Classmate's son? Or an employee at the Bakeland Bank who copied my password? A thought flashed through Klein's mind as he put down the newspaper, returned to his bedroom, and locked the door. He took 4 steps counterclockwise and went above the gray fog. He saw the edge of the long, ancient, mottled bronze table, beside the fool's seat. There was a clear brilliance rippling outwards. The experienced Klein sat down calmly, emanated his spirituality, and touched the ripples of light in response to the pleas. The scene in front of his eyes suddenly changed, revealing a blurry sofa. On it was a petite woman in a trainee knight's attire. She didn't copy the password. She's looking at a piece of paper. Klein suddenly came to a realization as he figured out the reason for the matter. She should be one of the 2 beyonders that Miss Justice mentioned that I need to examine. After pondering for more than 10 seconds, Klein didn't give a real response. He planned on taking this step in the middle of the night and then examine her character and ability from her reaction, attitude, and handling of matters. Of course, he would never force anyone to join the tarot. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. Xiao, who had just finished reciting the ancient Hermes sentence, was stunned for a few seconds. She straightened her back and sat up straight. This seemed to be the honorific name of a certain hidden existence. She realized this in horror. Her general knowledge of mysticism and the various rumors she had heard told her, once one recited the complete honorific name of a hidden existence, it often meant that one had attracted the attention of the other party. The consequences of such a gaze would most likely not be good, and it might even be miserable. Many of those hidden existences were the incarnations of evil gods and devils. Furthermore, I recited it in unprotected ancient Hermes. I'm so silly. Why did I try to identify it and recite it seriously? Xiao looked around in horror, afraid that an indescribable monster would suddenly appear in the quiet house. The sofa, the coffee table, the cupboard, the dining table, the chairs, the oil paintings, and other items were all reflected in her eyes. Nothing had changed. After nearly a minute of vigilance, Xiao relaxed a little and consoled herself. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. I just said the honorific name and didn't follow up with the prayer incantation. This is an incomplete ceremony, so it shouldn't attract attention. Besides, there's a high chance that the name was translated by the owner of the paper based on Roselle the Great's special symbols. It might not be correct. But I heard that if an evil god or devil is interested, they'll give a response even if the ceremony isn't complete. I'm so silly, really. As she thought about it, Xiao's face turned sullen again. She felt that she had made a serious mistake. After waiting for a few minutes without a clear response, Xiao puffed up her cheeks and slowly exhaled. She placed the piece of paper back into the History of the Ruan Kingdom's Aristocracy book and entered the bathroom with a heavy heart. She turned on the tap, planning on using cold water to clear her head. Walala, nearly transparent water flowed down as Xiao lowered her back, reached out her palms, and scooped up some of it. She was just about to smear the cold water on her face when she suddenly saw a head of long, slightly curly brown hair in the mirror from the corner of her eye. And she herself had shoulder-length, messy yellow hair. Suddenly, Xiao's hair stood on end. She exerted strength in her feet, pushed herself up with both hands, and suddenly bounced backwards. She turned her body halfway and struck out with her elbow. She leaned against a warm body, causing the other party to let out a familiar scream before falling to the ground. Zio stopped her subsequent actions and looked at her friend who was hugging her stomach, rolling in pain with tears in her eyes. The corners of her mouth twitched subconsciously. Furs, when did you come back? Furs didn't immediately answer. After a while, she slowly stood up with her hands against the wall and grumbled, I just came back. I just came back. Zio, are you crazy? You attacked without even taking a good look. You were so heavy-handed. Where did you come in from? Zio asked awkwardly. I came in through the bathroom's window. Why, is there a problem? As an apprentice, it's normal not to bring a key, Furs replied boldly. Zio immediately straightened her back and pushed all the blame back to her. Then why didn't you use the door? You really scared me just now. Furs blinked and said, that way, I would have to circle around. It's too troublesome. I'm used to walking in a straight line. She paused and asked in puzzlement, but, Zio, isn't your reaction a little too intense? Zio struggled between losing her face and her life for 3 seconds before answering honestly, because I made a mistake, a fatal mistake. What mistake? Furs rubbed her stomach as she asked in confusion and concern. Zio hurriedly recounted how she had discovered the book's cover, found an old piece of paper, and accidentally read the ancient Hermes incantation that seemed to be the honorific name of a hidden existence. Zio hurriedly recounted how she had found an old piece of paper in the middle of the book's cover. She had accidentally read the ancient Hermes incantation that was suspected to be the honorific name of a certain hidden existence on it. Where's your brain? It should be fine. The ritual isn't complete, and who knows if it's real or fake. Furs looked around and felt a baffling chill. She followed Zio back to the living room and saw the yellowed piece of paper. She saw Roselle's special symbol and the ancient Hermes text on it. With a glance, the professional mysticism researcher, Furs nodded slightly. It's not one of those evil gods, devils, or hidden existences that I know of. It shouldn't be a problem. Besides, nothing has happened up to now. It means that it should be fine. Seeing Zio relax, she thought of the pain in her stomach and maliciously added. Zio's face turned pale as she blurted out, of course, if something were to happen, we wouldn't be able to save ourselves with our abilities. Zio's face turned pale as she blurted out, Furs, let's sleep together tonight. Forget it, I'll sleep alone, Furs pricked up her eyebrows and chuckled. Alright, actually, there's no need to worry. Think about it, I hear strange ravings every full moon, but there aren't any signs of madness or loss of control. Let's study the other 3 books. If they have the same piece of paper and incantation, it means that it's very likely Viscount Glaine's prank. The 2 hurriedly flipped through heraldry and other books and seriously checked them, but they didn't discover anything else. Zio looked at Furs, and Furs looked at Zio. The atmosphere turned heavy again. Or should we sneak into St. Samuel Cathedral's Mass Hall to sleep tonight? Zio suggested on a whim. This was the headquarters of the Church of the Evernight Goddess in the Bakelin Diocese. Why not St. Hireland Cathedral? I don't think the Evernight Goddess will protect me. Furs subconsciously replied. It was the headquarters of the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery in the Bakelin Diocese. It was in St. George Borough, adjacent to many large factories in the southeast. The 2 ladies, who had different faiths, fell silent again. After a while, Furs sighed. Besides, that will make us the target of the Nighthawks or the machinery hive mind. This might be the goal of that hidden existence. Alright, go to sleep. We'll know the answer tomorrow morning. If nothing happens by then, it means that there's really no problem. In the middle of the night, the not-so-full crimson moon was obscured by dark clouds, and there were very few bright stars in the sky of Bakeland. Klein instinctively woke up, got out of bed, and went above the grey fog. Sitting in the high-back chair that belonged to the fool, he prepared to respond to Miss Justice's companion and let the matter enter the examination process. At that moment, he suddenly had a new idea. Perhaps I can try pulling someone above the grey fog under such circumstances. That lady should be asleep. Even if my attempt succeeds, she'll probably think that it's just a relatively clear dream. If I succeed, I'll cut it off in time, preventing her from seeing her surroundings clearly. After repeatedly deliberating for a while, Klein reached out and tapped the rippling halo of light to establish a connection. Suddenly, he felt his spirituality surge out, causing the mysterious space above the gray fog to tremble slightly. Just as Klein thought that his spirituality would be completely drained, everything calmed down. A blurry and distorted figure appeared at the edge of the long bronze table. Xiao opened her eyes sleepily and saw the endless gray fog, an ancient high-backed chair, and a black figure looking down at her. Klein was delighted, and he immediately cut off the connection according to his plan. The blurry, petite figure disappeared, but in the grayish-white fog was an illusory crimson star. When Klein saw this scene, he confirmed one thing. As long as someone chanted his name, he could pull them above the gray fog, and the crimson star was a symbol of establishing a stable connection. But there are certain limitations. With my current strength, I can at most establish another connection. According to my experience just now, my current spirituality level can at most pull in a beyond or one sequence higher than me, and it might not be possible. It's just a preliminary judgment. It shouldn't be a problem for someone of the same sequence or lower than me. Klein thought in satisfaction. He didn't need to give another response. His attempt was enough. With a whoosh, Xiao sat up in her sleep. She had been worried about the latent dangers of chanting the honorific name, and not long after she fell asleep, she dreamed of a mysterious space. She dreamed of a gray fog figure looking down at her from above. The dream was so clear that it scared Xiao. She looked at Furs, who was sleeping soundly beside her, and trembled as she thought, is it a nightmare caused by fear, or is it because of the gaze of a secret existence that haunts me? In the misty morning, Klein sat at his dining table, breaking up the oatmeal bread he had specially bought and soaking it in milk to improve his eating style. Although his body had long changed, his pursuit and dedication to delicacies were engraved in his soul. He was completely unable to adapt to the monotonous and repetitive breakfast style of the Ruan kingdom. All he could do was try as much as possible and not be limited to toast, bread, bacon, sausages, butter, and cream. He worked hard to expand his boundaries and enrich his eating style. For example, he added pork pie, phanepotter noodles, and roasted corn pancakes, which were popular in the south. The caviar from the Faisak Empire isn't bad either, but it's too expensive. It's only suitable for formal meals. Klein scooped up a small piece of soft oatmeal bread with a spoon and stuffed it into his mouth. Just chewing a little, he could feel the milk that was filled with the fragrance of wheat flowing out, and the bread's aftertaste turned even sweeter. After breakfast, Klein put down his fork and spoon. He wasn't in a hurry to clean up. He picked up the newspapers that had just been delivered and leisurely began reading. I'll do a divination later. If there's nothing else, I'll go to St. George Borough's 3rd Street to visit Mr. Leopard and see if his new mode of transportation is worth investing in. Bakeland Shore is huge. Every borough is almost the size of Tianjin City, and East Borough is especially exaggerated. It's at least twice the size. The most convenient and most economical way to travel is still to use the steam subway before using both feet. It's just a waste of time. Klein let his thoughts wander. Bakeland's public carriage system was similar to Tianjin's, and the pricing was about the same. The only problem was that most of them were limited to a single borough. If one wanted to go from Cherwood to St. George, they would need to make several transfers, so the price would naturally go up. Such a situation made the prospect of a new mode of transportation very tempting. Knock. 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 At that moment, a loud knocking sound reverberated and drilled into Klein's ears. Who is it? Don't you know how to ring the doorbell? He mumbled, adjusted his collar, came to the door, and pulled it open. The person who appeared in front of him was a familiar face. It was the Highlander who had chased after Ian Jr. on the steam subway. He had dark skin, deep eye sockets, and was thin and capable. According to the results of Klein's mediumship, his name was Massault, the executioner of the Zmander gang, and he was a high-ranking leader. Excuse me, who are you looking for? You have something to entrust me with? Klein pretended to be confused. Massault wore a black coat and a pompous silk hat, but he looked nothing like a gentleman. He sized up Klein coldly and asked in Loanese with a thick accent from the Highlands, "Why are you here? You're Sherlock Moriarty?" "Yes," Klein replied succinctly. Massault nodded stiffly. "I want to entrust you to find someone. Let's talk about the details after you come in." Klein did not allow himself to show the slightest abnormality. Masald shook his head coldly. No need. With that said, his eyes suddenly turned sharp. The person I'm looking for is called Ian Wright. He has a pair of bright red eyes and is about 15 or 16 years old. He likes to wear brown, old coats and round hats of the same color. I believe you should know him. Klein laughed. I don't understand what you're talking about. Masald didn't seem to hear the other party's denial. He's a thief who stole a very important item of mine. As long as you can find him, you can obtain at least 10 pounds. The clues you provided are too little. Klein casually found an excuse. 30 pounds. Masald gave a new offer. Klein glanced at him and said, No, this goes against my principles of confidentiality. No, this goes against my principles of confidentiality. 50 pounds, Masald replied coldly. I'm very sorry, but I won't accept this mission. Klein was stunned for 2 seconds before he finally chose to reject it. Masald slowly and deeply scrutinized him for a few seconds, his gaze gradually turning cold and fierce. He didn't give a new offer, nor did he politely bid farewell. He turned around abruptly and quickly walked to the end of the street. This gang's intelligence isn't bad. They actually know that Ian has come to look for me before. Klein sighed inwardly, but he didn't feel too worried or afraid because of this. After all, I'm someone who has faced the spawn of an evil god, even if it's separated by a belly. As he thought about it, his smile suddenly brightened. He began to flip a coin to decide if he should go out today. The answer was yes. St. George Borough, Such Street. Klein finally arrived at his destination after switching from a tracked carriage to a steam subway to a trackless carriage. He spent a total of 11 pence. Just as he walked out of the carriage, he realized that it was drizzling outside, and he didn't bring an umbrella. According to the newspapers and magazines, this is a daily occurrence in Bakeland. The reason why hats are popular is because ladies and gentlemen don't carry umbrellas all the time. Klein pressed down on his half-top hat and rushed outside House 9. He used the eaves to block the rain. He patted off the obvious water droplets on his body and rang the doorbell. However, he didn't hear the sound of a cuckoo, nor did he notice the tinkling of the door. Is the doorbell broken? Klein was about to knock on the door when he suddenly heard footsteps approaching. The figure of the visitor naturally surfaced in his mind. It was a tall, thin, black-haired, blue-eyed gentleman in his 30s. He wore a grayish-blue worker's uniform, but he appeared refined. The door creaked open, and the gentleman rubbed his temples. May I know who you're looking for? What's the matter? Klein took off his top hat and bowed slightly. I'm here to find Mr. Leopard. I'm interested in his new mode of transportation. The gentleman's eyes lit up. I'm Leopard. Please come in. He turned to the side and allowed Klein to enter, but there wasn't a coat rack in the foyer. Klein could only lean on his cane and follow Leopard into the living room without taking off his coat. It had to be said that this gentleman's house was very messy. Just the coffee table in the living room alone had many machine-related items, such as wrenches, bearings, and screwdrivers. How much do you want to invest? Ah, right, do you want coffee or black tea? I don't think there's any black tea left. Leopard blurted out. This gentleman is a little straightforward. He doesn't seem to be good at interpersonal relationships. A thought flashed through Klein's mind as he changed his predetermined words and replied bluntly, I have to see your new mode of transportation before I can make a decision. I can't make a promise without understanding anything. As he spoke, he looked around and saw the triangular sacred emblem hanging on the wall. This was the symbol of the god of steam and machinery. The solid triangle was filled with symbols such as steam, gears, and levers. Leopard wasn't offended by Klein going straight to the point. He immediately said, I'll take you to see it. Just as he said that, he slapped his head. I almost forgot. We have to sign a confidentiality contract to ensure that you don't steal my invention. Mr. Leopard, your memory isn't too good either. Klein smiled. No problem. After signing the simple contract, Leopard led Klein into what appeared to be an activity room. He had connected this place to the guest room and basement next door, making it much wider and more spacious. There were many components scattered messily on the ground, and a crude object that resembled a carriage half the height of a person stood in the middle. In addition, the cord for the doorbell was also connected here, and it was cleverly arranged. As long as someone pulled the cord, the mechanical device would eject a steel ball, causing it to roll along a special track and hit the object in the middle, producing a clang. The sound definitely wouldn't be too loud, but it was enough to wake up Leopard, who was obsessed with machinery. That's the new mode of transportation you invented? Klein pointed to the crude object in the middle. Yes, I invented it based on Roselle the Great's imagination. Leopard replied with a fanatical look in his eyes. Roselle the Great's imagination? Klein asked in surprise. Leopard explained in a worshipful tone. Roselle the Great left behind a manuscript that contains his imagination of all kinds of mechanical devices in the future. He's truly an outstanding genius, no, a master. Many of the things in it have become reality. Heh, this manuscript is kept in the Church of Steam and Machinery. Only devout believers can borrow it. Emperor, are you not giving others a way out? The corner of Klein's mouth twitched, and he almost couldn't maintain his smile. Tell me more about it. He changed the topic. Leopard led Klein to the crude metal object and opened the door. This is a mode of transportation that doesn't require a horse. The driver sits in front on the left and constantly steps on the pedals. Through levers, chains, and so on, the four wheels are connected, allowing them to roll forward. And on the wheels, I used the method of inflating rubber to make the ride smooth. So, it's a human-powered car? Klein couldn't help but grumble. He deliberated and said, I'm afraid it won't be possible to travel far with just one person. That's my next goal, to reduce the weight and increase the levers. But my financial situation isn't too optimistic, and I can't support more attempts. Leopard looked hopefully at Klein. Why don't you consider other methods? For example, using steam as power? Klein slowly organized his words. Leopard shook his head. Someone has already invented it, but it's very large, and it's difficult to drive on many streets. This was what Klein was waiting for. Then, why don't you make something simpler? For example, one with only two wheels that can only carry one person, and doesn't need an outer shell. You mean a bicycle type? Leopard asked as though he was thinking. It's in Roselle's manuscript? Klein nodded heavily. Yes. The bicycles that others have invented aren't very practical. Simplifying this, seems like it really can be done. It's really different. But, who will buy it? Leopard muttered to himself. Klein didn't hesitate to give him a direction. Postmen, working-class people with some savings, merchants who don't need too much money but can save up. There are many of these in Bakeland. Leopard thought for a moment and nodded slightly. I can give it a try, but I don't have the money to buy the parts. I'll invest £100 in you. Together with my suggestion, I'll hold a total of. Klein hesitated on whether to say 10% or 15% of the shares. After all, £100 wasn't a lot, strictly speaking. You can hold 35% of the shares. But it's only limited to the bicycle project you described. Leopard rushed to say, afraid that the other party would make too high a demand. Deal. Klein immediately smiled. Let's draft a simple contract first and settle this matter. After that, I'll find a solicitor to make a formal contract and add some detailed clauses. For example, if anyone else invests, they have to get my approval first. No problem, Leopard answered eagerly. All he wanted was to buy the parts as soon as possible. In the darkness brought about by the continuous rain, Klein returned to Sherwood Burroughs Minsk Street. He entered the house and went straight to the bathroom on the first floor, where he comfortably resolved the problem of his bloated abdomen. Whoosh. As the sound of water echoed, Klein bent down to wash his hands. At this moment, a scene suddenly appeared in his mind. The mirror reflected him with his head lowered, the dim environment, and a pair of eyes to the side. Almost instinctively, Klein bent his knees, twisted his waist, and rolled in another direction, which was the direction of the bathroom door. Whoosh, a black feathered arrow was stabbed into the sink. The arrowhead seemed to be made of bone, and it glowed with a beautiful blue hue. If Klein had hesitated just now, he definitely wouldn't have been able to escape this sudden attack. After rolling for a moment, Klein reached into his pocket and tried to pull out a few tarot cards. But at this moment, he only felt a gust of wind blowing against his face. From the corner of his eye, he saw a black figure approaching at high speed. With an extraordinary posture, the figure closed in on him and tightened the instep of his foot. From the bottom up, he kicked out. Seeing that he couldn't dodge it, Klein quickly gave up on the idea and blocked the attack with his elbow. With a bang, he felt his entire left arm go numb, and his body was uncontrollably whipped out. It was just like the tennis and squash that the middle class loved to play, and the soccer that was popular among the lower class. What great strength! Klein's heart tightened. He adjusted his body in midair in a panic, changing his posture, and barely maintaining his balance as if he was performing acrobatics. Pa! 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 At that moment, the bark-colored blowpipe had just landed on the bathroom floor and bounced behind the door, from fast to slow. Klein was just about to stretch his body and stand firmly to deal with the follow-up attack when a scene suddenly flashed in his mind. The black-clothed enemy's speed exceeded his imagination. He arrived faster than he expected, lowered his waist, and swung his arm, punching him in the chest. In the blink of an eye, Klein's body curled up again and turned half a circle, like a small ball that was constantly falling and being tossed around. Pa, with his head down and feet up, he pressed his hand to the ground and spread his legs like a pair of scissors, preventing the black-clothed man's fist from hitting anything. It passed through the gap and exploded the air. The fist that was originally aimed at Klein's chest could only hit his legs after he turned his body, and his legs could be spread open. With a press and a push, he pulled his legs down, and Klein nimbly leaped to the other side, finally standing firm. Pa, before he could examine the enemy, the black figure had already leaned to the side, bringing with it a strong gust of wind. His reaction was so fast. Klein hurriedly raised his arms to block in front of him. With a muffled bang, he felt as if he had been rammed by a black bear. Unable to withstand the boundless force, he could only stagger backwards, his arms almost losing feeling. At the same time, Klein finally recognized the attacker. His skin was dark, thin, and he had sunken eyes. It was none other than the Zmanger executioner, Massault, who had come to see Detective Moriarty that morning. Pa pa pa. Massault's eyes revealed a fierce glint as he chased after him. He waved his arms repeatedly, hooking left and swinging right as he launched a storm-like attack. The difference in strength between Klein and his opponent was obvious. He was unable to parry the attack head-on and had to rely on his agility and premonition to barely dodge the combination of punches. No. I have to make use of my advantages. A similar thought flashed through his mind, and Klein stopped trying to fight. He lowered his body, kicked his legs, and rolled to the side. Crack! A chair was splintered by Massault's kick. Klein propped himself up with his hands and exerted strength in his back. He continued to roll, looking for an opportunity to take out his tarot cards and self-made charms. Thud. 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 Massault caught up quickly and kicked out alternately with his legs, not much slower than the enemy. He was like a giant bear with the gift of agility. He had no shortcomings in any aspect, so the rolling Klein could only focus on dodging and parrying. He had no time to draw cards or use spells. Gotcha, bang, bang, the chair was broken, the table was overturned, and the coat rack was toppled. Klein had gone around in a circle, and the situation was becoming more and more precarious. It couldn't go on like this. He kept dodging and rolling, looking for an opportunity to turn the situation around. Suddenly, he glanced at the coffee table in the living room from the corner of his eye, and an idea came to his mind. Bang! Klein used one hand to block the attack and leaped backward. Enduring the pain, he rolled toward the living room. At this moment, the muscles on Massault's legs suddenly bulged as if they were filled with air. Thud! He stomped so hard that the ground seemed to shake. His entire body leaped forward and shot toward Klein like a bullet. Then, he lashed out with his leg. Klein barely managed to block it, but he was sent flying again. With a clang, he knocked over the coffee table and sent the ceramic tea set flying toward the cupboard. The fountain pen, the standard contract, and various newspapers scattered all over the floor. Seeing that the detective in the black double-breasted frock coat had been knocked so hard that he couldn't stand up or roll, Massault's eyes glowed fiercely. Amidst the sounds of porcelain shattering, he slid forward and kicked out with his knee. Klein's eyes darkened as he watched this scene. He was already holding a standard contract in his hand. He fled to the living room and continued to roll toward the coffee table, ignoring his premonition, just to get a standard contract or a newspaper. Seeing Massalt's knee coming at him fiercely, Klein's wrist suddenly shook. At this moment, another scene appeared in his mind, the scene of Massalt's neck tilting back. Whoosh, Klein pressed his wrist slightly and shook out the standard contract in his hand. Whoosh, the contract was like a steel dart as it shot toward Massalt's throat. At this moment, the two of them were less than a meter apart, and as the other party moved forward, they were getting closer and closer. When the white shadow came into view, Massalt instinctively leaned back in an attempt to dodge. Pfft, the standard contract accurately stabbed into Massalt's throat and into his windpipe. Blood with some foam flowed out, and Massalt fell in front of Klein, his knee hitting the ground heavily. Gasp, gasp, gasp. He pulled out the blood-stained contract and clutched his throat tightly. However, he was unable to stop the blood from flowing out of his wound, and his eyes gradually glazed over. In the end, his body twitched a few times before he stopped moving. Klein recovered for a while before he had the strength to stand up. He held a few tarot cards between his fingers, wary of any possible counterattacks or other enemies. After activating his spirit vision and confirming that the other party was dead, Klein looked around and didn't find any other aura colors. It was only then that his tense nerves eased a little. He noticed that 2 chairs were broken, the coffee table was broken in many places, and porcelain was scattered all over the floor. The entire living room, dining room, and foyer were in a mess. Looking down, he saw that the sleeves of his gown were damaged, and the outer layer of the tweed coat was stained with dust. Suddenly, Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh. "There's no way to claim this, ha-ha, ha-ha-ha, ha-ha-ha." He laughed, as if he had encountered something that would make him happy for the rest of his life. He laughed so hard that he nearly bent over, and his laughter echoed throughout the entire house. Dozens of seconds later, Klein wiped away his smile and walked to Massalt's corpse with a solemn expression. He wanted the dead to speak. After the familiar mediumship ritual and self-response, Klein took a whiff of the serene fragrance and used dream divination to whisper, the mastermind behind Massalt's operation. Soon, his eyes turned black as he entered a dream and saw a gray blur. The gray world suddenly had light and shadows change, condensing into images and scenes. In front of Massalt was a middle-aged man without a hat. The collar and cuffs of his white shirt had complicated, layered, and petal-shaped decorations. It looked abnormally gorgeous, and coupled with a tight-fitting black vest and skinny trousers, it was gaudy and exaggerated. This middle-aged man had brown hair and blue eyes. His face was thin and had stubble, but he was rather charming. He was a very good-looking gentleman. He looked at Massalt and said in a deep voice, "No matter what you do, you must find Ian Wright and try to keep him alive. If he's dead, please bring him to me within an hour, preferably within 15 minutes. Yes, Mr. Ambassador." Massalt didn't hide his arrogance, but he still lowered his head. The scene shattered, and Klein frowned. "Mr. Ambassador, this matter actually involves other countries. From the style of the shirt, this ambassador is very likely the Republic of Intis's ambassador to Bakeland. Ian is just a big boy. That gentleman knows mediumship, or at least there's someone around him who knows mediumship." Klein thought for a moment and gave the words of dream divination again. The purpose of finding Ian Wright. In the blurry, illusory dream, Klein once again saw the middle-aged gentleman from before. He stared at Massalt and said in a low voice, "You don't need to know why. You don't need to know why. Just do as I say. I gave you potions and money so that you could become the person behind the scenes of this Manger gang. I didn't ask you to ask questions, I asked you to do things. All you need to know is that Ian Wright might be involved in a very important item." As this scene faded, Klein once again exited the dream. A very important item. I really couldn't tell. Ian. What could it be? Potion. Massalt is actually a Beyonder. It's no wonder his combat skills are so strong and terrifying. He should be a Beyonder who specializes in this area. Amidst his thoughts, Klein felt exhausted. Replying to his own prayers had indeed consumed too much of his spirituality. If he wanted to return to his previous level of mediumship, he would probably have to wait until he reached sequence 7. After ending the ritual and removing the wall of spirituality, Klein looked at Massalt's corpse and carefully observed it for a long time. Finally, he saw specks of spirituality gathering at the wound on the man's throat, slowly condensing into a single mass. Carefully grabbing it, Klein had a dark red object that looked like earth jelly in his palm. This is the Beyonder characteristic left behind by Massalt? I wonder what sequence potion it is. That's easy to determine. I'll get the answer by divining above the gray fog. In theory, a low-sequence Beyonder characteristic can directly give a person the corresponding powers even without supplementary ingredients. However, after consuming it, it's easy to go crazy and lose control on the spot. The supplementary ingredients for low-sequence Beyonder potions almost don't contain any spirituality. Klein let his thoughts wander as he forcefully retracted his attention. A corpse was placed in front of him, giving him a headache over how to deal with it. Massalt's corpse lay there, his eyes wide open, as though there was still a ferocious glint in them. The wound that had sliced through half of his throat was originally only a thin slit, but with the condensation of the Beyonder characteristic, it had expanded and blurred a lot. At the same time, the incontinence after his death made his lower body emit a foul stench. Klein held the dark red jelly-like object, feeling conflicted about what to do next. In general terms, he had 3 choices. One was to clean up the scene, treat his wound, and call the police in the name of self-defense. The second was to wait until night and throw the corpse into a sewer, pretending that nothing had happened. The third was to immediately give up his current identity, flee to another borough, and change his name again. The problem with the first choice was that Klein was still an unregistered citizen and had secrets that couldn't be brought to light. Calling the police could easily lead to him being investigated. The second choice, in addition to constantly worrying that the corpse would be discovered and the police would come knocking on his door, had another hidden danger. After the ambassador behind Massalt confirmed the disappearance or death of his subordinates, he would definitely send someone to 15 Minsk Street again. When that happened, Klein might encounter a sequence 7 or even a sequence 6 enemy. Behind the faction he was facing might be a country, a powerful country. The third choice seemed to be the wisest and safest. It allowed him to avoid all the risks, but there was also a downside. Klein's portrait was very likely to be on the wanted list. Furthermore, it was in the eyes of his neighbor, Mrs. Sammer, lawyer Jürgen, and the others. Without a disguise, once the corresponding newspapers were published, even if it was limited to the greater Bakeland area, Klein might very well be recognized by Daly and the other Nighthawks. That would be a huge problem. As it involved in Zangwill and sealed artifact 0-08, there was a high chance that he would be pursued by a high-ranking deacon. Of course, there was another branch of the third choice. It was to hide the corpse, throw the evidence into the sewers, and then escape. However, there was also the risk of being wanted. This was because if the ambassador couldn't find him, there was a high chance that he would instruct the members of the Zmanger gang to call the police and use the official forces of Bakeland to search. If he could lock onto Klein's whereabouts, the development of the matter would be equivalent to the second choice. After some thought, Klein quickly made a decision. Divination, of course, he already had a preference in his heart, which was to choose the lesser of the 2 evils. The first option was relatively less risky, and he could take the initiative to a certain extent. Through exposure, he could attract the attention of the official forces, which would restrict the ambassador's subsequent actions and prevent him from going too crazy. After taking out a piece of paper and writing the divination statement, Klein removed the spirit pendulum from his left wrist cuff and let it hang down, almost touching the surface. I should call the police. I should call the police. I should call the police. After he finished chanting, he saw that the spirit pendulum was spinning clockwise. Its amplitude wasn't small, and its speed was rather fast. As he did. After divining the other 2 options and receiving negative answers, Klein no longer hesitated and began cleaning up the scene. He put on black gloves and searched Massalt's body. He found a sharp dagger, a small wad of cash, a pack of cigarettes, a lighter, and some miscellaneous items. He he as he as he as he. Then, he put on a glove and got Massalt to grab the dagger. After doing all of this, Klein gathered Massalt's Beyonder characteristic, self-made charms, tarot cards, the blood-stained contract, the piece of paper on which the divination statement was written, and the various materials he had at home and put them into a paper bag. Then, he held a ritual to summon himself and became a special spirit body. After carrying Aztec's copper whistle and making himself stronger, Klein picked up the paper bag, ended the summoning, and returned above the gray fog. He temporarily placed the items in the real world behind the fool's high-backed chair and left behind Aztec's copper whistle. Then, he easily simulated the feeling of plummeting and returned to his body. The reason why Klein didn't burn the blood-stained contract and the piece of paper on which the divination statement was written was that he was worried that the matter would be transferred to a special department if he called the police, and a powerful Beyonder would come over to perform a targeted divination. And once the gray fog was in the way, even if the eternal blazing sun personally descended, he wouldn't be able to obtain an effective answer. This was also the reason why Klein spent his weekly combing and summarizing above the gray fog after advancing to sequence 8 and having his spirituality greatly improved. He couldn't afford to be under greater suspicion and a deeper investigation now. After removing the wall of spirituality, a sudden gust of wind blew away the remnant smell of the ritual materials. The only items related to Beyonder and mysticism on Klein's body and in the entire room were the candles burning silently in front of him. But this time, he chose an ordinary candle. After all, he was praying to himself and summoning himself, so there was no need to be so particular about it. And in a family, it was very reasonable, normal, and in line with the characteristics of the times, even if there was only one bachelor in the family. After extinguishing the candle and putting it back in its original spot, Klein took out his golden pocket watch and snapped it open to take a look. He estimated how many minutes had passed since Massault had died, and he added the minimum amount of time it would take for the police to send people to investigate and report to the higher-ups. He wanted to ensure that even if Beyonders came to investigate, an hour had passed since Massault's death. In mysticism, in the field of mediumship, this was an important point in time. Beyond it, the information that could be obtained was rather limited and very vague. For example, the person who could mediate the death of Massault was Sherlock Moriarty, but there was no way to obtain the specific details of his death. As for the hidden dangers of the other party's divination involving Beyonder factors, Klein wasn't worried at all. This was because the main Beyonder factor involved, the blood-stained contract, was above the gray fog, and his own premonitions and combat abilities would also be confused. The other party's divination would definitely point to the mysterious space above the gray fog, and it would definitely be interfered with. Thankfully, I'm also a professional. I feel like I've really become Moriarty. Klein re-examined the scene, and after confirming that there were no problems, he began to stare at the ticking of the pocket watch. After exceeding the estimated limit, he put on his gold-rimmed glasses and waited for a few minutes before pulling the door open and leaving. At this moment, the sky above Bakeland was already dark, and the gas lamps on the streets illuminated the rainy environment. As a middle-class neighborhood, Minsk Street was often patrolled by police. Klein waited for a while before he found his target and immediately went up to meet them. They were two low-ranking police officers with AV on their epaulets. They carried guns, batons, and umbrellas as they looked around. "Officer. A criminal attacked me," Klein shouted skillfully. His sorry state made the two police officers not dare to be negligent. They drew their batons and looked to the side warily. "Where's the criminal?" a round-faced, brown-eyed policeman asked in a deep voice. Klein pointed at his house and said, "Where's the criminal? He snuck into my house and tried to kill me. In the struggle, I accidentally stabbed him to death." Stabbed to death. The two policemen looked at each other and looked at Klein as though they were examining him. "Take us there." "All right." Klein pretended to have a new lease of life and led the two police officers to 15 Minsk Street. He took out his key and opened the door. The two police officers first saw the messy scene before noticing the corpse lying on the ground, the hideous wound on the man's throat, and a blood-stained dagger. "Protect the scene. I'll go back to the station to report to the officer," the other police officer said to his round-faced, brown-eyed companion. "All right." The round-faced, brown-eyed officer cast his gaze at Klein. His expression and body language revealed his wariness. After a while, a sergeant in a black and white checkered uniform with 3 V's on his epaulets arrived with the previous officer and 2 other subordinates. As the police officers inspected the scene and gathered clues, the sergeant with a short, brownish-yellow beard took Klein to the side and made a preliminary inquiry. Name: Sherlock Moriarty. This is my rent bill for half a year. Klein took out something he had prepared. The sergeant glanced at it casually and continued to ask, "What's your occupation?" "Private detective," Klein answered frankly. The sergeant frowned and said, "Do you know the deceased? Do you know why he attacked you?" "I know him. His name is Massault, the executioner of the Xianxia gang." Without waiting for the other party to ask further, Klein said, "I previously accepted a commission from Ian Wright. He asked me to investigate his previous employer, Detectives Real Victor Lee. This matter happens to be related to the Xianxia gang and Massault. I followed him and found him secretly meeting a gentleman of very high status. He addressed him as Mr. Ambassador." After saying this, Klein was not surprised to see the sergeant's expression change a few times. "Ambassador. Do you know his name?" the sergeant muttered to himself and asked in a deep voice. "I'm not sure, but if I saw his photo, I would definitely be able to recognize him." Klein told the truth. "This morning, Massault came to visit me and asked me to look for Ian Wright. Based on my professional ethics as a private detective, I rejected him. In the end, I was attacked when I returned home in the evening and was almost killed by him. Fortunately, my fighting skills are not bad, and my reaction is quick enough." The sergeant pondered for a moment and asked about the details of the fight. Klein described it almost exactly. At most, he changed his premonition to a reaction and changed the standard contract he threw to the dagger that the other party dropped. Come back to the police station with us first and wait for the results of the autopsy, the conclusion of the scene investigation, and the questioning of the relevant people." The sergeant's mind didn't seem to be on this matter, and he seemed to be somewhat perfunctory. He only had one thought now: this was an important case involving a foreign ambassador. "I have to report it immediately." In a daze, he suddenly thought of a question and quickly added, "What is your faith?" "The god of steam and machinery," Klein answered without hesitation. The Church of the Storm's Bakeland headquarters, the Holy Wind Cathedral, was in Sherwood Borough. Therefore, cases involving beyonders were often handed over to them. However, there was an exception: the person involved had a unified faith and was not the Lord of Storms. In order to avoid encountering the Nighthawks, Klein could only let the goddess down. Empress Borough, in an inconspicuous house. Xiao and Furs found a random seat and sat down, examining the entries written on the blackboard. Mr. A, who was wearing a hooded robe, continued to sit quietly and alone on the sofa in front, looking down at everyone with a condescending attitude. Sequence 8 Sheriff Potion Formula, £450. Xiao silently read the familiar content and heaved a long sigh of relief. One of the situations she was most afraid of was that no one would sell the formula to her after she had finally saved up enough money. "I got £400, and together with my original savings of £150, that's enough. It's just that the subsequent main ingredients will definitely need a lot of money. Alright, maybe I can switch circles and see if any beyonders are interested in this formula." Xiao suddenly perked up, feeling that she had found a way to make a fortune. Frankly speaking, if she wasn't in urgent need of money to buy the ingredients and concoct the potion to advance, she definitely wouldn't have leaked the formula. On the one hand, most people always hoped that there were fewer beyonders in their sequence and that they were sufficiently special. On the other hand, with more competitors in the same pathway, the corresponding ingredients' prices would be raised a lot. It was the same for the subsequent formulas. After serious thought for a while, Xiao slowly became uneasy again. This was because it was normal for a formula to be left on the shelf for a long time without being sold. Furthermore, the arbiter pathway belonged to the royal family and the military. It was strictly controlled in all aspects, and the parts that were scattered basically came from a small number of declining nobles. It was difficult for their formulas to form a complete low or mid-level pathway, and there were often only one or two of them. Coupled with the control of the main ingredients, it was difficult to obtain them, so there were very few beyonders who were willing to choose this sequence. Xiao had been in the mysterious circles of Bakeland for a long time, but she hadn't found an arbiter other than her. On the one hand, it might be because the other party had concealed it well, but on the other hand, it more or less explains some problems. Phew, thinking about furs, I'm already lucky enough. All this time, she hasn't encountered any subsequent apprentice formulas. When Xiao saw Mr. A's attendant come over, she wrote a note to buy the sheriff formula for him. Before long, she was led to the study on the first floor. Before entering, she took a hooded robe from the attendant and covered herself with it. The seller in the study was dressed in the same way, and they couldn't see each other's faces. This is the formula for the sheriff potion. Where's my money? The seller pressed a piece of paper on the desk and asked in a hoarse voice. Xiao took out the cash she had counted several times and pushed it to him. After repeatedly checking the authenticity and the total amount, the seller finally let go of the formula. Xiao immediately took a step forward and grabbed the note. She glanced at the main material. This was the most important part. A pair of fear devil bug's eyes and the right paw of a silver-white war bear. They're all beyond her ingredients that I've never seen anyone sell. Xiao exhaled and left the study in melancholy before taking off her robe. She returned to the living room and sat next to Furs. Having fulfilled her wish, she gradually began to worry about the unknown honorific name and the evil spirit that might be haunting her. 10, no, 20 pounds, no, 30 pounds. Get someone who's good at exorcism to help me with the purification ritual. Xiao made up her mind and whispered a few words to Furs before beckoning Mr. A's attendant. When the break period where they could freely communicate was over, they saw that the blackboard had an additional entry they had just submitted. Suspected to be haunted by an evil spirit. Seeking help from a friend who's good at exorcism. 30 pounds. After a while, Mr. A's attendant came to their side and whispered for them to head to the activity room on the first floor. Waiting inside was a man wearing a white mask. He looked at the two people in loose robes who sought help of unknown gender and chuckled. Let me do a preliminary self-introduction first to prevent you from doubting my abilities. No, there's no need. We believe in Mr. A, the hooded Xiao said. Before Furs could speak, she deliberately suppressed her voice to prevent her childish voice from exposing her identity. The man in the white mask spread his hands and smiled. It's my habit. I'm a believer of the sun. As you know, it's rare in Bakeland, or even in the entire kingdom. It's only at times like this that I can live with my true identity. Due to the huge conflict between the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun and the Church of the Lord of Storms, the former had never obtained the right to preach in the kingdom of Ruan. A believer of the sun? The languid look in Furz's eyes vanished. This is the first time I'm seeing a living believer of the sun. I can't meet diplomats of higher status. Then should I feel honored? The man in the white mask spread his arms and raised them upwards, making a gesture of praise for the sun. Furs didn't answer his question and smiled instead. Instead, she smiled and said, when it comes to exorcism and purification, the attendants of the sun are professionals. We're very relieved. We can begin. The man who claimed to be a believer of the sun didn't waste any more time. He took out a badge with the symbol of the sun and placed it on the round table in the middle. Then, he lit 2 candles using a dualistic ritual. After completing the preparatory steps, he said with a loud and abnormally pious voice, "O eternal blazing sun, you are the inextinguishable light, you are the embodiment of order. I pray to you to bestow me with the light of purification, I pray to you to dispel the evil spirit." Amidst the reverberating Hermes incantation, Xiao and Furs saw the sun badge emit a pure, warm, and bright light. It was endless as it surged towards the two of them like a tidal wave, drowning them simultaneously. Nearly a minute later, everything returned to normal. Xiao and Furs felt warm, comfortable, and at ease. It was like soaking in a hot spring or sunbathing. Sherwood Borough, Rice Police Station. Klein was squeezed onto a very low bench with a bunch of thieves and drunkards. It was a very undignified scene. Suddenly, he felt a warmth emanate from the back of his hand. The coldness of Bakeland's night was greatly dispelled. Looking down, Klein realized that the 4 black dots that symbolized the mysterious space above the gray fog hadn't appeared. Who would be so kind as to know that I was a little cold just now? He mumbled in a half-joking, half-puzzled manner. As a former inspector, he looked at the thief who was cuffed to the pipe on his left, and then at the drunkard on his right, who was about to vomit at any moment but kept yelling about hitting someone. He sighed at his current situation, wondering when he would be able to break free. There should be another test next. I'll succeed if I pass it. I hope that the police's attention will be focused on the ambassador and the Zmanger gang, and ignore the origins of a mere detective like me. In theory, there's a lot of hope, as long as Mrs. Sammer, lawyer Jurgen, and the others don't say anything that interests the police. Well, they just met me, so it's impossible for them to know too much. Massault's Beyonder characteristic was taken away by me and hidden above the grey fog, and he didn't leave anything strange behind. No one will discover that he was once a Beyonder, so they won't suspect my strength. It's been more than an hour. As Klein consoled himself, he saw the sheriff with the short, brownish-yellow beard walk over. Sherlock Moriarty, follow me to the interrogation room, the sergeant ordered without explaining. He's coming. Klein thought to himself as he got up and followed. Rounding the corner, the sergeant stopped in front of an iron door and gestured for Klein to enter. Klein took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He twisted the doorknob and opened the door. It was a small room with thick walls. There was a small table in the middle with chairs on both sides. Under the illumination of the elegant gas lamp on the wall, Klein clearly saw the interrogator on the other side. It was a man wearing a rarely seen black shirt. He wasn't wearing a vest. Instead, he was wearing a non-formal black coat. His eyebrows were sparse, and his blue eyes were cold. The lines of his face were like blades, so hard that they lacked gentleness. The man pointed to the chair opposite him and said in a deep voice, "I ask, you answer." Before he could finish his sentence, Klein felt an unimaginable pressure. He felt as though there were electric currents coursing through his psyche, forming a barbed whip that constantly lashed at his soul. This taste was painful and numb, as though it came from the depths of his brain. It was irresistible, and all he could do was tremble as his knees went limp. Klein nearly fell. He hurriedly propped himself up on the table and sat down, his forehead twitching. This is a Beyonder power. Ordinary people might think that it was a mental problem caused by their nervousness and the dignity of the interrogator opposite them, but Klein clearly recognized that it was a Beyonder power that directly attacked the psyche of others. He hurriedly recalled the information he had read in the past and quickly confirmed the suspect. Sequence 7 of the Arbiter Pathway, Interrogator, the matter was transferred to the military's special department? Klein thought, feeling a little relieved. As long as it wasn't a Nighthawk, everything was fine. Identify these photos and find the ambassador who met with Massault. The cold and stiff man in black spread out 7 to 8 black and white photos on the table. Klein felt as though the electric whip in his psyche was raised high, warning him with extreme pain, making him unwilling to lie. Of course, there was no need for Klein to lie. After some identification, he pushed a photo in the direction of the interrogator. It was of the middle-aged gentleman who was dressed in extravagant clothes and looked very tasteful. The interrogator glanced at it and didn't say anything. He asked again, "Is your previous statement true?" Klein maintained his lucidity and rationality as though he had been forced into a dream. He didn't succumb to the whip in his psyche. He sincerely replied, "Everything is true." The interrogator leaned forward and placed his hands on the table. "When was the last time you saw Ian Wright?" "Yesterday, early yesterday morning," Klein said with difficulty, beads of cold sweat seeping out of his forehead. "I followed Massault and found Detective Zriel's corpse. As I didn't want to deal with the police, I took Ian with me to identify the corpse and got him to call the police himself. Zriel's corpse is in the sewer entrance at the bottom of Iron Carbon Street in East Borough." After a brief silence, the interrogator finally nodded. Klein suddenly felt the immense pressure and the whip in his psyche disappear. "You can leave now," he instructed in a flat tone. Klein stood up, opened the door, and walked out. He didn't hide the weakness in his footsteps. He felt that this was more tiring than fighting with Massault. The slightest mistake would completely crush his psyche. He had to answer honestly whatever the interrogator asked. No, if it wasn't for my special spirit body, allowing me to maintain my calm and rationality in certain situations after undergoing the test of ravings and shouting for a long period of time, I would have most likely collapsed just now. Klein returned to the corridor with a chill on his back. At this moment, the sergeant from before came over and said, "Follow me. Come with me. Lawyer Jurgen is waiting to bail you out." Phew. Klein secretly exhaled and completely relaxed. He knew that the danger was finally over. Klein met Jurgen Cooper in an office at the Rice police station. The young solicitor was still dressed very formally, as if he was ready to attend a dinner party in high society. The double-breasted black frock coat, white shirt with a stiff collar, large bow tie, and shiny leather boots made the police officers very polite to him. Jurgen held his half-top hat and looked at Klein with his blue eyes. "The paperwork is done. You can leave after paying the £10 bail." "Thank you." Klein didn't say anything else. He followed the good-looking but old-fashioned Jurgen to the police station's finance office, took out his wallet, and drew out 2 5-pound notes. At this moment, he was glad that he had brought all the cash, £95, with him. Otherwise, he might have had to borrow it from his good neighbor, Jurgen. Of course, the most serious thing was that if he had left the cash at home, Klein wasn't confident how much would be left after the police searched the scene. However, he couldn't put it above the grey fog, because he might have to rely on bribes to get out. At present, many newspapers and magazines had been vilifying the police, believing that they lacked supervision, did things crudely, were corrupt, often extorted, and were vicious. Klein didn't dare to believe them all, but he didn't dare to not believe them either. After all, Massault's money could very well be taken advantage of by the people at the police station. After paying the bail, Klein followed Jurgen out of the police station, shivering from the moist, cold wind that blew in his face. "After the case is closed, your bail will be returned to you. Of course, you can't expect them to take the initiative to inform you. In a week, if no one comes to bring you back to the police station, you can come here to ask for the bail. In theory, you can still receive the corresponding compensation from the other party's estate, if there is any." Jurgen walked towards a carriage parked beside him. The continuous rain during the day finally stopped at night, but the crimson moon was still covered by dark clouds, and the streets were only lit by the light of the gas lamps. Okay. Klein almost thought that he wouldn't get the £10 back. He could not help but calculate the commission from Ian. The reward was £5, but many of the furniture and tea sets in the room were damaged. He would have to buy new ones or find someone to repair them. In addition to the materials used, the cost of the carriage, and the repair of the clothes, it seemed that he would probably suffer a loss. If he couldn't get the bail money back, it would be a huge loss. The beyonder characteristic left behind by Massault is worth quite a bit of money. Klein boarded the carriage and frowned. He had always thought that a private investigator who used his own residence as an office would at most not have any commissions and would not suffer any losses. In the end, Klein turned his head to look at lawyer Jurgen, who was sitting upright, and sincerely said, "I'm sorry." Thank you for coming to bail me out. How much should I pay you for this?" Jurgen nodded formally. "This order is free. I've heard about you from Sergeant Faxine. I believe we'll have many opportunities to work together in the future. There will be many opportunities for cooperation in the future." Klein laughed. "Lawyer Jurgen, I think you're cursing me." Jurgen shook his head solemnly. "No, it's not what you think. It's very normal for a private investigator to have a regular lawyer to work with. Sir, you really have no sense of humor. Although you look very young." Klein silently lampooned and smiled. "It just so happens that I'm looking for a lawyer to help me draft an investment contract." "Investment contract?" Jurgen asked in a slightly surprised tone. "I know this isn't the hobby of a private investigator, but I happened to come across a good investment opportunity." Klein simply explained, "Lawyer Jurgen, according to your rates, how much would such a contract cost?" "It's usually based on the total amount of the contract and the difficulty," Jurgen replied strictly. "The total amount is £100, and the terms required are." Klein described his requirements in detail, including preemptive rights, and the right to refuse. Jurgen thought seriously for a few minutes before saying, £2. "I'll give it to you on Monday morning." "All right." Klein didn't elaborate on the matter and instead asked about the information Jurgen had gathered regarding tonight's case. On the way back to Minsk Street, Klein took the initiative to pay 3 solely for the carriage rental. He bade farewell to the young but serious lawyer and walked to his house. When he opened the door and saw the messy scene, Klein felt mentally exhausted. His start as a private investigator was actually a loss. Just as Klein took off his coat and was cleaning up the mess, the doorbell suddenly rang. Puzzled, he opened the door and saw the maid next door, Julienne, in a black and white dress. "Hello, Mr. Moriarty. Mr. and Mrs. Sammer would like to invite you over to talk about what happened," Julienne said with a hint of fear. "Here it comes. The problem of compensation." Klein smiled. "All right." He changed into a clean coat and followed the maid next door. Luc Sammer and his wife, Stellan Sammer, were sitting on the sofa in the living room, waiting. The burly Luc, who had a beautiful mustache, stood up and extended his hand. He chuckled softly. "Good evening, Mr. Moriarty. I didn't know you were a private detective until now. How disappointing of me to be a neighbor. No, it's my own problem, because I don't know if I'm suitable for this industry. Maybe I'll find another job at some point." Klein shook the man's hand and said, "I'm very sorry about what happened tonight. I will compensate you." "It was just an accident," Luc reassured. The blonde, blue-eyed, and beautiful Stellan asked curiously, "What's going on? Did you really kill an intruder?" I know you want black tea, right?" Klein nodded. "Maybe it's just a thief." He did not say that the matter stemmed from the commission he had accepted, lest the Sammers hold a grudge. "Since the police didn't tell them, there's no need for me to do anything unnecessary." Klein silently added. Luc Sammer smiled. "You definitely have outstanding combat skills. As a neighbor, I feel very safe. Perhaps we will have matters to entrust to you in the future." Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh in a half-genuine manner. "Actually, I was nearly killed." "No matter what, the final winner is you," Luc said. After chatting on this topic for a while, Stellan picked up the white porcelain cup with gold inlaid teacup and took a sip. "I'm very curious. How many commissions can a private detective receive in a week, and how much money can he earn?" Klein didn't hide the truth as he chuckled. "That depends on the situation. Just like how there are times when there are bumper harvests and times when there are poor harvests, I earned £5 and 5 solely last week, but after what happened last night, I might even incur losses." Stellan didn't seem to hear the latter half of his sentence as she continued speaking. "If you can maintain this income, £5 a week will allow you to have a pretty good life in Bakeland or Sherwood Borough. You won't need to rent a room, and you can hire a maid to do chores. You can attend a concert or watch an opera every other week, play tennis or squash once a week, participate in a reading salon, or go to a nice restaurant. Of course, if you're already preparing for marriage, you'll need to scrimp a little. A weekly salary of £5 is still a little lacking from being truly respectable." "Then, what's the weekly salary needed to be truly respectable?" Klein asked cooperatively. £7. At least £7. Stellan raised her chin slightly. Klein turned to look at Luc and casually said, "I heard from your wife that you work at the Clim Company." "I heard from your wife that you work at the Clim Company. May I know what your main business is?" "Anthracite and charcoal," Luc replied with a smile. "It's no wonder you're a member of the Soot Reduction Association." Klein pondered for a moment and said, "What's the salary of a manager in Bakeland?" "The newspapers and magazines I've read rarely mention this." It depends on the industry, company, and the exact position. The top manager of Bakeland Bank earns £5,000 a year, and including my bonus, I only earn between £430 to £440, Luc said casually. "That's about £8 a week." "No wonder." Before Klein could say a word, Stellan Sammer grumbled, Actually, we can live in the suburbs. I'll have a garden and a lawn, and Luc will get a stable. He'll be able to buy the brand new carriage and 2 young horses that he's been dreaming about for a long time. But that will waste too much time on the commute, which is even more valuable. A new carriage with horses is about £100. A weekly salary of £8 is indeed impressive. Unfortunately, it didn't take long after I got a raise. Klein could only smile in response. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, he bade farewell and sighed inwardly. Mr. and Mrs. Sammer are good people at heart. If it were a harsher landlord, they would have deducted my fees and asked me to scram after tonight's incident. When he returned home, Klein began working. He wasn't in a hurry to go above the gray fog to examine the warm current on the back of his hand, nor was he in a hurry to do a divination. This was because he was worried that the military's special department was still watching him in secret. He decided to go to the bar Ian had described to buy a gun tomorrow night, so as to deal with a possible attack by someone out of desperation. Klein even planned on using this opportunity to hire a bodyguard, a Beyonder bodyguard, a powerful Beyonder bodyguard. Firstly, he could take the opportunity to come into contact with Beyonder circles without exposing himself. Secondly, he was afraid that the subsequent attackers that the ambassador found would have the ability to hide from the military's special department. Although it was rather comical for a Sequence 8 Beyonder, a vengeful evil spirit, to need a bodyguard, safety was of utmost importance to Klein. If the price is too expensive, I'll blow the copper whistle to find Mr. Aztec. Of course, that might be even more dangerous. I don't know enough about sealed artifact 0-08. As he tidied up his room, Klein silently mumbled. After the purification ritual was over, the man in the white mask said to Zio and Furs, "No matter what evil spirit it is, I've already exorcised it." If it reaches the level of an evil spirit and I'm unable to exorcise it, then it would have reacted, but it didn't. As he spoke, he poured the water droplets condensed from the sun badge into a small metal bottle and handed it to Zio. "Sprinkle it in the room when you're back to eliminate any remnants." "Thank you." Zio paid the money with her heart aching, but she also felt a lot more at ease. Just as she and Furs returned to the living room, an attendant handed them a note. "Miss Arbiter who bought the sheriff formula, would you like to have a chat in the study? I might have something you need." "Who? Why does he know that I bought the sheriff formula?" Zio's dark green pupils constricted as she looked around in surprise, but she didn't notice any suspicious gazes. According to Mr. A, it should be very safe and confidential to make a transaction here. In the end, Zio couldn't help but look at the single-seater sofa. She saw Mr. A, whose face was concealed by his hood, still quietly sizing up everyone without showing any signs of abnormality. She nudged Furs with her elbow and whispered, "What's wrong? Should I go?" Furs took the slip of paper, glanced at it, and answered without hesitation, "Go. At least Mr. A is watching, so no one will dare do anything to you. You can take the opportunity to figure out the other party's goal. Who knows, you might really be able to obtain the potion ingredients you want." "That makes sense." Zio was a very decisive person. She immediately nodded at the attendant and followed him out of the study, putting on a hooded robe. "This hat can cover my entire face. I can't even see the road ahead." Zio put on her hood, opened the door, and saw a man in a black tuxedo sitting behind the desk. The man wore a golden mask that revealed his eyes, nostrils, mouth, and cheeks, making it impossible to imagine his original appearance. The light brown eyes behind the golden mask darted around as the man pointed at the chair opposite the desk. "Sit." His voice was deliberately deep and hoarse, but there was nothing special about it. Zio closed the door to the study, puffed out her chest, and raised her head. She sat in her reserved seat without losing her bearing. She asked, "You have the main ingredients for the sheriff potion?" The masked man chuckled. "Yes, I have the eyes of a terror demon worm and the right paw of a silver war bear. In fact, I was the one who got someone to sell the sheriff potion formula." No wonder. Although Zio was often mocked by her friends for being brainless, she wasn't a completely rash person to be able to survive in the Beyonder Circle, the gangs in East Borough, and the poor. She had a beast-like intuition for danger. She asked in a deep voice, "Why are you doing this?" "Select suitable helpers. With your financial situation, it will be very difficult for you to gather the money needed for these 2 Beyonder ingredients in a short period of time. Of course, you can resell the formula at other Beyonder gatherings, but please believe me that this will bring you unnecessary danger. Our circles might not overlap, but I'm not alone." Zio frowned and said, "Since you have a huge organization and the sheriff and arbiter potion formulas, why do you need my help?" "There are many reasons why we don't want to do it ourselves, but there's no need for me to tell you. Every arbiter who relies on themselves to become a Beyonder will more or less have some noble connections. This is also what we need," the masked man explained briefly. From the looks of it, he doesn't know of my origins or even my reputation in East Borough. Xiao relaxed a little. The masked man continued. Just treat it as a commission outside the Beyonder gathering. I will give you some missions and pay you the corresponding remuneration. If you feel that it's dangerous, you can reject it. This is a fair and free transaction. When you have enough money, you can come to me to buy ingredients. This. Xiao, who was feeling vexed over her financial situation, immediately felt her heart palpitate. After remaining reserved for 9 seconds, she said, as long as I have the right to reject the mission, I can consider it. No problem. The masked man laughed and said, we can now decide on the location and method of our future meeting. In order to make you feel at ease, I'll leave the leadership to you. All right. Although Xiao was still confused and didn't understand why the other party wanted her to do something for him, she still agreed. At the very least, she couldn't see any obvious harm at the moment. Throughout the day on Sunday, Klein busied himself buying chairs, tea sets, and mending clothes. He spent a total of £6.9 solely to restore the living room, dining room, and himself to their original state. What a loss. I hope the police department can eventually compensate me for my losses from Assault's inheritance. Sigh, there's not much hope. At most, it'll be a portion. Klein neatly put away the invoices and receipts, waiting for an opportunity to use them in the future. Of course, from a pure income point of view, he had actually earned quite a bit. Massault's Beyonder characteristic was worth at least £300, maybe even more. And the premise of all of this was that Klein could come into contact with the Beyonder circle. After dinner, Klein put on a solid-colored sweater, a grayish-blue worker's coat, and a cap. He went out again, changed buses twice, and arrived at Iron Gate Street in the Bakeland Bridge area. After taking a few steps, he saw the brave. He saw a seemingly heavy black wooden door and a burly man who was nearly 2 meters tall with his arms crossed. The burly man sized up Klein and didn't stop him from pushing the door open. However, when he heard the cheers and toasts inside, his throat moved. It was the peak time of the bar's business. Before Klein even entered, he felt a wave of heat inundating him. He smelled the strong fragrance of malt and heard a hubbub. As expected, he saw 2 stages in the middle of the bar. One was playing a game of cat and mouse, and the other had 2 boxers waiting patiently, preparing for the battle that was about to begin. The fragrance of alcohol was mixed with the smell of sweat. Klein pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses and pinched his nose. While protecting his belongings, he struggled to squeeze his way to the bar counter. Without waiting for the bartender to speak, he spoke first. A glass of Southville beer. This was the best beer produced in the Kingdom of Rouen. 5 pence, the bartender answered familiarly. Klein took out a handful of coins, counted 5 pence, and gave it to the bartender in exchange for a large wooden cup filled with golden liquor. The aroma of the beer was rich and alluring. In front of it, many beers can't even be called alcohol. They can only be considered beverages. The bartender chuckled. Klein took a sip and found it refreshing. First, it was bitter with a hint of fragrance. Following that, the taste of malt surged out, and the aftertaste was a little sweet. Putting down the cup, he looked at the delicate white foam and took the opportunity to ask, "Where's Kasper's Kalinin?" The bartender stopped wiping the cup and looked up at him for a few seconds before pointing to the side. "Billiard room number 3. In the spirit of not wasting anything, Klein carried the cup and walked to billiard room number 3. With a light knock, the door creaked open. The 2 men holding billiard cues stopped and looked at the door. "I'm looking for Kasper's Kalinin." In the silent atmosphere, Klein quickly added, "Old man introduced me." Upon hearing this, the old man in his 50s with a big nose and a linen shirt said in a deep voice, "Come in." There was a huge, upturned scar on his face, stretching from the corner of his right eye to the right side of his mouth. His nose was a typical rosacea, almost completely dyed red. Klein walked in slowly with his cup in hand. He saw Kalinin's snooker opponent put down his cue and leave the room, closing the door behind him. Kasper's Kalinin limped over and asked, "What do you want?" "A powerful, custom-made revolver and 50 rounds of bullets." Klein drank another mouthful of Southville beer. £3.10 solely. Kasper's gave the price. This will definitely be more expensive than a regular weapon store. It includes the risk I'm taking. Deal. Klein took out 5 one-pound notes that he had prepared earlier from his trouser pocket and counted 4 of them for the man. Kaspers casually checked the authenticity and nodded. You're more straightforward than you look. Give me 5 minutes. He placed the notes on the billiard table, leaned against the cue pole, and limped to the door. After watching Kaspers leave, Klein turned his head to look at the current trend in snooker and boredom. He discovered that it was very similar to the mature snooker on Earth. It must be you, Roselle the Great. He nearly shook his head and laughed. After waiting for a while, Kaspers pushed open the door and entered. In his hand was an item wrapped in craft paper and 2 5-soldi notes. Klein took the money and the item and opened it on the spot. He saw a silver-white revolver with a long barrel. Its handle seemed to be made of walnut wood. Apart from that, there were 50 glistening yellow bullets neatly placed in a box. Klein tested the empty gun, loaded 5 rounds, and stuffed the revolver into the armpit holster he had bought earlier. He then packed up the remaining bullets, looked up at Kaspers, and said after some deliberation, "You're not going to be able to kill me." He deliberated and said, "If I want to hire a powerful bodyguard, who should I look for?" "Extremely powerful, the kind that exceeds the limits of humans." Kaspers rubbed his red nose as his gaze turned cold. He carefully scrutinized Klein for 2 minutes, using his silence to create a terrifying sense of oppression. "I can help you ask, but I can't guarantee that someone will accept the mission." He seems to know more than one Beyonder. The corners of Klein's mouth curled up. "Regardless of the outcome, please allow me to express my gratitude in advance." Kaspers put away the notes on the billiard table and walked out again. After a full 10 minutes, he returned to the room. By then, Klein had already finished his large glass of Southville beer out of boredom. "He wants to meet you before making a decision," Kaspers said in a deep voice. "No problem. If it were me, I would also first evaluate the difficulty of the mission." Klein smiled and nodded. He followed behind Kaspers, who was walking with difficulty, through the crowded boxing ring and into the bar's kitchen. Kaspers suddenly stopped and knocked on a door. After receiving permission, he led Klein in. It was a card room, and there were more than 10 people playing Texas Hold'em. Upon seeing Kaspers and Klein enter, a man in a white shirt and black vest slowly stood up. The others who were playing cards stopped moving and didn't make a sound. With a sweep of his gaze, Klein frowned indiscernibly. He discovered that apart from the man who had stood up, the rest of the players had an indescribable strangeness to them. Their faces were pale, and their eyes were like those of wild beasts. Tapping his left molar twice, Klein secretly activated his spirit vision. His muscles tensed up, and he almost couldn't control his expression. This was because the auras of the players were all dark black. This meant that apart from the man who had stood up, the rest were all dead. No, they weren't simply dead. Dead people didn't have auras, these were zombies. The feeling of decay inundated him as the man in the white shirt and black vest walked in front of Klein. A living person and more than 10 corpses had been playing poker in a dimly lit room for half the night. Such a scene left one's scalp tingling. Klein held back his instinctive fear and looked at the pale man in front of him. His brown eyes were filled with malice, and he exuded a hint of madness. He pretended to be intimidated by the man's aura and took a step back. Kaspers left the card room and closed the door. The man asked in a deep voice, "You're the one looking for a bodyguard?" "Yes." Klein deliberately gulped a mouthful of saliva. The man's strangeness made him afraid, but it also gave him a certain sense of security. The stronger and more powerful the bodyguard was, the safer he would be. The pale-faced man in a black vest lifted his chin and said, "Why do you need a bodyguard? How much are you willing to pay for this?" Klein didn't immediately answer. He thought for nearly a minute before saying, "I'll first tell you the exact situation of the mission. I'll tell you the specifics of the mission first. After you've evaluated it, give me a price. If I can afford it, or if I have something of equal value, then the deal will be done. If not, I can only give up and find someone else." The man with eyes filled with malice didn't say a word. He nodded slightly, indicating for Klein to continue. Klein deliberately looked at the zombies, treating them as ordinary card players. He used his eyes to ask, before answering, Do you want to chase those guys out of the room? There's no need, the pale-faced man said in a deep voice. Klein deliberated for a moment and truthfully described, I offended an important figure. I've offended a big shot. He might have the support of a country behind him. There was suddenly no movement in the card room. It was completely silent. The malicious-looking man froze on the spot, as though he had turned into a plaster statue. After nearly a minute, he slowly said, This mission is priceless. This mission is priceless. Ah? Ah? Klein didn't react immediately. Only when the man turned around and walked to the card table did he realize that the deal had failed. You pulled a bunch of zombies into the room to play cards. You appeared to be of high status and strength, but you were scared off just like that? You're clearly a little crazy. Klein didn't know if he should laugh or cry as he added, That big shot isn't that free in Bakeland. The man in the black vest ignored him and sat back down. The zombies started dealing cards and throwing chips again. Klein exhaled and left the room. He saw Kaspers Kalinin, an old man in his 50s with a rosacea and hideous wounds, waiting outside. We couldn't make a deal. Klein shrugged. Kaspers didn't show any signs of surprise as he pondered for a few seconds. His price is too high? No, he thinks the mission is too difficult. Klein didn't hide anything. Kaspers's brows twitched slightly. Merrick is the scariest person I know. He's not even afraid of bullets. Since he thinks that the mission is too difficult, I don't think I can help you contact other powerful people. It's a pity. Klein sighed. Kaspers clenched his right fist and hit his left chest. May the storm be with you. Then I'll be dead. Klein found joy in his bitterness and smiled. Thank you. You can try to help me ask powerful people from other places. I'll pay you. Well, I'll come again tomorrow night. After receiving an affirmative answer, he left the brave in melancholy. He didn't even have the interest to play a round of billiards. Am I being too honest? If I'd described the mission in a simpler way, Merrick would have agreed just now. I just don't know how much he'll ask for. Sigh, it's not my style to get someone to help me face danger when I'm being kept in the dark. As a Beyonder, if I keep going against my true thoughts and principles, I'm afraid I won't be far from losing control. Klein sighed and felt relieved as he changed to a carriage and returned to Minsk Street. After washing up, Klein didn't waste any charcoal. He went straight to his bedroom and drew the curtains, isolating the room from the outside world. On the way back, he thought carefully for a while and realized that the danger that might appear wasn't impossible to resolve. For that unknown ambassador, his main and fundamental goal is to find Ian Wright. The reason why he sent someone to deal with me is because he wants to obtain clues about Ian. After failing to obtain an answer directly, he considered killing me and channeling my spirit. If I can let him know that I can't actually find Ian, he wouldn't take the risk for a hired thug under the surveillance of the military's special department. Of course, my appearance and strength that exceeded his expectations caused their operation to be exposed, causing them to suffer a serious setback. If I were that ambassador, I would definitely think of ways to take revenge and vent my anger, but definitely not now. Not now when the situation is tense and turbulent. Yes, the premise is that the ambassador has a brain and isn't an idiot who only knows how to act in a fit of pique. For him to be in charge of such an important matter, it means that he should be relatively reliable. In other words, the crux of the problem lies in the whereabouts of Ian Wright. There's still a hidden danger. After the ambassador ultimately fails, will he deliberately reveal to the military's special department that Masalt is a Beyonder, letting them know that my strength is questionable and using them to take revenge on me? This is just something that can be said in passing. It's not difficult at all. I have to be wary. After analyzing the situation he was in, he suddenly had the urge to hire a hitman to kill the unknown ambassador. But when he thought of the possibility of a powerful Beyonder by his side, he felt depressed. I wonder if the messenger can accept my mission without Mr. Aztec's approval. It shouldn't be possible. Pay close attention to this matter and find an opportunity to silence him? Since he sent someone to kill me, I won't feel any psychological burden killing him. Right, I can consider issuing this mission on the tarot and see if Miss Justice and Mr. the Hanging Man have any solutions. Perhaps I can spend a large sum of money to hire Mr. A or a powerhouse of the same sequence. Klein suddenly had a flash of inspiration as he thought of the tarot. With this idea, he calmed down a lot. He rummaged for a piece of paper and a pen and wrote the divination statement, the whereabouts of Ian Wright. After confirming that there were no hidden beyonders in the room, Klein looked at the curtains that blocked out prying eyes. As he recalled Ian's appearance and attire, he silently recited the divination statement and leaned back in his chair. He quickly entered a dream and saw a dark, narrow, and dirty room in the illusory world. There were bunk beds and mattresses inside. A total of 4 people were sleeping there. Ian was at the top of the bunk bed, curled up and sleeping soundly with the old satchel pressed down on him. The dream shattered, and Klein opened his eyes and interpreted the revelation. Such a lodging environment only exists in East Borough and the Bakeland Bridge area, but it's an abnormally large place. Even if all the police in Bakeland were mobilized, they wouldn't be able to completely investigate it. Ian is very careful. He didn't leave anything here with me. Otherwise, I would have been able to find him with the dowsing rod technique. After thinking for a few minutes, Klein picked up a pen and added a paragraph before and after the divination statement, turning it into a statement of defense. I don't know where Ian Wright is. I haven't seen him since I found Zreel's corpse. The piece of paper was placed on the desk, with the pen pressed down on the edge. After doing all of this, Klein stood up and returned to the vicinity of the bed. He used a less obvious method of flicking a coin to quickly confirm if anyone was observing his every move. After receiving a negative answer, he quickly took 4 steps counterclockwise, silently recited the incantation, and went above the gray fog. Inside the ancient and majestic palace, Klein didn't have the time to examine his surroundings. He first repeated the divination. Seeing that the negative answer hadn't changed, he was no longer so nervous. He looked up to the side and discovered that the core of the newly added crimson star was dyed with a sunlight gold. This is the source of the warmth I felt? Klein spread his spirituality and carefully touched it in response to a prayer. The light and shadow changed, and a blurry scene quickly appeared in front of him. The petite girl and a lady with slightly curly brown hair, whom he had tried to pull into the world above the gray fog, were standing in front of the altar. A man wearing a white mask was softly chanting the honorific name of the eternal blazing sun, creating a warm and pure light. Is he looking for someone to exorcise evil? Klein almost laughed. At this moment, he finally understood the reason for the previous situation. It wasn't that someone had penetrated the gray fog and locked onto him. This was similar to Justice and the others chanting the honorific name and praying. After the gray fog received the information, it would naturally and instinctively give him feedback. However, because it wasn't a prayer, the illusory layered voice turned into a warm current. A hint. This is a hint, not damage or influence. Klein made a clear judgment. At the same time, he also roughly confirmed one thing. The mysterious space above the gray fog had established a connection with Miss Justice and the others. It wasn't an absolutely strange method. It wasn't within the rules of this world, and it would still be restricted to a certain extent. It would be affected to a certain extent by a specific method. Klein continued looking at the scene in front of him and listening to the voices. He was surprised to find that this lasted longer than any other time in the past. Before this, he was unable to take the initiative to pry into the corresponding target of the Crimson Star unless the other party prayed. Only then would he be able to receive the corresponding scene. Another situation was that when he gave feedback, he could see the scene and hear the synchronized voice, but once the response ended, he would no longer be able to obtain any additional information. And now, it was as if he was watching a video, a reality show that had been maintained for a long time and was covered in mosaics. He saw the petite lady and a man wearing a golden mask talking in the study. He heard her companions address her as Zio and understood that she was seeking the Beyonder ingredient corresponding to the sheriff potion. It wasn't until the 2 ladies returned home that Klein regretted that he couldn't see their house numbers clearly did the video come to an end. Looking at the gradually dissipating sunlight gold, he nodded thoughtfully, vaguely understanding why such an anomaly had occurred. It was the same dream divination, but this time, Klein saw more scenes. The first scene was still the small, dark, and dirty room, and the sleeping Ian Wright on the bunk bed. The second scene was the sewer that the 2 of them had gone to at the same time. Ian crouched in front of Zreel's incomplete corpse, reached out to rub the 2 rows of white teeth, and took out one of them. The third scene was a bustling street. The passers-by were dressed in plain clothes, some even old or tattered. There were gardens and lawns in the middle of the street, surrounded by low chimneys that spewed out mist. Ian, who was wearing an old coat and a round hat, looked around warily and entered the telegraph office not far from the middle of the street. Diagonally across from him was the entrance to the steam subway that looked like a shopping mall. The scene quickly faded until it became transparent. Klein opened his eyes, tapped the edge of the long bronze table with his index finger, and made a preliminary judgment. From that tooth and the telegram, Zriel and Ian aren't a detective team that accidentally got involved in a dangerous matter. There's an organization behind them. I should be able to determine where the third scene corresponds to. Klein wasn't in a hurry to analyze it in depth, because he didn't want to stay above the gray fog for too long. Leaving the high-back chair belonging to the fool, he came to a corner and rummaged through the paper bag that he had previously sent over to find Massalt's Beyonder characteristic. Holding the jelly-like crimson object, Klein sat down again and wrote a new divination statement, the corresponding potion name. As he chanted, he held the Beyonder characteristic in one hand and the piece of paper with the divination statement in the other. With the help of cogitation, he entered a deep sleep. In the gray, illusory dream, the ambassador, who was dressed extravagantly and had a thin, bearded face, once again appeared in front of Klein. He held a bottle of crimson liquid and said to Massault, "Drink it. Drink this bottle of hunter potion, and you will be able to dominate this manger gang. Of course, money is also indispensable. Roselle the Great once said that one should have a stick in one hand and a carrot in the other." "Hunter? Bakeland is a huge city." Massault frowned slightly and asked in puzzlement. In his illiterate mind, hunters belonged to the wilderness, to animals. The middle-aged ambassador chuckled. "The largest city is also the largest dark forest. Here, everyone has two identities. One is the prey, the other is the hunter. No matter how weak a hunter is, it's still a hunter. It's possible for it to injure a powerful prey. Go, join this grand hunt." The scene shattered, turning into countless shadows. Klein looked down at the crimson Beyonder characteristic in his hand and muttered to himself, "So it's the hunter potion. It's no wonder Massault is so good at fighting. He even used poisoned blow darts. No wonder he could track me all the way here." However, he doesn't seem to have truly understood the essence of a hunter. He didn't set any traps, didn't use any weapons, and didn't bring out the corresponding strengths. On the one hand, it's because he doesn't know that I'm also a Beyonder, and a Sequence 8 Beyonder at that. He looks down on me. On the other hand, it also means that he hasn't been consuming the potion for long. The hunter pathway is controlled by both the Sauron family, the former Intis royal family, and the Einhorn family, the rulers of the Faesak Empire. It's a secret organization, the Iron and Blood Cross Order, that appeared in the last 200 to 300 years. In addition to his clothing style, the ambassador's identity can almost be confirmed. He's a high-ranking diplomat of the Republic of Intis, an ambassador to the Kingdom of Rouen. I don't know what the important item he wants is. As his thoughts churned, Klein enveloped himself with his spirituality and plummeted. As soon as he returned to his room, he immediately looked around vigilantly, but he didn't discover any abnormal changes. Phew. Klein exhaled silently. He felt a little more confident about gathering the tarot members on time tomorrow afternoon. He rummaged through the map of Bakeland that he had bought on the steam locomotive and searched for the telegraph office along the subway, one that wasn't far from the middle of the street. There were only a few subway lines in Bakeland, and Klein quickly identified 3 targets. One was in West Borough, one was in St. George Borough, and one was in East Borough, where Bakeland Bridge intersected. He recalled the attire and social class of most of the pedestrians in the dream and obtained the final answer. The third, where East Borough and Bakeland Bridge intersected. Sometimes, deciphering a revelation requires a wealth of real knowledge and the corresponding reasoning ability. Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh and came to the desk. He added another sentence to the statement he had previously written, making the content on the piece of paper richer. "I don't know where Ian Wright is. I haven't seen him since I found Zriel's corpse. However, I learned through my own channels that Ian Wright once appeared at the telegraph office on White Rum Street." After he finished writing, Klein didn't fold the paper, nor did he use his spirituality to ignite it. Instead, he allowed it to spread out on the desk and freely display its contents. After taking a deep look, Klein returned to the bed, took off his clothes, and went to sleep. Outside the tightly shut curtains, the crimson moon peeked out of the clouds, shining brightly and flawlessly. In a house in Hillston Borough. Furs, who had been sleeping separately from Xiao, suddenly sat up, stretched out her hands, and covered her head. Her rather good-looking face was distorted to the extreme, making her look as hideous as a devil's. Furs pressed both sides of her ears and kept rolling on the bed, as if she was resisting the illusory ravings. Beads of sweat seeped out of her forehead, and the veins on the back of her hands protruded. Her body tensed up from time to time, and from time to time, her light blue eyes that had a teasing and languid look were filled with pain. In the depths of her pupils, there seemed to be countless shadows changing and stacking on top of each other. No. Furs finally couldn't hold it in any longer as she let out a deep scream. Her hand stopped covering her ears and turned to pulling at her hair, as if she was fighting the pain with pain. After squirming for a few minutes, Furs finally stopped. She released her hands and looked at the handful of slightly curled brown hair. She weakly gave a self-deprecating laugh. I lied to Xiao. I told her that the ravings of every full moon didn't have any negative effects on me. At least, hair loss is a very serious problem. Furs sat up with great difficulty and looked at the curtains that half covered the window. Through the gap, she saw the dreamy crimson moon outside. It's getting worse each time. Will I lose control because of this next time? Furs muttered. She could no longer suppress the weakness that she usually buried deep in her heart. She had tried to separate the bracelet that allowed her to use the spirit world to teleport from her body, but this was no longer enough to make the full moon ravings disappear. She had tried taking tranquilizers and chanting the honorific name of the god of steam and machinery. She had tried some ritualistic magic, but none of them could change the situation of her gradually sliding into the abyss. If only I could understand what the ravings were saying. I wish to die knowing and not be buried in a muddled state. Perhaps, after advancing to sequence 8, I'll be able to hear it a little more clearly? However, I've never seen anyone selling the Trickmaster formula. Furs stared out the window in a daze, her eyes dyed red by the moonlight. On Monday morning, Klein, who hadn't slept well, woke up early and got out of bed. He walked to the desk, prepared to pull the curtains and open the window to let in the light and the wind from outside. At this moment, he caught sight of the piece of paper on the desk from the corner of his eye. It was facing the window, still in its original state. However, Klein clearly remembered that before he fell asleep last night, the piece of paper was facing the chair, facing the bed. After a short sleep, it had turned upside down and changed its orientation. Klein's pupils constricted, and he suddenly reached out to pull open the curtains. He saw that the oriel window was still tightly shut, not letting in a single gust of wind. The piece of paper had turned half a circle on its own without any wind. No, someone came in, and I didn't notice it. Klein felt a chill run down his spine to his head. In his sleep, he didn't react to this at all. This meant that he was at the mercy of others, and his life and death depended on the other party's mood and thoughts. Was it a member of the military's special department, or a powerful beyonder sent by the ambassador? From the fact that the piece of paper didn't return to its original state and remained upside down, it's more likely to be the latter. It's a form of warning. To be able to sneak in so silently, it's very impressive. Should I thank him for his kindness? No, why wouldn't he do something that was convenient? There must be a reason. He doesn't want to alarm the members of the military's special department who are monitoring the surroundings? Klein's thoughts surged, and he couldn't help but think of many things. He had written those words last night and spread out the paper on the desk so that someone could see it and let the ambassador know what he wanted to know. He wanted to delay any possible revenge until the matter was over, so that he could have more time to prepare. However, Klein had originally expected that the other party would sneak in while he was out and that the military's special department's surveillance of the house would weaken. Who knew that the other party would be able to bypass the surrounding beyonders and quietly enter the bedroom while he was still asleep? The feeling of having his life and death in the hands of someone else was very uncomfortable. A very powerful beyonder, or a very strange beyonder. Klein turned around with his back to the oriel window and took out a penny. Someone sneaked into this room last night. He silently recited the sentence, and with the cover of his body, he flicked the coin upwards. The coin tumbled and jumped, but it didn't pass Klein's shoulder before falling rapidly into his open palm. This time, the numbers were facing up. This meant that it was a negative. It meant that no one had sneaked into Klein's bedroom last night. The paper wouldn't change directions for no reason. Am I sleepwalking? No, I can even stay awake when Captain invades my dreams. Klein immediately frowned and thought of two possibilities. 1. The divination results were interfered with and misled. After making a rough guess, Klein wasn't in a hurry to confirm it. He pretended as if nothing had happened and turned the paper around to face him. The information he wrote about Ian Wright was absolutely true. Even if he used divination techniques to confirm it, he would get a positive answer. Therefore, he believed that the ambassador's men would follow this lead and obtain some results. They wouldn't have the motivation or time to take revenge on him for the time being. Similarly, he would continue to spread the paper on the desk and let the monitoring personnel of the Special Department of the military see it. He would guide them to stop paying attention to himself and shift their focus to Ian Wright's direction, racing against time to find him with the ambassador. This way, Klein would be safer. It feels like I'm walking on a tightrope. Is this the special physique of a clown? He shook his head with a laugh and opened the oriel window to take in some fresh morning air, but the thick, choking smog outside made him silently close the window again. Using an ink bottle to press down the paper with Ian's information, Klein went to the bathroom next door to quickly clean himself up. He then took down the black double-breasted frock coat and half-top hat from the coat rack and went all the way to the first floor. He had an appointment with lawyer Jurgen for breakfast that day. Pulling out his black silver-inlaid cane from the umbrella rack in the foyer, Klein walked along the edge of the street in the fog where visibility was less than 10 meters. He went all the way to 58 Minsk Street and rang the doorbell of the dark house. As the jingle echoed, the image of a black, blue-eyed cat with a raised tail suddenly appeared in his mind. Brody the black cat walked in a straight line and arrived behind the door. After gathering his strength for 2 seconds, he suddenly leaped up and reached out to grab the doorknob. After that, he inevitably fell, twisted the doorknob with his weight, and opened the door. With a creak, the morning wind blew in, and the door slowly retreated. Brody the black cat gave Klein a haughty look and walked to the side. What a smart cat, Klein praised the old lady, Doris, who was wearing a white apron. Doris smiled until her wrinkles smoothed out. It depends on its mood. Most of the time, it will pretend to be stupid, as if it doesn't understand what you're saying. Oh, I prepared my best bean and turnip soup for you. Eat it with bread. Bean and turnip soup. The name sounds like a dark cuisine. Klein smiled. I look forward to it. As he spoke, lawyer Jurgen walked out of the bathroom. Even though he was at home, even though he had just woken up, he was still dressed meticulously. His white shirt was well ironed, his brownish-yellow vest was tight, and the lines of his trousers seemed to have been ironed. The contract you wanted is ready. Take a look and see if there's anything you've missed. Jurgen swept his blue eyes and went straight to the point without any pleasantries. His brown hair was neatly combed back, and one could clearly see the gloss of his hair oil. All right. Klein leaned on his cane, took off his hat and coat, and followed Jurgen into the study on the first floor, where he received a thick contract. He stood there and casually flipped through it. The more he read, the more his head hurt. In the end, he only skimmed through the important clauses. I hope that everything is in place. The clauses that I had previously neglected have also been added. For example, instead of paying Leopard £100 in one go, there will be 3 timings that will be paid in installments according to his progress. The first installment will be £50. Not bad. This way, I don't have to go to Bakeland Bank for the time being and withdraw the remaining £100 from my anonymous account. I can rely on the money I have on me. Klein closed the document and smiled at Jurgen. I'm very satisfied. Your professionalism is better than I thought. As he spoke, he took out 2 £1 notes that he had prepared earlier. Jurgen took the notes and handed the remaining contracts to Klein. If there are any mistakes when signing, here are 2 extra copies. Remember to shred the rest of the contract. The current shredder is a hand-operated mechanical shredder. Klein was about to nod when old Madame Doris in the dining room shouted, "Don't worry. Good lads, it's time for breakfast." My grandmother's hearing is a little impaired, Jurgen explained and gestured for them to enter. Klein followed him into the dining room and saw old Madame Doris ladle out a spoonful of thick, greenish-yellow liquid from the black soup pot and pour it into the corresponding plate. Here, try it. Bean and turnip soup. This is your bread. Mrs. Doris smiled as she pointed at the suspicious pile of food. Klein glanced at Jurgen and saw that his expression was even more serious than before. His heart skipped a beat. Forcing himself to sit down, Klein broke off a piece of white bread, dipped it in the yellowish-green soup, and stuffed it into his mouth with the spirit of an adventurer. He was surprised to find that the taste was quite good. The faint saltiness had a sweetness that stimulated his appetite. It just happened to bring out the soft fragrance of the bread. My grandmother used to be an excellent chef, Jurgen said casually as he slowly savored his breakfast. Then why do you have to pull a long face? I really have no appetite watching you eat. Klein silently lampooned as he immersed himself in the relaxation and pleasure brought about by the delicacies. After leaving Jurgen's house, he first took a train and then another to Sirik Street in St. George's Borough, where he reached a formal agreement with Leopard and paid the first £50, with a second £30 to be paid in 2 weeks, depending on the other party's progress. At this point, Klein only had £21 and 8 soldi left. He then returned to Sherwood Borough and went to the public library to flip through the past year's Tussock Times, looking for news related to the Intis ambassador to the Kingdom of Rouen. When it was almost noon, he finally saw a black and white photo of the person and confirmed that it was the one he had seen in his dream divination. Bakerland Jean Mudun. Silently reciting the name of the Republic of Intis's ambassador, Klein walked out of the library and found a small restaurant to have his lunch. At 2:50 in the afternoon, Klein pretended to rest, drew the curtains, took 4 steps counterclockwise, and went above the grey fog. He first divined if the military's special department's surveillance of him was lax and received a positive answer. Then, he wrote down the divination statement he had thought of in the morning, the infiltrator from last night. Leaning back in his chair and silently reciting the statement, Klein's eyes drooped as he fell into a deep sleep. In the illusory, fragmented, and hazy world, his bedroom appeared. At that moment, Klein saw a black shadow squirming at the bottom of the door, a slender, iron-black threadworm burrowed in, its center arching high before flattening out, constantly circulating towards the desk. Its movements were very stiff, as though it had been dismantled into a slow-motion motion. It had a strange vibe to it. The iron-black threadworm wriggled to the desk and climbed to the top, leaving a path of rapidly evaporating mucus along the way. It stopped in front of the piece of paper with Ian Wright's information written on it. It suddenly raised its head, and the middle part of its body rose up, leaving only its tail supporting its body. At that moment, it looked like a human. After examining it for a while, the iron-black threadworm pushed the piece of paper in a different direction, then it returned the way it came and disappeared. So that's how it is. In other words, it's not that the infiltrator from last night didn't want to take revenge on me, but that he simply didn't have the ability. Unless this iron-black threadworm is highly toxic. Klein nodded in enlightenment and used divination to confirm that the Beyonder controlling the iron-black threadworm was an assignment from Ambassador of Intis, Bakerland Jean Mudun. After doing all of this, he used the grey fog to completely envelop the paper bag in the corner, then sent a message to Sunday. When the pointer of the pocket watch was in place, Klein pulled Justice, the Hanging Man, and Sun in at the same time. This week's tarot had arrived as scheduled, the familiar grey fog and hazy silhouettes came into view. Audrey, who had successfully advanced to sequence 8, stood up halfway, lifted her skirt slightly, and greeted happily. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool, good afternoon, Mr. the Hanging Man, good afternoon, Mr. Sun." Klein, who had long activated his spirit vision, used the uniqueness above the grey fog to notice that deep within Miss Justice's ether body, the surface of her astral projection had changed again. The uniform color was much purer. Hence, he chuckled and said, "Welcome, our Miss Telepathist." Audrey smiled reservedly and said a few humble words before turning her head to look across. "Mr. the Hanging Man, it's time for you to submit the 6 pages of your diary for this week. Perhaps Mr. Fool will make some connections after seeing it and tell us some common sense." The corners of her mouth curled up in anticipation. Alger nodded and began to conjure the 6 pages of Roselle's diary with Klein's help. Previously, he had thought of asking the fool if he should use the sacrificial method to directly submit the remaining diary pages, but seeing that the fool didn't seem too interested and didn't take the initiative to mention it, he gave up on the idea. And this was in line with his understanding. Roselle's diary pages were of some use to the godlike Mr. Fool, but it wasn't too much. He would collect them, but he wouldn't be in a hurry. The 6 pages of diary pages were quickly completed. Alger was about to present it to the fool at the end of the long bronze table when he suddenly thought of something. He hurriedly said respectfully, "Mr. Fool, I've found some information regarding the secret order." Information wasn't blocked in the vast ocean, but it wasn't timely enough. Those great pirates also valued information. They would often send people to the colonial islands to exchange information they had gathered. It was through this channel that Alger learned about the secret order. Very good. Klein nodded slightly, indicating for the hanging man to continue. He didn't avoid the presence of Miss Justice and Sunday. This would help the former to gather more information about the secret order, while the latter would not understand at all. At the same time, the 6 pages of the diary flashed into his palm. The hanging man Alger said unhurriedly, "The secret order has a certain connection with the Republic of Intis." Republic of Intis? That's right. Roselle the Great is from Intis. Zeradal found him in Trier, the capital of Intis. The secret order even participated in the famous incident of Intis. Yes, it's not too surprising that the secret order still has some connections with the Republic of Intis to this day. Klein confirmed that the information provided by the hanging man was true. As Klein's understanding of mysticism and the Beyonder domain deepened, and as he gradually experimented with some of the abilities of the space above the gray fog, he no longer felt as guilty as before when facing justice, the hanging man, and the sun. He no longer wanted to maintain an unfathomable image to prevent the members of the tarot from keenly seeing through his disguise. He now knew that although the deities of this world were powerful and bizarre, they were definitely not omniscient and omnipotent. This description could only be described by the legendary creator who created everything, and only the City of Silver still recited it. Deities had limitations, and deities could also fall into trouble. This was something that Klein could confirm at the moment. Be it the Book of Storms or the Revelation of Evernight, they more or less involved the corresponding content. Therefore, Klein had consciously added a persona in the recent tarot gatherings. He wanted to slowly portray himself as a powerhouse who was close to a deity but was unable to move freely due to a certain reason. This way, even if he occasionally showed that he didn't understand certain matters and occasionally asked for help, it wouldn't arouse the suspicion of the tarot members. Of course, the premise of all of this was that, through his previous attempts and the powerful strength displayed by his adorer, Aztec, he had implanted the image of a deity into the hearts of Justice, the hanging man, and the sun few. I hope that this portrayal will succeed. That way, I won't have to worry too much about not being able to answer their questions in the future. Of course, I still have to be tense when it comes to things that are considered common sense. I can't show any fear. Klein tapped the edge of the long ancient table with his finger and chuckled. I want to issue a mission. Mission? Audrey's ears moved slightly as her eyes widened. She was surprised, expectant, and perturbed. She clearly remembered that this was the first time Mr. Fool had officially issued a mission. Although he had previously made some commissions, they were all paid in advance. It looked like a random collection mission to comply with the principle of equivalent exchange. This time, he used the word promulgation. As a telepathic reader, Audrey was already very good at reading hidden meanings from a few words. At the same time, she keenly discovered that although the hanging man didn't seem to have changed, he was actually extremely nervous. As for Sun, he was ignorant and took it as a very normal thing. You can choose to accept it or not. With the help of the clown's powers, Klein made his tone sound rather relaxed. My other blessed has arrived in Bakeland. He wishes to complete something, but it's not convenient for him to appear himself. As for the other blessed, the hanging man nodded as though he was in thought. He wasn't surprised at all. In his eyes, it was a tacit fact that a powerful existence at the level of a deity like Mr. Fool had multiple blessed. I wonder what the sequence of Mr. Fool's blessed is. I actually still owe his previous blessed a bounty. Although Mr. Fool's reward was paid by the hanging man, and he isn't interested in money, I did pray with the intention of seeking help. Furthermore, Rear Admiral Hurricane was killed by that blessed. His blessed still needs a certain amount of funds. Audrey thought guiltily. Frankly speaking, in her eyes, £30,000 and a large plantation was indeed a huge amount of wealth, but that was all. It wouldn't have an obvious impact on her life. It's good if I have it, but it doesn't matter if I don't. I still feel a little heartache, a little. Audrey nodded to herself sincerely in her heart. As a girl who had yet to reach adulthood, ignoring the large plantation, she actually didn't have absolute control over the remaining £30,000. She could only follow the arrangements of her father, Earl of Hull, and buy some shares of the Bakeland Arms Corporation. She then invested in a company that strived to introduce some ironclad warship technology into the field of commercial ships. In the end, the bounty she received as pocket money was only £5,000. However, her fixed annuity income had increased by at least £2,000 from the original £15,000 to £25,000. Seeing that Justice and the others didn't say a word, Klein issued a mission. What he wants to accomplish is to assassinate the Republic of Intis's ambassador to the Kingdom of Rouen, Bakerland Jean Mudun. Assassinate the Republic of Intis's ambassador? Audrey couldn't control herself as she asked in surprise. This was an act that would cause a dispute between the two countries, or even cause a war. As a qualified noble lady, the first thing that came to her mind was international relations. As for the problem of Mr. Fool not doing it himself, she felt that it was only natural. How could there be an important figure who would always help his subordinates? After the kingdom lost the war on the east coast of Balam, His Majesty the King didn't personally take part in the war. At most, he would change a general and send new troops. Well, it said that His Majesty the King wanted to take part in the war himself, but he was stopped by the nobles and ministers. The hanging man Alger was only slightly surprised by this mission. His attention was focused on something else. Indeed, Mr. Fool is still unable to deeply interfere with the real world. My guess is correct. I wonder how much influence he can have on us after establishing a connection. Can he easily take our lives? Feeling a little smug, Alger gradually let his thoughts wander. Derek, on the other hand, listened with a blank look in his eyes. What is the Republic of Intis? What's an ambassador? This patchwork of Jotun is very strange. Klein looked around and maintained his relaxed attitude. Which one of you is willing to accept this mission? What kind of reward do you want? I can't convince myself to kill an innocent person for no reason. And this might very well lead to a disaster that stems from war. Audrey, who wanted to raise her hand, hesitated. At this moment, the hanging man chuckled and said, I heard that this Ambassador Bakerland is also the head of intelligence for the Republic of Intis in the kingdom. I heard that this Ambassador Bakerland is also the head of the Intis Republic's intelligence agency in the kingdom. He secretly supported the bloody demonstrations and planned some incidents that damaged the relationship between the nobles and the wealthy. He also spread a lot of rumors to incite the people to oppose the government. He seemed to see Justice's hesitation and described Bakerland's dark side in detail. Then, he added, I'm not sure if this ambassador is a Beyonder, but many clues indicate that he might very well be. He has quite a number of Beyonders around him, Beyonders from the Intis Intelligence Agency. And this department has long been influenced by the original royal family, the Sauron family. They control the early sequences of the Hunter pathway. Besides, whether or not a war will break out between the two countries depends on whether the upper echelons of both sides want to fight. It has nothing to do with the life and death of a diplomat. After the assassination of Roselle the Great, the Intis underwent a few major upheavals before finally maintaining a stable republican system. The Sauron family suffered a cruel blow during the Roselle era, and their strength in all aspects had greatly declined. They could only helplessly accept this reality and change their goal to fighting for seats in the parliament. They also secretly influenced the country's intelligence agency and a small number of troops. After listening to the information provided by the hanging man, the hesitation in Audrey's heart disappeared. She nodded elegantly. In recent years, the Faesac Empire has expanded rapidly. It has successively defeated the kingdom and the Republic of Intis on the east coast of Balam and in the highlands of Stars. As long as the problem is pushed to them, the upper echelons and citizens of the Intis Republic can accept it and be willing to believe it. Audrey didn't know much about politics, but with a father who was a member of parliament and a hereditary earl, she had still seen and heard a lot of things. Regardless of whether it was to shirk responsibility or to divert internal conflicts, the northern barbarians, who had always been unpopular, were the favorite targets of the nobles and ministers. They were also the easiest targets to use. As for whether it was done by them or not, that wasn't important. Of course, more than 100 years ago, this role was played by the Intis Republic and Roselle. After pondering for a few seconds, Audrey looked at the end of the long bronze table with a little apprehension and guilt. Mr. Fool, I can attempt to complete this mission, but I can't guarantee success. On the one hand, she planned to find her father to confirm if Ambassador Bakerland was really the head of the Intis intelligence agency. On the other hand, she had no intention of doing it herself. Be it a spectator or a telepathist, they weren't the type who were good at combat. She could only try her best to gather as much information on Ambassador Bakerland in high society before entrusting the mission to him. I can get Zio and Furs to get Mystery to do it. Or find a few other hosts of the Beyonder circles. I can't expose myself. This matter has to be kept secret. Who knows if there might be an Intis intelligence agent lurking in those circles. I wonder how much money I'll have to pay. £5,000 might not be enough. Audrey began to think of her future plans. Klein didn't have extravagant hopes that the Sequence 8 Miss Justice would succeed. He nodded slightly and said, "What do you wish to receive in return?" "The formula for psychiatrist." Audrey blurted out. Then, she added hesitantly, "as well as the corresponding Beyonder ingredients." This can be discussed after the mission is completed. If I don't succeed, I'll bear the cost myself. I still owe your adorer bounty. Bounty? So the bounty has been given to Miss Justice. £10,000, that's £5,000. Shrouded in grey fog, Klein thought for a few seconds about how much Ambassador Bakerland was worth. In the end, he believed that he was definitely more expensive than Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings. "Sure," Klein replied in a normal tone. At this moment, the hanging man Alger said, "I'll also accept this mission." "I will also accept this mission. The reward can be determined after the mission is completed." "Didn't you return to the sea?" Audrey asked in surprise. "Just because I'm not in Bakerland doesn't mean that I can't assassinate Ambassador Bakerland," Alger said with a smile without giving a direct explanation. Sun, who was beside him, couldn't join in the conversation. Klein nodded in agreement. "All right." On the 29th of October, the leader of the secret order, Zeradol, visited me again. He didn't mention anything specific and only casually chatted for a while. I was unable to guess his true intentions. It seemed like he only wanted to strengthen our communication and understanding of each other. Having already met 2 high-sequence Beyonders of the Church, I felt that Zeradol was stronger and more mysterious than them. Therefore, I asked him in passing without much hope, asking him what sequence he was at. In the end, he actually answered me. He said that he was a Sequence 2 miracle invoker. Sequence 2? In the Church's classification, that's an angel, a level close to that of a deity. As expected, he's stronger than the alchemists and arcane scholars I met before. However, my intuition tells me that Zeradol wasn't telling the whole truth. Sequence 2 might just be his previous position, or perhaps he's about to advance. Miracle Invoker? A master who's good at creating miracles? The name of this potion really makes one's imagination run wild. This is the corresponding Sequence 2 of Seer, a miracle invoker who controls fate? I probed Zeradol and asked if the so-called miracles were the miracles of fate. Is the Seer pathway a pathway that gradually understands fate, grasps fate, and controls fate? Zeradol skipped the first question. He told me that fate is only a part of the Seer pathway, and it doesn't even belong to the main body. The pathway that truly represents fate is Monster. He gave a few examples. They were all potion names of the monster sequence. Sequence 7, Lucky, Sequence 5, Winner, Sequence 2, Prophet, as well as the top of the Sequence 1, Snake of Mercury. This is also known as the Snake of Fate. This is the first Sequence 1 I know of. It hit me right on the mark. According to what I know, the monster pathway should be controlled by the life school of thought. This school of thought also seems to have a portion of the apothecary pathway. They advocate the three divisions of the world of absolute rationality, the world of spirits, and the world of matter. Yes, it's pretty cool. Zeradol told me that the life school of thought is good at astrology. They pursue the path of using medicine, music, light, wine, and fragrance to harmonize the soul, eliminating unfavorable astrological signs and unfavorable fate. They believe that disasters and diseases are caused by the imbalance between humans and nature, between humans and their minds. He also added meaningfully that the life school of thought worships the moon. Why worship the moon and not the evernight goddess? This diary took up 2 pages and was obviously copied from the front and back of the original. There's a lot of information. Klein sighed silently from the bottom of his heart. This was also the first time he knew the name of a Sequence 1 potion. The Snake of Mercury and the Snake of Fate could easily make people yearn for them, and this is also the first time I've learned of a Sequence 2, the corresponding Sequence 2 of Seer. The name Miracle Invoker isn't bad. It's rich in meaning, and its level isn't low. Of course, compared to Prophet, it feels a little inferior. Fate is only a part of the Seer pathway. It's not even the main body. I have to remember this point and constantly examine myself. I can't stray from fate, or it might cause me to fail my acting. Zeradol's words have been corroborated, and there's no problem. The monster pathway is the true path of fate. So a prophet is a Sequence 2. Now that I think about it, I actually knew of a Sequence 2 in the past. Although Klein's gaze didn't move away from the paper, he began to seriously consider his own sequence chain. Due to the digestion experience of the seer and clown potions, as well as the evolution from prying into fate and revering fate to having a slight premonition of fate, but still feeling helpless against fate, he gradually equated the core essence of his Beyonder pathway with a deep understanding of fate. If not for this diary entry, he might very well have used this as a premise to understand and act out the subsequent sequences. As for whether Zeradol was lying or not, Klein was certain that the monster pathway was definitely the fate sequence. This matched the description he had read from the Nighthawk's internal information, and it also matched the name of the potion, Prophet, that he had long heard of. Since there was a fate sequence, there was a high chance that the seer pathway wouldn't overlap with the other pathway. This would result in a certain degree of overlap, and it would be inconsistent with the different characteristics of the various sequences. Therefore, Klein was inclined to believe in Zeradol's words. He was inclined to believe that fate was only a part of the seer pathway, and it didn't even belong to the main body. The value of these 2 diary pages is immeasurable to me now. Alchemist and arcane scholar should be high sequence beyonders of the savant pathway. From Roselle's tone, they definitely don't belong to Sequence 2 or 1. That is to say, one is Sequence 4, and the other is Sequence 3. I'm temporarily unable to determine who is Sequence 4 and who is Sequence 3. Klein reined in his thoughts, flipped through the diary, and continued reading. As for why the life school of thought only worshipped the moon and not the evernight goddess who symbolized the crimson moon, he wasn't able to think too deeply about it due to the lack of relevant information. The 3rd diary page was Roselle's mental journey of inventing a practical steam engine. He was worried about being suppressed by others, and he was afraid that the results would be snatched away by important figures. His words revealed that he was being persecuted by others. I never expected that Roselle the Great, who thinks of himself as the protagonist of this era, would have such a nervous and worried side. The corner of Klein's mouth twitched as he flipped to the 4th diary page. April 18th. Matilda is pregnant. This is to be expected. I can even tell you the exact moment of lovemaking, because I felt the decrease in my Beyonder characteristic. Once the pregnancy is successful, my own Beyonder characteristic will follow a mysterious connection and transfer a portion of it to my child. After that, I worriedly asked Archbishop Van Esten. He told me that this is a normal phenomenon. Beyonder characteristics at sequence 7 and below won't be passed down to their descendants, but it's not absolute. Sequence 6 and 5 will naturally pass down a portion, but not much. It won't affect one's strength too much, and that child will be born with certain Beyonder powers that are close to sequence 9. But correspondingly, his pathway will be fixed. At high sequences, the inheritance of Beyonder characteristics is something that can be controlled. One can choose to inherit it or not inherit it. One can also choose to inherit a little, a third, half, or all of it. In other words, the child of a high sequence beyonder might be born a beyonder. As for the sequence, it's up to his father or mother. I wonder if the descendants of deities are the same. After reading this diary entry, there were only two phrases in Klein's mind: law of beyonder characteristics indestructibility and law of beyonder characteristics conservation. This is the law of survival for beyonder creatures? It's no wonder that some magical animals only give birth before they die. It's no wonder that there's a phenomenon of killing and bloodlust after giving birth. The target is of the same species, or even a partner. This is to replenish the beyonder characteristic. According to this logic, going all the way up, where did the earliest beyonder characteristics come from? Out of thin air? The creator who created everything. As Miss Justice had advanced to telepathist, Klein controlled the urge to nod and continued reading. The 5th page was Roselle's lamentations. He lamented that no one here could appreciate his pop music and thought that he was making noise. At the same time, he lamented that refreshing literature was a common pursuit of different people in different worlds. The novel that was plagiarized from the Count of Monte Cristo was very popular, allowing the newspaper he founded to flourish. Emperor, is there anything else you haven't done? With a smile, Klein turned to the 6th page, which was also the last page. November 10th. I secretly met with the pirate Savini Solomon at the White Maple Palace. I hoped that he would plunder my opponents on the New Sea route and attack the ships of Faysac, Rouen, and Feynapotter. And I promised to help him advance to a high sequence beyonder. The potion names of the beyonder pathway of the Dark Emperor are as strange as the Demoness pathway. Corruption, chaos, depravity, disorder. However, in order to echo the Dark Emperor, they added suffixes on their own. Baron of Corruption, Mentor of Chaos, Earl of the Fallen, Prince of Disorder. In order for Savini to live up to his name in the future, I decided to secretly confer him the title of Court Earl. Savini has a child named Nast Solomon. My intuition tells me that he will dominate the 5 seas in the future. Nast Solomon. King of the 5 seas, Nast? The one who claims to be a descendant of the Solomon Empire, Nast? He was actually born during Roselle's time. Klein was stunned. As Roselle had mentioned the term New Sea route, Klein easily determined the corresponding year. The discovery of the New Sea route and the southern continent happened in 1194, and the assassination of Roselle happened in 1198. The diary entry could only be between the two. That also meant that it was 151 to 155 years ago. If the king of the 5 seas, Nast Solomon, is really the Nast Solomon that Roselle mentioned, then he's almost 160 years old. Is this due to some other reason, or is it because high-sequence beyonders receive an extended lifespan to begin with? Klein thought and thought. Restraining his speculations, he made the diary disappear from his hand and looked at Justice and the others. You can trade or communicate freely now. Mr. Fool doesn't have any general knowledge to tell us today. Audrey felt a little disappointed. She turned her eyes and looked at Sun diagonally across her. Can I exchange information related to dragons from you? She clearly remembered that Mr. Sun had referred to the spectator pathway as the dragon pathway and indicated that it originated from the dragons. Yes, I wish to obtain the sequence 8 potion formula of the Bard pathway. Derek, who had been silent all this while, replied hesitantly. Audrey wasn't surprised by Sun's request. Since the City of Silver had popularized the acting method, he should be nearing the end of his digestion. Seeking the subsequent potion formula would definitely be one of the highest priorities. I wonder how I'm going to act as a bard. Sing poetry every day? Hide to the side when encountering a battle, and use my singing to bring courage and strength to my companions? Or should I bless myself first, then charge forward with my hammer and sword? I wonder if this will improve my singing ability. If it does, I'll definitely be an outstanding singer or opera actress. Audrey thought with interest. She deliberately didn't express her stance to show that she was in a difficult position. She didn't want Sun to raise the price at the last minute. This wasn't something she had been taught at home, nor was it something she had learned at Beyonder gatherings. It was purely a technique she had figured out herself after advancing to telepathist. I will find the corresponding sequence 8 potion formula for the Bard pathway for you as soon as possible, but not today. Can you accept it? Audrey said after some deliberation. She then looked at the end of the long ancient table. We can get Mr. Fool to bear witness. At this moment, Klein smiled. Miss Justice, perhaps I can help you pay for the light supplement formula. Audrey's eyes immediately lit up. She nodded slightly. No problem. Then, what should I use to exchange for it? I haven't thought about it yet. Klein chuckled. There's no rush. Perhaps my blessed will need help in the future. The problem he was considering was very simple. If Miss Justice were to obtain the light supplement potion formula from her circle of beyonders, then wouldn't the knowledge he had obtained from the eternal blazing sun, which he had paid the price of nearly being burnt to a crisp, go to waste? At the very least, it wouldn't be of any use in the tarot. All right, I'll do my best to help them. Audrey promised happily. Klein pressed his hand down, and a yellowish-brown goatskin parchment appeared in front of him. On it was the formula of the light supplement potion. It included alternative ingredients and ancient names, and all of them were translated into Jotun. Main ingredients: 1 radiant stone or dazzling soul powder, mirror hedgehog's blood or lava troll's heart. Supplementary ingredients: 1 golden-edged sunflower, 3 drops of aconite juice. With a gentle push, the parchment appeared in front of Sunday. Although he knew that even if he completely forgot it, he could still recall it by praying to Mr. Fool, Derek still recited the formula seriously. After a while, he said, Miss Justice, we can discuss matters regarding dragons. Mr. Fool, I request a private conversation. Audrey quickly raised her hand. She had originally thought that Sun would instantiate the corresponding content on paper for her to read, but that wouldn't be convenient for her to raise questions. She would have to write it down and push it back to Sun, making communication extremely complicated. Private conversation? In a real private conversation, you probably won't understand what Sun is saying. It's the same for Sun. Klein nodded in a calm tone. All right. In the circle of beyonders, Hermes was a knowledge that had to be mastered. Ancient Hermes was one of the more popular content that could be learned. Jotun, Dragonese, and Elvish were relatively rare, and few understood them. Before he finished his sentence, Klein blocked the hanging man, preventing him from seeing or hearing him. Elder was interested in the information regarding dragons, but it wasn't to the point where he was willing to pay the price to listen in. Therefore, he maintained his silence and waited quietly. Seeing that Mr. Fool had gestured for them to begin the conversation, Sun fell silent for a few seconds, organized his words, and said, The dragons are the archenemies of the Giant King's court. The dragons are the mortal enemies of the Giant King's court. They look like enlarged lizards, and their bodies are covered in scales of different colors. Their limbs are thick and powerful, and their wings are wide enough to propel their huge bodies into flight. They are the rulers of the sky. Some of them have flaming breaths, some can control lightning, some can bring about corrosion, and some can create frost. However, these aren't the mainstream of the dragons. The most numerous dragons are the dragon of the mind, represented by Dragon King Ankwelt. The Beyonder pathway that originates from the dragon of the mind is the spectator pathway. In the City of Silver, we usually call it the dragon pathway. For such transactions, Derek had initially planned on using the history textbooks from his general education class. However, after discovering that Miss Justice, Mr. the Hanging Man, and himself didn't seem to be in the same world, he gradually realized the value of the commonly seen history in the City of Silver. Therefore, he only mentioned dragons this time, and didn't mention anything about giants, elves, mutants, phoenixes, vampires, and other relevant information. Dragon King Ankwelt. This is consistent with the records in the church's canon. Audrey nodded slightly and politely didn't interrupt Sun's explanation. Derek recalled the textbook. At that time, the strongest and most terrifying of the dragons was the Dragon King Ankwelt. He was also known as the Dragon of Imagination. Other than that, his son, Alzahad, was also a famous powerhouse who shrouded the sky and overlooked the land and the sea. He was known as the Dragon of Nightmare. Regarding the Dragon of Imagination Ankwelt, there's a legend that the objects it imagines will definitely appear. The kingdom it imagines will definitely descend upon the physical world. The future it declares will definitely play out and become a reality. This? Klein, who was listening by the side, suddenly frowned. If it wasn't for the fact that Audrey was focused on listening to Sun, she would definitely have noticed his abnormality, even through the thick gray fog. The description just now made him think of sealed artifact 0-08, the declared future will definitely play out. The characteristics are somewhat consistent. Klein leaned back in his chair, looking more relaxed, but in fact, he was even more focused. The dragon of imagination is very cool. This is the performance of a deity. Audrey's eyes lit up as she listened. She was excited and filled with anticipation. Derek paused for a few seconds before continuing. Its son, the dragon of nightmare, Alzahad, is equally terrifying. Its son, the dragon of nightmare, Alzahad, is equally terrifying. It can control the minds of every living creature and make them act according to its will. These creatures find it difficult to detect, believing that it is their true thoughts. It can also weave real nightmares in reality, making many living creatures unconsciously join in, and then give them the cruelest and most horrifying ending. Legend has it that it especially loves pranks. It will make a prince kiss a princess awake, but the awakened princess will already be mostly rotten. It will make girls from ordinary families wear dancing shoes and dance in front of the prince, but they won't be able to stop until they die. It will create all kinds of coincidences, turning the fates of many creatures into tragedies. All kinds of coincidences. This sounds more like sealed artifact 0-08. Of course, I don't know much about that sealed artifact. Klein resisted the urge to reach out and rub his chin, making himself look like an ancient well. What an evil dragon. However, its powers are very interesting, Audrey said, half sighing and half excited. This is the future of the spectator pathway? No, I have to call it the dragon pathway. I don't want to switch to another sequence. Audrey wished she could immediately become a Sequence 7 psychiatrist and continue advancing rapidly. Sun replied sincerely, it's been 2,000 to 3,000 years since the history of the dragons and the giants. It has been 2,000 to 3,000 years since the history of the giant dragons and the giant kings. Everything I know comes from textbooks and legends. I can't guarantee that it's true. At least your history isn't lost, Audrey consoled him in a good mood. What happened after that? After that? The Lord that created everything awakened. The dragon of imagination and the dragon of nightmare, and other famous dragons fell from the sky and lost everything, including their lives. This prevented the sun from shining on the land for 49 days, causing countless volcanoes to erupt and floods to flood the land. From then on, the dragons declined and could only retreat to various dangerous places. After that, the giant king's court was destroyed by the Lord, Derek recounted with a heavy tone. This is different from the history I know. Didn't the Lord of Storms, the eternal blazing sun, and the God of knowledge and wisdom lead humans to defeat the dragons and giants, killing their kings? Audrey was confused as she felt that time and space were somewhat misaligned with history. Klein was also filled with doubts about this. He felt that the real history was filled with mysteries, especially the history of the second epic, which was even more ancient than ancient history. Most of the myths and legends recorded in the church's canon are likely fake, but the history passed down in the City of Silver can't be completely trusted. What would the real history be like? He reined in his thoughts and smiled. Are you done with your exchange? That's all I know, Sun replied guiltily. He felt that the information he provided didn't match the value of the light supplement potion formula. Audrey took a deep breath and curled the corners of her mouth. I'm very satisfied. I know the direction of the future, she happily added in her heart. After the few members conversed for a while, Klein announced the end of this week's tarot. After sending Miss Justice and the others off, he didn't stay for long and quickly returned to his bedroom to reduce the risk of being discovered. Empress Burrow, Earl Hall's luxurious villa. Audrey paced back and forth happily, planning to reward Susie with a few dog snacks. At that moment, she heard someone knock on the door. From the footsteps and the corresponding rhythm, she recognized it to be her personal maid, Annie. Come in. Audrey looked into the mirror, tidied her hair, and straightened her back. Annie came in with a piece of paper and smiled. Miss, your telegram is from the southern continent. Southern continent? Alfred? Audrey suddenly thought of her brother and happily took the paper. She focused her eyes and looked at it carefully. It was indeed a telegram sent by her second brother, Alfred Hall, from the east coast of the southern continent's Balam Empire. On it was written, "Found the rainbow salamander you want. There are 2 of them. Please wait to receive them. But I don't need them anymore." Audrey was dumbfounded. She blinked and suddenly turned her head to look at Susie. "Alright, although I don't need it anymore, I can give it to Susie. I can use it to exchange for other Beyonder ingredients." Susie's potion is still lacking the spinal fluid of a Farsman rabbit. There are some things that I can leave to Susie. It's much more convenient than doing it myself. Every great detective needs a good assistant. Yes. Audrey quickly made a decision. To her, this wasn't something she particularly cared about. After putting down the telegram, her joy subsided, and the worries of reality gradually emerged. I still owe Mr. Fool information on the secret order, the mission to assassinate the ambassador of Intis, and a request from his adorer. I finally understand what it feels like to be burdened with a heavy debt. Audrey, we can't delay any longer. Let's begin. The girl quietly clenched her fists, planning to find a pen and paper to write a letter to Viscount Glaint. She wanted him to arrange for her to meet with Xiao and Furs as soon as possible and entrust the matter to them. She picked up the fountain pen and dipped it in ink. Audrey suddenly stopped writing on her wrist. She had just thought of a very critical problem, and that was that she knew very little about the ambassador of Intis, Bakerland. Under such circumstances, it was easy to misjudge the difficulty. Either she couldn't find someone willing to accept the mission, or she would entrust it to an unsuitable person, causing the mission to face failure at the very beginning. As for the price of inflating herself, that wasn't what she was concerned about. She believed that Mr. Fool's reward would be even better and more helpful to her. After pondering for a moment, Audrey turned to the maid, Annie. Tell Countess Kalia that I accept the invitation and will be on time for her ball tomorrow night. Kalia was the wife of Count Wolf, and her upcoming ball had invited ambassadors from various countries to Rouen, including Bakerland Jean Mudun. Audrey had originally wanted to use her illness as an excuse to reject the invitation, but now, she was filled with interest for the ball. After observing Ambassador Bakerland and gathering enough information, she would meet Xiao and Furs. Audrey suddenly felt the excitement of participating in a major event and beginning her dream of an adventurous life, the capital of the Rorstad archipelago, the city of generosity, Byam. After returning to the real world, Alger Wilson changed into a set of flashy clothes from the Republic of Intis. He entered the alley from the back door of the hotel and took a detour through a few streets. He stopped in front of a house without a garden or lawn, took out a common white hard-shell mask, and put it on his face. Then, he stretched out his hand and knocked on the door. There were 3 heavy knocks and 2 light knocks, with 2 long and 2 short intervals. After waiting for more than 10 seconds, the door creaked open. A man with a pirate bandana poked his head out and quickly looked around. "Come in." The man stepped aside and said in a deep voice. Alger didn't say anything and quietly walked into the house. Clang, the door suddenly closed. At 15 Minsk Street, Klein opened the curtains and sat at his desk. The information given to him by the hanging man from the secret order allowed him to know that the target was likely related to the Republic of Intis. At the same time, he recalled how the hanging man had described the Antigonus family, strange and terrifying. Last night, the Beyonder who used the iron-black nematode to sneak into my room, peeked at the information, and left a warning was indeed a little strange. The sequence chain that the Antigonus family controls is the seer pathway of the secret order, so the two can be equated. In other words, I can make a guess that the Beyonder from last night was a member of the secret order, a spy for the Republic of Intis? Or perhaps he doesn't belong to the secret order, but obtained the corresponding formula and potion through the connection between the Republic of Intis and the secret order? Klein began to make bold assumptions and carefully seek confirmation. This can explain why my clown premonition didn't work when the strange iron-black nematode invaded. This stems from the suppression of a high-sequence Beyonder of the same pathway. Of course, there's also the reason why the iron-black nematode didn't pose any real threat to me. Similarly, it can also explain why an iron-black threadworm infiltrated my room that very night after I finished writing the report on Ian Wright. Furthermore, it went straight for my desk. The other party has the powers of a seer, which makes the matter sufficiently logical, after repeated deliberation, Klein felt that his guess was very likely close to the truth. If it's really a high-sequence Beyonder of the Seer pathway, what sequence is he, and what's the name of the potion? To be able to control the iron-black nematode, could it be another powerhouse of the circus, a beast tamer? Klein shook his head in a self-deprecating and amused manner. Perhaps my subsequent potion formulas will be obtained from him. Is this the true meaning of the revelation I received from my divination? Bakeland is really a land of hope. Klein muttered to himself and began to consider what to do next. He had already entrusted the mission of assassinating the Intis ambassador, Bakerland, to completely eliminate any latent dangers. He had to avoid arousing suspicion, and he didn't have the ability to do so. After leaking Ian Wright's whereabouts to both parties, he believed that Ambassador Bakerland wouldn't have the time to seek revenge on him in the short term, nor would he cause any additional trouble. Finding the item he spoke of was obviously the thing he was most concerned about. In other words, before that item is found, I'm safe. There's no need to be in a hurry to hire a powerful Beyonder bodyguard. Yes, even if there's any subsequent retaliation, the ambassador won't be able to hire a high-sequence Beyonder to deal with me. It's neither economical nor necessary. After all, Bakeland isn't his home turf. The greatest possibility is that I'll hand it over to the Beyonder who used the iron-black nematode to sneak into my room last night. He's at least a sequence 7, or even a sequence 6 or 5. He has sufficient strength and is familiar with the situation. When the time comes, I'll just hire a bodyguard according to this standard. I hope that before that, the ambassador will never be able to give any orders. Klein looked out the window at the fog that had finally dissipated, seemingly in a daze. He decided to continue going to the Brave tonight. Firstly, it was to use Caspers to make contact with other Beyonders and build a foundation for choosing a suitable bodyguard. Secondly, it was to find an opportunity to sell Massault's Beyonder characteristic and raise some funds. Thirdly, it was to see if anyone was selling powerful mystical items to increase his strength. This was a plan that would never go out of date. After making up his mind, Klein pretended to be leisurely flipping through the newspapers. He waited until the sky turned dark before slowly getting up and making himself tomato oxtail soup. After having his fill, he drew the bedroom curtains as usual and decided not to open them for the night. Following that, he summoned himself and responded to himself, becoming a special spirit body. He moved the Aztec copper whistle above the gray fog, Massault's Beyonder characteristic, self-made charms, various materials, and tarot cards back to the real world, leaving behind only a few items like the blood-stained contract. After doing all of this and equipping himself with the corresponding items, Klein's strength returned to its peak, and he once again became half a mysticism expert. After adjusting his collar, he took his hat and cane and left 15 Minsk Street. Iron Gate Street, inside the Brave. Klein, who had exchanged a glass of beer for information, found Caspers in a card room. He was playing Fight Evil while betting on a particular boxer outside. He was having a rather good time. This familiar environment reminded Klein of the last time he met Merrick, who was playing Texas with more than 10 zombies. He was suddenly glad that he hadn't brought Aztec's copper whistle. If I had brought the copper whistle that Mr. Aztec gave me back then, I reckon Merrick's zombies would have rebelled on the spot and warmly entertained me. I wonder what his expression would have been like. Klein stood by the door and nodded at Caspers Kalinin. Caspers covered his cards and cursed. He got up, walked to the door, and said in a low voice, "I'll take you to a place. Although the people there aren't as good as Merrick, they're rather powerful. As for whether you can make a deal, it has nothing to do with me. However, I have to warn you in advance not to anger them, or you might not be able to see the sun tomorrow. Of course, it won't be easy to see the sun in Bakeland after September." "Do I need to pay you?" Klein asked sincerely. Caspers nodded in satisfaction. £2. That's enough to buy a revolver at a weapons store. Although they'll price it at £3, they can basically bargain it down to about £2. Klein mumbled and gave Caspers 2 £1 notes. Caspers turned around and said to his mahjong friends. He then led Klein and limped to the bar's kitchen. From there, they entered the alley at the back and circled around to a house that was dimly lit. He took out an iron mask that could only cover half his face and handed it to Klein with a chuckle. He chuckled and said, "I'll take it as you bought it for £2. I can buy a lot of them for £2. Klein wore the iron mask and deliberately messed up his hair. Seeing that he was ready, Caspers knocked on the door rhythmically. 7 or 8 seconds later, a small wooden panel on the door was suddenly pulled open, revealing a brown eye behind it. After being scrutinized for a while, Klein finally saw the door open. A man wearing an iron mask stood there and handed Klein a hooded robe. He said to Caspers with a hoarse voice, "Remember to tell me ahead of time next time. Otherwise, humph." He closed the door, turned around, and led Klein through the dark living room into the living room on the first floor. There was a lit candle on the coffee table. The faint yellow light illuminated the entire room. There were about 10 people sitting on the sofa and chairs around the coffee table. They were all dressed in hooded robes and iron-colored masks. After putting on his robe, Klein quietly found a chair in the corner and sat down. He heard a chubby man grumble. He heard a chubby man complain, "Recently, there's been a group of wild beasts in the sewers. They've eaten a lot of the herbs I planted." He's good at concocting potions, treating illnesses, and growing quite a number of herbs in the sewers. Is he an apothecary? I wonder if he's a member of the life school of thought or a believer of Earth Mother. Of course, it's more likely to be wild. Klein listened thoughtfully and did not speak carelessly. In the kingdom of Ruan, because the Church of the Storm rejected the eternal blazing sun, the god of knowledge and wisdom, and the Church of the Evernight Goddess and the Church of the God of Combat were incompatible, only Earth Mother obtained the right to proselytize. However, under the tacit suppression of the 3 churches, they only had a few churches with pitifully few believers. They didn't even need to form a Beyonder squad, and even if they did, they wouldn't be recognized by the government and wouldn't be able to cooperate with the police. They were considered illegal armed forces. According to the Nighthawk's internal records, the Church of Earth Mother controlled the planter and apothecary sequence pathways. However, the latter didn't seem to be complete. The hood of the man suspected to be the apothecary was pulled back, revealing his iron-black mask. However, the mask only covered the area above the bridge of his nose, making the fat on his cheeks clearly visible as if they were trembling. I repeat, I need someone to help me clean up the new beasts that have appeared in the sewers. You only need to clean up the Bakeland Bridge area. I will pay you with 4 bottles of precious medicine. 2 of them can effectively stop the bleeding and promote the healing of the wounds. Trust me, this is much better than going to the clinic for suturing. It will be effective for 6 months. The man who was suspected to be the apothecary stated his request and the corresponding conditions. He suddenly chuckled and continued describing. The other 2 bottles have an expiry date of 1.5 months. It can allow a man to regain the impulses he had when he was 17 or 18 years old, turning him into a Beyonder in bed. Hee, you know what I mean. Even if it exceeds the expiry date, it will still produce an effect. However, it will spread from there to the entire body. The user will become abnormally violent, and their strength, speed, and agility will increase greatly. They will enter a state of weakness after half an hour. Why does he look like an old military doctor who sticks advertisements on telephone poles? And he's even shamelessly promoting expired medicine. Klein couldn't help but silently criticize. After saying that, the suspected apothecary saw that the activity room was silent. No one spoke, so he could only grit his teeth and say, "You're the apothecary. On top of the... For precious potions, I'll add an additional £30. Finally, a man sitting on the edge of the sofa spoke. He looked around and said in a low voice, "I accept this commission. Pay 2 bottles of medicine in advance, 1 of each type. Mr. Eye of Wisdom will be the witness." "No problem." An old man on a single-seater sofa nodded. The wrinkles on his cheeks were deep, his skin was slightly shriveled, and his voice sounded old. From this, Klein could tell that he was not a young man. All right. The suspected apothecary heaved a sigh of relief. After the deal was made, the gathering seemed to liven up a little. Soon, a woman whose face was completely covered by the shadow of a hood said, "I want to sell 2 weapons." Weapons? Klein adjusted his sitting posture and became even more focused. For the time being, he was unable to level up. If he wanted to increase his strength, he could only start with external objects. One is a runic steel sword, created by the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sunday. It has purification and exorcism effects. It's the nemesis of water ghosts, vengeful spirits, living corpses, and other undead creatures. It can be used for another 3 years. Of course, its sharpness is enough to kill. The woman's voice alternated between high and low, clearly concealing her characteristics. 500 pounds, or the formula of Sequence 8 Barbarian, and you can have it. So expensive. For me, there's no reason I have to obtain it. If I really encounter an undead creature that I can't deal with at the moment, blowing the copper whistle is a better solution. Even if I don't find Mr. Aztec, just that messenger alone should be able to deter many undead creatures. Klein shook his head inwardly as he listened to the woman introduce the second weapon. Meat saw knife. It has an intricate mechanical structure and can be transformed. It's easy to carry around. This is a weapon for combat. It's made by an outstanding craftsman and is rare. 25 pounds. The price difference between a weapon with Beyonder effects and a similar one without such effects is really huge. Klein watched from the side until the runic steel sword was bought by a gloomy man in another corner, and the meat saw knife became Mr. Eye of Wisdom's collection. Some of the subsequent transactions were successful, while others were unsuccessful. The only thing that Klein was interested in was the fortune accessory, a Beyonder item that could increase one's fortune for 3 months. However, this wasn't his main goal, and the price wasn't good either. Seeing that the scene had returned to silence, he slowly exhaled and suppressed his voice. I want to sell an item. After attracting everyone's attention, he took out an iron cigar case and pushed out the dark red Beyonder characteristic that resembled jelly. Without needing to organize his words, he introduced it, having already prepared a script in his mind. This is something I obtained from a corpse. I don't know what it does, but I find it magical. Perhaps anyone here knows it? Klein deliberately didn't mention that it was a Beyonder characteristic, nor did he mention that the dark red jelly in his hand could replace the main ingredient of the hunter potion. This involved the law of Beyonder characteristics' indestructibility, and he didn't want to benefit the members of this Beyonder gathering. In addition, Klein still had the intention of probing to see if anyone here knew about the law of Beyonder characteristics' indestructibility. Such a fellow was definitely stronger than the others, or perhaps he had a stronger background, making him suitable for bodyguard missions. At the same time, he continued pretending to be an ordinary person who didn't know much about the Beyonder Circle. Although the members of the gathering here couldn't see through the iron mask and see his face clearly, Kasper's Kalina knew what he looked like, and many people in the activity room likely knew this black market arms dealer. Be careful and cautious were the words that Klein had been emphasizing to himself before and after he left the house today. Gazes scrutinized the dark red object in his hand, but Klein wasn't a spectator, so he couldn't tell what it meant. After more than 10 seconds, no one spoke. The activity room was as quiet as a cemetery. At this moment, Eye of Wisdom, who was sitting on the single-seater sofa, coughed and said, I roughly know what it is and what it does, but knowledge needs to be exchanged for something. I'll pay 400 pounds. Trust me, this is a fair price. Of course, you have the right to refuse. The main ingredient of a Sequence 9 potion is about 150 to 200 pounds. A total of 2 are needed, which adds up to about 400 pounds. The price given is very reasonable. This old gentleman with the codename Eye of Wisdom seems to recognize that it belongs to the hunter sequence. He doesn't need divination to recognize it directly. Could he be a Sequence 7 appraiser of the savant pathway? Klein thought for a moment. Deal. But, sir, you don't have to pay in a hurry. I have another request. What commission? Eye of Wisdom asked in an old voice. Klein deliberated and said, it's like this. I offended according to your circle, it should be a Sequence 6, maybe a Sequence 5 guy. I want to hire a bodyguard. Sequence 6, maybe 5? Why don't you just die in peace? If we have reached this level, why do we still need to participate in such small gatherings? The man suspected to be the apothecary blurted out. There was a hint of mockery in his surprise. Although the other members of the gathering didn't say a word, from the fact that no one accepted the mission, their thoughts were similar to the man suspected to be the apothecary. Eye of Wisdom chuckled and said, perhaps you don't know enough about our circle. Perhaps you don't know enough about our circle. Sequence 6 or 5 are extremely powerful and terrifying figures. Yes, there have been many cases of Sequence 8s and Sequence 9s killing powerhouses of this level, but that's an experience that's difficult to replicate. I believe no one here is willing to take the huge risk to protect you. If we can confirm that the other party is only Sequence 6 and doesn't have the corresponding mystical item, perhaps someone will challenge this mission. Alright, I can't be sure. Klein threw up his hands and said, then I can only work hard to save myself. What can 400 pounds buy? The mystical item you were talking about? Believe me, a mystical item that can be bought with 400 pounds definitely won't be able to deal with your enemy. It might even bring you additional danger. I suggest that you apologize to the other party, sincerely apologize. Perhaps 400 pounds can buy his understanding, I have wisdom advised sincerely. Frankly speaking, I've considered it, but I don't think they will accept it. Klein was about to answer when the man who had accepted the mission of clearing the sewers suddenly laughed. Perhaps you can take a gamble. I have a mystical item here. I'll sell it to you for 400 pounds. It can allow you to hear the voice of a great existence. If you're lucky and decipher useful information from it, you will become very powerful. Protecting yourself will no longer be a problem. Well, if you're unlucky and decipher a curse, or if you can't, you will be injured or even die. Do you want to take a gamble? Before he could finish his sentence, I have wisdom growled, Black Snake, don't mention that ominous item of yours. Black Snake chuckled and said, I didn't lie. I didn't violate the rules here. I told him the pros and cons and let him choose for himself. Well, the probability of deciphering useful information is about 10%. Do you want to take a gamble? Russian roulette in the Beyonder world. Hearing the voice of a great existence. This is the Aurora Order's listener, right? An item left behind after the secret suppliant's corresponding Sequence 8 listener lost control? Klein looked at Black Snake, who was suspected to be a member of the Aurora Order, and thought of many things. Maybe I can take a gamble? No, it can't be called a gamble, because I want to bring this item above the gray fog before using it. I can already bring real items above the gray fog. This way, I can avoid harm to the greatest extent. However, this is only the relic of a Sequence 8 Beyonder, so the corresponding gains might not be that good. 400 pounds isn't cheap. As his thoughts raced, Klein nodded solemnly. The atmosphere in the activity room, illuminated by only a single candle, was as silent as if it had frozen. A few seconds later, the man who was suspected to be the apothecary mumbled, Why didn't you leave your address? That way, I can still get something from your corpse. It looks like a curse, but it's actually an exhortation. Klein pretended not to understand and looked at Black Snake. If I don't gamble, I won't have a chance of living. If I gamble, there's at least a sliver of hope. I won't sit here and wait for death to descend upon me. Upon hearing this, I of Wisdom, who was about to speak, shut his mouth because he couldn't provide any other hope. I really admire your character. Black Snake laughed. I also admire it very much. I used to have a few friends with such personalities. Now, I go to their tombstones every year to place a bouquet of flowers. The man suspected to be apothecary echoed, but he was actually exhorting in a low voice. He didn't care that Black Snake was better at fighting than him and said whatever he wanted. Mr. Apothecary must have suffered because of his temper. Klein secretly thanked him. He handed the iron cigar case containing the Hunter Beyonder characteristic to the attendant who had let him in and watched him walk to Eye of Wisdom. The old gentleman counted out 400 pounds in cash from the suitcase beside him and got the attendant to give it to Black Snake. Black Snake casually glanced at it and said, I believe in Mr. Eye of Wisdom. He took out a small wooden box from his chest, bent down, and placed it on the ground. With a forceful push, the item slid in front of Klein without passing through the attendant. As soon as Klein's fingers touched the surface of the box, he immediately felt a slight auditory hallucination, causing him to feel dizzy due to the violent jolt. To him, this wasn't something unacceptable. It wasn't even comparable to the illusory voices brought about by the prayers of justice and the others. After sitting up straight again, Klein carefully opened the wooden box and saw an ear inside. The ear looked real, but the skin was black, and there were a few spots where it was rotting and green. How should I use it? Klein asked. Black Snake replied casually, holding it without gloves is equivalent to using it. Holding it without gloves is the same as using it. Heh, you'd better go home and try it when you're alone. Klein didn't ask any more questions. He closed the box and put it in his pocket. It makes me feel dizzy. After a brief silence, the man suspected to be apothecary suddenly shouted, I want to buy marrow crystals from the Spring of the Elves, who has them? His voice reverberated, but no one answered. Apothecary smacked his lips and mumbled, really, every time I ask, there's no answer. Maybe you can book a ticket to Sonia Island, I have wisdom quipped with a smile. The Spring of the Elves was also known as the Sonia Golden Spring. From its name, one could tell where it came from. The water of the Spring of the Elves was common and was an item rich in spirituality. As for the marrow crystals, they were considered beyonder ingredients and weren't easily bought. After that, a few more transactions failed at the gathering. I have wisdom clapped his hands and said, let's call it a day. As usual, we'll leave one by one, 3 minutes apart from each other. One by one. 3 minutes apart from each other. Are they afraid that someone will follow or even rob the other members of the gathering? Klein received a notification from Eye of Wisdom and stood up. Under the guidance of an attendant, he left the activity room and came to the door. He took off his hooded robe and returned it to the other party. Then, he followed the path he remembered and returned to the Brave's back door. Then, he took off his iron mask and walked through the kitchen. Amidst the barking of dogs and howling of humans, he saw Casper standing outside the card room. I'm very relieved that you're back. The red-nosed elder clearly heaved a sigh of relief. The hideous wound on his face seemed to tremble. Klein leaned over and lowered his voice. Will there be another gathering like this in the future? It looks like you didn't get what you wanted. Holy Lord of Storms, I don't think you need to waste any more time. Caspers glanced at the troublesome customer and said, maybe in a few days. I'm not sure about the details. Let's see if you can make it in time. Klein nodded and asked, what's the matter? Is Merrick around? Are you trying to convince him? No, that will only anger him. Caspers warned in a deep voice. He's in the card room behind you. No, I don't plan on convincing him. I want to stay as far away from him as possible to prevent his zombies from rebelling. Klein touched the Aztec copper whistle in his pocket and said, I understand. He immediately left the Brave and went to the one-bedroom apartment in East Borough before returning to Minsk Street. In the card room, Merrick used up all his chips and confidently flipped his hand over. He had 3 kings and a pair of 9s. The zombie opposite him had a pair of 6s and an 8. Suddenly, the zombie took the initiative to reveal his trump card, a pair of 6s, this round, for 6s to win. The pale Merrick was stunned. He immediately felt the gazes of all the zombies around him coldly staring at him. A few minutes later, he left the card room with weak footsteps, almost falling at the door. The subordinates who usually surrounded him collapsed on the ground inside the room. Don't let anyone in before midnight, Merrick instructed hoarsely as he looked at the stunned Caspers. He took out a white handkerchief and wiped the corner of his mouth. It was quickly stained with a dark blue color with a tinge of red. After receiving an affirmative answer from Caspers, Merrick found a random chair and sat down. He asked for a bucket of Southville beer and drank it in a daze for a long time. 15 Minsk Street. Klein washed up and returned to his room, drawing the curtains. After waiting for more than 10 minutes and confirming that there were no spiritual points of light around him, he began to summon himself and respond to himself. He brought the black ear and the wooden box into the mysterious space above the gray fog. The illusory crimson stars dotted the bottom without any twinkle. Klein sat at the end of the long ancient table and opened the wooden box. This time, he didn't have auditory hallucinations, nor did he feel dizzy. The boundless gray fog seemed to isolate all sounds from the outside world. Klein immediately heaved a sigh of relief. He had more confidence in his subsequent attempts, in terms of safety. With a thought, he shielded his hearing and did a few experiments to confirm the effects. Not bad. Klein nodded in satisfaction. He reached out and grabbed the rotting black ear. A cold and slippery sensation entered his brain. He didn't hear the voice of the great existence described by the black snake. It's completely isolated? This won't do. Just using it won't do. Klein muttered to himself in puzzlement as he thought of a way to stimulate the effects. 10 seconds later, he conjured a pen and paper, planning to imitate the process of spying on the eternal blazing Sunday. Back then, I used divine blood to look directly at the eternal blazing Sunday. This time, I'm only using an item left behind by a listener. It definitely won't be that dangerous. Klein confidently wrote a divination statement, the source of this item. He took a deep breath, held the black ear, leaned back, and silently recited the divination statement. After 7 times, his eyes darkened as he fell into a deep slumber. In the blurry, shattered, and gray world, Klein saw a man struggling on the ground. He was rolling and screaming, his eyes protruding out as his body swelled up like a balloon. Countless strands of hair had turned black and long. Right on the heels of that, an extremely evil and filthy voice entered Klein's ears, instantly waking him up. It was different from the ravings and roars he had before entering the mysterious space above the gray fog. This voice was more penetrative, purposeful, and proactive. Klein covered his ears to isolate the follow-up, but the voice still echoed in his mind. He saw his blood vessels and veins protruding out, as though they had turned into thick, squirming venomous snakes. Bang! His blood vessels burst open as veins detached from his body, spreading outwards to form slippery tentacles filled with evil patterns. The gray fog shook slightly, causing the palace that looked like a giant's residence to show signs of corrosion. Unlike the eternal blazing sun, Klein still had some rationality left and didn't roll on the ground. He gripped the handrail tightly and endured it bitterly. After a few seconds, the shaking gray fog calmed down, and the evil voice echoing in Klein's mind completely calmed down. The tentacles fell to the ground, and his wounds began to heal rapidly. Dealing with a deity is really a dangerous thing, no matter what method is used. Thankfully, I didn't face the true creator this time. Otherwise, some of the madness and loss of control would likely remain and affect my body in the real world. Klein weakly leaned back in his chair as he silently mocked himself. Such a process was basically within his expectations, and it didn't go beyond his control. The only thing that surprised him was that the true creator seemed to be slightly stronger than the eternal blazing sun. Just as Klein's thoughts were about to wander, he saw the black ear in his palm suddenly collapse, turning into tiny, light black dots of light. Returning to a pure beyonder characteristic? Amidst his puzzlement, Klein saw the twitching tentacles with evil patterns on them from the corner of his eye. It was the madness and loss of control that had been stripped from his body. These tentacles gradually turned transparent and were about to disappear. Klein suddenly had a flash of inspiration as he scattered the tiny, light black dots of light in his palm onto the slippery tentacles. An illusory black gas rose up, turning into a sky with lightning constantly streaking across it. The background was extremely dense and gloomy. All of this quickly disappeared from Klein's eyes as an iron-black charm with many symbols, magic labels, sinister patterns, and distorted spirit numbers appeared on the ground. Klein bent down to pick it up and felt as though a crazed person was sealed within it. With the help of divination, he barely managed to decipher the use of the charm from the revelation. It was to let the opponent hear a terrifying roar and infect them with madness. As for the final outcome, it depended on the target's resistance in this aspect. If they were strong, they might obtain benefits, but the price was to become a devout believer of the true creator. If they were weak, they would collapse on the spot and die screaming. On Tuesday morning, Klein, who had woken up naturally, prepared 2 pieces of toast, a piece of butter, a serving of bacon, and a cup of coffee. He leisurely read the newspaper as he had his breakfast. With the terrifying language of foulness charm, he felt a lot more at ease. He was no longer as tense as before. Whoosh. Klein finished flipping through the Bacon Post and picked up the Tussock Times. He saw a piece of news on the second page. At 2:00 in the morning today, there was an intense gunfight in East Borough's Red Brick Alley. According to the police, it may have involved a conflict between 2 gangs. One of them is the infamous Manger Gang. Manger Gang. East Borough's Red Brick Alley. Klein suddenly had an idea. He left the dining table and found a map of Bakeland. With a glance, he discovered that Red Brick Alley wasn't far from White Rum Street. And Ian Wright had once appeared at the telegraph office on White Rum Street. Red Brick Alley is where Ian Wright is hiding? The intense conflict was between the military's special department and the Inta Society's intelligence personnel? I wonder what the outcome will be. Klein forked the last piece of bacon, put it in his mouth, and chewed slowly. He had told both parties about the situation he had divined yesterday morning, and they had locked on to Ian's location that very night. They were quite efficient. After taking a sip of coffee, Klein put down the newspaper and fell into deep thought. Suddenly, he heard the doorbell ringing, echoing incessantly. Who is it? Klein wiped his mouth with a napkin and walked to the door in puzzlement. Could it be a new commission? I've been running around for the past few days because of the Intis ambassador's matter. I don't know how many commissions I've missed and how many potential clients I've lost. It's a complete waste of my advertising money. If this continues, my finances will be stretched. Klein thought of many things as he reached out to open the door. Two ladies stood outside. One was Mrs. Sammer, dressed rather formally in a morning gown. Her face was exquisitely made up, and she looked even more dainty than she did at home. She did not look at all like she was in her 30s. The other wore a wide-brimmed hat with black gauze, and her dress was darker and puffier. Detective Moriarty, I have a friend who wishes to receive your help. Stellan Sammer held her veil hat in her hand, her blue eyes without a hint of a smile. Please come in. Klein pointed at the living room and took the opportunity to fasten the top button of his shirt and straighten his black vest. Stellan nodded slightly and didn't say another word. She led the lady with the black veil into the room. She was very familiar with the place. Without Klein's reminder, she easily found the sofa and sat down. Klein was about to ask a question, but thinking of Stellan Sammer's style, he asked with a smile, "What's the matter? Coffee or tea?" In his eyes, Mrs. Sammer was a lady who sought quality of life and displayed a sense of superiority. There's no need. The other lady took off her wide-brimmed hat with a black gauze. Her facial features looked good on their own, but when put together, they were disappointing. In addition, her cheekbones were too high, making her look much older than her actual age. A bit of anger, a bit of sadness, a bit of hesitation, a bit of fear. Klein read the lady's emotions. It wasn't that he suddenly had the ability to attract a spectator, but that she was making it too obvious. That's right. Neither coffee nor black tea can solve the problem. Stellan mimicked the posture in the magazine and tried her best to make herself look more elegant. This is Mrs. Mary Gale. She's a shareholder of the Clun Company. Mrs. Gale, what would you like to entrust me with? Klein sat on the single-seater sofa, leaned forward slightly, and rested his arms on his thighs. Don't call me Mrs. Gale. Just call me Mary. Mary Gale pursed her lips and said, I wish for you to tell my husband and confirm if he has a mistress. It's best if you can obtain concrete evidence. Due to the years of active promotion by the Church of the Evernight Goddess, the Kingdom of Rohan's marriage laws were more radical than countries like Fasak, Intis, and Lemberg. It stipulated that those who betrayed their marriage had to pay a monetary price. In other words, they were at an absolute disadvantage when it came to the division of property. I heard that at least 4 out of 10 private detectives' commissions are to investigate extramarital affairs. I never expected to encounter one. Klein deliberated and said, concrete evidence isn't easy to obtain. Concrete evidence isn't easy to obtain. I'll lend you the latest portable camera, Mary answered without hesitation. As long as you can obtain the evidence, I'll pay you £10. If it's just to confirm if he has a mistress, you'll only get £3. Are you referring to the so-called portable camera that's 2/3 the size of my head? £10, that's not a low price. Klein had been paying attention to entrepreneurship recently, so he had some understanding of the latest cameras. He hesitated for 2 seconds. All right. But you have to provide detailed information on your husband, as well as his activities. No problem. Mary was stunned for a second before she mustered all her strength and said, Thank you for your help. I hope you won't tell anyone about this, Stellan exhorted. Upon hearing this, Klein immediately sighed. I'm a person who has a lot of principles of confidentiality. I often get into trouble because of this. In the hall of Count Wolf's house, men and women were dancing to the melody played by violins. Audrey was holding a glass of pale golden champagne when she coincidentally bumped into the Republic of Intis's ambassador to Rouen, Bakerland Jean Mudun. You're the most beautiful lady I've ever seen. Bakerland, whose face was thin and had some stubble on it, politely kissed the back of Audrey's white-gloved hand. His gaze was passionate and bold. Audrey's eyes darted around as she chuckled. Is this the way people with Inta speak? Yes, we're never stingy with our praise for beautiful things. Bakerland chuckled. If it weren't for the culture of the Kingdom of Rouen, I might have called you my angel. Old pervert. Audrey maintained her elegant smile. The people of Rouen and Intis are indeed different. This reminds me of a joke. Please allow me to be presumptuous. Bakerland squinted his eyes and said, after spending a beautiful moment with a beautiful lady, most Rouen men will say, "Oh, darling, I want a cigarette," while most Intis men will say, he deliberately paused. Audrey tilted her head slightly, endured the nausea, and pretended to be ignorant. What will they say? Most Intis men will say, "Oh, darling, I have to go back. I can't be discovered by my wife." Bakerland raised his glass and smiled. People who can laugh at themselves always have an extra charm. Audrey smiled politely. Her beautiful, crystalline green eyes suddenly looked behind Ambassador Bakerland. Sorry, a friend is looking for me. It's been a pleasure chatting with you. Bakerland bowed and moved to the side. Audrey walked forward with graceful steps, never once looking back. Just as she was considering who to use as an excuse, a young gentleman came over and warned her in a low voice, Audrey, don't be fooled by that Ambassador Bakerland. He's an old lecher. Who knows how many ladies he's tricked into sleeping with him. Bakerland is lustful? This is consistent with my observations. This is a weakness. Audrey turned her eyes and smiled, not hiding her disdain. Cants, do you have some misunderstanding about me? Goddess, how could I be fooled by that Ambassador Bakerland? His perfume makes me want to vomit. His words are so filthy, and his taste is like a male peacock. Cants was Viscount Learson's youngest son, and his family had a good relationship with the Hall family. According to Audrey's understanding, after Cants graduated from Tianjin University, he joined MI9 and became mysterious. Her original plan was to chat with Ambassador Bakerland for a while and observe him up close. Then, she would use her anger at him as an excuse to ask Cants and other friends who had stepped into the intelligence world for more information. To her surprise, Cants Learson came over himself without her looking for him and took the initiative to start a relevant topic. Your feelings aren't wrong. Cants revealed a heartfelt smile, looked around, and whispered, besides, Bakerland is a very dangerous guy. How dangerous is it? Audrey asked curiously in response. You've heard of Beyonders, right? I know you've always been interested in this area, Cants said after some deliberation. Audrey nodded lightly. I know quite a lot, most of it was told to me by Glaint. Cants looked at Bakerland, who was chatting with an upper-class lady, and said with a heavy expression, he's the head of intelligence for Intis in the kingdom. He's the head of Intis's intelligence agency in the kingdom. He's done quite a number of bad deeds, but we've never obtained any useful evidence. He's a Sequence 6 conspirer. He didn't go into too much detail with Audrey, who was an outsider. He didn't mention that conspirer belonged to the Hunter pathway. However, Audrey was already aware of this. She pretended to be naive inside. He's really impressive. He has a secret assistant who might have reached Sequence 5. In addition, all the intelligence personnel for Intis in the kingdom are under his management, and there are quite a few Beyonders among them. Unfortunately, we only have a few at the moment. Cants briefly mentioned, even if Bakerland praises you, don't be happy. This isn't his true thoughts. He just wants to use this opportunity to obtain more information. I don't like hearing that. Audrey looked up at the gorgeous chandelier and thought for a few seconds. Is Bakerland smart? You've never obtained any evidence against him. He's indeed good at plotting conspiracies, but he also has quite a few problems. He likes to chase after women, likes the feeling of romance, takes risks, and is rather radical. If it weren't for his identity as an ambassador preventing us from carrying out many of our operations, he would have long been arrested. Cants curled his lips and said, however, he'll be replaced soon, very soon. Why? Audrey asked in surprise. My dear beautiful lady, this isn't something you should know. Kantz insisted on the principle of confidentiality. Wednesday morning, Sherwood Borough, opposite the Coim Company. Klein sat on a long wooden bench outside the Gardley department store. He held a paper bag in one hand, which contained the most famous Xianxia desi pies in the area, and a cup of sweet iced tea in the other. Beside him, a homeless man was curled up on the other side of the bench, sleeping. However, he was woken up by the mall's security staff 10 minutes later and chased away. Klein wore gold-rimmed glasses with mediocre lenses and a half-top hat. He looked no different from most of the gentlemen walking around. He leisurely looked at the Coim Company across the road, raised his right hand, and took a big bite of the Xianxia desi pies. He felt the rich meaty juices and a lingering aftertaste. The reason why these pies from Desi Bay could stand out among the many pies in the South was because they were generous in using fat and oil. However, they were chopped into small pieces, so the fat and lean meat were mixed together without being greasy. The rich meaty juices soaked into the outer crust, neutralizing the dryness and making up for the flaws, allowing the wheat fragrance to be clearly displayed. As for the small pieces of apple, it stimulated one's appetite with a slightly sour and sweet taste, dissolving the oily taste. It's alright. Although Bakeland's weather isn't good and it's heavily polluted, it's far better than Tianjin in other aspects. Different cuisines from different places can be found. All kinds of operas and plays can be seen as long as one isn't afraid of spending money. Although one might not necessarily eat or watch them, at least one has the right to choose. That's the benefit of a metropolis. Klein raised his cup of sweet iced tea and took a comfortable sip. His gaze never left the Coim Company's entrance. For the sake of the £10, he had been sitting there since 8. He had bought his breakfast on the way. Of course, for most private detectives, earning £10 from a single commission was definitely an enviable business. It was equivalent to about 3 weeks of a typical middle-class person's salary, according to the information provided by Mary Gale. Her husband was currently the first manager of the Coim Company and was Luke Sammer's superior. However, the shares they held in the Coim Company came from Mary's father and were inherited by her. One of the immediate reasons she suspected her husband of having a mistress was that an employee in the company had told her that Daraga Gale left the office alone every Wednesday and Friday morning and did not return until the afternoon. Also, he left work early 2 days a week, and Mary had never seen her husband step into the house before 7 o'clock. After breakfast, Klein waited for more than an hour before he finally saw his target walk out of the Coim Company. He wore a black top hat, a double-breasted coat, and a standard bow tie. He was slightly plump, with light yellow sideburns, slightly brown eyes, and a slightly long face. Daraga Gale. Klein repeated the target's name in his mind. He stood up, picked up his cane and the heavy portable camera, and walked to the other side. Daraga did not let his coachman pick him up. He stood by the roadside and looked around for a rental carriage. Seizing this opportunity, Klein crossed the road and came to his side. He pretended to be careless and bumped into him. "Sorry, I'm looking for the way." Klein lowered his head and apologized. Daraga immediately frowned, but he maintained his silence and waved his hand, indicating that it was nothing. Klein hurriedly bowed and walked towards the end of the street. When he bumped into Daraga, it wasn't to steal his belongings so that he could use the dowsing rod technique to easily follow him. It would be too easy to be discovered. At the instant of the collision, Klein only did one thing. It was to take out the spare button of his double-breasted coat and, with the agility of a clown, secretly stuff it into one of the target's decorative pockets. After turning the corner, he stopped and looked back, just in time to see Daraga board a rental carriage. Klein was in no hurry to follow him. He waited patiently for a few minutes before slowly boarding another carriage and said to the coachman, "Follow my instructions. Follow my directions. Go to the end of this street first." "All right." The coachman didn't ask why. Inside the carriage, Klein propped himself up with his cane and began divining. However, his divination statement didn't point to Daraga Gale. Instead, it became the whereabouts of the spare button of my coat. The dowsing rod technique's original and most practical use was to search for items. Only a seer could use it to search for people. This time, Klein restored it to its original form. And the most convenient and easiest item to find was the type of item that belonged to him. Along the way, Klein constantly got the coachman to adjust the direction and finally arrived at a house facing the street in Hillstonborough. When he circled around, he noticed that there was a garden and lawn behind the house. It was different from the typical house. His dowsing rod told him that Daraga Gale was in the house. After paying the fare of 2 soldi, Klein walked to the door with the marble statue and saw 2 men in black and white checkered uniforms that seemed to be imitating the police. "I don't know you. Where's your proof of membership?" One of them, a brownish-skinned man of southern continent descent, reached out his hand to stop Klein. "Proof of membership?" Klein hid the heavy camera behind him and asked with a frown. The brownish-skinned man immediately straightened his face. "This is the Quelag Club. Only our members and guests brought by members can enter." "Only one person." Klein grunted in acknowledgement. "Then how do I join your club?" "You can only join if you obtain the recommendation of 2 members. The brownish-skinned man didn't roughly chase him away. Instead, he patiently answered the other party's question. He couldn't guarantee that the other party wouldn't join the club immediately. "All right." The corners of Klein's mouth twitched as he decided to use Plan B. He found a hotel near the Quelag Club and asked for a short 4-hour stay. Then, he locked the door, drew the curtains, and went above the gray fog, conjuring a yellowish-brown goatskin and a fountain pen in front of him. Taking a deep breath, Klein wrote down the same divination statement as before. "The whereabouts of the spare button of my coat." This time, it wasn't dowsing rod divination, but dream divination. The reason why he didn't do it in the outside world was that Klein felt that the so-called Quelag Club looked rather high-end. He suspected that there might be relatively powerful beyonders inside, so in order to not waste time, he decided to do it all at once. In the grey world of dreams, Klein first saw Daraga's black woolen coat. It was hanging on a coat rack, and in front of it was a round table on a carpet. The scene stretched out, and a tumbling man and woman entered Klein's eyes. The man was Daraga Gale, and the woman was blonde and relatively young, in her early 20s at most. Her pained expression with her brows furrowed is rather charming. Why do I always have to see such a scene? Klein covered his eyes and woke up. It should be confirmed that Daraga has a mistress. But how do I get concrete evidence? By responding to a prayer? But this is limited to obtaining it myself. I can only rely on sketching and not a camera. I can't possibly draw a picture with my bare hands, right? It looks like I can't do it today. I'll follow that woman later and find out her address and name. I don't believe that they always meet in the Quelag Club. Detective Klein quickly came up with an idea. Just as he was about to leave the mysterious space above the gray fog, he suddenly thought of something else. Should he do another divination to confirm if the iron-black threadworm that had infiltrated his room was being controlled by a beyonder of the seer pathway? He hadn't done so previously because he felt that the corresponding information was too lacking. It would be difficult to create something out of nothing, and the divination would definitely fail. It was the same even above the gray fog. In addition, the previous few times he entered, he had been busy and had no time to care about other problems, so he hadn't bothered with it. But now, since he had nothing to do, it wasn't like he would die from a divination. As for whether there was any risk in contacting Aztec, he had long divined that the answer was yes. There was a risk, and it wasn't small. It could only be used as a last resort. After writing the corresponding divination statement, Klein undid the silver chain in his sleeve and let the topaz pendant hang above the paper. The iron-black threadworm that infiltrated my room was being controlled by a beyonder of the seer pathway. After reciting it 7 times, Klein opened his eyes and saw the spirit pendulum spinning clockwise. It was fast and had a large amplitude. Yes. The answer is yes, shouldn't it fail? Klein didn't expect to receive such an answer. According to his instincts as a seer, such a divination had a high chance of failure. Why? He frowned and thought for a while. He decided to change the divination method and target. He wanted to directly divine the manipulator, using dream divination. This time, Klein didn't see anything in his dream, so he was unable to obtain the corresponding revelation from the beyonder of the seer pathway. That's more like it, he muttered. He turned back to look at the divination from before and fell into deep thought. It's likely that the divination failed due to the lack of conditions, just like the previous time. Could it be that this mysterious space has filled in the necessary conditions? It contains something from the seer pathway? Klein suddenly had a flash of inspiration as he came up with a bold idea. Perhaps, the mysterious space above the gray fog is related to the seer pathway. Klein tapped the edge of the long ancient table, but he couldn't find any other proof after much thought. He could only put this matter aside for the time being and prepare to return to the real world. Regardless, at least I've confirmed one thing. There's a mid-sequence beyonder of the seer pathway beside the ambassador, and whether he's a member of the secret order or not isn't important. This might be my chance to obtain a sequence 7 or even sequence 6 potion formula. Klein emanated his spirituality and enveloped himself as he fell into the gray fog. At the same time, in Viscount Glaint's study, Audrey got her master to guard the door while she looked at Xiao and Furs and pondered for a few seconds. She pondered for a few seconds and said, "I have a mission that requires your help." "What mission?" Xiao's eyes lit up as if she could smell the ink on the banknotes. Audrey revealed a polite smile. "Assassinate the Intis ambassador to the kingdom, Bakerland Jean Mudun." "What?" Furs touched her earlobe, suspecting that she had heard wrongly. The beautiful, innocent, curious, and ignorant Miss Audrey actually gave out an assassination mission. Furthermore, the target was the ambassador of the northern continent's powerful country, Intis. Xiao was a little slow on the uptake. She hesitantly replied, "Our strength isn't enough to complete this mission." The first thing she weighed was the difficulty of the mission. Audrey ignored Furs's question and let them imagine the reason themselves. She said with a slight dimple, she said with her dimples, "I'm not asking you to accept the mission yourself, but I hope that you can find a beyonder who has the ability to complete it, such as Mr. A. I will pay you 4,000 pounds. Of course, this is only my preliminary offer. The details can be discussed. If the mission succeeds in the end, I will give you 500 pounds. Even if it fails, there will still be 200 pounds because you've taken on the risk." Her accumulated annuity balance, which she had yet to invest, and the remaining bounty, amounted to about 13,000 pounds. However, if she used too much at once, it would definitely attract the attention of Earl of Hall. Even the Varvat Bank would do some investigation. After some calculations, she believed that 5,000 pounds was the critical point, and it was best not to exceed it. 4,000 pounds. Xiao heard her own heavy breathing, but she quickly became depressed. She knew very well that she couldn't accept the mission. Just using our name to invite other beyonders and keeping it a secret is worth 500 pounds. Miss Audrey is the most generous, most beautiful girl I've ever seen. Xiao quickly returned to reality. While Furs was tempted, her mind was filled with questions. Why would Miss Audrey entrust such a mission? The infighting among the nobles, a prelude to a premeditated war, some important figures represented by Earl of Hall wish for the situation to become chaotic. The two of them quickly contacted Mr. A through the agreed channel. At 3 in the afternoon, when the rare sunlight penetrated the fog and illuminated all of Bakerland, they arrived at the house where they had attended the gathering. They saw Mr. A sitting with his legs crossed in a hooded manner, giving off a condescending vibe. "You said you have something important to discuss with me?" Mr. A's gaze moved back and forth between the two ladies. "I heard that some female beyonders used their bodies to exchange for potion ingredients from Mr. A. He's really a disgusting pervert." The corners of Furs's mouth curled up. "There's a big deal, I wonder if you're interested?" Mr. A swept his gaze across Xiao's face and chuckled. "Tell me, let me hear what kind of big deal it is." Resisting the urge to pull out her trident, Xiao said with the tone of an arbiter, "Assassination of Intis's ambassador to the kingdom, Bakerland Jean Mudun." Mr. A immediately fell silent, but as his expression was obscured by his hood, Xiao and Furs couldn't guess what he was thinking. After a while, he slowly leaned back and said in a deep voice, "So, what's the reward? 4,000 gold pounds. In addition, we will provide the corresponding information. For example, Ambassador Bakerland is a Sequence 6 conspirer of the Hunter pathway, and one of them might be a Sequence 5 assistant. For example, his weakness is beauty." Xiao tried her best to make Mr. A feel that there was hope of completing the mission. Mr. A chuckled. "I can accept this mission, but the reward has to be higher. The first choice is the potion formulas of Unshadowed, Cataclysmic Interrer, Prophet, or Manipulator. Of course, their value is higher than this mission, so there's no need for them to be complete. Just a portion will do. The second choice is 10,000 gold pounds. That's the bounty for Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings. Bakerland's strength is definitely inferior to his, but he has a powerful assistant. Besides, believe me, he definitely has a mystical item on him. A reasonable price, but also an exaggerated price. Xiao and Furs looked at each other and said, "Let's go back and discuss it. We'll give you an answer here at this time tomorrow." "Sure." Mr. A gestured for them to leave. After being led out of the house by an attendant, Furs muttered in puzzlement, "Those are all high-sequence formulas? Frankly speaking, I'm very curious. Frankly speaking, I find it strange. I thought Mr. A would only want formulas or potion ingredients. Money shouldn't be a necessity to him." Xiao turned her head to look at her friend. "Furs, you're really just a simple clinic doctor and writer. You have to know that Mr. A definitely has a lot of subordinates. They need a house to sleep in, to fill their stomachs, to buy clothes, and to vent their desires. All of these have to be exchanged for with money. Besides, to some declining nobles, as long as they have gold pounds, what can't they sell? Although Mr. A will be equally terrifying without his subordinates, he'll be very ill-informed. This is something that all the small gangs in East Borough know." Furs frowned and said, "Xiao, you're not that stupid." In the evening, the two of them met the familiar golden retriever at the pre-arranged location and passed Mr. A's reply to Audrey. After reading the note, not only did Audrey not feel troubled, she even heaved a long sigh of relief. To be able to use 10,000 pounds to settle the ambassador's matter was simply wonderful to her. "I can only use 5,000 pounds for the time being, and I still have to pay Xiao and Furs 500 pounds. I'll borrow 6,000 pounds from Glaint first. No, 8,000 pounds. I can't expose any problems with my daily expenses. Then, I'll pay him back in 4 to 5 months, with interest of 1,000 pounds. I'll be rather strapped for money before the new year, and I'll only be able to use 1,000 pounds a month." Audrey quickly made a decision. Then, she burned the original note and used a new piece of paper to write, "The second option is to pay 2,000 pounds in advance. When the mission is completed, I'll pay the remaining 8,000 pounds. 15 Minsk Street." Klein met Mary Gale again at tea time. He took the initiative to make an appointment through Mrs. Stellan Sammer. "I'm Mary, after following him, I found out that your husband went to the Quelag Club. Because I'm not a member, I couldn't enter, but according to my observation, half an hour after your husband left, only a young lady came out. Her name is Erica Taylor, and she lives at 126 New Year Road in Hillston Borough. She once worked at the Quim Company for a period of time and is still unemployed. I took a photo of her leaving the Quelag Club. Unemployed, and still able to live in Hillston Borough." Stellan sneered. Mary was silent for a few seconds with a gloomy expression. "You have to get substantial evidence of their intimacy." It's the Kalin Club, right? I'll get 2 members to recommend you to join, but your information has to be filled in as a famous detective. If I don't get anyone to bring you in, it's very likely that I won't be able to make it in time." "All right." Klein hesitated for a moment, but he still asked, "Who's paying the membership fee?" "I'll be responsible for the initial membership fee. This is to thank you for your efficiency. After that, if you wish to stay in the club, you'll have to pay the annual fee yourself. It's about 15 pounds. Mary's eyes seemed to burn with flames. "An annual fee of 15 pounds, then the initial membership fee is at least 50 pounds. A high-end club. Mary, you're too generous." Klein immediately nodded. "I'll give you the evidence as soon as possible." After dinner, Klein went out again and continued heading for the Brave in the Bakeland Bridge area. Firstly, it was to show his fear and helplessness in front of the military's special department and the secret police. It was as if he wanted to try any method to save himself. Secondly, it was to deceive the mid-sequence beyonder of the seer pathway under the ambassador. Klein believed that the gentleman or lady wouldn't be able to divine anything that involved the grey fog, including his resurrection and past events, as well as the language of foulness charm that he had successfully created with the help of the true creator. This was a powerful item that could definitely affect the other party. Klein had to maintain a state of insecurity, crazily grabbing at all sorts of straws to mislead the other party and increase his chances of winning. Klein entered the bar under the dark sky. Before he could order a glass of beer, he saw Kaspers, the old man with a rosacea, standing in front of the dog and mouse arena with his arms crossed. Perfect timing. Merrick is looking for you. Kaspers glanced at Klein and immediately limped over. Merrick is looking for me? Klein asked in surprise. He subconsciously touched the Aztec's copper whistle in his pocket, considering what excuse he could use to reject him. Or should I say, wrapping the copper whistle with my spirituality wouldn't cause any abnormalities in the zombies? It's not like Mr. Aztec has never been to a cemetery in the past, nor have I seen any corpses attack him. Klein tensed up. Before he could think of an excuse, he saw the pale-faced Merrick, whose eyes seemed to hide malice, walk over from the other side. He wasn't surrounded by zombies. Where are his zombies? Klein thought, half puzzled and half relieved. Merrick pointed at the card room and walked over first. Klein looked from afar, and seeing that there were no zombies inside, he followed. What's the matter? Klein asked first. Merrick, who was dressed in a white shirt and black vest, sat down on the card table and stared into Klein's eyes. Is that request of yours still valid? Ah? Klein was momentarily taken aback. I have a friend who's short on money recently. She's willing to accept this request. She's stronger than me and should be able to protect you. However, she can only protect you for 3 days. The price is £1,000, Merrick said in a low and muffled voice. Why did a Beyonder who's willing to accept the request only appear after I have the language of foulness? However, that's good too. It can confuse the Beyonder on the ambassador's side. When he tries his best to defeat Merrick's friend, my chances of success will become extremely high. The only problem is, how do I confirm that Merrick's friend is reliable? I'll divide it above the grey fog. Klein pondered for a moment before saying, give me time to consider and raise the money. Give me time to think and raise funds. This is not a small amount. As for the 3 days of protection, it's up to me to decide. It'll definitely be within the next 2 weeks. Of course, a seer will definitely be able to sense it. Klein silently added. As for the problem of money, he had already considered it from the beginning. If selling Massalt's Beyonder characteristic wasn't enough, he could ask Miss Justice for it. After all, he had already laid the groundwork. There was still a lot of knowledge in Roselle's diary that could be sold. Of course, if the price was really unbearable, then forget it. Now, although Massalt's Beyonder characteristic had become the language of foulness charm, Miss Justice was still around. She still owed money for the Sequence 8 Light Suppliant formula, as well as the Secret Order's intelligence. Combining the two, £1,000 was enough. 15 Minsk Street. After returning home, Klein wasn't in a hurry to head above the grey fog for a divination. He pretended as if nothing had happened as he read the newspaper. During this process, he heard a series of illusory pleas, and he vaguely recognized them as coming from a lady. After experiencing the ravages of the true creator's ravings, my abilities in this area seem to have improved a little. Klein flipped through the newspaper thoughtfully, sitting firmly in his reclining chair without moving. Only when the pointer of his pocket watch approached 10 did he put down what he was doing and go to the bathroom on the second floor to clean himself up. After entering his bedroom and drawing the curtains, Klein skillfully went above the grey fog. He saw the crimson star that symbolized justice constantly expanding and contracting, bringing with it echoes of pleas. Klein emanated his spirituality and made contact with it. Immediately, Miss Justice, who was wearing a white silk nightgown, appeared before his eyes. Her image was still very blurry, as if she was lying on the bed. After reciting the honorific name, Audrey went straight to the point. Ambassador Bakerland is a Sequence 6 conspirer of the Hunter Pathway, and he has a suspected Sequence 5 assistant. He agreed to take over the mission of assassinating Ambassador Bakerland, but the conditions are 10,000 gold pounds, or one of the potion formulas for Unshadowed, Cataclysmic Interrer, Prophet, and Manipulator. It doesn't need to be complete, just a portion will do. I chose the former and paid £2,000 in advance. Honorable Mr. Fool, was my decision correct? 10,000 gold pounds. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched, and he immediately forced himself to divert his thoughts in another direction. A Sequence 5 assistant should be the infiltrator of the seer pathway, right? Let's treat it as though it's a case of underestimating the enemy. Does Mr. A have the ability to do so? Will he take the money without doing anything? Cataclysmic Interrer, Prophet, Manipulator, and Unshadowed should all belong to Sequence 4. This is the threshold of a high Sequence Beyonder. Mr. A was very likely one of the 22 oracles of the Aurora Order. The fact that he was stationed in Bakeland, the capital of 10,000 cities, meant that his status was second only to the 5 highest-ranking saints, and he was one of the best among the oracles. The Aurora Order controlled the secret suppliant pathway, which was a path that was directly close to the true creator. As an oracle, he was most likely a beyonder of the sequence chain. Based on Bakeland's status, it could be preliminarily determined that he was Sequence 5. He was a shepherd. Of course, he could also be a rose bishop of a lower rank, but in other aspects, such as his intellect, he was more outstanding. I have to remind Miss Justice not to have too much contact with Mr. A. The beyonders of the secret suppliant pathway are either lunatics who have already shown abnormalities, or lunatics who hide themselves well. There are almost no exceptions. Sequence 8 listeners of this pathway often hear the voice of the true creator. Only a madman would have the guts to accept the mission of assassinating the ambassador of Intis and have the courage to complete it. I have a portion of the unshadowed potion formula here, as well as the corresponding advancement ritual. This can save Miss Justice £10,000. Why does Mr. A only want the formulas of Unshadowed, Cataclysmic Interrer, Prophet, and Manipulator? Is this a pathway that can be interchanged with the secret suppliant pathway at high sequence beyonders? That's quite a lot. That makes 5. Unshadowed is from the eternal blazing sun, and Cataclysmic Interrer sounds like it's from the Lord of Storms or the Evernight Goddess. I previously determined that the eternal blazing sun, the Lord of Storms, and the God of Knowledge and Wisdom's respective pathways are similar sequences, so they view each other as enemies. From the looks of it, Cataclysmic Interrer belongs to the Lord of Storms, Sequence 4 of the Sailor pathway. Prophet is from the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. What pathway does Manipulator belong to? They can actually be interchanged with the corresponding sequences of the true creator. That's a little interesting. I can't give the unshadowed formula to Mr. A, not even a portion of it. The members of the Aurora Order are lunatics who are always looking for opportunities to take revenge on the world and endanger public safety. I can't trade strategic items with them. This isn't just a matter of bottom line, it also involves my own safety. Once the time is ripe, those lunatics from the Aurora Order might really sacrifice the entire city. I'll let Miss Justice spend the £10,000. Part of it is the remuneration that she planned to give to my adorer. I can compensate her with my knowledge. Klein reached out and pinched his cheeks. He didn't respond to Justice for the time being. Instead, he conjured a pen and paper in preparation for a divination. Klein didn't know anything about the friend that Merrick mentioned. He could only determine that it was a female from the pronoun she. If he wanted to directly divine if the other party was reliable, failure was inevitable. However, Klein could use his own safety to do an indirect divination. This way, the success rate would be much higher. As for whether there would be any interference or how accurate the result would be, he wasn't worried at all because of the gray fog's obstruction. After deliberating for more than 10 seconds, Klein wrote, "It's risky for me to hire Merrick's friend as a bodyguard for 3 days." Putting down the pen and removing the spirit pendulum, Klein focused his mind and quickly did a divination. When he opened his eyes, he saw the topaz pendant spinning clockwise, but it was very small and very slow. There's a certain amount of risk, but it's rather low. Reliable. Klein nodded slightly and changed to divination on Mr. A. Similarly, he didn't have any direct contact with Mr. A. All his understanding was based on paraphrases and inferences. It was very difficult to get an answer to confirm if he had the ability or was willing to keep his promise. He could only start from another angle and do an indirect divination. As an outstanding seer, Klein quickly determined a direction, and that was to divine Ambassador Bakerland. This ambassador had a lot to do with him, and the corresponding intelligence was more detailed. Klein even knew what the other party was involved in, so it wouldn't be a problem to use him as a divination target. After thinking for a while, Klein wrote, "Bakerland Jean Madun will suffer a fatal threat from Mr. A. In this divination, which he didn't have much confidence in. He tried his best to be vague and didn't preset a definite outcome to prevent failure. This time, Klein saw that the spirit pendulum was still spinning clockwise, but the speed had increased and the amplitude had increased. This means that Mr. A will complete the mission, and there's a high chance of success. Klein slowly exhaled and began to respond to Miss Justice's prayer. Sure. There's no problem with your decision. You absolutely must not do it yourself. That adorer of mine wishes to receive £1,000 for his activities, using the same method as before. It's best if it can be completed by tomorrow. This will offset the light suppliant formula, and you won't need to gather any more intelligence on the secret order. However, if you can obtain additional relevant information, I'll make a deal with you. After knowing that the infiltrator was a beyonder of the seer pathway, Klein's need for intelligence on the secret order wasn't as urgent. He originally wanted more than £1,000, but considering that Miss Justice had to pay £10,000 for the assassination of the ambassador, and that her financial situation would definitely be strapped for cash, he could only give her his bottom line. After doing all of this, Klein didn't stay any longer and immediately returned to the real world. Audrey was holding a music score and humming a melody. The crimson moon was faintly discernible outside the window. Suddenly, a thick grey fog appeared in front of her. A figure sat on an ancient chair, looking down and speaking in a deep voice. After hearing Mr. Fool's response, Audrey immediately heaved a sigh of relief and was no longer as perturbed. £1,000. My debt with Mr. Fool is almost paid off. I feel a lot more relaxed. Audrey leaned the music score against her chest as she thought, with dimples appearing on her face. Although her pocket money would only be £1,000 a month for a long period of time, making her extremely poor, it wouldn't be a problem for her to grit her teeth and squeeze out £1,000. Borrow more from Glaint, in more installments. Audrey had a good upbringing in this aspect. After all, her father was a big banker behind the scenes. At noon on Thursday, Klein heard an illusory prayer again. After confirming that Miss Justice had already deposited the money into the anonymous account. As for the bank reconciliation and settlement within Bakeland, it could be completed on the same day. In other words, starting from Friday, Klein could withdraw the cash from every branch of the Bakeland Bank in the city. After lunch, Klein met Mary Gale again. She brought him outside the Quelag Club, where two members were waiting. One was the famous surgeon, Alan Ceres, and the other was the noble equestrian teacher, Talem Dumont. After greeting each other, the tall, thin, and cold doctor, Alan, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, entered the club first. As for the equestrian teacher, Talem, who had short brown curly hair, he smiled as he walked. If Mary hadn't mentioned you, I wouldn't have known that Bakeland has an outstanding detective. If I need anything in the future, I'll look for you. Then I'll thank you in advance, Klein replied with a smile. According to Mary's introduction in the car, he knew that Talem was originally a son of a noble family, and his ancestors had the title of Viscount. Unfortunately, his family fortune had been squandered by his grandfather. As a result, his father had nearly 10 brothers and more than 6 sisters. As a landed noble, when the amount of land he owned fell below the standard, his hereditary title would be reduced. However, it depended on the king's mood. Talem was unable to do business with a sizable amount of money after he came of age like other noble children. Due to his grandfather's reputation, he had no way of entering the government as an employee or working as a butler for other noble families. He could only use his talents and become an equestrian teacher for many nobles. His income was quite good, about £400 a year. Sigh, divorce is really a matter that makes people poor. It was unknown if Talem was alluding to Mary Gale or if he was thinking of his grandfather, who was more like Intis. Klein couldn't respond, so he followed him into the Quelag Club and saw a spacious and bright hall. After Alan and Talem filled out their respective recommendation forms, they left the Quelag Club. Today wasn't the weekend, and they still had 2 surgeries in the afternoon. One of them had to teach Viscount Conrad's youngest son equestrianism, so that he wouldn't embarrass himself during the Bakeland social season in the second half of the year. Klein watched the manservant in a red vest and the beautiful maidservant in a dress go back and forth several times before he finally received his proof of membership and a badge engraved with the symbol of the Hoarfrost constellation. The membership fee is £50. There are still 3.5 months left this year, and the annual fee is £4. The manservant in a red vest pushed the 2 items in front of Klein. Klein took out the £57 Mary Gale had given him and counted £54 before handing it to the man. The amount in addition to the membership fee and annual fee was Mary's first payment. She was very satisfied that Klein had quickly figured out who Doleg Gale's mistress was and had taken a photo. A membership fee of £50. Ma, Mary sure is a generous lady. As Klein watched the manservant and maidservant verify the authenticity of the banknotes and confirm the exact amount, he thought about Stellan Sammer's private introduction. Mary's father was the co-founder of the Klim company and held 20% of the shares. Originally, it was only a small company that could barely make a little money, but as the pollution in Bakeland worsened, the demand for anthracite and charcoal increased. The Klim company rapidly expanded and became one of the top 10 companies in the industry in the capital, and Mary's net worth skyrocketed. The only problem was that when she married Doleg Gale, the company was still in an unknown stage. Her father didn't pay much attention to the shares as dowry, and he didn't use the property protection method. Instead, he used the more popular method of bequeathal. The former meant that the dowry was independent and separate from the woman's property. The ownership didn't belong to the man, and even the right to use it depended on the woman's mood. The latter meant that the dowry belonged to the entire family, but the man had to make a valid will, promising that if he died before his partner, he would give priority to the wife's rights and interests equal to 2 to 4 times the dowry when dividing the property. After that, it would be carried out according to the normal inheritance law. This could effectively ensure the widow's livelihood. If Mary filed for divorce without obtaining evidence of Doleg's betrayal, the Klim company's shares would be split equally between the 2 parties. Klein remembered that Stellan had said enviously, "Just this share is worth nearly £20,000. Just this share alone is worth nearly £20,000. Together with her other assets, Mary is a truly wealthy lady. Once she divorces, she'll definitely become the target of many men in Backland. Some of them might even include nobles. This amount of money is only enough for Miss Justice to assassinate Ambassador Bakerland twice." Klein suddenly thought of something and saw the red-vested valet and the good-looking maid bow at him. "Mr. Moriarty, welcome to the Chew Club." Klein picked up the membership, Moriarty said. Klein. Moriarty. The former was made of tough paper with good elasticity. It was like a card with Klein's name and the date of his membership written on it. After pressing the mark of his index finger, the membership card was officially usable. The latter was the unique emblem of the Quelag Club, named for its establishment in early November. It corresponded to the constellation White Frost. On the front was the symbol and the number 192, and behind it was the inscription Sherlock Moriarty. "The club currently has 192 members?" Klein asked casually. "Yes, our club doesn't accept people without a recommendation. The first floor has a buffet restaurant, bar, library, squash room, conference room, and card room. You can use all of them for free, and you can also taste the food and drinks for free. The second floor has 16 lounges and 2 small conference rooms. They are also free of charge, and you can use them as long as you have spare time." The good-looking maid pointed to the back and said, "There are 2 tennis courts on the lawn. There are 2 tennis courts on the lawn, completely free of charge. There are 2 shooting ranges underground. You only need to pay according to the rental price of the equipment. If you're not satisfied with the simple buffet, you can order your own food. We have an exclusive chef. You only need to pay for the ingredients. Food, lodging, and entertainment are all included. As expected of a high-end club." Klein thanked Mrs. Mary from the bottom of his heart. He smiled warmly. "Get someone to show me around and familiarize me with the environment. Then, give me a lounge to take an afternoon nap." "All right." The red-vested male servant gestured for him to take a seat. After familiarizing himself with the Quelag Club's environment, Klein entered the lounge and carefully studied the layout. He found that it was similar to the hotel rooms of his later life. It was said to be in the style of Intis. "I have to think about how to get evidence of Daraga's extramarital affair tomorrow. There's no way to hide the flash of that camera. That means there's only one chance to take a photo. And if I do that, I'll definitely be expelled from the club. I have to think of a safe solution." I'll flip through the newspapers later and try to determine the progress of the Ian incident from the news. From there, I can determine which 3 days to protect. Klein paced back and forth, deep in thought. At that moment, his heart suddenly palpitated, and his entire body tensed up. Is this a clown's premonition? But there's nothing in my mind. Klein felt the air around him turn heavy, as if a storm was brewing. Soon, this feeling disappeared, as if nothing had happened. Could it be that danger is coming? But when I was attacked by Massault, something like this didn't happen. Puzzled, Klein took out a coin and divined if he would be attacked in the next few days. The answer was no. After thinking for a few seconds, Klein drew the curtains, pretended to take an afternoon nap, took 4 steps counterclockwise, and went above the grey fog. He sat down, thought for a long time, and chanted in a low voice, "I'll be in great danger in the next few days." As he repeated the chant, he flicked out the coin again and saw the brass object tumble down into his open palm. This time, the king's head was facing up. This meant that he was certain, my reaction just now was really a sign of impending danger. Klein narrowed his eyes and leaned back in his chair. He was rather puzzled about this matter. Be it a seer or a clown, they had never shown such abilities before. Even if they could foresee danger, it was because the target was right in front of them, right beside them. There's no one near me. From the fact that my divination results were disrupted and misled, this matter definitely involves a high-sequence beyonder, and it's very likely that it's Bakerland's assistant. In the end, it triggered my premonition? This isn't scientific. This isn't mysticism. There must be some other factor hidden in this, but I'm still unable to figure it out at the moment. Klein looked around and saw the endless grey fog. The crimson and tranquil palace stood there unchanging. He reined in his puzzlement and temporarily stopped thinking about the reason. He focused his attention on the impending attack. After a few more divinations, Klein realized that he could only confirm that there would be great danger in the next few days. He couldn't shorten it to 3 days, 2 days, or even 5 hours. In other words, he could only receive a vague revelation. And in the dream divination, he saw Ian in an old coat. He stood on the street, and behind him were the elegant gas lamps and the blurry crimson moon. Apart from this scene, there was nothing. How should I interpret this? Klein thought for a while and could only conclude that it was a prelude to danger. Without any further delay, he immediately returned to the real world, left the Quelag Club, and rushed to the nearby Bakeland Bank's Hillston branch to withdraw the remaining £100 in his account. The £1,000 given by Justice had yet to be cleared and reconciled, and the corresponding information had yet to be sent, so the account situation wasn't synchronized. In theory, there was a loophole. After withdrawing the £100, Klein could withdraw it at another branch and take advantage of the time difference between the accounts. But this was only in theory. In order to avoid similar actions, the various banks had many rules for anonymous accounts. First, it was to strengthen the transmission of similar information within the same city. Second, it was to limit the amount of a single withdrawal to a maximum of £500. Third, if the last withdrawal was not recorded locally, one had to send a telegram to inquire. Klein had encountered the third situation today. After putting away the money, he took the carriage to the Bakeland Bridge area and entered the Brave. With Caspers leading the way, he saw Merrick sitting in the card room. The man was still empty, and there were no zombies around him. Klein put away the thought of rapping Aztec's copper whistle with his spirituality, slapped the £100 note on the table, and said to the pale Merrick, "I agree to the deal. I'll pay £100 in advance, and £300 for every day you protect me. The protection starts now." Merrick looked past him, behind him, and nodded slightly. "Okay," she agreed. "Huh?" Klein looked back in shock, only to see the door and air. He silently activated his spirit vision, but still didn't discover anything. Merrick pocketed the £100 and said indifferently, "You can go back. She's already begun protecting you, in a covert manner. If I hadn't divined in advance, I would have thought you guys were scammers." Klein looked around and made a show of leaving with gritted teeth. Along the way, he would occasionally activate and deactivate his spirit vision, constantly looking out the window, but he still couldn't find his so-called bodyguard. After returning to 15 Minsk Street, Klein closed the door, entered the bathroom, turned on the tap, and washed his hands. The splashing sounds disappeared as he shook off the water droplets, wiped his palms with a towel, and looked up at the mirror to examine his current appearance. At that moment, he saw his reflection in the mirror suddenly shake and transform into a woman in a black regal dress. The woman had pale blonde hair and blue eyes. Her appearance was rather exquisite, but her face was abnormally pale. She wore a small black bonnet, lifted the hem of her dress, and bowed slightly to Klein. This? Klein didn't hide his surprise. He deliberately took a few steps back and leaned against the wall. He had just realized that this might be the bodyguard he had hired with 1,000 pounds. The figure in the mirror was clear, but the woman in the black regal dress was nowhere to be seen. It was as though she had never appeared. Klein secretly activated his spirit vision, but he didn't find anything. Don't tell me I hired a female ghost as a bodyguard? This is even stranger than a female ghost. At least with spirit vision, I can see ghosts. Klein touched the Aztec copper whistle in his pocket and thought. He felt that it was still cold and gloomy, without any additional changes. It wasn't affected by the copper whistle. Looks like it's not an undead creature. However, I can't be sure. Back when the copper whistle was buried with me, the surrounding corpses didn't show any abnormalities. Is it because those buried in the cemetery have all been placated by priests and bishops? When does it work and when doesn't work? After the ambassador's matter is over, if I'm still alive, I'll go to the cemetery to do some experiments. I'll try to figure out the scope and limitations. I can't always carry around a ticking time bomb. Klein washed his face and walked out of the bathroom. He had just picked up the newspaper in the living room and was about to read it in the living room or bedroom when he heard the doorbell ring. Amidst the tinkling sound, Klein suddenly tensed up. He put on his coat made of various materials and walked to the door. He clearly remembered that danger would befall him in the next few days. Standing behind the door, he waited for a moment. The scene outside naturally surfaced in Klein's mind. The crimson moon was faintly discernible in the sky, and the elegant gas lamps on both sides of the street illuminated the wet road. A boy in an old coat stood there, his bright red eyes deep with some confusion. Ian Wright? Why is he here? Isn't this the scene I saw in my dream divination? Is this a sign of impending danger? Klein opened the door and took 2 steps back warily. Detective Moriarty. Ian took off his brown round hat and bowed. I'm here to apologize to you. I'm very sorry for involving you in such a dangerous matter. Klein frowned slightly. What you should do is go to the police station. Ian looked around and bowed his head slightly. I just came out of MI9. Ah? That's the name of the special department in the military? Klein made way and pointed to the living room. Maybe we can talk. I have to at least know why I'm in such a passive situation. He sighed in his heart. Ian didn't stand on ceremony. He followed Klein into the living room and sat in the same seat as last time. Just as he was about to speak, Klein suddenly added, if what you want to say will put me in greater danger, then don't say it. No, everything will be over soon. Ian had a calmness that didn't match his age. Klein heaved a sigh of relief. Then, what exactly happened? Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly saw a figure appear in the oriel window across the living room. She was dressed in a black regal dress, with light blonde hair tied into a bun. Her eyes were blue, and she had exquisite features. Her face was pale. She was none other than the woman who had greeted him through the mirror. The woman seemed to have found an illusory high-backed chair and sat down. Her left hand supported her right elbow and her right hand supported her cheek. She put on an expressionless face and listened. Klein was momentarily at a loss as to how to react. At this moment, Ian, who had been silent for a few seconds, whispered, Actually, Detectives Real is a spy for the Faceac Empire. Actually, Detectives Real is a spy for the Faceac Empire. He adopted a few homeless children and taught them how to gather intelligence. One of them is me. So that's how it is. I'm involved in a major spy case. Klein was enlightened. Ian looked at the coffee table and continued, we have the advantage of age. We often don't get noticed by others, so we can gather a lot of useful information. 2 weeks ago, I happened to discover clues to Helmasuen's manuscript. Helmasuin? Klein found the surname somewhat familiar. Ian looked up at him and explained, to Ronnie von Helmasuin, the greatest scientist after Roselle the Great. So it's him. Ian looked up at him and explained, to Ronnie von Helmasuin, the greatest scientist after Roselle the Great. So it's him. Klein immediately recalled the relevant introduction. Not only was he a great scientist, but he was also a mad scientist. He believed that humans were fundamentally flawed and that they could only obtain the ultimate truth with the help of machines. He loved to eat sweets and seemed to use them as a source of energy for himself. He mysteriously disappeared while researching the third-generation difference engine. He was an important figure that various countries were trying to find. His manuscript? A manuscript that involves the third-generation difference engine? Klein probed. The difference engine was a mechanical device used for calculations. It could effectively improve the efficiency of scientific research and various projects. From Klein's point of view, it was an alternative computer in the age of steam. Of course, it only had computing capabilities at the moment. Ian shook his head and said, "I'm not sure. I didn't actually see it. Perhaps there are some related ideas." He paused and recounted what had happened again. "I reported this matter to Detective Xianxia. He was very happy and asked me to investigate the clue while he immediately reported it to his boss. I spent some time and finally determined the whereabouts of the manuscript, but I was afraid of danger and didn't steal it directly. I decided to return to Detective Xianxia. After that, it was what I told you. Detective Xianxia's house was infiltrated, and many of the small mechanisms weren't restored. He didn't respond to my contact request, and the Xianxia gang tried to capture me. Through your help, I confirmed Detective Xianxia's death and took a false tooth from his corpse. Yes, after we parted ways. Detective Xianxia told me that the inside of the false tooth was engraved with a method to contact his boss in an emergency. Even he didn't know the method. It would only be removed if an accident happened." Klein nodded slightly. "So you sent a telegram?" A rare look of surprise flashed across Ian's face. "Did someone from MI9 tell you that?" "No, a friend of mine happened to see you at White Rum Street." Klein casually made up an excuse. "Yes." Ian nodded dejectedly. "I contacted Detective Xianxia's boss in Bakelin through a telegram and arranged a time, place, and method of meeting in a secret message. But soon, I was found by the Xianxia gang. No, to be precise, I was found by the intelligence agents of Intis. This was told to me by someone from MI9. Fortunately, MI9 arrived in time, and both sides fell into a chaotic battle. I took the opportunity to escape. But when I met with Detective Xianxia's boss this afternoon, I was ambushed by the intelligence agents of Intis again. Unfortunately, I was caught by them. I was afraid of death and told them everything I knew. However, they didn't keep their promise and still wanted to kill me. At this time, MI9 finally found me. At times like this, you're like a 15-year-old boy." Just as Klein was feeling wistful, he suddenly thought of a problem from Ian's words. Previously, when he discovered that Xianxia's corpse had a seemingly important item left behind, and that it had been successfully taken away by Ian, he had only believed that the Beyonder on the other side wasn't of a high level and wasn't strong enough. The effects of mediumship weren't good, and he wasn't able to obtain much useful information, resulting in a mistake. However, after confirming that the ambassador had a mid-sequence Beyonder of the seer pathway, this matter became very strange. It was impossible for the fake tooth to not be discovered under a powerful mediumship. And the corpse was thrown in such a remote and difficult-to-find place, so it didn't seem like a trap. Combined with Ian's description, the answer was obvious. Klein nodded. "Have you ever thought that there might be a traitor around Xianxia's boss, a traitor who has defected to the Intis intelligence agency? That's why Xianxia was exposed and died after obtaining clues to the manuscript. It's also why you were ambushed. It was precisely because the Intis ambassador knew the situation of Xianxia's boss that he didn't care much about the emergency contact information engraved on the inside of the fake tooth. Xianxia's report to his boss had directly led to his accident. Ian was stunned when he heard that. After a long while, he clenched his fists in frustration and tried his best to remain calm. "I actually didn't think of that." "You're really an excellent detective," he quietly exhaled and described. I also told Mi9 about the whereabouts of the manuscript, as well as everything else. I also told Mi9 about the whereabouts of the manuscript and everything else. They mentioned what happened to you. They didn't even suspect that I was lying, and they didn't send anyone to watch over me. All of them went to snatch the manuscript. However, under that kind of pressure, no one could lie. At this point, Ian stood up and bowed deeply. Please allow me to apologize once again. I'm sorry for getting you involved in such a matter. Actually, there's no need for you to hide anything from me. Klein, who understood the reason, smiled. No, in this matter, it was mainly because I made a mistake that I ended up in my current situation. As he listened, he reviewed the entire matter according to Ian's description and his reflection over the past few days. He confirmed that he had made 2 mistakes. I discovered that Ian's matter was a little complicated, but I still accepted the commission. That wasn't a problem. Back then, I just felt that it would involve gangs, and at most 1 or 2 Beyonders who didn't dare to expose themselves. As for the lack of enough information in the divination, the result was a failure. This was within the scope of what I could resolve myself. Normally, there wouldn't be any trouble. I might even be able to take the opportunity to make contact with the Beyonders in Vakeland. After finding Zriel's corpse and confirming that the matter was very complicated, considering the sensitive nature of my identity, I decisively withdrew and let Ian handle the aftermath himself. That wasn't a problem. It was a rather prudent choice. One of the mistakes I made was that I didn't decisively admit defeat when Masalt came knocking on my door and divulged the matter regarding Ian. Back then, I only thought that it was a gang or a few Beyonders behind the gang. Who knew that it would involve a figure like the ambassador of Intis? What was even more unexpected was that Masalt was so rash. After failing the commission, he didn't threaten or intimidate me, nor did he go through any other procedures. He directly came knocking on my door to kill and channel my spirit. He didn't give me a chance to back out at all. As a result, my situation worsened. So, this wasn't a very subjective or serious mistake. The mistake that really caused me to be in such a passive position was a small mistake at the very beginning. I didn't disguise myself when renting the house and accepting the commission under the name of Sherlock Moriarty. This resulted in me not daring to escape after my identity as a Beyonder was exposed to the ambassador. Even though I showed fear and panic, making Mi9 and the police believe that it was only natural for me to escape, I didn't dare to escape. I was afraid that the ambassador wouldn't be able to find a target for revenge and would mention it to the officials in passing. And according to my experience as a Nighthawk, most law enforcers are hostile towards uncontrollable Beyonders. They definitely wouldn't ignore me just because I'm a low-sequence Beyonder, and they would definitely launch an investigation. When the time comes, my looks will be clear evidence. I'll be pursued by the high-sequence Beyonders of the Church of the Goddess due to my involvement in a Grade 0 sealed artifact and my resurrection. Such a matter can't be pinned on the other party suddenly forgetting or not taking it to heart. I have to plan for the worst in advance. If I wait until the ambassador takes any action to deal with it, it will definitely be too late. Be it the assassination, finding a bodyguard, or buying items, they all require sufficient time. Only if the ambassador dies, and his assistant dies as well, or if the attention is diverted to investigating the cause of the ambassador's death, can I resolve this latent danger. His assistant doesn't have any official status and can't directly interact with the officials. For a mere Sequence 9, or at most Sequence 8, and whose whereabouts are unknown, it's impossible for him to go through so much trouble to report me. Of course, his death is the best outcome. That way, there won't be any latent dangers. Compared to seeking Mr. Aztec's help and being noticed by 0-08 again, as well as being pursued by high-sequence Beyonders, assassinating the ambassador is a relatively simple choice. If I fail, I can only endure one of these 2 outcomes. Sigh, everything stemmed from a tiny oversight at the very beginning. I only thought that in a metropolis with more than 5 million people, a metropolis where no one knows me, and that I can avoid the Nighthawks, there's no need for me to disguise myself every day. This would instead make it easier for others to see through me. In the end, for such a tiny mistake, I ended up paying the price of more than £10,000, and it might not even be resolved. I'm really like a clown, making a mistake and causing a chain reaction. Then, I'll struggle with all my might and try my best to balance myself to please the audience. this is the disadvantage of not having any experience. This is the first time in my 2 lives that I've been a fugitive. When this matter is completely resolved, it won't be that dangerous to expose my identity as a beyonder. They will only think that I recently obtained the potion while looking for a bodyguard, and not suspect my origins. Of course, I'll have to get used to wearing glasses and growing a beard to let the people around me gradually get used to my new appearance. When they ask about me in the future, they will only think of such an image. After figuring out the entire matter, Klein's smile became even more obvious, making Ian feel odd. I should go. I'll be disappearing for a while, or I might very well be thrown into prison. Ian put on his hat and bade farewell. Both parties know the whereabouts of Helmasuen's manuscript, and this matter will come to an end tonight. The ambassador will also be able to take action and have the strength to take revenge. Is this the reason for the impending danger? Klein roughly understood the results of the divination and the baffling omen. If he didn't have the language of foulness charm and a powerful bodyguard worth 1,000 pounds for 3 days, he would probably shamelessly head to the police station and head to the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery's headquarters in Bakelin to temporarily stay at St. Hierland Cathedral to avoid any possible attacks and wait for the ambassador to be assassinated. As for whether the assassination would succeed, Klein wasn't confident. After all, he had already considered the worst-case scenario and had a plan. But now, with 2 layers of preparations, there was no doubt that he wouldn't adopt a strategy of hiding. He would still stay at home and pretend that he knew nothing. In his heart, he was even hoping that the attacker would come knocking on his door. Sequence 9 Hunter Massault was killed by me. If they send someone else, it will be at least a Sequence 7, or even a Sequence 6, 5, or a whole bunch of them. Regardless, as long as I finish them off, I'll obtain the formula and Beyonder characteristic, recouping some of my losses. Yes, I'll tell Miss Bodyguard that my luck is pretty good. I obtained benefits from the black ear I bought and became a Beyonder. After all, if the battle is intense, there's no way for me to hide it. Besides, what I said is almost the truth. I did obtain quite a bit of benefits from the black ear. Klein thought about what would happen next, almost instinctively drawing the crimson moon on his chest. May the goddess bless me. The one who comes is the Beyonder of the seer pathway. He prayed silently. With this in mind, he looked around the room in search of his bodyguard, worried that she would run away silently after hearing the whole story. The living room and dining room were warmly lit, illuminating the coffee table, sofa, and chairs. Apart from that, there was no one else. Just as Klein was gradually feeling uneasy, he suddenly saw a face appear on the glass cover of the gas lamp in the living room. She had pale blonde hair, exquisite features, and a pale face. This lady is quite confident in her own strength. Klein's heart calmed down as he whispered to himself, I'm also a Beyonder. I participated in the gathering through Casper's and bought an item that was a gamble of luck. I participated in the gathering through Casper's and bought an item that was a gamble of luck. I received some benefits, of course, only for people like me. Both of his statements were true. No matter what method he faced, he would be able to withstand the test. But when these 2 sentences were put together, it made people think that the benefit made him a Beyonder. The face on the glass cover of the gas lamp nodded slightly and disappeared quickly without any other reaction. Klein's appearance didn't change, but he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He returned to the sofa area. Without taking off his jacket, he picked up a newspaper and flipped through it. After a while, the tinkling sound echoed again, and someone rang the doorbell again. Who? Klein instantly tensed up as he stuffed his hands into his pockets and touched the tarot cards and the language of foulness charm. He slowly walked to the door, and with the help of the clown's ability, he predicted what he would see when he opened the door. The crimson moon was still faintly discernible, and the elegant gas lamps hadn't changed. A sheriff in a black and white checkered uniform with 3 V's on his epaulette waited impatiently by the door. He had a short, brownish-yellow beard under his chin, and he was the sheriff who had previously handled the case of Sherlock Moriarty's self-defense. Jurgen seemed to have mentioned his name before. Sheriff Vaccine? Yes, I can get the £10 bail money back tomorrow or the day after. What's he doing here? MI9 sent him to find Ian, right? Or to inform me where I can temporarily avoid danger? In his confusion, Klein gripped the handle. The Intis embassy in Baekeland's West End was brightly lit. The smell of all kinds of perfumes and alcohol spread to every corner, accompanied by a melodious melody. There was a ball being held here. During Baekeland's tenure as ambassador, he often held balls at the embassy. He invited the Loan Kingdom's bankers, large factory owners, philanthropists, as well as other famous tycoons and lawyers to participate. He also randomly gave some businessmen a chance. In such an atmosphere, he would tell the guests about the prosperity and openness of Trier. He would tell them that the Republic of Intis was no longer dominated by the nobles. Bankers, factory owners, lawyers, and other people were the masters of the country. They directly and indirectly monopolized most of the seats, decided the direction of the country's policies, and enjoyed true freedom and a lofty status. Today, Baekeland was doing something similar. He held a glass of wine and kept appearing in front of the guests, as if to prove that he was at the banquet at this time and wasn't out. I should have gotten the manuscript by now. After learning from the trembling detective that Ian Wright had appeared at the telegraph office on Berenice Street, I've been setting up everything. Now it's time to reap the rewards. Baekeland, with a thin but tasteful face, drank a mouthful of blood-like Ormer wine and walked to the balcony, intending to enjoy the cool night breeze. After learning that Ian had sent a telegram as a senior schemer and a professional intelligence agent, Baekeland keenly realized that the other party was contacting his superior's superior. Thus, he quickly got the double agent lurking in the Baekeland team of the Fasak Empire's intelligence agency to investigate. He obtained the time, place, and method of meeting between Ian and the team leader. After that, he pretended that nothing had happened and continued to send people to search for Ian near Berenice Street. They successfully discovered him and also attracted the attention of MI9. According to his arrangements, the intelligence agents at the scene deliberately let Ian escape, so as to make MI9 think that both parties were on the same starting line. After numbing his main opponent, he mobilized other intelligence agents who hadn't been exposed to ambush Ian and the team leader from the Fasak Empire. He wanted to find the manuscript without MI9 noticing and bring it out of the Kingdom of Rouen. Things had progressed as smoothly as he had expected, but the news that came back in the evening made his mood abnormally heavy. The people from MI9 had actually appeared. They, who should have been fooled, had actually appeared. With Rosago around, it's definitely not because of divination. Besides, MI9 isn't good at divination at all. This means that there's a worm among us. I hope that Rosago can get the manuscript first and hand it over to Shadow. In order to avoid suspicion, Baekeland had deliberately organized a ball, so he couldn't interfere with the progress of the matter. All he could do was pray for his subordinates to do their best. According to his arrangements, after Rosago succeeded, he would immediately transfer the item to another intelligence agent, one that had never been used before. Then, Rosago would lure away the people from MI9 and create some trouble to continue interfering with the line of sight to attract the attention of his companions. During this process, Baekeland requested that Rosago get rid of the detective. If it weren't for him, the matter wouldn't have been discovered by MI9, and everything would have gone smoothly. My connection with this Manger gang wouldn't have been exposed, and I wouldn't have been transferred back to the country. He actually didn't run away, thinking that MI9 would always protect him, and that staying at home was safer than running away? Baekeland rubbed his face. He had already received orders that after the operation on the manuscript was over, he would hand over the intelligence to the embassy's first-grade military officer and wait for the new ambassador to take over. Baekeland was rather reluctant to leave this place. Although Baekeland had bad weather and heavy pollution, it was the most prosperous city in the world, bar none. Furthermore, the ladies and madams here are more conservative, unlike the sluts back home. Slowly seducing them into bed and slowly removing their conservatism is a very fulfilling and addictive thing. Unfortunately, I have to bid farewell to these beautiful people. Baekeland thought gloomily as he grew increasingly resentful of the detective who dared to resist. As for Rosago's safety, Baekeland wasn't worried at all. He believed that as long as he was willing, as long as he wasn't targeted by a high-sequence Beyonder, he could escape immediately. This was because Rosago had special Beyonder powers. As he thought about it, Baekeland's eyes suddenly lit up. He saw a young lady in a dark red dress standing at the edge of the balcony with a glass of wine in her hand. She had a beautiful face and an elegant temperament. Her ink-colored hair was elegant and smooth, and her light brown eyes seemed to hide a lot of things. Bakerland immediately walked over and struck up a conversation with her. He learned that the lady was the daughter of a lumber merchant, named Irene. Her father wasn't too rich and was trying his best to curry favor with the higher-ups. With his identity as the ambassador of Intis, Bakerland quickly gained Irene's adoring gaze. After 2 dances together, the two of them became more intimate with each other. "Beautiful lady, I would like to invite you to my room to taste the Ormer wine, 1286, Bakerland hinted. Irene replied without hesitation. "All right." The two of them left the ball hall and quietly went to the 2nd floor. They entered Bakerland's room and told the guards to stay away and not disturb them. Before the so-called 1286 Ormer wine appeared, Bakerland enthusiastically took Irene to bed. As they rolled, Irene's simple dress fell to the ground, and her white arms wrapped around him. Her hands grabbed onto Bakerland's shoulders, and her fingernails and veins suddenly grew black, thin, and furry spider feet. Bang! Irene's eyes suddenly protruded as white foam appeared in her mouth. Bakerland retracted his fist that had struck her in the abdomen and stood up from the bed. He no longer had the hurried expression from before, and his face was cold. "Who sent you?" Bakerland asked in a low voice. Irene tried to stand up, but the pain made it difficult for her to succeed. Her eyes were filled with horror and shock. Seeing the beautiful lady's expression, Bakerland smiled. "I'm indeed infatuated with beautiful ladies, but I know this problem myself. That's why I'm especially careful every time I face a beautiful lady. Tell me, who sent you?" Irene shut her mouth tightly. Her anger was tinged with a bit of fear as she stared at the skinny ambassador who was smiling warmly. Bakerland stretched out his right hand, which was covered in a layer of orange-red flames that danced quietly. He took 2 steps forward and made a gesture of pressing his palm against Irene's skin. This reminded Irene of the descriptions in many novels. Those cruel interrogators would use red-hot iron to burn the target's body, causing them to experience extreme pain. "No, you can't be so rough with a beautiful lady." Bakerland suddenly stopped his right palm and chuckled. With a jerk, the layer of orange-red flames turned into a long scarlet whip. The long whip burned the air around it, and barbs grew out from its joints. "Pa!" Bakerland lashed out with the flaming whip and struck Irene's body. Her clothes were charred and a black mark appeared on her skin. Her face contorted as she screamed. "Who sent you?" Bakerland asked again in a gentle tone. Irene's lips quivered a few times before she finally opened them. Yes, just as Bakerland was subconsciously listening for the answer, his eyes suddenly reflected a blood-red color. "Not good." Bakerland jerked back and rolled on the ground. At the place where he had been standing, flames leaped up and formed a burning wall. Pft! Pft! Blood and flesh splattered out like raindrops, hitting the wall of fire with sizzling sounds. Some of them penetrated the layer of flames and paved a sparse path of blood-red spots on the ground. At the end of the path was Ambassador Intis, Bakerland, who had stood up again. He saw Irene's abdomen torn open and saw 2 arms wrapped in viscous liquid, sticking out. With a sudden push of the 2 arms, a figure emerged from the beautiful Miss Irene's stomach. It was covered in a blood-colored viscous liquid that kept squirming and dripping down. It was the size of an ordinary adult man. It was hard to imagine that Irene, who was a normal woman without a bulging abdomen, had such a thing hidden in her body. How could it be hidden? Bang! Everything below Aaron's head exploded, turning into pure flesh and blood that flowed onto the humanoid figure. It mixed with the dripping liquid to form a strange red robe. The figure revealed its true appearance. It was beautiful and enchanting like a woman. The blood-red robe on its body, under the illumination of the fire, looked like a blooming flower. Rose Bishop. As a veteran intelligence officer, Bakerland immediately thought of the corresponding sequence name. Sequence 6 of the secret suppliant pathway, Rose Bishop. Every Rose Bishop was an expert in flesh and blood magic. Beyonders of this sequence could strangely hide in the bodies of others to avoid all kinds of detection. But when he burrowed out, the host would lose his life. For the Lord. Aaron's remaining head cried out and closed her eyes forever. The Rose Bishop reached out his right hand and tapped his chest 4 times in the order of bottom, top, right, left. His eyes that reflected the color of blood and fire looked at Bakerland. He took a step forward with his right foot and passed through the wall of fire. He didn't suffer any damage from the fire, but there was a dark red liquid that kept dripping down. Bakerland took another step back and suddenly raised his voice. Someone! Help! Although his most capable assistant, Rosago, and a few intelligence officers had been sent out, there was still no lack of Beyonders in the embassy. They were military officials who had been approved by the Kingdom of Rouen, and they were the protective forces here on the surface, 1 Sequence 5, 1 Sequence 6, 3 Sequence 7, and a total of nearly 10 Sequence 8 and Sequence 9. Bakerland's voice echoed in the room, but it couldn't be heard. The music outside didn't change, and the ball didn't stop. It was as if this place had become an independent and isolated world. This? Bakerland rationally stopped shouting, narrowed his eyes, and observed his surroundings. The Rose Bishop wasn't in a hurry to take action. He chuckled and said, "This is your own will, the rules you set. You previously told the guards not to disturb, not to approach, and not to let anyone come over. Yes. I magnified your will, your rules, and made a slight distortion. If you want to break through this gap, you have to defeat yourself." Bakerland's expression changed slightly. From the fact that he seemed to abide by the rules, but in fact, he was distorting them and constantly absorbing the power of order to serve him. He thought of the name of another sequence. Baron of Corruption. Bakerland growled. This was the lawyer pathway, which was also the sequence 6 of the Black Emperor pathway. Before he could finish his sentence, Bakerland's expression suddenly turned extremely gloomy. He blurted out, "Shepherd. You're a shepherd. Who are you from the Aurora Order? Mr. A? Why are you assassinating me?" The Rose Bishop, no, the shepherd chuckled. "You don't need to know who I am. Accept the Lord's favor." Before he could finish his sentence, his body suddenly froze. His joints seemed to be covered in rust, and his entire body paused as if he had become a puppet. Bakerland laughed, and the gloominess from before instantly disappeared. He took out a white handkerchief from his left breast pocket and wiped the corner of his mouth. "I'm glad you were able to chat with me for so long and gave me enough time." After the white handkerchief was taken away, a thumb-sized head appeared from his left breast pocket. It was the head of a puppet with completely black eyes. The shepherd opened his mouth, wanting to speak, but all he heard was a hollow voice that seemed to come from afar. "You." After a pause, his body suddenly swelled up, and his skin turned dark black. 2 curved goat horns with sinister patterns grew out of his head, and a pair of wings that smelled of sulfur spread out from his back. The shepherd approached 3 meters in an instant and turned into a devilized creature. But even so, he still felt as if every joint of his was tightly bound. His movements were stiff and slow, and his thoughts began to blur. "You still have the powers of a devil? As expected of a shepherd. Let me send you to your lord." Bakerland didn't waste any more time. A flaming spear condensed in his right palm, with a blazing white tip. He bent down and swung his arm, about to throw the spear to nail the shepherd to the wall and burn him to ashes. The corresponding sequence 7 of Conspirer was Pyromaniac, and its ancient name was Fire Mage. Cough. 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 At that moment, Bakerland coughed violently, as if he was about to spit out his heart and lungs. He coughed until he lost control of the flaming spear and dissipated inch by inch. He coughed until his face turned red and his forehead burned. The influence he had on the enemy with the help of the mystical item was also removed. The shepherd broke free from his sluggishness and returned to normal. "Why do you think I chatted so much with you? How does severe pneumonia and uncontrollable coughing feel?" The devil-like face asked with the corners of his mouth curled up. Upon hearing this, Bakerland suddenly recalled the beautiful and enchanting appearance of the enemy when he first appeared, and he said regretfully, "That's right." He said regretfully, "Cough, cough, illness. You, cough, killed a, cough, cough, demoness of affliction." The shepherd deactivated his devil form, and his body became blurry and indistinct, layered over each other. He chuckled. "No, I just accepted Saint Tenebrous' gift. I know a schemer always has all kinds of methods, so I'm going to use my strongest ability from now on. I won't let you have any unnecessary hopes." A book appeared in front of him, a transparent and blurry book. The pages of the ancient book flipped quickly, accompanied by a low chanting voice. I came, I saw, I recorded. As long as I've recorded it, I can use it once. This is the ability that Saint Tenebris purposely showed me. Although it's only half of the original effect, it's enough. The shepherd's voice became ethereal, and his body was enveloped by the darkness that surged out from the book. He quickly turned into a 2-3-meter-tall giant. His entire body was covered in a black, ice-cold armor. Only his eyes flickered with crimson light. The Dark Knight raised the straight and heavy greatsword in his hand, took a step forward, and fiercely slashed down. No. Why? Amidst Bakerland's screams, the layers of flames that surged out of his body were split apart. The various bursts of light were split apart, and his body was also split in half. Thud. Bakerland fell to the ground, but there was no blood flowing out of his wound. Even his soul seemed to be corroded and destroyed by the dark and gloomy sword that didn't seem to exist. Boom. Boom. Boom, the flames that spewed out of Bakerland's body lost control, causing the room to collapse and shatter the glass. And at this moment, the isolation that was created by his will had disappeared with his death. The shepherd didn't stop, nor did he wait for the Beyonder characteristic to appear. He returned to his blurry form and seized the opportunity before the embassy's military officials arrived to pass through the layers of walls and run into the darkness outside. 15 Minsk Street. Klein's right hand that was holding the doorknob paused for a moment. He decided to throw a coin to be safe before opening the door. Since Ian had already been here, and the revelation he saw in his dream divination had already appeared, danger could befall him at any time. Silently reciting the words "visitors outside will bring danger," Klein flicked a quarter penny up and watched it fall into his palm with the numbers facing up. Negative. Klein silently muttered to himself as he reached out and twisted the doorknob. However, he didn't lower his guard because of this. He knew that the ambassador had a mid-sequence Beyonder of the same pathway who could interfere with his divination. If it were him, it would be normal for him to get the wrong answer. Unfortunately, I don't have the time or the opportunity to go above the gray fog to confirm. Klein used his spirit vision to look through the wooden planks for a while, but he didn't find any problems. Then, he opened the door and took 2 steps back. Sergeant Faxine, who was wearing a black and white checkered uniform, took off his hat and said with a serious expression, "Don't worry." "All right." Klein nodded solemnly. Sergeant Faxine touched his short hair and said, "There are other arrangements. I'll explain them to you in detail. Make your own decision." He looked towards the living room. Klein politely made an inviting gesture and watched as Sergeant Faxine closed the door and entered. He walked to the sofa and sat down. "What are the arrangements?" Klein didn't take off his coat, and his hands were still in his pockets. Faxine leaned forward slightly, clasped his hands, and said, "You should know very well that you've offended that ambassador. You should know very well that you have offended that ambassador. Tonight or tomorrow will be the most dangerous period for you. The first is to stay at the Holy Wind Cathedral for 2 days. I know you're a believer of the god of steam and machinery, but St. Hireland Cathedral is too far away. It's easy for problems to occur on the way." Klein nodded indiscernibly, waiting for the other party to give him the second choice. Suddenly, his vision blurred and his mind went numb. He felt as though there was a thick layer of glass around him. He saw Sergeant Faxine's mouth open and close slowly, and he realized that his thoughts were gradually turning sluggish. This feeling was so familiar that Klein immediately thought of the Antigonus family's puppet, sealed artifact 2-049. Back then, he had been repeatedly affected by similar effects, but he had been woken up by Captain Dunn Smith and company. In order to make others notice the abnormality in time, they had been constantly flexing and extending their arms. The Antigonus family controls the seer pathway. This person's powers are similar to the Antigonus family's puppet. He's the mid-sequence Beyonder of the seer pathway. It really is him. Klein instantly came to a realization, but there was no Dunn Smith to wake him up. The muscles on Sergeant Faxine's face began to squirm in a strange manner, and he quickly turned into a black-haired, blue-eyed gentleman with a handsome face and faint traces of a beard. He said with a smile, "Give me time. This is one of the most difficult powers to deal with below high-sequence Beyonders." As he spoke, Klein saw a woman in a black regal dress appear on the oriel window. She walked out of the glass stiffly and slowly. Her pale blonde hair, delicate face, and pale face made her look more like a puppet than a living person. I didn't expect you to be able to hire such a powerful bodyguard. If not for my divination, I might have died here. What did you pay? By the way, I'm Rosago. Rosago didn't look back as he smiled at Klein, but he didn't expect Klein, who was under his control, to speak smoothly. At this moment, he suddenly felt a cold breeze blowing on his neck, causing his hair to stand on end and goosebumps to appear. Behind him, there seemed to be an invisible person breathing on his neck. Rosago laughed, raised his left hand, and snapped his fingers. Pa! A flame suddenly rose behind him, and a transparent shadow burned fiercely, quickly turning into ashes. In Klein's vision, these movements were broken down into blocks of images. It wasn't that the other party had slowed down, but that his thoughts were becoming more sluggish. He's already controlling me. Why doesn't he just kill me? Do villains like to chat? No, he's not a stupid person. He's using chatting to hide something. Klein tried his best to think, searching for the problem, but his thoughts couldn't help but slow down. He looked at Rosago intently, observing every nuance of him. Finally, he saw a figure appear in each of Rosago's eyes. It was a figure formed by pale blonde hair, blue eyes, pale face, and a dark Gothic regal dress, and at this moment, the woman was still behind Rosago, still near the oriel window. She walked over haltingly, like a puppet being manipulated. He hasn't really controlled her yet. She's still trying hard to resist and struggle. They're in a constant tug-of-war in the domain of mysticism. I need to do something, to tip the balance. Klein turned his attention to the language of foulness charm in his left hand. The cold, slippery feeling was sinister. He was glad that he hadn't let down his guard and had been in a state of readiness to fight at any moment. All he could do was hurt himself and hurt others. Klein mustered his strength and struggled to speak. His vocal cords seemed to have rotted, and it was difficult for him to move his throat. In a hoarse voice, he chanted the ancient Hermes word with slight hesitation. Filth. As the voice echoed, Klein's left palm felt a corrosive pain, and he heard the layers of illusory ravings that made him go crazy. This was a state he was familiar with, and it didn't affect his next attempt. That attempt was to inject most of his spirituality into the language of foulness charm. This didn't require the coordination of his body movements. 3 seconds later, the true creator's voice would descend upon the physical world and enter the ears of the living being closest to him. 3. The prelude, noisy, illusory, and evil ravings instantly spread. Klein's scalp went numb, and his mind buzzed. He felt his blood vessels constantly throbbing, and he could no longer focus his thoughts. Rosago, who was only a coffee table away from him, suddenly had a dazed expression. His face puffed up, and the figure of the woman in his eyes suddenly became clear. 2. The pale woman in the black regal dress behind him sped up, but she immediately frowned and revealed a pained expression. At that moment, Klein felt the effects weaken as he wished. He found his thoughts flowing again, and he realized that his joints were once again filled with lubricant. Having been tested by the ravings for a long time, he endured the madness and pain, and he threw the language of foulness charm in his left palm at Rosago. 1. The iron-black talisman with many symbols and sinister patterns melted. Rosago had just regained some of his composure and was about to pounce to the side when he saw a thick darkness and heard a murmur that contained a lot of knowledge and extreme madness. No human could describe this voice. All the blood vessels in Rosago's head bulged as if they were about to explode. He tumbled to the ground, twisting and struggling as his skin cracked open inch by inch, revealing the flesh underneath. At the same time, Klein, who hadn't directly heard the true creator's voice, and the lady with pale blonde hair and blue eyes fell to the ground, unable to withstand the pain. They each let out a tragic cry, as though someone had pierced their sun acupoints with an iron rod. Their eyes were bloodshot, and bright red liquid dripped from their noses. They couldn't see anything, nor could they sense the world around them. The experienced Klein was the first to recover. He staggered and struggled to stand up, and he saw Rosago tear apart his clothes and peel off his skin, revealing all his flesh and meridians. He was like a legendary red monster that had been skinned. He kept rolling and groaning in pain, as though he was about to lose control. Klein didn't wait for the outcome, because he couldn't bear the possibility of Rosago gaining benefits and becoming a devout believer of the true creator. He believed that the evil god was definitely filled with anger at him. Pulling out his revolver and adjusting the firing mechanism, Klein took 2 steps forward, circled to the coffee table, and pressed the muzzle against Rosago's head. Bang! 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 Dressed in a black double-breasted frock coat, he stared at his enemy and fired 5 shots in a row. He watched as his head swelled up and tilted back, and then his head exploded. Red, white, and black matter splattered all over the ground. Captain, thank you for your demonstration in the past. Klein lowered his revolver, panted heavily, and smiled. In front of him, Rosago's headless corpse swayed and fell back beside the sofa. It was only then that the woman in the black Gothic regal dress slowly stopped screaming. Her rolling and struggling movements also slowed down, but her skin seemed to become a lot more transparent. Seeing that the flesh on Rosago's corpse was still squirming, Klein didn't hesitate to take out a requiem charm that he had made himself and use it. Amidst the calm and peaceful feeling, the corpse finally came to a stop. Seeing this scene, Klein had a thought, took out another charm, and chanted softly, "Crimson." Then, he injected some spirituality and threw the talisman at his bodyguard, at the pale-faced woman with pale blonde hair. A power that could put one to sleep rippled out, and the woman, who had yet to shake off the lingering effects of the voice, suddenly fell silent and fell asleep. Klein didn't feel at ease, so he added another slumber charm, afraid that it would disturb his next attempt. 15. Minsk Street regained its peace at night. This time, nothing was damaged, but the ground was contaminated, as the contest between the 3 parties was strange and secretive. Looking at Rosago's corpse and the sleeping bodyguard, Klein said in a self-deprecating manner, "There are benefits to courting death often. There are benefits to courting death often. At the very least, you can gain some immunity." He didn't quickly attempt a mediumship ritual, because Rosago had been contaminated by the true creator, and directly mediumship was equivalent to suicide. But this didn't mean that Klein didn't have a solution. He planned on mediumship above the gray fog and bring Rosago with him. With his current level of spirit body, even with the reinforcement of Aztec's copper whistle, he was unable to move the portable camera, much less a corpse that was several times heavier. However, mediumship wasn't mediumship with the corpse, but the remnant spirituality of the other party. Klein took out a candle and quickly set up a ritual. He summoned himself, responded to himself, and transformed into a special spirit body. After becoming a spirit body, he saw Rosago's vague remnant spirituality and realized that his Miss Bodyguard's physical state was somewhat strange. It was quite similar to his current state, but also very different. Klein didn't waste time thinking. He carried Aztec's copper whistle, wrapped Rosago's remnant spirituality, and went above the gray fog. After conjuring the corresponding ritual items and setting up a simple altar, Klein quickly began the mediumship ritual. During this process, he was surprised to discover that he didn't need to pray to anyone. He could directly mediumship, just like a real spirit medium. Phew. Is this my special authority in the mysterious space above the gray fog? A thought flashed through Klein's mind as he recited the divination statement, the potion formula for the seer pathway. Klein leaned back in his chair and attempted to channel the spirit using dream divination. In the gray, illusory world, a gas lamp suddenly lit up, illuminating the stone slabs on the ground and the desk with a scroll of parchment. After the seer and clown formulas flashed, Rosago, wearing a shirt with fluffy cuffs, stood by the side, listening to a voice that came from an unknown location. Before advancing, I have to remind you that you've been relying too much on divination recently. Divination is a revelation, a result. It can't tell us the process. For example, if you divined whether a railway stock would make money, the answer you received was yes, so you invested all your money. But in fact, the true meaning of the revelation is that in the long run, in 30 years, this railway stock will make money, and before that, the fall will outweigh the rise. Fate isn't that easy to grasp. Most of the time, there's no way to determine or quantify it. Divination isn't omnipotent. In addition, divination can also be interfered with and misled. There are too many things in this world that you can't understand. If you completely rely on divination, you'll definitely die because of it in the future. Divination is a revelation, and it has to be matched with one's own caution, prudence, and restraint. Rosago died at my hands because the language of foulness involved the mysterious space above the grey fog, preventing him from divining the corresponding danger. Otherwise, with his strange abilities, Miss Bodyguard and I would have been dead. This is also a reminder for me. Even if I have the grey fog to isolate the interference, I can't be careless. No matter how certain my actions are, I have to leave some leeway. From these words, it seems like they didn't know about the acting method back then. Otherwise, some of the words could be summarized as reverence for fate. As his thoughts raced, Klein heard Rosago's answer. He unfolded the parchment. Sequence 7, Magicians, Main Ingredients, 1 piece of the true root of a mist treant, all the spinal fluid of a dark patterned black panther. Supplementary materials, 60 milliliters of pure water, 30 milliliters of mist ants juice, 3g of watery gem powder, 4 drops of psychedelic grass essential oil. Magicians. They're also part of a circus. Together with seers and clowns, they can form the big three of the circus. Klein lampooned before recalling the suited clown he had previously encountered. He seemed to be a magician. His abilities seemed to include the snap of his fingers, air bullet, flame jump, paper soldiers. Not bad. Just the ability to cast spells quickly would greatly increase my combat strength. As these thoughts flashed in his mind, Klein saw the scene change. This time, it was a magnificent room, surrounded by all kinds of golden sculptures and decorations. It was the same voice from before, and it was the same reminder. According to my experience, after consuming this faceless potion, you have to remember one thing. You can disguise as anyone, but you can only be yourself. Faceless man? The sequence 6 of the seer pathway is faceless? This should be the beyonder power that allowed Rosago to transform into Sergeant Faxine. From the looks of it, the fake detective's reel was also played by him. Creeping hunger allows Zillings to transform into different people, which matches this beyonder power very well. From the looks of it, a certain faceless died at his hands. This power doesn't increase the level of a head-on battle, but in many situations, it's more useful than 90% of a beyonder power. It's no wonder Rosago dared to come here to kill and wasn't afraid of falling into a trap. This power is very important to me. With this in mind, Klein subconsciously widened his eyes. He saw Rosago pick up a thin golden page with many Hermes words written on it. Sequence 6, Faceless, Main Ingredients, Thousand-Faced Hunter's Mutated Pituitary Gland, Characteristic of a Human-Skinned Shadow. Supplementary materials, 80 milliliters of Thousand-Faced Hunter's Blood, 5 drops of black jimsonweed juice, 10 grams of dragon tooth grass powder, 3 strands of hair from a deep-sea naga. Thousand-Faced Hunter? This seems to be a type of dragon. It's not a particularly powerful type. It shouldn't be a psychic dragon, but it's still very rare and close to extinction. Klein instantly recalled the corresponding mysticism knowledge. At this moment, the scene in front of him hadn't changed, but Rosago's clothes and position had. He was wearing a white wig and a dark tuxedo, and his face was covered with a thick beard. The advancement this time isn't as simple as before. The potion has to be consumed in conjunction with the ritual. Once it succeeds, you will obtain one of the most difficult beyonder powers to restrain below high sequence beyonders. The person who spoke had changed, his voice sounding even older. Rosago asked expectantly, "What ceremony?" "Go to the sea, find a mermaid, and consume the magic potion while listening to her singing." The old man who spoke opened an ancient book with countless mysterious symbols. The surface of the book suddenly glowed as lines of ancient Hermes appeared in midair. Sequence 5. Marionettist. Upon seeing this, Klein suddenly felt a headache. This was a sign that his spirituality was nearing depletion. In the previous battle, just the language of foulness charm had consumed most of his spirituality. Later, not only did he use 3 charms from the Evernight goddess's domain, but he had also summoned and responded to himself. The fact that he could last until now meant that he had made great progress from the past. He had made great progress in digesting the clown potion. As the scene flickered and shook, on the verge of shattering, Klein forcefully held on and scanned the remaining contents of the formula. Main ingredients: dust of an ancient wraith, core crystal of a 6-winged gargoyle. Supplementary ingredients: 80 milliliters of spring water from Sonia Island's Golden Spring, 10 grams of bark from a dragon-patterned tree, remnant spirituality of an ancient wraith, one pair of eyes from a six-winged gargoyle. Advancement ritual, consume the potion while listening to the mermaids singing. Gotcha. Klein no longer held on, allowing the dream to dissipate into countless illusory points of light. He pinched his forehead and nearly fainted. At the same time that Rosego's remnant spirituality and the slight feeling of madness were annihilated, he was pushed back into the real world by an invisible force. The ground that was covered in blood, brain matter, hair, and all sorts of debris reflected in Klein's eyes. He bent down and retched twice to sober up a little. Without spirituality, one would directly exit the mysterious space above the gray fog. Klein looked around and found that Miss Bodyguard was still asleep. He hurriedly extinguished the candles and packed up the items related to the ritual. Then, he panted heavily. After a moment of rest, he finally recovered a little of his spirituality. At this moment, a cold wind blew at his neck, causing him to shiver and his thoughts to stiffen. Klein suddenly turned his head and looked at the oriel window again. He saw that Miss Bodyguard, who was dressed in a black Gothic regal dress, had already woken up and was floating up. Her pale blonde hair and pale face seemed to have dimmed a little. Her entire body became more illusory, and her skin became somewhat translucent. Klein hurriedly explained according to the excuse he had long thought of. After I blew up his head, I found that his body was still squirming. Because I was afraid that he would turn into a zombie, I quickly used all the charms on me. I was very nervous and flustered, and I might have implicated you. This is probably the risk that the divination revealed earlier. If she's dissatisfied and thinks that I attacked her, then I'm doomed. Klein thought with some trepidation. This true feeling made his performance even more perfect. Miss Bodyguard looked down at herself and said in an erratic tone, "What charm was it at the beginning?" "I bought a black ear at the gathering for £400. It was said that I could hear the voice of a great being. If I was lucky enough, I would gain a lot of benefits. If I was unlucky, I would die on the spot. I couldn't hire a bodyguard back then, and with such a dangerous situation, I could only take a gamble." "The outcome wasn't bad," Klein answered with absolute truth. "After I heard the voice of a great being, the black ear shattered by itself and turned into this charm." Miss Bodyguard's blue eyes slowly swept across him. The room was silent, and there was a frozen silence. Finally, the lady in the black regal dress nodded. "You'd better find a psychiatrist." "Does she mean that I've already become a potential lunatic?" Yes, she guessed that it was a relic of a listener, and she also understood that Rosego's spirituality must have been corrupted by the true creator. She wouldn't suspect that I deliberately put her to sleep and took the opportunity to channel her spirit. This also explains why I was able to escape the influence of the ravings faster than her. After all, I'm a potential lunatic created by the true creator. Klein curled the corners of his mouth. "Let's quickly clean up the scene. Perhaps the people from MI9 will come over to take a look." He pointed at Rosego's headless corpse. As he spoke, Klein put on his gloves, approached, squatted down, and quickly searched for the relic. He quickly found more than £10 in cash, some essential oils and herbal powder, 2 crudely cut paper dolls, and a strange piece of paper. The paper was orange in color. On it, there were symbols corresponding to the sun and magic labels circled out a blank rectangle. Just holding it in his hand made him feel warm and secure. "What is this?" Klein did not hide his confusion. At some point in time, Miss Bodyguard had floated behind him and replied simply, "A mystical item corresponding to a notary." Notary? Klein was stunned at first, but then he recalled that Rosego was an intelligence agent in the Republic of Intis. They believed in the eternal blazing sun, the god of steam and machinery, and the eternal blazing sun was also the god of contracts. Is this the sequence 6 or 5 of the Bard pathway? Notarization is effective. Beyond our powers will be temporarily enhanced. Notarization is ineffective. Beyond our powers will be forcefully dispersed. Miss Bodyguard didn't explain further as she roughly described the effects. Just as Klein was about to speak, he suddenly saw Rosego's headless body and blood and brain matter emit specks of dark light. They attracted each other and condensed into a blob, turning into a completely black eye without a pupil. What's this? Klein feigned ignorance and asked again. Something of no value. Miss Bodyguard maintained her unique way of speaking. Of no value? Klein asked with a frown. He actually understood what Miss Bodyguard meant. Normally speaking, if Rosago eventually lost control, he would leave behind a strange and terrifying sealed artifact. If not, his Beyonder characteristics could be used as the main ingredient of a Sequence 5 Nimblewright Master Potion. In short, they would be of high value. But the problem was that he didn't lose control, and he had been corrupted by the true creator. Thus, he became the main ingredient of a potion with an evil god's mark. Using it to concoct a Nimblewright Master Potion, Klein believed that it was suicide by consuming poison. Miss Bodyguard looked at the completely black eye and said in a low and ethereal voice, "It has been corrupted by an evil god. It has been corrupted by evil gods and has no value anymore. If it's really of value, and if it's very valuable, I'll have to worry if you'll finish me off in passing." Klein pointed at Rosago's relic and said, "This is our shared spoils of war. These are our shared spoils of war. Each of us can take some. You go first." Miss Bodyguard turned her head and glanced at him. Without saying a word, she floated over and took the notarial deed. Just as Klein's fingers touched the completely black eye, his ears began to hallucinate as his head throbbed with pain. But at the same time, something strange appeared in his field of vision. It was countless black illusory threads. They spread out from Miss Bodyguard and himself, from every part of their bodies, piercing through the void and into infinity. This was a terrifying scene that could make a person with trypophobia faint. Klein suddenly gritted his teeth, unable to withstand the feeling of being corroded and corrupted. He placed the completely black eye into the iron cigar case. Everything returned to normal, and his negative state was alleviated. Only then did Klein have the energy to make a guess. Is that the essence of a marionettist's Beyonder powers, to be able to see and control certain threads between a person's body and spirit? Unfortunately, it's corrupted, and the side effects are too great. It can't be used as a mystical item. For the time being, I won't consider attempting to purify it above the gray fog. This is the second time I've provoked the true creator there. It's very likely that he will be prepared to find me. When that happens, I probably won't even be able to revive. I'll first learn and grasp the relevant knowledge before making a decision. Phew. He exhaled, and after Miss Bodyguard chose the simple paper figurine and the corresponding materials, he bent down to pick up the 13 pounds, 5 soldi, and 8 pence in cash. Then, he looked at Rosago's headless corpse and the bloodstains all over the ground. Feeling a headache, he said, "Let's clean up the scene." The pale blonde Miss Bodyguard floated beside him and said calmly, "Let's clean up the scene." "Let me do it." "You do it?" Half stunned and half puzzled, Klein stopped what he was doing and turned his head to look over. Miss Bodyguard drifted over to Rosago's side, squatted down, and lay down on the corpse. She slowly sank into it. She had become one with the corpse. Rosago's corpse's fingers flicked twice, and the surrounding blood, brain matter, and fragments flowed backward, forming a new head at the neck. However, this head was covered in countless crisscrossing cracks, like a disgusting toy pieced together from tiny fragments. It was like glass that had been cracked but didn't immediately shatter. There was blood and brain matter flowing inside, and there was a faint reflection from a pistol bullet. Klein could not help but take a step back. He felt that this was one of the scariest images in all the horror stories. Rosago's body rose to its feet, picked up the police cap, and half covered its face, and the murder scene around it was clean, without a trace. Unparalleled professionalism. Klein praised in his heart. He watched as Miss Bodyguard rode the corpse, covered her face with a soft hat, and walked steadily to the door. He subconsciously reminded her, "Don't worry. Don't take the carriage, and don't walk in places with bright street lights. That would frighten the coachman and the pedestrians." Miss Bodyguard did not pause and completely ignored his words. Suddenly, Klein thought of something. He thought of something he had overlooked before and quickly added, "When you come back, go to the Rice police station, Sergeant Faxine's house, or look around Minsk Street for Rosago's original clothes." Rosago had come in a police uniform, and the faceless powers clearly only involved himself, so where were his previous clothes? He couldn't have been wearing a police uniform the entire night. If MI9 and the police find Rosago's clothes nearby, and I'm not injured, things will be a little troublesome. Miss Bodyguard isn't a powerhouse belonging to a legal Beyonder team. For an ordinary detective to pay £1,000 to hire a bodyguard is enough to arouse suspicion. Klein kept thinking, wanting to plug all the loopholes in the matter ahead of time. Just as he was about to use his divination powers to help Miss Bodyguard find Rosego's original clothes and return the missing police uniform, Rosego's corpse paused and replied in a voice that sounded like it was grinding against rust, "I'm sorry." "I know." She sounds very confident." "Right, Miss Bodyguard's state is between a physical body and a spirit body, and the principle of divination is that an astral projection roams the spirit world. So, she can divine based on her instincts." Klein came to a realization and didn't say anything else. He handed her the cartridge in his revolver and watched Rosego's corpse open the door and leave, closing the door very gently and politely. "The spoils of war I chose are the beyonder characteristics corrupted by the true creator. I believe no one can divine it, and even if there is, they would sense the danger ahead of time and wouldn't dare to divine it." Klein walked back to the sofa and sat down, feeling a lingering fear. The battle just now didn't last more than a minute, and it wasn't intense enough to destroy anything, but the hidden turbulence and danger was second only to his experience with Megos and the baby in her womb. Even with the powerful Miss Bodyguard and the language of foulness, he was nearly controlled by Rosego and killed without being able to put up any resistance. The powers of a marionettist are really strange and powerful. According to the law of Beyonder characteristics conservation, the Beyonder characteristics left behind by Rosego should have included all the main potion ingredients of sequence 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. If it wasn't corrupted by an evil god, combined with the supplementary ingredients, an ordinary person could directly become a sequence 5 Beyonder. Of course, this kind of advancement method that relies on luck has long been abandoned by history. This is the most primitive and dangerous method. Advancing step by step according to the sequence is the best method that countless predecessors have verified with their lives. If I can get rid of the corruption of the true creator in the future, I can only use the Beyonder characteristics left behind by Rosego when I advance from sequence 6 to sequence 5. The additional characteristics can make me stronger, just like Captain. Klein recalled what had happened, raised his hand to pinch his forehead, and thought about something more important. Rosego's appearance means that the fight for Helmasuen's manuscript has ended. He doesn't have any charms on him because he used them in the previous battle? To come at such an important time, he should be thinking of diverting attention. MI9 probably didn't expect him to be so bold as to seek revenge under such circumstances. They didn't even send anyone to monitor him and could only passively wait for Rosego to give them a signal. Rosego is Bakerland's assistant, so his actions should only be under Bakerland's command. After his death, as long as Bakerland dies as well, then there won't be any hidden dangers. I wonder if the assassination has been carried out or if it was successful. Tonight, due to the fight for Helmasuen's manuscript, the protection around Bakerland will be at its weakest. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't let go of this opportunity. Bakerland definitely didn't expect someone to assassinate him. With nothing better to do, Klein took out a coin and recited in a low voice, "Bakerland is dead." Clang, the penny tumbled in the air before falling into Klein's palm, head up. This meant that it was certain, Bakerland is dead? They succeeded? Klein was delighted, and his tense state suddenly relaxed. Without Rosego's interference, he believed that the result was correct. This matter is finally over. Klein took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He slowly leaned back on the sofa and looked out the window at the looming crimson moon with exhaustion and ease. Inside the embassy of the Republic of Intis, 2 military officers were squatting beside Bakerland's corpse, examining the cause of his death. Their companions, their superiors, had already chased after him in an attempt to capture the assassin, but everyone knew that it was already too late. There was no hope. Severe lung damage, suspected to be a disease. The fatal blow was extremely powerful, stronger than any sequence 5 Beyonder's attack I've ever seen. One of the military officers said in a low voice. Disease? There are obvious traces of flesh magic on the ground and bed, but there aren't any on the walls. As for the sounds and commotion from the battle, they weren't transmitted. Together with the corrosive and annihilating characteristics of that fatal blow, there are at least 4 unrelated Beyonder powers. Another military officer stood up and described the situation as though he was talking to himself. He suddenly paused and exchanged glances with the other military official. They spoke at the same time. At the same time, he said, "Shepherd." After a few seconds of silence, the crouching military officer frowned. "Perhaps it's a gang, with at least 4 different Beyonders, then let's wait to be judged. It's normal that we didn't notice a lone Rose Bishop sneaking into the ambassador's side through a secret technique, but how did the other 3 sneak in? That's impossible." The standing military officer denied this guess and said hesitantly, "But I heard that another sequence can create a similar effect. I think it's called Scribe. I don't know which pathway it is, nor do I know which organization it belongs to." The crouching military officer nodded and said, "The Shepherd is the most suspicious. The Aurora Order is a bunch of lunatics, so it wouldn't be surprising for them to do anything. We'll investigate from the identity of the woman who seduced the ambassador." "Damn it, the Kingdom of Ruan definitely won't let us investigate ourselves. Those damn lunatics from the Aurora Order deserve to have their asses fucked by donkeys." The standing military officer shook his head in frustration. They would definitely be punished for the assassination of the ambassador. 15 Minsk Street. Klein pretended as though nothing had happened. He endured his exhaustion and flipped through the newspapers. After about 20 minutes, he suddenly saw Miss Bodyguard, who was wearing a black regal dress and had long, pale blonde hair, appear in the oriel window. "Is it done?" Klein asked subconsciously. Miss Bodyguard nodded gently without saying a word. "Phew." Klein thought for a moment and said, "Thank you for your protection." "Thank you for your protection. This matter ends here. I'll pay you the remaining £900 in 2 days. As you know, there's a limit to the amount of money you can withdraw. Or should I hand it over to Merrick?" The pale lady opened and closed her mouth. Her voice seemed to penetrate an illusion as it echoed in the air. "Just give it to me. I promise to protect you for 3 days, not once." "Ma'am, you really have the spirit of a contract. But, this makes it very inconvenient for me. Are you going to follow me to catch me in the act tomorrow?" 3 days. Today is Thursday, and it will end on Sunday afternoon. Yes, it won't affect the tarot gathering. Thankfully. Klein rubbed his temples. "All right, how should I address you?" "How, stylish." Faced with Miss Bodyguard's answer, the corners of Klein's mouth curled up, revealing an obvious smile. To be able to temporarily resist a nimble right master like Rosago and even form a tug-of-war with him to a certain extent, she's most likely a Sequence 5 Beyonder. I wonder which sequence she's from. What's the name of the potion? Her state is rather peculiar. If not for her, I wouldn't even have the chance to use the language of foulness. Klein picked up the newspaper beside him and pretended to flip through it, but he was actually thinking. However, he quickly shifted his focus back to the matter of whether there were any loopholes. For example, the tainted Beyonder characteristic left behind by Rosago had a strong spiritual luster. It was very likely that it couldn't be concealed by the iron cigar case, and it would be directly exposed under the prying eyes of others with spirit vision. Klein quietly activated his spirit vision and looked down at his pocket. He saw a faint color seeping out from the iron cigar case, but it wasn't obvious and was rather thin. This was mixed with the color of his aura, making it difficult to distinguish or detect. That's right. One has to be at least a high sequence Beyonder to be able to see through 2 layers of interference. It's no wonder herbal powder and the corresponding essential oil extract and other ingredients have to be used in metal bottles instead of wooden containers. This is because some of them contain spirituality, and with a high level of spirit vision, one can penetrate the wooden planks and see the color of the aura. Klein suddenly understood some things to take note of in the field of mysticism. In the past, he did things according to the rules and didn't consider why, but now he understood the true meaning behind the rules. After repeatedly confirming that there were no mistakes, Klein put down the newspaper and walked to the 2nd floor. He had originally planned on taking off his clothes and taking a bath to completely relax, but when he thought of how he had Miss Bodyguard at home, he felt a little uncomfortable. He simply washed his face, brushed his teeth, and soaked his feet in hot water. After returning to his bedroom, he took off his coat and hid his items. Klein collapsed onto the bed. As he was too exhausted and had been holding on for quite a while, his mind was rather tense, making it impossible for him to quickly fall asleep. Opening his eyes to look at the crimson moonlight on the ceiling, Klein didn't attempt to use cogitation to fall into a deep sleep. Instead, he aimlessly let his thoughts wander, as though he was riding a horse without the reins. As he thought about it, he quickly noticed a problem because he had encountered too many coincidences in Tianjin City, and he later realized that it had something to do with sealed artifact 0-08. The second case after I arrived in Bakeland allowed me to obtain the potion formulas for the next 3 sequences. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? Although this matches the revelation I received from my divination, the hope of becoming stronger lies in Bakeland. Isn't it too fast and too simple? Simple doesn't refer to the difficulty, but the degree of twists and turns. This matter is difficult and dangerous, but it's not complicated. It seems simple. According to my expectations, I should have used Miss Justice, Mr. the Hanging Man, Miss Zio, and her companions to gather intelligence on the secret order and slowly catch the tail of this ancient organization. After many twists and turns, I finally obtained the formula. This should have taken me at least 3 months, but who knew that I would succeed in less than 3 weeks? Don't tell me it was arranged by someone again? Let's review everything from the beginning. It's not a coincidence that the Secret Order and the Republic of Intis have a certain relationship. Roselle the Great's diary indirectly confirms this. The abilities of a seer and a faceless are very suitable for intelligence organizations. It's reasonable and normal for a mid-sequence beyonder of a similar pathway to become the assistant of an intelligence chief like Bakerland. There's no coincidence. When the ambassador sent someone to take revenge on me, he likely had the intention of diverting attention. Sending Rosago, who's the easiest to succeed and also the easiest to escape, was a choice that effectively reduced the risk. It's not surprising. After the detectives Ian knew didn't accept the mission of Tailing's Reel, it was quite normal for him to find a new detective from the newspapers. At that time, there weren't many new detectives advertised, and I might even be the only one. Yes, I was the only one in the Bakeland Post. Just as I previously concluded, the problem was that Massault was too rash. I was worried that it wouldn't be easy to disguise myself and that it would attract attention, so I didn't hide my appearance. Although there's a possibility of being affected on both points, especially the former, it matches the corresponding personality, mentality, and background. Besides, that's not the point. This doesn't explain why the second case I encountered involved a mid-sequence beyonder of the seer pathway. Destined? That doesn't feel right. Thinking back, after I transmigrated, the first and second cases I was involved in were also related to the seer pathway. Of course, this can be explained by 0-08's arrangements. Right, the Antigonus family's notebook also corrupted the misfortune cloth puppet, showing me the complicated vertical eye symbol that was related to the Antigonus family's treasure. The reason I thought of back then was that after the Antigonus family's bloodline went extinct, it viewed me, a seer who had come into contact with it and was still alive, as its successor. Now that I think about it, this reason was very childish. What if I was a devout believer of the Evernight goddess? However, I only made a guess back then and didn't confirm it. The Antigonus family's treasure is clearly related to the seer pathway. Thinking deeper, why did I transmigrate? Why did I happen to possess Klein's body and not someone else? Back then, Klein happened to undergo a black divination and was controlled by the Antigonus family's notebook to commit suicide. And that notebook is clearly related to the seer pathway. In addition, the first Roselle diary I saw had content about regretting not choosing apprentice, marauder, and seer. That's a very coincidental thing. From beginning to end, apart from the parts that involve 0-08, everything else seems very messy. It doesn't seem like a conscious arrangement. It's closer to a kind of passive attraction. It's mutual attraction, and there's an intermittent attraction. I'm attracting matters and objects related to the seer pathway, and at the same time, I'm attracted to them? It's quite strange just thinking about it. This kind of attraction can even indirectly affect fate, preventing Mr. Aztec from noticing it? Do I have any strange characteristics? This characteristic allows me to revive from the dead to a certain extent. With this in mind, Klein immediately had the urge to head above the gray fog to divine to confirm it. However, he quickly rejected this thought, not only because Miss Bodyguard might be watching him in the mirror, but also because he believed that his greatest characteristic was the mysterious space above the gray fog. Therefore, using it to divine himself clearly wouldn't give him an answer. At least from the looks of it, there aren't any obvious signs of manipulation. It's still acceptable if it's just attraction. Besides, I've already chosen my Beyonder pathway. There's no way to change it before sequence 4. I'll temporarily take things one step at a time. Yes, I'll first firmly not head to the Hornacis mountain range to search for the Antigonus family's treasure. Heh, I have a feeling that I'll say it's delicious in the future. Klein silently mocked himself. He felt the fatigue that he had recovered gradually surge up, causing his eyelids to close uncontrollably. His last thought before falling asleep was participate in all kinds of Beyonder gatherings, as well as gather the Beyonder ingredients corresponding to magicians through Miss Justice, Mr. the Hanging Man, and Sunday. I won't reject any faceless. In addition, I'll try my best to get a mystical item that doesn't have serious negative effects. After I'm done digesting it, I'll have more means to protect myself before my strength increases. Other than that, I'll invest, accept commissions, save up money, and search for Lenivus. I'll use him as a starting point for my revenge. It can also be considered practice. This was Klein's future plans. He naturally woke up at 7 in the morning. It was still gloomy and foggy outside. Klein got up and walked to the door. When he passed by the full-body mirror, he saw Miss Bodyguard suddenly appear. She was wearing the same black bonnet, and her face was as pale as ever. Her voice penetrated the glass and drifted into Klein's ears. Last night, someone from MI9 came. Should I say that the police were indeed late? I should thank them for being late. Klein smiled and asked. They didn't discover anything, right? He was very certain of the answer. If MI9 had really discovered something, how could he have woken up naturally? No. Miss Bodyguard's figure faded and disappeared into the mirror. This ability of hers is very powerful. I can't even discover it with my spirit vision. Perhaps I can use the Beyonder characteristic left behind by Rosago to see it? Discover those hidden threads and find Miss Bodyguard? Klein's heart stirred. He returned to the bed and took out the iron cigar case from under his pillow. Just as he held it in his hand, before he could open it, he felt a bone-piercing chill at the back of his neck. His hair stood on end as he trembled. His hand loosened, and the iron cigar case fell to the ground. This is Miss Bodyguard's warning. Klein laughed dryly and stuffed the iron cigar case into his trouser pocket as though nothing had happened. After washing up and putting on his clothes, he went to the first floor and took out the newspapers he had subscribed to from the box outside the door. Opening the Tussock Times, Klein saw the eye-catching headline, "The terrorist organization, the Aurora Order, claims responsibility for the murder of Ambassador Intis Bakerland." The results came out so quickly? Furthermore, the Aurora Order had only accepted the commission, so why did they claim responsibility? Terrorist organizations also need to show off and establish their image. Only then can they attract enough fresh blood. This complements their secret missionary work. Mr. A is very powerful. He should be a shepherd. Klein stood in the foyer and read the news in detail. According to the description of the news, there was evidence of the Aurora Order attacking Ambassador Bakerland at the scene, and in the follow-up investigation, they also found a letter that the Aurora Order had deliberately left behind, a letter that claimed responsibility. At the end of the news, the reporter briefly introduced the Aurora Order and listed some of the illegal acts they had committed, instantly making their fame surpass that of most secret organizations. Regardless, the matter has come to an end. Klein exhaled and looked out the window. He saw a thin fog filling the air and sparse rain dripping down. At times like this, shouldn't there be bright sunlight and clear weather to match the scenery? Klein laughed self-deprecatingly. In Queens, Earl Hall's luxurious villa. Audrey held a white napkin and watched as the maid cut the bacon for her, placed the double-sided well-done omelets, spread jam on the soft bread, and added sauce to the grilled mushrooms. In a real noble family, there were many types of maids. In addition to personal maids, there were also maids for different bedrooms, study maids, living room maids, guest room maids, costume maids, shoe maids, jewelry maids, dining maids, laundry maids, kitchen maids, and so on. There was a strict correspondence, with one maid for each task, Although this was a waste of manpower to a large extent, to the nobles, decency was everything. Unless they had a lot of debt, they would not lower their requirements in this aspect. Audrey took a sip of the reddish-brown tea, letting the faint aroma of malt and rose linger in her mouth. At that moment she heard her father, Earl Hall, a member of the House of Lords and a powerful banker, mutter into the newspaper in his hand, "The Aurora Order is really crazy." Aurora Order? Audrey blinked and asked curiously, "Did they do anything?" "Oh, baby, you wouldn't want to know. They actually assassinated the Intis ambassador, Bakerland. It doesn't do them any good." Earl of Hall shook his head as he flipped through the newspaper. Audrey's elder brother, the Earl's eldest son, Hibbert Hall, swallowed the roasted mushroom in his mouth and expressed his opinion. Perhaps they want to destroy the relationship between the kingdom and Intis, allowing the war to spread from the colonies to the northern continent. This noble had a handsome face and brilliant blonde hair. No matter from which angle one looked at him, he had the beauty of a classical sculpture. No, if that's the case, they wouldn't have left so much obvious evidence. Besides, there are too many new policies in the kingdom that are about to be implemented. We need some time to stabilize the environment. We won't start a war rashly. What happened last night was reported in the newspapers this morning. There are details of the process and the specific murderer. It's enough to explain the thoughts of His Majesty and the ministers. The Earl of Hall pointed at his son. Audrey listened to her father and brother discuss this issue in a daze. It took her a while to react. Bakerland was assassinated, Mr. A succeeded. Was he really from the Aurora Order? He purposely exposed that it was the Aurora Order who did it, just to prove that he was the one who did it, and that he wasn't trying to cheat them of the final payment. This is too fast and efficient. I just made the first payment yesterday afternoon, and I heard the result this morning. It's a good result. While Audrey was astonished, there was also an uncontrollable joy, and besides the joy, there was also an instinctive fear. The mission entrusted by Mr. Fool's adorer was completed so easily. It was definitely something to be happy about, but the strength and action displayed by Mr. A and the Aurora Order behind him made Audrey subconsciously feel afraid. Fortunately, I've already communicated with Gretlin yesterday and reached a loan agreement. As a Viscount, he should have successfully raised the money without attracting attention. I'll pay the final payment to Mr. A in the next 2 days through Zio and Furs. I definitely can't do it myself. I can't attend Mr. A's gatherings for the next 1 or 2 months either. Thankfully, I have other circles. Audrey took a bite of the soft bread with jam in a reserved manner. When breakfast came to an end, a small cake with cream, cherries, and strawberries was placed on her plate. She, who had calmed down, suddenly felt a little complacent. Mr. the Hanging Man still wishes to participate in this mission, but he might have only completed the preliminary mission. It's already over. It's his fault for being at sea. Audrey was in a good mood as she tasted the dessert with a smile. In Hillston Borough, Zio and Furs looked at the newspaper in front of them without doing anything for a long time. This was done by Mr. A, right? Zio looked at her friend in shock and puzzlement. Furs turned the stone bracelet on her wrist and shook her head in confusion. Perhaps. I know about the Aurora Order, but I don't know if Mr. A is a member of the Aurora Order. He should be. After all, we just gave him £2,000 yesterday. There shouldn't be anyone else who wants to assassinate Ambassador Bakerland. Zio said with uncertainty. Furs was silent for a few seconds before she suddenly sighed. Regardless of whether Mr. A did it or not, we have to give him the remaining £8,000. At present, no one can prove that he didn't do it. If we still want to stay in this circle, we can't go back on our word. Anyway, we're not the ones paying. Besides, we still have £500 to pay. As she spoke, Zio suddenly became happy. The problem is that I have a nagging feeling that it'll be very dangerous to look for Mr. A again. Furs pondered. When it's time to pay the final payment, I'll go by myself. That'll be good for both of us. But. Zio was instinctively worried. You'll affect my escape if you follow me, Furs said in a disdainful tone as she shook the bracelet on her wrist. All right, Zio replied helplessly as she scratched her short, coarse blonde hair. Just as the two of them were feeling uneasy about this matter, Mr. A's new message was passed to them through a secret communication channel. He told them not to look for him, but to deposit the remaining balance into several anonymous accounts in different banks. Phew. Zio and Furs heaved a sigh of relief. In a basement that was as spacious as a temple, Mr. A, wearing a hooded black robe, knelt in the darkness and whispered piously. In front of him was a statue that was nearly 3 meters tall. It was a statue of a man whose legs were tied up by chains. This person had a single vertical eye unique to giants. His arms were stretched out horizontally, forming a cross. At this moment, a man in a black robe came in and reported humbly, "Mr. A, I've already passed the message." "Very good," Mr. A said without turning his head. The black-robed man asked doubtfully, "What's wrong? Why don't you let us investigate who commissioned this mission?" Mr. A lowered his head and said indifferently, "There's no need. You have to remember that this is a critical period. We need to throw the continent into chaos. We need to attract the attention of others as much as possible to welcome the return of the Lord." Ha ha ha, cough, 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 Mr. A suddenly laughed, then coughed violently, coughing so hard that he prostrated himself on the ground. Cough, cough. He coughed out blood-colored fragments, and after these fragments fell to the ground, they were still squirming as if they were alive. The black-robed man immediately lowered his head and pretended not to see anything. After a long while, Mr. A finally calmed down. He crawled forward, his mouth pressed to the ground, and he licked back all the blood-colored fragments he had coughed up. 126 New Year Road, Hillston Borough. The relaxed Klein didn't follow Daraga Gale this time. Instead, he chose his mistress, Erica Taylor, as his target. After all, it required 2 people to have an affair. The beautiful blonde, who had exquisite makeup on, arrived at the Quelag Club in a rental carriage early in the morning. Klein carried a suitcase containing a portable camera and all kinds of disguises and followed her in. Wearing the club's white frost badge on his chest, he asked the delicate maid in charge of reception today, "Is there a room to rest in?" The maid in a black and white dress smiled politely. "Yes, please follow this attendant upstairs." Klein nodded slightly. Under the lead of the red-vested attendant, he walked up the stairs to the 2nd floor, just in time to see Erica Taylor enter a lounge by the street. "Do you want to see the pedestrians on the street, or the tennis court at the back?" the red-vested attendant asked attentively. Facing the street, Klein replied, feigning casualness. Under the red-vested attendant's arrangements, his and Erica Taylor's rooms were 2 rooms apart, and he could also see the street outside the club's main entrance. "How should I take pictures later? Find an opportunity to sneak in, hide in the room, or climb through the window and climb the pipes outside? Neither of these methods can hide the exaggerated flash, but the latter can disguise me as an outsider secretly taking pictures, so that no one will suspect me and expel me. However, this would be easily detected by Daragu and Erica. Use a charm to put them to sleep? No, that would make the photo less convincing. It has to be a scene from the process. There's only one chance, so I have to take a good enough picture. This isn't my area of expertise. I'm no art master. If it were old Neil, he would definitely try to construct a new ritualistic magic, a ritualistic magic specifically used to hide the flash of the camera. Of course, the goddess might not respond to him. As Klein deliberated over his next move, he saw Miss Bodyguard appear in a silver mirror in the room. She was still wearing the black Gothic regal dress and a small bonnet of the same color. Her hair was pale gold, her face was pale, and her features were exquisite. "Do you have a way to hide the flash of the camera?" Klein asked casually. Just as he said that, he saw the surface of the silver mirror ripple as a slightly transparent palm suddenly extended out. Miss Bodyguard crawled out of the silver mirror like a ghost and walked in front of Klein. She nodded slightly and said, "Sure." She bent down and leaned over, slowly fusing into the camera's lens. Klein looked at this horrifying scene with his mouth slightly agape. It took him a long time to snap to his senses. He picked up the portable camera and tried taking a picture in his lounge. The effect was better than he expected. The flash was limited to the vicinity of the lens, and the image was rather good. Perhaps it should be called a paranormal camera now. Klein lampooned as he took the camera, came to the window, and waited patiently. Before long, he saw Daraga Gale arrive in a carriage. On the other side, Erica Taylor also saw her lover. She hurriedly left the lounge and went to the first floor to welcome him. Seizing the opportunity, Klein used his tarot cards to open the door to her room and carefully hid in the cupboard where the extra bedsheets and blankets were placed. The surrounding darkness reminded him of last night, the strange and terrifying Nimblewright Master Rosago. Curled up in the cupboard, Klein quietly activated his spirit vision and saw two blobs of aura colors enter. "Erica, I brought you a gift." A deep voice echoed after the door was closed. As expected of a gentleman from the kingdom of Rouen. Even if he was having an affair, he was still a little old-fashioned. If it was a man with intus, he would have been calling her sweetheart, baby, my angel, and so on. Klein could not help but complain in his heart. Of course, this was all based on the stereotypes in newspapers, magazines, and novels. Erica Taylor asked in pleasant surprise, "Let me guess. Is it Favman's eye cream, face cream, or essence? Or Lakme's? What's all this?" Klein was a little confused. Obviously, Dalaga Gale couldn't react in time either. 7 or 8 seconds later, he said. "No, it's stockings. In this world, because oil has not yet been discovered, there are no corresponding cheap chemical products. Silk stockings are high-end goods woven from pure silk. Not bad. Let me take a look." Erica's delight did not diminish. "I bought them at Philip's department store yesterday. 30 soldi each. There are 5 pairs in total," Daraga said in a slightly ostentatious manner. "So expensive." "So expensive," Erica and Klein said the same thing, one with a sigh and the other with a sigh. After working for so many years, Banson's weekly salary was only £1 and 10 soldi, which was 30 soldi, which was equivalent to a pair of stockings. Yet, he relied on this salary to educate his younger brother and sister, feed them well, and provide them with a place to sleep. An ordinary worker with a bit of skill only earns around 20 soldi a week. Klein was speechless. "No, it's not expensive. The stockings are worth this much. I even gave you an extra tip of 5 soldi." As Daraga spoke, the color of his aura became brighter. Klein guessed that he had taken off his coat. "Then I'll give it a try," Erica Taylor said in a gentle voice. "I feel like I'm watching a dirty movie, and it's even a live broadcast. Moreover, Miss Bodyguard is here too." The corners of Klein's mouth twitched slightly as he watched the red flow between the two. He watched as the emotional light of both sides quickly turned red like a raging fire. The purple is getting closer to the red and moving upwards. The red is wrapping around the green and the orange red. Klein listened to the panting and low laughter while he deduced the movements and positions of the two people outside from the changes in the aura. When he felt that it was about time, Klein silently pushed open the cupboard door and looked in the direction of the bed. Daragu and Erica were already entangled. Their clothes were half undone, and their movements were intense. Klein raised the paranormal camera and aimed it at the passionate couple, waiting for the scene where he could see both of their faces at the same time. When Daragu and Erica fell to the bed in each other's arms, Klein finally captured the most suitable picture and pressed the button to take a picture. The cracking sound was not obvious, and the intense flash and other anomalies were confined to a small area, so it did not alarm the man and woman. Due to his lack of confidence in his photography skills, Klein took a few more photos, intending to have a choice in the future. He was only prepared to give his employer one photo, because too many photos would make the lawyer question why the other party hadn't noticed that someone was taking photos. The underwear fluttered to the ground, and the panting suddenly intensified. Klein hugged the portable camera, skillfully rolled out of the cupboard, and closed the door in passing. He continued rolling until he reached the door of the lounge, then quietly opened it and returned to the corridor. "Done." Klein heaved a sigh of relief and politely closed the door silently. Then, he pressed his hand to his chest and bowed in the direction of the bed. Without further delay, he returned to his lounge. "I'll get the remaining £7 soon. Furthermore, I've earned an additional membership certificate of the Quelag Club worth more than £50. Food, lodging, and entertainment are included." "No, that's much more expensive than £50. Without an introduction or connections, I wouldn't be able to join this club with £100. This mission is really good. It's simple, safe, and profitable." Klein put down the portable camera and sighed inwardly. At that moment, a hand suddenly reached out from the camera's lens. Miss Bodyguard, dressed in a black regal dress, slowly emerged and floated in midair again, her face still as pale as ever. Recalling that he had taken her to watch some dirty movies, Klein changed the topic in embarrassment. "I'm going to the cafeteria to get something to eat. Do you want to join me?" Each member could bring one guest. As for how to explain the sudden appearance of a guest, Klein's plan was to go out for a spin before returning. Miss Bodyguard replied in a flat tone, "I can go 2 weeks without eating." As she spoke, she turned around, her back facing Klein. She floated towards the mirror and instantly disappeared. What sequence is she? Klein thought curiously as he put the portable camera back into the suitcase. After doing all of this, he went to the bathroom and resolved his personal problems. After washing his hands and wiping his face, Klein looked at the mirror and examined his current appearance. As he hadn't shaved this morning, there was a bit of bluish-black stubble on his mouth and chin. His hair was parted at a ratio of 3:7, and he wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. He looked refined and scholarly with a hint of maturity. There's a certain difference from before, but it's still recognizable upon closer inspection. When my beard grows to a certain extent, I won't have to worry too much. In the future, when I advance to sequence 6 faceless, I won't have to be afraid of anything. Klein took out his golden pocket watch and opened it. He walked out of the bathroom, picked up his suitcase, and went to the cafeteria on the first floor. It was just past 9, and it was still considered breakfast. Klein took a double-sided half-cooked fried egg, a piece of white bread, a piece of butter, a desi pie, a portion of bacon, and a cup of marquis black tea with lemon slices floating on it. While looking for a seat, he suddenly saw an acquaintance. It was the surgeon, Alan Series, who had recommended him to join the club. The tall and thin gentleman was sitting alone in a corner. He had already finished his breakfast and was flipping through the newspaper while drinking coffee. "Good morning, Dr. Series." Klein walked over and greeted the somewhat cold Alan. The surgeon pushed up the spectacles on his nose and said, "That's right. Just call me Alan, Detective Moriarty. According to the principle of reciprocity, you have to call me Sherlock." Klein sat down and asked, "Is there any news today?" "I came out in a hurry and didn't read the newspaper. The assassination of Ambassador Intis was carried out by a terrorist organization known as the Aurora Order. Sigh, the world is getting more and more chaotic. It's only a matter of time before there's a full-scale war that will affect the northern and southern continents," Alan said emotionally. "Sir, the war has never stopped. It's just that we can enjoy peace." Klein ate the fried egg and replied with a smile, "What a pity. It's impossible for private detectives like us to help with such an important case." Alan flipped through the newspaper and said, "This news doesn't have much to do with us. What's really important is that today or tomorrow, the House of Commons and House of Lords will finally pass a few things after a long debate. The first is the Government Employee Unified Examination Act, as well as the corresponding regulations and implementation plan. The second is the establishment of the National Atmospheric Pollution Council. The third is the establishment of an independent alkaline industry prosecutor. The latter two are to deal with pollution. God, they're finally paying attention to this problem. The number of patients in the hospital suffering from lung diseases is constantly rising. Is it finally going to be passed? I wonder how Banson's preparations are going. Will he be affected by my death?" Klein's smile suddenly brightened. "This is a good thing. She wants herself or her husband, Duragu, to become a member of the kingdom's National Atmospheric Pollution Council. Her chances are greater. She doesn't hold a position in a commercial company, and she's a believer of the goddess. And no matter what kind of organization it is, there's always a need for balance." Alan mentioned Klein's employer. "I suggest that she come to the club more often. We have a few members of the House of Commons here." In the Kingdom of Rouen, the composition of the House of Commons was mainly made up of wealthy people and representatives of certain nobles. However, there were also many professionals, such as doctors, lawyers, priests, teachers, scientists, and accountants. The Quelaag Club targeted all kinds of professionals from the middle class, regardless of party affiliation. Klein didn't know much about such matters, so he casually responded with a few words before changing the topic. "Alan, it's Friday today. Don't you need to go back to the hospital? No, I'm on leave. Things have been really bad recently. Alan suddenly frowned. What happened? Klein drank a mouthful of black tea and asked. As Bakerland had just been assassinated, Rosego's corpse had been thrown into the sewers far away, and it was unknown when it would be discovered. Klein was concerned about the fallout and his incomplete disguise, so he didn't plan on taking on any difficult missions that would easily expose him. Therefore, he was very interested in potential, simple, and lucrative tasks. Alan put down the newspaper and sighed. I've been too unlucky recently. I've made mistakes in a few consecutive surgeries. Thankfully, they didn't cause too serious of an outcome. Otherwise, my license might have been revoked. Although in the current era, it wasn't big news for surgeons to die during surgery, and it was a common occurrence, the punishment was still quite severe if a serious accident was caused by a mistake. Alright, I can't help much. Well, actually, I know of a luck enhancement ritual, but its effect is to send you above the gray fog. Klein lowered his head and chewed on his bread. After breakfast, he bade farewell to Alan. First, he withdrew £500 in cash and gave Miss Bodyguard £300. Then, he returned home. As he waited for the photos to be developed, he hoped that some simple commission would come knocking on his door. Unfortunately, he didn't encounter any for the time being. In the evening, Klein prepared to head out again. His target was the Brave. Before leaving, Klein flipped a coin and asked if it wasn't a good day to go to the Brave. After getting a negative answer, he looked around and whispered to the air, "Is there anyone monitoring me today?" After a few seconds of silence, Miss Bodyguard's ethereal voice suddenly came from behind him. No. Klein subconsciously looked back, but he still couldn't find Miss Bodyguard. His attention quickly shifted to the answer, and he could not help but chuckle in his heart. MI9 didn't even put me on the suspect list. After confirming that Rosego hadn't looked for me, he completely threw me aside. Should I feel honored or insulted? That's right. A detective who's busy looking for a cat to catch an affair can't possibly be related to assassinating an ambassador or killing a Sequence 5 powerhouse. Also, MI9 had been monitoring me for a while. My panic, helplessness, and my struggle to save myself were all seen by them. It was obvious that I couldn't cause any real harm to the ambassador. Amidst his thoughts, Klein put on his half-top hat, picked up his black silver-inlaid cane, and walked out of 15, Minsk Street. He spent 2 solely on a rental carriage and arrived at the Brave on Iron Gate Street in the Bakeland Bridge area. He walked in with familiarity and passed through the drinkers who were cheering around the boxing ring. He came to the bar and knocked on the table. A Southville beer. The bartender looked up at him and muttered, "Casper's is in card room number 3. Klein smiled, took out 5 one-penny copper coins, and pushed them to the man. Following that, he picked up a wooden cup and drank the white frothy Southville beer. He circled around the 2 most crowded, lively, and sweaty arenas and knocked on the door of card room 3. Casper's was playing Texas Hold No Limit with a group of people. The stack of cash in front of him was high, and the pile of yellow coins was dazzling. Noticing Klein's gaze, the black market weapons merchant with a huge scar on his face twitched his big red nose and said casually, "That's right. I don't like to use chips. It makes me feel unreal. The texture of the banknotes and the weight of the coins are intoxicating. It feels as good as F** king a woman." After mumbling these words, Caspers frowned slightly. "What are you doing here?" Klein did not answer directly. He gestured with his lips to indicate that they should talk outside. "Damn it. I'm going to empty them." "Bullshit, I'm not following." Caspers threw the 2 cards in front of him too. The middle, then limped to the door and said to Klein, "You better have a good reason." After leaving the card room and arriving at a corner, Klein lowered his voice and said, "I want to know when the next party is, like the last one." Caspers scrutinized him suspiciously. "Didn't Merrick talk to you?" "It's not about hiring a bodyguard. It's just that I'm very interested in that, you know." Klein was telling the truth. Caspers hesitated for a moment before saying, "There's a party tonight. The organizer is still the same person from last time, but you need to wait for more than half an hour. I'll go inform them first. You showed your credibility last time, so I don't think it'll be a problem." "No problem, I'll pay you." Klein touched the notes in his pocket. It's only £1 this time. Casper's looked very generous. It's worth it. The corners of Klein's mouth curled up at the same time. After paying, he found a seat and sat down. As he drank the rich wheat aroma of Southville beer, he watched the fight in the boxing ring. I can beat both of them down at the same time. Klein quickly came to this conclusion. After more than 10 minutes, Caspers returned to the bar, looked around, and lowered his voice. The other side agreed. We'll be there in half an hour. Holy Lord of Storms, I hope you haven't forgotten that mask. With regards to this, Klein gave an affirmative answer. He slowed down the speed of his drinking, sipping it in small mouthfuls. It took him half an hour to finish a large 500 milliliters cup of Southville beer. It was still the same path as before, and it was still the same house without any light. Klein wore the metal mask that only covered the upper half of his face and watched as Caspers knocked on the door rhythmically. It's different from the last time. The knocking keeps changing. Klein listened carefully for a while and saw the small wooden board on the door open, and a pair of eyes peek out. After going through the same process, he put on a hooded robe and hid his entire face in the shadows. It was still the same activity room, and it was still the same dimly flickering candle. Klein randomly found a seat and sat down quietly. But unlike before, he wasn't repressed or tense this time. Instead, he leisurely surveyed the area. The cold wind that blew at the back of his neck confirmed that Miss Bodyguard had followed him in without anyone noticing. Indeed, there aren't any Sequence 5 Beyonders gathered here. There might not even be a Sequence 6 Beyonder. Klein thought thoughtfully. After listening for a while, he saw the round-faced apothecary change his sitting posture, as though he wanted to speak. Indeed, the apothecary, who revealed half of his chubby face, quickly raised his hand. Black Snake seems to have died in the sewers, those beasts are still plundering. Black Snake is dead? Upon hearing this news, Klein was rather stunned. Black Snake was the man who had sold him the listener's relic, allowing him to successfully create the language of foulness. He was suspected to be a member of the Aurora Order. He can't be weak, but he actually died in a simple mission to clear the beasts in the sewers. Klein frowned in puzzlement and suddenly recalled something. When he discovered Zriel's corpse, he had heard thumping sounds deep in the sewers. By the time he led Ian over, Zriel's corpse had already been partially devoured by strange beasts. It was at the bottom of Iron Carbon Street in East Borough, quite far from the Bakeland Bridge area. I wonder if it's related. Klein didn't have the urge to verify this matter. The news of Black Snake's death quickly spread in the dark activity room, attracting many people's whispers, spreading a sense of empathy and fear. The apothecary clapped his hands. So, what should I do? The whispers suddenly disappeared, and the silence in the room seemed to solidify. Due to the apothecary's advice, which he wasn't afraid of offending others, Klein thought for a moment and took the initiative to speak. If I were you, I think I'd give up on the remaining herbs and never go there again. Why? They will mature very quickly. Those beasts hide deep in the sewers and typically don't come out, the apothecary asked hesitantly. Klein deliberately said in a hoarse voice, there should be an organization behind Black Snake. There should be an organization behind Black Snake. His death will definitely lead to an investigation. I don't think you want to deal with them, right? Having a listener's relic didn't mean that Black Snake was definitely a member of the Aurora Order, but him addressing the true creator as a great existence indirectly proved this point. Moreover, he would rather believe that it was true than hope. Yes. Apothecary nodded slightly, as if he had already made a decision. Klein added a few more words. If it were me, I would report this to the police anonymously. What? Many members of the gathering exclaimed in shock. Klein explained without changing his tone, since the beasts in the sewers could kill the black serpent, it means that they are very dangerous. Everyone lives in Bakeland. If a disaster really happens because of this, it's hard to guarantee that we won't be affected. So, the best choice is to attract the attention of the police and let the authorities handle this matter. Isn't it great that we don't have to take risks and enjoy the good results? Just as he finished speaking, Eye of Wisdom applauded. What a great idea. We are afraid of the official Beyonders, but we can also use them. Don't think of handling everything ourselves. That's because I'm an official Beyonder. My train of thought is definitely different from pure wild Beyonders like you. Klein lampooned with a smile. After speaking, he returned to the attitude of a bystander, listening to others sell or buy items and materials. He watched the transactions succeed or fail, but there was nothing he was interested in. He didn't hang up the Beyonder ingredients he needed for the time being. He planned on observing the circle a few more times. As time passed, Eye of Wisdom began to arrange for people to leave, one person every 3 minutes. Klein was the first to go out last time, so he didn't know what happened next. Only now did he notice that there were at least 5 exits. The attendants of Eye of Wisdom would take different people through different passages, trying their best to avoid them and prolong the time. More than half an hour later, there were only 3 members of the gathering left in the activity room. Apart from Eye of Wisdom, the other 2 were Klein and the man suspected to be an apothecary. Eye of Wisdom looked at Klein and laughed with an old voice. Looks like your luck isn't bad. He recognized me as the person who bought the ominous item, Black Snake. Klein smiled and said, yes, I won the bet. Hearing their conversation, the apothecary's eyes widened as he scrutinized Klein. After a long while, he said, do you have any other lucky mystical items? I've already treated you as a dead man. You sure are direct. Klein replied tactfully, perhaps I'm lucky enough to begin with. In fact, he also wanted a similar item. Eye of Wisdom sighed and said, lad, don't always bet on luck, especially in such matters. Even if you've won many times in the past, as long as you lose once, you won't have a chance to turn the tables. I know, that's why I came to this gathering to see if I can buy anything useful. I'm considered the same as you, Klein said casually. The same? The apothecary sighed exaggeratedly. I should have listened to my teacher back then. Teacher? He's suspected to be an apothecary. The apothecary pathway is controlled by the Church of Earth Mother and the Life School of Thought. The Life School of Thought's inheritance is a master-disciple system. Klein's heart stirred as he asked curiously, why do you say that? The apothecary sighed and said, my teacher made me choose the path that can make people lucky enough, but I ended up becoming a concoctor of potions. In the end, I haven't been able to find the main ingredients for the next sequence potion for 2 years. Your luck makes me jealous. Make people lucky enough. This is very similar to the monster sequence pathway. He's really a member of the Life School of Thought. Klein smiled. What's the reason for your choice? The apothecary suddenly straightened his back. This is a man's choice. A godlike reason. Upon hearing the apothecary's answer, as a clown, Klein couldn't control the changes in his expression. Fortunately, he still had an iron mask on his face. The apothecary didn't notice the reactions of Klein and Eye of Wisdom as he continued, that's why I like Bakeland very much. That's why I like Backland very much. There are many street girls here. They appear outside music halls and theaters, waiting in the streets and alleys. Some of them are professional, while others are part-time. They were originally female workers and maids, and they have a different flavor. It's said that in certain places in Westboro, there will occasionally be a bankrupt noble lady. It's really something to look forward to. Klein nudged up the iron mask that covered half his face and quickly changed the topic. Does your teacher have anything to say about your choice? The apothecary shook his head slightly. No, he just kicked me out of the door after teaching me about herbs. He told me to travel the continent and experience life. Damn it, he didn't even tell me where to find the ingredients for the subsequent potions. At this point, the apothecary looked at Klein and added, if you know where to find the spring of the elf's marrow crystals, please tell me. If you know where I can find the essence crystal of the fountain of the elves, please tell me. I will pay you. Of course, you can also buy it first and sell it to me at a higher price. You are a lucky guy. Maybe you can help me fulfill my wish. All right. Klein casually agreed and asked thoughtfully, when the time comes, can I use it to exchange for the apothecary potion formula? From his point of view, apothecary was a very useful support job that could be used to nurture helpers. The apothecary, who wasn't too fat but rather rotund, quickly shook his head. No. I can only teach my students. Is this a rule of the Life School of Thought? Perhaps a certain hidden existence has been used as a witness to swear an oath. Klein thought, unsurprised. At this moment, the apothecary chuckled. But I can tell you where to get the apothecary formula. It's in Bakeland. Very good. Klein was pleasantly surprised. Realizing that Eye of Wisdom was about to send him off again, he hurriedly asked, Mr. Apothecary, do you have any medicine to treat mental disorders? Klein was putting on a show for Miss Bodyguard, making her even more certain that he had been slightly influenced by the true creator and had become a latent lunatic. He was trying his best to seek treatment. Yes, sedatives. 10 solely for one. I'll bring you 4 for the next gathering. Trust me, these are definitely more useful than the ones in the hospital. I've added some spiritual ingredients, the apothecary answered without hesitation. How expensive? In Tingin's underground market, the sedatives from the hospital cost 1 to 2 solely each, while the ones from the Nighthawks, mandated punishers, and machinery hivemind cost 4 to 5 solely each. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Klein put on an act and looked at Eye of Wisdom. Honorable sir, may I attend the next gathering? Pay attention to the Bakeland Morning Post every day. When there's an advertisement for the purchase of goods by the Ernst firm on the 5th page, it indicates that there will be a gathering here at 8 in the evening the next day. The strength and interval of the knocking depends on the price. The first number is the number of heavy knocks, the second is light, the third is long, and the fourth is short. The rest are meaningless. Eye of Wisdom nodded. After describing the information, he sighed. Beyonders who don't belong to the official organizations and aren't part of any organization aren't as good as you imagine. On the one hand, we have to hide our secrets and avoid the officials. We have to maintain a cautious and careful state at all times. On the other hand, we have to fight against losing control and madness. Too many of our kind have died because of these 2 matters. Even if we successfully avoid the attention of the officials and avoid losing control and madness, we will still fall into a predicament of lacking ingredients, not being able to find the items we want, and not being able to obtain enough knowledge at any time. I organize such gatherings so that everyone can help each other. Unfortunately, it's an era where mysteries are scarce. Many Beyonder ingredients rarely appear again. That's right, but I have Mr. the Hanging Man, who knows the coordinates of some primitive islands. There's also my classmate from the City of Silver, the Sun, who is constantly fighting against all kinds of monsters in the depths of the darkness. I can rely on them for some Beyonder ingredients. Klein politely got up and bowed to Eye of Wisdom. Your character is admirable. After sitting down again, Klein suddenly thought of something and asked after some deliberation, what's going on? He deliberated and asked, Gentlemen, do you have any mystical items? Just like the one Black Snake sold me, but it doesn't have too serious or negative problems. I want to have some ability to protect myself. His plan was to find something he was interested in and figure out the price before determining his goal. Although I don't have money now, it doesn't mean that I won't have it in the future. Can't I ask for the price if I don't have money? Klein silently added in his heart. The apothecary spread his hands, indicating that he didn't have any, or that he wouldn't sell them even if he did. Eye of Wisdom chuckled and said, I do have some. I do have some. What kind do you want to buy? Give me a rough range. Some. He's most likely a savant pathway beyonder who relies on external objects. Klein didn't hide his envy as he said, I want something stronger than myself. It's best if it has mystical powers that don't improve my combat skills. He didn't go into too much detail to maintain his image as a beginner. Eye of Wisdom smiled and said, I have an item that's very suitable for your requirements. I have an item that suits your requirements very well. It was once codenamed 2-081, 2-081? Klein asked in puzzlement. His puzzlement was just a facade, and he was more alarmed inside. This is a sealed artifact from the Church of the Goddess, from behind Cheney's Gate? Klein didn't expect to encounter a familiar numerical codename here. Eye of Wisdom casually explained, many mystical items have obvious latent dangers that can cause a certain degree of harm. Therefore, the churches of the 7 Orthodox deities are collecting and sealing them. They call them sealed artifacts and use numerical codes to distinguish them. Many mystical items have obvious latent dangers and can cause a certain degree of harm. After a long period of debate and communication, the 7 churches have formed a unified naming system. They use 0, 1, 2, and 3 to indicate the different levels of danger. Among them, grade 0 is the most dangerous. It's said that it's a terrifying item that can destroy a country or even the world. The churches of the 7 Orthodox deities will inform each other of their grade 0 and 1 sealed artifacts, telling each other what they have. Therefore, the code names for grade 0 and grade 1 won't be repeated. Grade 2 and grade 3 will be ordered separately. Different churches might have the same code name. Klein had long known the general situation from the Nighthawks, but he was very puzzled by one of the problems. Inform each other of their grade 0 and 1st Street sealed artifacts code names? Isn't this exposing our family's assets? It will let the other churches know how many trump cards we have. Of course, this can also be seen as a form of strategic deterrence to prevent direct conflict between the 7 churches. Klein thought about the possible reasons. Yes, although I can't understand the reason for doing so, it has indeed happened. It's said that at the end of the 4th epoch and the beginning of the 5th epoch, the 7 churches came to an agreement. Eye of Wisdom spoke unhurriedly. My 2-081 comes from the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. It can allow you to understand a lot. Even if it's an enemy's beyond our powers, you can quickly identify the specific situation, understand their strengths and weaknesses, and have a chance of imitating them to a certain extent. The stronger the opponent, the higher the chances of failure. Of course, even if you succeed, there will definitely be a huge difference from the original. That sounds very powerful. Proof that knowledge equals power? In the end, will there be a situation where omniscience equals omnipotence? I retract my previous judgment. Old Mr. Eye of Wisdom might not be an appraiser. His identification of items might be based on sealed artifact 2-081. Klein clicked his tongue and asked with interest, "What's up?" Then, what should I pay to buy it? What flaws does it have? It will keep your brain in a state of high-speed operation. Once the time limit is exceeded, you will become an idiot, Eye of Wisdom answered simply. The description wasn't detailed enough. At this moment, the apothecary beside him mumbled, "Perhaps your brain has been damaged." Maybe your brain has been damaged. If you keep talking about your collection, sooner or later someone will rob you and kill you. Sir, your words of persuasion are never pleasant. Klein couldn't help but lampoon. Eye of Wisdom laughed out loud and said, "How do you know that I didn't say it on purpose, and that I'm deliberately waiting for greedy people to take action?" Yes, it's just like the entrapment law that Roselle the Great once described. After the laughter stopped, he patted the armrest of the sofa and sighed, "As a collector, not being able to flaunt my collection to others is a very painful thing." He then looked at Klein. "I'm very sorry, but I won't sell 2-081. It's my best collection. I bought it for £6,800 back then." A sealed artifact of this level ranges from £4,000 to £20,000, depending on the specific effects and latent dangers. However, most of the time, it can't be bought even if you have the money. Then why did you say so much? Klein controlled the twitching of the corners of his mouth. Eye of Wisdom seemed to sense his reaction and chuckled. What I really want to recommend are 2 items. One is the brooch, which can allow you to exorcise, purify, and use some of the sun domain spells. The flaw is that as long as you wear it, you will never feel cool, you will always be in the hot summer of the south. The other is a hat that can change shape. Wearing it will allow you to move freely underwater for at least half an hour, and you can use some water and wind domain spells. The flaw is that you will desire water, and once you walk on land, you will become weaker and weaker. Similar items cost between £1,500 to £3,500. Similarly, sometimes, even if you double the price, you might not be able to buy them. This is because they rarely appear. I've spent more than 30 years collecting a few. Klein nodded slightly. I'll think about it and decide at a future gathering. Having said that, he deliberately smiled. Besides, I don't have that much money right now. The cement road was dirty due to the long period of rain, and the gas lamps on both sides, which were as tall as adult men, emitted a bright but misty glow due to the dampness of the glass covers. A rental carriage drove through the night, and the pedestrians around it were either wearing hats or holding umbrellas. Klein leaned against the side of the carriage, leisurely admiring the Bakelin streets at night. At that moment, he suddenly felt the temperature inside the carriage drop significantly, and a cold wind swirled around. Klein suddenly turned his head and saw Miss Bodyguard, who was dressed in a black Gothic regal dress, sitting opposite him at some point in time. Her voice was illusory and ethereal. "That eye of wisdom has sensed my presence." "As expected." Klein nodded, unsurprised. "He has several mystical items. Perhaps he relied on them to detect me. I even suspect that there's an organization behind him. Otherwise, with the power of Eye of Wisdom alone, it was unlikely that he would be able to collect several relatively powerful mystical items even after spending more than 30 years. Previously, Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings, as one of the 7 pirate admirals, only had one creeping hunger. Of course, it was more likely that the latter had high standards and didn't think highly of ordinary mystical items. After all, creeping hunger could be all round without any weaknesses. Yes, it's also a reasonable explanation that Eye of Wisdom is very rich. He organizes so many gatherings, and whenever he finds a suitable mystical item, he buys it at all costs. After more than 30 years, it's not too unbelievable for him to have several collectibles. Sigh, it's as if he has a mine at home or runs a bank. Klein lampooned inwardly. He didn't specifically mention that he had guessed that Eye of Wisdom was from the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery, or the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. He was afraid of exposing the fact that he hadn't just become a beyonder in front of Miss Bodyguard. The pale blonde Miss Bodyguard nodded slightly, as if agreeing with Klein's suspicions. Suddenly, she frowned and looked out the window opposite her. "There's a strong smell of blood." "A strong smell of blood." Klein turned his head in puzzlement and looked out the window. In the thin drizzle, there was a secluded alley. Near the entrance of the alley, there was a woman in a gorgeous dress. At this time, a passerby took a closer look and suddenly let out a scream. Amidst the screams, the horses were slightly frightened. The coachman quickly tightened the reins, and the carriage slowed down. With the light from the street lamp, Klein saw that the woman lying on the ground at the entrance of the alley was pale. There was a deep wound on her abdomen, and her internal organs seemed to have been dug out. The blood on the ground around her was flowing slowly, crimson and thick. This? As a qualified former Nighthawk, he quickly thought of many cases with similar modus operandi. These cases were often related to demon worship. When it came to demon worship, it was difficult to bypass an ancient organization, the Blood Sanctify cult, which first appeared in the 4th epoch. According to the records, this was a loose alliance formed by worshipping demons. There were several so-called demon families within it, such as the Noise, Androlade, and Beria families. They did not belong to each other. They persistently spread the belief in the devil, causing many murders. The accountant of the Tingen Nighthawks, Mrs. Oriana, was one of the victims, but she was lucky enough to be saved. Of course, not all similar cases were committed by them. Many people found those things cool and began to imitate the crimes. "It looks like the Blood Sanctify cult," Miss Bodyguard whispered as her figure quickly turned transparent and disappeared. Miss Bodyguard whispered as her figure quickly turned transparent and disappeared. She didn't care if Klein understood or not. At this moment, the carriage had already passed the crime scene. Klein also noticed that there were patrolling policemen rushing over. Hence, he resisted the thought of getting out of the carriage to observe and treated himself as an ordinary citizen passing by. Citizen Mr. Moriarty, the Blood Sanctify cult is in control of the criminal pathway, also known as the Devil Pathway. It is said that after Sequence 7, the corresponding Beyonders will gradually demonize, but it will only appear in specific situations. Sequence 9, Criminal. Has a strong body, keen intuition, and all kinds of criminal abilities, but has not lost their conscience. Sequence 8, known in ancient times as Cold-Blooded. Modern names are Broken-Winged Angels. It means that they have lost their conscience and become one with evil desires. Their bodies will become even more inhuman, and they will obtain some of the devil's spell-like abilities. Sequence 7, Serial Killer. Grasps the knowledge and rituals of devil worship, and likes to use special serial murders to please the devil. I don't know what the sequences after that are. Knowledge regarding the Blood Sanctify cult and the Devil Pathway flashed through Klein's mind. The drizzle outside seemed to have gotten heavier, and the rain on the car window gathered and slid down. the entire world became quiet and unclear. Why am I thinking so much? Such matters will definitely be taken over by a Beyonder team. Perhaps it's the mandated punishers, or perhaps it's the Nighthawks. There's no need for me to worry. Klein shook his head and laughed as he muttered to himself. When he returned to 15 Minsk Street, he had already forgotten about the case. First, he went next door and knocked on the Sammers' door. He asked Mrs. Stellan to tell Mary to come pick up the evidence tomorrow afternoon. Then, he washed up and read the newspapers to learn about the current situation and the various news in Bakeland. The next day, which was Saturday morning, Klein leisurely had his breakfast and went out to pick up the freshly developed photos. He chose one that allowed him to clearly see Daraga Gale and Erica Taylor's faces, one that best reflected their fiery passion. After putting the photograph away, he went to the Rice police station before Mrs. Mary came to the door, and successfully got the £10 bail money back. During this process, he even saw the real Sergeant Faxine there, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. After withdrawing the remaining £500 in cash from his account, Klein, who had been busy all morning, finally had nothing to do. Before preparing lunch, he gave the remaining £600 to Miss Bodyguard in one go, leaving him with a total of £146, 8 soldi, and 5 pence. This was all the assets he had at his disposal. Apart from Miss Justice, I don't have any debts. Klein relaxed as he fried a steak with a bone and poured some black pepper sauce over it. Just as he was in a good mood as he savored the medium-well texture, the doorbell suddenly rang, and the tinkling reverberated. Mrs. Mary? Isn't it too early? Klein put down his knife and fork in puzzlement and walked to the door. He paused for 2 seconds, and the image of the visitor outside naturally surfaced in his mind. It was an old-fashioned gentleman wearing a light gray coat, a half-top hat, and a black golden-laid cane. He had a pair of sharp blue eyes, and his sideburns were speckled with white. His wrinkles were deeply engraved on his face, making his muscles appear droopy. May I know who you're looking for? Klein asked as he opened the door. The old-fashioned gentleman spoke in a thick mid-seashore accent. Are you Detective Charlotte Moriarty? Do you have something you'd like to entrust me with? Klein nodded, made way, and led the old gentleman to the living room. He hesitated for 2 seconds before asking, would you like coffee or black tea? A cup of hot water, please. The old-fashioned gentleman had already taken off his hat and sat down. A cup of hot water, thank you. The old-fashioned gentleman had already taken off his hat and sat down. Very good, that's simple. Perhaps I should consider hiring an assistant to pour tea and clean the room. Klein's thoughts wandered as he turned to the kitchen to rinse a cup. After placing the hot water in front of the old gentleman, he walked to the sofa and sat down with his hands clasped together. How should I address you? Miller Carter, the old gentleman replied simply. Mr. Carter, what would you like to entrust me with? Klein didn't make any small talk and asked directly. As he spoke, he secretly activated his spirit vision and observed the man opposite him. This old gentleman's body is still considered healthy, but there's something wrong with the color of the aura around his left leg joint. It's probably arthritis. His emotions are mainly blue for calm thinking, with a hint of anxiety. Klein had come to a general conclusion with just a glance. Miller Carter picked up a white porcelain cup and stroked its outer layer. This is what happened. I bought a house on William Street. I'm from Mid-Seashire, and because of my business, I'll be settling in Bakeland in the future. William Street. Where is it? It hadn't even been a month since he arrived in Bakeland. Klein, who either checked maps or relied on his intuition, tried his best to appear steady and reliable. Miller Carter glanced at him and continued under Klein's gaze. That house was said to have belonged to a bankrupt viscount. It was said that the house was originally owned by a bankrupt viscount. This happened about 20 to 30 years ago. After a few hands, it was finally bought by me. I planned on doing some modern renovations, but I discovered a hidden door in the basement that leads to a large underground building. I considered that it might not be safe inside, so I temporarily stopped construction and didn't allow the workers and servants to rashly explore. I hope that you can help me confirm the situation inside the underground building. Underground building. Ancient ruins? Secret treasure? Klein thought for a moment. Why didn't you call the police? The police can mobilize hundreds of times more resources than a private detective like me. The results of the exploration will definitely be better and more guaranteed. Miller Carter rubbed the spot between his eyes. I don't want too many people to know about this, especially the government. If I confirm that there's no danger inside the underground building, I plan on making it part of the entire house and repurposing it. I know that this is a high risk for you. I'm willing to pay £50 for it, but you can't hire more than 3 assistants. After the matter is settled, I can even compensate you according to the specific circumstances, £50. That's a very high price. If I were an ordinary detective, this would be equivalent to 2 or 3 months of my income. He's new to Bakeland and doesn't know any other detectives. He can only hire people from the newspapers, so he came to me. Klein deliberated for a few seconds. Let me think about it. He suddenly revealed an apologetic smile and pointed behind him, saying, I'm going to the bathroom. Miller Carter nodded indiscernibly and drank a mouthful of hot water. After entering the bathroom and closing the wooden door, Klein looked into the mirror and took out a halfpenny. Since Miss Bodyguard was around, he couldn't go above the gray fog to confirm it, so he could only rely on his own divination skills. I should accept this commission. Klein silently repeated it 7 times and flicked out the copper coin. His eyes turned deep as he watched. It tumbled down. Pa, the coin fell into his palm, the head of the king facing up in affirmation. Klein nodded slightly and whispered to the air, what about your intuition? Miss Bodyguard's figure quickly appeared in the mirror, and she replied expressionlessly, there's some danger, but it's not serious. Very good. Klein put away the coins, washed his hands, turned around, and walked out of the bathroom into the living room. He looked at Miller Carter and smiled. I'll accept this commission. After signing the contract with Miller Carter and receiving an advance payment of £10, Klein wasn't in a hurry to go to Williams Street. Instead, he made an appointment at 4 in the afternoon. Miller understood this very well. From his point of view, Detective Charlotte Moriarty, who was working alone, would definitely need to recruit people to carry out the exploration. After the old-fashioned gentleman left, Klein immediately returned to the dining table and stuffed the cold steak into his stomach. Seriously, doesn't he need to eat lunch? Why did he have to pick this time to visit? After barely filling his stomach, Klein bitterly began to tidy up. At 2 in the afternoon, Mrs. Mary visited as scheduled. Her eyes were slightly red and swollen, but her expression was increasingly gloomy. Stellan Sammer, who was accompanying her, had no choice but to remain silent. Klein placed the photo he had carefully chosen into the envelope and handed it over. Ma'am, please confirm it. Mary hesitated for 2 seconds, slowly took a breath, took the envelope, pulled out the photo, and examined it carefully. Very good, very good. You are the most efficient and responsible detective I've ever seen. I'm honored to introduce you to the members of the Quelag Club. Here's the rest of the £7. It's what you deserve. Mary took out a wallet from her leather handbag and counted out a £5 note and 2 £1 notes. Then, without waiting for Klein's response, she stuffed the photo into the envelope, put it in her handbag, and abruptly got up to leave. Tap. 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 Her buttonless leather boots produced a hurried sound. Stellan Sammer tried her best to chase after her before she could barely keep up. When she opened the door to leave, Mary suddenly tripped and almost fell. Fortunately, Stellan happened to support her. With this interlude, Mary clearly slowed down and seemed to have become quiet. Ma'am, you forgot to bring your portable camera. I'll give it to Mrs. Sammer later and get her to bring it to you. Klein silently watched this scene, shook his head slightly, and didn't say a word. He returned to the 2nd floor, took an afternoon nap, and woke up comfortably to the sound of the nearby cathedral clock striking on time. Klein had already flipped through the map and confirmed that Williams Street was at the junction of Westboro and Queens. It belonged to the core of Bakeland and was suitable for living. A good house in Westboro or Hillston Borough costs about £2,500. Miller Carter's house is close to Empress Borough, and it's the property of a former viscount. It's definitely not small. Buying it in its entirety would cost at least £3,500, or even £5,000. That's enough to exchange for a rather good mystical item. He came to visit me without a butler or attendant. Is it because he's just arrived in Bakeland and hasn't gotten on the right track in every aspect? Klein put on his double-breasted frock coat and hat, picked up his cane, and went out into Minsk Street. At this time, the gas lamps had not been lit, and the streets were even gloomier than in the evening. However, the air was still okay, not as pungent as the few districts in the east. Riding a rental carriage all the way to Williams Street, Klein saw a manservant waiting outside the house at number 8. The male servant was wearing a red waistcoat and light-colored trousers. He bowed respectfully to the guest. "Good afternoon. May I know if you're Detective Moriarty?" "Yes, I've made an appointment with Mr. Carter." Klein nodded slightly and followed the male servant into a mansion with a lawn in front and a garden on the side. The house had 2 floors, and the first floor was rather messy. There were a lot of construction materials on display, and workers were coming and going to renovate it. Miller Carter didn't wear his top hat. He covered his nose and came over. "I'm very sorry. It's too messy and dirty here, but I hope that everything will be fine before my family arrives in Bakeland. I can only urge them to keep working." With that said, he looked at the male servant and instructed, "Continue watching them. Keep an eye on them." It's no wonder he didn't bring a servant with him. A servant has become a supervisor. Klein smiled and said, "I know quite a number of doctors. They told me that newly renovated houses aren't suitable for immediate occupancy. They have to wait at least 3 months for ventilation. Otherwise, the elderly and children who aren't strong enough will easily fall ill." "Is that so?" Miller asked in puzzlement as he led Klein to the basement. "I haven't verified it, but I choose to believe in authority. It's said that it originated from the words passed down by Roselle the Great." Klein casually made up a story. Miller nodded and turned to look at the door. He couldn't help but frown. "Mr. Detective, you didn't bring an assistant? That building might hide quite a bit of danger." "I have an assistant, but you can't see it." Klein lampooned and said seriously, "This is my first exploration. This is my first exploration, so I will proceed cautiously. If there are any problems, I will immediately retreat. I have rich experience in this aspect. I won't let myself fall into a dangerous situation. And an assistant who isn't skilled enough with me will make my actions less agile and decisive." Miller was taken aback. "You're very professional." "A professional hoodwinker," Klein silently added. Miller no longer had any doubts as he led Detective Moriarty through the messy living room and down a flight of stairs, entering a rather spacious basement. There were no gas pipes, but there were 4 metal candlesticks embedded in the wall. The dim yellow light flickered. Stepping on the stone slabs, Klein couldn't help but sigh inwardly. As expected of a noble's estate. Even the basement has been renovated. Furthermore, it's about the size of my living room. At this moment, Miller pointed to the front. "There's a secret door there. It was discovered by the workers during the renovation." Klein focused his gaze, and with the help of a not-so-bright candlelight, he saw a grayish-white stone door in the corner. It was supposed to be a part of the wall, but it was now exposed. "I'll leave the rest to you. Be careful." The old-school gentleman, Miller, gave Klein a lit lantern and exhorted him. "Did you pass the ventilation beforehand?" Klein asked cautiously. Miller shook his head indiscernibly. "It's not particularly stuffy inside, but I didn't let the workers go too far." "All right." Klein checked his belongings and put on a black glove. Under Miller's gaze, he unhurriedly held the lantern, approached the stone door, and pushed it open with his cane. With a slightly heavy creaking sound, he followed the light and saw a passageway paved with dark stone slabs. There were a few wooden doors on both sides of the passageway and at the end. They were already showing signs of decay, but they were still barely usable. "It's not too old." However, the exaggerated style of the door and the deep and heavy stone slabs don't match. Which Viscount's family changed it in the past? Klein quietly activated his spirit vision, gripped his cane tightly, and held the lantern as he walked forward step by step. The light dispersed the darkness. As he passed by the rooms on both sides, he could see through the open door that was slightly empty because the workers Miller had hired hadn't explored in depth. He saw long tables and benches that matched the style of the door. "There's no flickering of spiritual light." Klein did a quick inspection and continued forward without stopping until he came to the black stone door at the end. He stretched out his gloved right palm, half-clamped his cane, and slowly pushed the door open. A jarring grinding sound began to reverberate as the stone door gradually cracked open. Suddenly, specks of light appeared in Klein's eyes, reflecting the countless intertwining aura colors. His heart tightened as he suddenly pushed the door open and took a few steps back. The gap in the stone door rapidly widened as a black, slippery creature suddenly fell from above. It was a long snake with a triangular head and red patterns. It straightened its upper body, spat out its forked tongue, and looked at Klein with its cold, brownish-yellow eyes. "Pa! Pa! Pa!" One snake after another fell from the door and piled up at the entrance. Past them, Klein saw a hall inside. In the middle of the hall, there were countless snakes of various colors squirming together, forming an exaggerated nest that was more than 10 meters long and wide. The slippery and disgusting feeling assaulted his senses. Klein's scalp went numb as he couldn't help but take 2 steps back. He even wanted to look away, not daring to look straight at it. Although he was a man, he was still afraid of snakes. Snakes were the animals he was most afraid of. This stemmed from a psychological trauma. When he was still a child, he liked to secretly push open the door to his room and watch movies with his parents through the gap when he was supposed to be sleeping. Unfortunately, his parents once watched a movie about a snake disaster. There was a scene where a building was being demolished and a large nest of snakes was dug up. The dense squirming of the snakes was still deeply engraved in his mind. Can a slumber charm affect so many snakes? Klein swallowed his saliva with difficulty and said to the air, "What solution do you have?" Miss Bodyguard's figure in a black gothic dress quickly appeared beside him. She pursed her lips and didn't say a word. Klein glanced at her, and she glanced at Klein. Neither of them spoke. After a snake slowly slithered out, Klein finally coughed and repeated, "That's right." "What solution do you have?" Miss Bodyguard didn't answer as she floated up. A cold wind suddenly blew in the passageway. Whoosh, the wind surged and blew into the hall. The temperature rapidly dropped as it approached the outside world. Woo! The densely packed snakes in the center of the hall suddenly dispersed and slithered in all directions, looking for a warmer and more suitable place to live. 2 or 3 minutes later, a thin layer of frost formed on the surface of the hall and the passageway. The countless snakes had already disappeared. Woo! The sound of the wind did not stop. Klein shivered and said, "Almost, almost." The surging cold wind slowed down, but the cold feeling did not weaken. Miss Bodyguard's figure disappeared in midair. Klein raised his right hand with his cane, covered his mouth and nose, and sneezed. Then, he raised the lantern and carefully passed through the stone door into the wide hall. The style of this place was the same as the passageway outside. It was mainly made of black stone slabs, and there were 8 pillars of the same color. Metal rods hung down from the high dome, and at the bottom of them were candlesticks carved into different creatures. Inverted candlesticks. As a university student in the history department, and as someone who could barely be considered an elite in this field, Klein made a preliminary judgment through this unique arrangement. Fourth epoch architecture? The historians of the various countries in the northern continent all agreed that the fourth epoch was shrouded in a thick fog, preventing people from seeing its true appearance. There were too many gaps and ambiguities in the records of this period of history. There were very few tombs, ancient cities, and documents unearthed, making it impossible to form an effective verification. However, this didn't mean that no one had done the relevant research. It meant that there were still some ruins and information. Klein was originally a fanatic of the history of the fourth epoch. He had read many papers and books, so he still remembered quite a bit of the content. Be it the Solomon Empire, the Tudor dynasty, or the Tuluan-Sostal Empire, they all had similar architectural styles. They had architectural styles that defied common sense, were messy, asymmetrical, and loved black. Among them, the most representative ones were the candlesticks that hung from the ceiling and the black walls that had patterns that resembled slashes. It was precisely because of this that when Klein raised the lantern and saw the metal rods that extended down from the dome and the candlesticks embedded at the bottom, his first reaction was that this underground building belonged to the fourth epoch. It belonged to an ancient period that was shrouded in a thick fog, one that many historians and archaeologists found regrettable. A few papers have mentioned that the number of candlesticks in different buildings is different. Although the three empires advocate asymmetrical beauty, they seem to have strict and detailed rules in all aspects. 3 on the left and 2 on the right is the highest standard that ordinary people can enjoy. This is determined from the architectural layout and the remains of the houses. Klein raised his arm and raised the lantern high. As he slowly walked forward, he counted the candlesticks on both sides. The hall was wider than he had expected. He walked at least 100 meters before he saw the platform that was half a meter above the ground. Only then did he see the thick wall that marked the end. There are 41 inverted candlesticks on the left, and 40 on the right. This is a little exaggerated. What class does this belong to? A powerful noble? Man, the Antigonus family and the Zeradal family are nobles from the 4th epoch. They are also powerful and terrifying beyond our families. The other powerful nobles shouldn't be too far off. Klein raised the lantern and continued forward. He saw the staircase on the side of the raised platform, and he saw the marks on the black stone bricks that looked like they had been carved by knives and axes. Was it really a relic from the 4th era? As these thoughts flashed through Klein's mind, he relied on his keen eyesight and the light from the lantern to discover that there were 2 iron-black seats on the platform that was half a meter above the ground. They were huge and ancient, and they overlooked the seats below. There were 2 of them, too. Why were there 2 of them? According to the layout, the seat here should belong to the person with the highest position and the greatest authority here, but there were actually 2. Great aristocrats on par with each other? 2 earls, 2 dukes, 2 princes? Klein slowly began to feel that his historical knowledge was starting to lack. He clearly remembered that many papers had mentioned that the 3 empires, Solomon, Tudor, and Tuluan-Sostal, had a strict hierarchy. The hierarchy was clear and could not be crossed. Based on this theory, there should not be 2 leaders in a force. Strange. Klein mumbled to himself, as though it was meant for Miss Bodyguard to hear. What's so strange about that? An illusory and ethereal voice suddenly sounded behind him. In the dark, wide, empty, and silent ancient hall, it appeared especially eerie. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched as he truthfully told her about the characteristics he had observed, the corresponding historical knowledge, and the areas he was puzzled about. At the end, he added, the ventilation here is very good. I wonder if there are any other entrances. Miss Bodyguard, who was half fused into the darkness, listened silently. She looked deeply at Klein and said, Why do you know so much? Because I'm a university student from the history department. Klein lampooned inwardly as he smiled. If I hadn't chosen to be a detective, perhaps I would have become a young historian with a conscience. Miss Bodyguard didn't respond, nor did she vanish again. She floated onto the platform. With the lantern in hand, Klein followed closely behind. He discovered that the platform was extremely large. It was nearly 40 meters across and 10 meters vertically. The architectural style is grand and gigantic. It's also one of the characteristics of the 4th epoch. He mentioned it casually and cautiously walked up to the 2 huge iron-black chairs. He raised the lantern and examined them carefully. It seems to be for a 3 or 4 meter tall giant to sit on. There are badge-like patterns on the back of the chair. On this side is a black crown, and on this side is a hand holding a scepter. I don't know what they symbolize. Klein said to himself, not expecting Miss Bodyguard to answer. However, the lady whose feet were floating off the ground suddenly spoke. This is the emblem of the Tudor family. Huh? Klein looked over in surprise and realized that Miss Bodyguard was pointing at the hand holding the scepter. Tudor family? Is this the relic of the Tudor dynasty of the 4th epoch? Which member of the royal family did this palace belong to? Klein frowned slightly. Do you recognize the other badge? He could actually stand side by side with the members of the Tudor family. Miss Bodyguard shook her head and did not speak. Seeing this, Klein had no choice but to temporarily give up on the idea of studying it. He said, after the Tudor and Tuluan-Sostal families established their respective empires, they maintained the style that originated from the Solomon Empire. For example, the inverted candlesticks, the chopped brand, etc. This doesn't conform to normal knowledge. If I were an emperor, even if I had to inherit many things from the past, I would still make certain changes to mark my uniqueness. Does this mean that the three empires have a hidden and unchanging connection? He guessed that the Solomon, Tudor, and Toluan Sostal families all controlled the Black Emperor pathway, which was also the lawyer pathway. Such a style was needed for acting. Miss Bodyguard fell silent for a few seconds before saying a few words. Only an emperor can be called an emperor. Does this confirm my thoughts? Klein didn't ask any further. With the lantern in hand, he circled around the two huge iron-black chairs, but he didn't discover anything else. Let's take a look forward, Klein suggested. Before he could finish his sentence, Miss Bodyguard had already floated to the end of the platform, but the surrounding coldness didn't change. After walking a few meters forward, Klein used the lantern's light to see 7 tall and heavy black stone doors on the wall at the bottom of the hall. They were lined up in order, 2 on the left, 1 in the middle, and 4 on the right. It perfectly matched the fourth epoch's pursuit of asymmetry. Klein handed his cane to the hand holding the lantern, casually tossed a coin, and whispered, "We should start from the left." Clang, the copper penny tumbled down and landed in his palm, the portrait facing up. "Let's go to the left." Klein took the lead. Miss Bodyguard followed silently until she approached the door on the far left. Only then did she say, "It's the same from the right. In other words, it doesn't matter if I can divine it or not." The corners of Klein's mouth curled up as he raised the lantern and examined the symbols and patterns on the door. It was dark black with resplendent embellishments, clustered around a crimson circle that was half covered. This? Klein's pupils suddenly constricted. This is the dark sacred emblem. This is the symbol of the Evernight goddess. In the fourth epoch, the Church of the Goddess supported the Tudor dynasty? He thoughtfully pressed his hand on the stone door. Creak, amidst the jerky and heavy grinding sounds, the black stone door slowly opened. As the lantern's light shone in, the scene inside was outlined in Klein's eyes. First was an empty space a few meters long and wide. It was also paved with dark black stone slabs, followed by a platform that was nearly a meter tall. Klein carefully walked forward and raised the lantern, allowing it to illuminate what was on the platform. A few seconds later, the fiery glow outlined a huge statue. It was about 4 to 5 meters long and almost occupied the entire end of the room. It was a lady with a hazy but abnormally beautiful face. She supported her head with her right hand as she lay on the platform. She wore a black classical dress that was layered but not complicated. Beneath her head was a circle that radiated lines. The lady's dress shimmered with specks of light. They were bright and resplendent gemstone fragments. At a glance, it was as though Klein had seen the night and the stars. In such a contrast, the circle under the lady's head was like a full moon. This? Klein's thoughts seemed to freeze, but a guess was crazily charging in, about to burst out. Evernight goddess? Miss Bodyguard's tone carried a rare hint of doubt. Be it in terms of symbolism or actual performance, it seemed to be a statue of a goddess. Klein's guess finally took shape and echoed loudly in his mind. He remembered asking Captain Dunn Smith about one of the differences between evil gods and orthodox gods. The former had an image similar to an intelligent being, while the latter only had a sacred emblem formed from symbols, and today, at this moment, in this ancient, strange underground building, he saw a statue that he suspected to be the Evernight goddess. It was a completely humanoid statue. Just the thought of what this meant made Klein shudder. Could the goddess have once been an evil god? No. Maybe it's another evil god of the Evernight domain. But the dark sacred emblem at the door is no different from the current one. Or could it be that having the image of an intelligent being isn't the standard to distinguish between orthodox gods and evil gods? After all, the captain's level wasn't high enough, and his understanding wasn't accurate enough. It was also possible that the Tudor family had deliberately blasphemed the goddess. Yes, it could also be to use this to set up some strange ritual. Thoughts jumped in Klein's mind, making him puzzled, nervous, and tense. He also felt that there was an indescribable and strange feeling here. Let's go take a look behind the other doors. After looking around and finding nothing else, Klein took a deep breath and took the initiative to speak. I wonder what the remaining 6 doors correspond to. Are they equally evil and strange? He thought solemnly. Miss Bodyguard nodded slowly. I updated 58 chapters this month, and every chapter was more than 3,000 words long. Other than the rest day after the first novel ended, I didn't miss any chapters or drag any chapters. Every day was on time. Of course, I had to thank my classmates for this. I didn't update in July. First, it was because I was starting a new novel. Everything had to be developed accordingly, and the difficulty of conceptualizing had increased significantly. Second, my body kept having small problems. I finally decided to go swimming 4 times a week. This took up a lot of my time. Unless I didn't rest at all, it would be very difficult to write another 3 chapters. I was already working very hard to maintain 2 chapters without reducing the number of chapters. I had to continue exercising in August, so I probably wouldn't be able to update yet. In September, if I could successfully lose weight and reduce the number of times I went swimming, I would try to update. That was about it. In the cold hall, Klein suddenly shivered. He retracted his gaze and said to Miss Bodyguard, "Let's go back. Based on Aztec's Copper Whistle's performance, there's likely a terrifying evil spirit in the innermost room. The level of danger is very likely above that of Nimblewright Master Rosago and Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings. It's lingered for hundreds or even thousands of years, and it might already be equivalent to a high-sequence Beyonder. If it wasn't for the fact that it's difficult for its power to seep out of the room, I'd already be a dead man. Even if Miss Bodyguard is one of the cream of the crop among Sequence 5 Beyonders, there's almost no hope of me turning the tables with her. As a person, one must know one's limitations. One mustn't be tempted by the treasures that are suspected to be left behind by Beyonder characteristics and mystical items. Greed often leads to death. Klein silently found a reason to convince himself. Miss Bodyguard turned her head to look at him and asked without any emotion in her eyes, "And then? After that?" Klein secretly bared his teeth and deliberated over his words. Have Miller Carter call the police. Who knows when the evil spirit will break free? We should get rid of it as soon as possible. No, that won't do. Mr. Carter doesn't know much. If we call the police this way, the police department won't pay enough attention. The first batch of people who come to investigate will suffer heavy casualties. It might even indirectly help the evil spirit break free. Also, if I see such a statue, I might be silenced as a detective. Did you see the white bones and spiritual light in the room? Miss Bodyguard turned her gaze back to the dark tunnel behind the half-open stone door and nodded slightly. Klein's thoughts raced. I'm guessing that those are the corpses of the explorers from before. They were killed by the evil spirit in that room, and the Beyonders among them left behind mystical items. This might be related to the Viscount's family that originally lived in the house outside. I plan on asking them for their surnames, going to the library to search for information, and searching for their descendants to see if I can obtain any useful clues. After the initial confirmation of the situation, I will make a decision based on the severity of the situation. I might use some explosives to destroy the door to prevent others from coming in, or I might send an anonymous letter to the police department, describing the existence of the evil spirit in detail. However, I have to think of a way to avoid the risk. This is not too urgent. We can take it slowly. Miss Bodyguard listened quietly, looked straight ahead, and said in a light tone, "Don't you want to organize some people to purify that evil spirit? Even if there aren't any mystical items left behind, just the remnant parts of the evil spirit are precious enough. This is the first time I've seen you talk so much." Perhaps? Klein replied without hesitation, "The risk is too high. I think my life and health are more important." He organized his words and added, "The most powerful person I know is you, and judging from your performance just now, you don't seem to be a match for that evil spirit. I can't think of any other way to deal with it other than calling the police." Miss Bodyguard turned around, her pale face slightly transparent. "You're still rational," she commented calmly and indifferently. She then floated towards the exit of the ancient hall. Apart from being suspected of being influenced by the true creator, how am I a lunatic? Klein cursed inwardly as he held the lantern and cane and followed closely behind Miss Bodyguard. Throughout the entire process, he felt that he was being watched by the cold gaze in the dark passageway. This feeling only dissipated when he walked out of the stone door that exuded an ancient aura. Klein turned around and closed the door, sealing the inverted candlesticks, the knife-like brand, and the sinister statues of the 6 deities inside, allowing them to continue their slumber in the unchanging darkness and silence that had lasted for thousands of years. Patting the dust off his clothes, he switched the lantern to his other hand and quickly returned to Miller Carter's basement. As for Miss Bodyguard, she had already disappeared into thin air out of habit. Miller Carter was pacing in the basement. When he saw Klein come out, he hurriedly asked, "How is it? What's the situation inside?" Klein had already thought of an excuse as he said with a look of lingering fear, "It's very bad. It's very bad. There are a lot of snakes, and many places have collapsed. I plan to collect some information, gather some manpower, and make preparations for a second exploration. During this time, it's best if you don't send anyone in. Trust me, the number of poisonous snakes is beyond your imagination." The old gentleman, Miller, took a deep breath and asked in slight fear, "Will they swim over? Will they swim over? Do you know any professionals who can deal with snakes?" Klein immediately nodded and said, "I'll find someone to cooperate and do my best to deal with this matter. It's already cold autumn, and the snakes aren't willing to move. As long as you don't send anyone in to disturb them, nothing will happen." "All right, please do it as soon as possible. I'll close this door during this period of time and not let anyone in." Miller relaxed a little when he heard that. Seeing that his employer had been intimidated by his truthful but incomplete words, Klein hurriedly put down the lantern and nudged his gold-rimmed glasses. "Next, I'll gather some information and figure out the layout of the underground building before exploring. This requires you to tell me which Viscount the original owner of this building is." Millet had bought this building precisely because it was a former noble's property, so he immediately replied, "That's right." He immediately replied, "Viscount Pound. What do you know about him and his family?" Klein asked in a professional manner. Miller pondered and said, "I don't know much. All I know is that they obtained the title of Viscount in the Battle of Violated Oaths. They once had an illustrious time, but for some reason, they suddenly declined decades ago. They continuously lost their heirs and could only find collateral relatives to retain the title of Viscount. And the new Viscount Pound is one of them. Heh heh. In short, he squandered most of his family's assets and was demoted to a baron by the king. He should still be in Bakeland, but he could go bankrupt at any time." Battle of Violated Oaths? The Battle of Violated Oaths that began in 738 of the 5th epoch? Klein, who had successfully graduated from the history department, reflexively recalled the corresponding knowledge. The war that happened more than 600 years ago was a war involving religion. The Fainapotter kingdom in the south originally believed in Mother Earth and the god of knowledge and wisdom at the same time, but under the influence of certain factors, there was a serious opposition between the two churches, and the believers often clashed. Its two neighbors to the north, the Kingdom of Rouen and the Kingdom of Intis, seized this opportunity to start a war under the pretext of protecting freedom of faith. Later on, the Faisac Empire joined in an attempt to destroy the plans of Rouen and Intis, but they failed to reverse the situation and suffered defeat. The outcome of the war was that Lemberg, Mason, and Seeger, which were located at the borders of Loan and Fainapotter, as well as Intis and Fainapotter, became independent. They mainly believed in the god of knowledge and wisdom, leaving only the Church of Earth Mother in the Fainapotter kingdom. As both sides of the war accused each other of betraying the sacred oath at the end of the 4th epoch, this conflict that lasted for 5 years was known as the Battle of Violated Oaths. After that, the northern continent had more than 300 years of peace. This didn't mean that there were no conflicts between countries, but there were no more large-scale wars. All of this lasted until Roselle invented the steam engine and improved sailboats and cannons. This is the content recorded in history textbooks. Now that I think about it, since it involves faith, there must be Beyonders from the church involved. There must have been an intense Beyonder war in secret. However, it was said that it was an era where Beyonders were rare, and there weren't many Beyonders. A battle in a small team? Could the sudden decline of the Pound family decades ago, with the successive loss of heirs, have something to do with the discovery of the ancient building underground? Klein asked thoughtfully, "Then, do you know where Baronet Pound currently lives?" "Sorry, I'm not sure." Miller shook his head slightly. Klein asked a few more questions, but seeing that he couldn't get any more information, He bade farewell and returned to 15 Minsk Street. At that moment, it was almost 5:30. The sky was gloomy and dark, as though it was night. Thinking that the public libraries were probably closed, Klein temporarily put aside the matter of the underground building and prepared dinner for himself. He had originally wanted to learn how to make Fähnepotter noodles from the recipe in the newspaper, but he ended up making noodles with meat, sauce, and vegetables. It was surprisingly delicious. After eating and drinking his fill, Klein casually tossed a coin to divine if he should call the police and received an answer that he shouldn't. At night, Bakeland was as quiet as any other city, at least in Sherwood Borough. Klein was sleeping soundly, wandering in different dreams in a blur. Suddenly, he jolted awake and realized that he was dreaming. Someone has invaded my dream? Klein resisted the urge to frown and pretended to look around in a daze. He found himself in a scalding yellow desert. A roar suddenly came from the sky as a huge black monster dyed with gold flew over. The monster had a thick lizard-like body and a pair of wide leather wings on its back. It descended lower and lower, blotting out the sun in the sky. A dragon. A powerful dragon. Klein saw scales the size of a plate, a gigantic mouth that emitted pure light, and two dark golden vertical pupils. Roar, the dragon spat out a beam of light that seemed to cover everything. Large swathes of the desert were obliterated. Amidst the light, a figure jumped into the air. He was 3 to 4 meters tall, but he didn't have the unique vertical eye of a giant. He had a handsome, young face, and he wore black full-body armor that looked like it had been splattered with blood. The gigantic knight brandished his broadsword from the bottom up, and countless bluish-white flames condensed into a spear that shot towards the dragon. It was as though he had an entire army of illusory beyonders cooperating with him in battle. Amidst the meteor shower, the gigantic knight leaped onto the dragon's head and made a slashing motion. The afterimages he had left behind instantly overlapped, and the sword beams turned into intersecting lightning. Paw! The ground shook violently as the dragon fell to the ground, its blood dark gold. At this moment, the scene suddenly changed, revealing a bloody door. It was the blood-colored door that Klein had seen in the innermost part of the ancient building in the afternoon. With a creak, the bloody door opened a gap, allowing one to vaguely see a black high-backed chair. Sitting on the high-backed chair was a normal-sized man. His head was lowered, and he was silent and deathly still. As the camera zoomed in, Klein could clearly see the man's attire. He seemed to be the knight who had just killed the dragon. He was still wearing the blood-stained black armor, the only difference was that he was no longer 3 to 4 meters tall. At this moment, the man suddenly raised his head. His young and handsome face was covered in terrifying rotting scars that revealed his bones. His eyes were cold and emotionless. Klein jumped in fright and woke up from his dream. He opened his eyes and saw the crimson moonlight penetrating the curtains. Under the dim crimson moonlight, Klein lifted the blanket and got up. For a seer, paying attention to dreams was the most basic quality, and the dream just now could not be explained as a simple nightmare. Wearing comfortable clothes, he came to the front of the full-length mirror and said in a low voice, he whispered, "I dreamed of the blood-stained door in that room." Miss Bodyguard's figure slowly outlined itself in the mirror as she replied without any expression, "The influence of the evil spirit's aura. It will gradually weaken until it disappears." "Is that so?" Klein nodded slightly and returned to the bed. He picked up the golden pocket watch and opened it. Seeing that it was still early, he lay down to sleep again. This time, the dream was fragmented and did not have the previous encounter. The next day, which was Sunday morning, Klein felt refreshed as he made himself a soft-boiled egg to go with the buttered bread. In the kingdom of Rouen, or rather, in the countries of the northern continent, reading newspapers at breakfast was a must for gentlemen. Klein was no exception. He opened his subscriptions of the Tussock Times, Bakeland Post, and Bakeland Morning Post. The Unified Government Employee Examination Act has been officially passed by the House of Lords. The first round of examinations will be held in early December, and the second round of examinations will be held at the end of January next year. The final interviews will be held in 2 weeks. Within a week, the government will announce the positions and requirements involved in the examination and begin the registration process. The reporter speculates that most of them will be in Bakeland. Klein scanned the contents line by line, picked up his cup, and took a sip of side black tea. He couldn't help but associate it with Banson as he muttered to himself. The bill was passed at the end of September, the positions will be announced in early October, the registration will be completed in early November, and the examination will begin in early December. The schedule is very tight and unreasonable. It's enough to show the urgency of the king and the prime minister. But this is very beneficial to Banson. He's prepared more than 2 months ahead of others. Even if he can't compare to the elites who graduated from universities, he'll definitely be able to beat most others. And the positions that those elites won't coincide with his. He should be fine. Klein wanted to tap his chest 4 times to draw a crimson moon and say, "May the goddess bless me." However, thinking that Miss Bodyguard was nearby, he resisted the urge. After all, he claimed to believe in the god of steam and machinery. After eating the last mouthful of bread, he continued to read the newspaper. Both the upper and lower houses have approved the establishment of the kingdom's National Atmospheric Pollution Commission, allowing the government to establish this body. The next month will be a crucial period for all parties to compete for the position of committee member. A separate alkali industry prosecutor has been approved, targeting acid and alkali production plants to minimize their level of pollution. There's no advertisement of the Ernst firm purchasing goods on the 5th page. There's no need to consider attending the Beyonder gathering tomorrow night, Tianjin City, 2 Narcissus Street. Banson read the news in the newspaper over and over again, completely forgetting about the bread on his plate. The Unified Examination Bill has been passed? Wearing a long black dress, Melissa tilted her head to look at her brother who was behaving strangely. A few days ago, the newspapers had been reporting that the bill would be passed this time. Banson finally put down the newspaper, wiped his black hair, and slowly exhaled. Yes. At this moment, the two of them suddenly fell into silence. The room was silent. There wasn't even the sound of knives and forks colliding with plates. The indescribable atmosphere was broken by the maid, Bella, who came out of the kitchen. Banson smiled and said, "This is something predictable. This is something that can be predicted. Actually, the most important thing is the previous piece of news." "Oh?" Melissa's expression was abnormally calm. Banson took a bite of the bread and smiled. "News that Bakeland Institute of Technology has been reorganized into a university. It will officially recruit students next year. There will be no tests on grammar or classical literature. Instead, it will focus on technical content. It's very suitable for graduates and current students from various technical schools. Melissa, I think you can give it a try." "But," Melissa subconsciously retorted. Benson interrupted her with a smile. "Its tuition fees will be half that of universities like Tianjin, Perth, Koei, and Bakeland. It's equivalent to Mid-Seashire's Constant University of Technology, and there will be more scholarship opportunities." "Melissa, don't you like machinery, steam, and such content? This is the best opportunity for you to come into contact with more advanced and in-depth knowledge. How about giving it a try? Don't worry about wasting money. That money might allow us to maintain our current lives without working, but we're still young. We can't define our lives like that. Look, compared to a few months ago, my grammar has improved a lot. A change of environment might be better. I know you can't bear to leave Tianjin and this place. Yes, we will eventually return, but not when we're young." Melissa tilted her head to look at the various components on the coffee table as her lips quivered. Her lips quivered a few times as she said, "What about Bella?" After Klein passed away, she originally didn't want to hire a maidservant, but when she thought of Bella's tragic life after losing her job, she gave up on the idea. After all, an additional 5 soldi a week was nothing to the Moretti family, whose annual income was at least £300. With regards to this, Banson shook his head and smiled. "There's still a few months to go. We can let Bella find a new job ahead of time. Before that, we will continue to pay her and give her a bedroom. Besides, her culinary skills are much better than before. She can totally apply for a job as a home cook. Unfortunately." Of course, all of this is on the premise that you can pass the entrance examination of Bakeland University of Technology. He wanted to say that it was a pity that Bella didn't have a long time to learn culinary skills, but when he saw Melissa's gloomy expression, he forcefully changed the topic. Without waiting for Melissa to say anything, Banson smiled and touched his hair. I plan on resigning tomorrow to focus on preparing for the exam. It's said that most of the positions are in Bakeland. That's my goal. I hope we can go there together. After a moment of silence, Melissa finally nodded slowly. At the same time, she put down her cutlery and wiped her mouth with a napkin. I'm going to the bathroom. All right. Banson watched as his sister got up and left the dining table. The smile that had been plastered on his face quickly vanished. He took out the silver vine-patterned pocket watch, looked at it carefully, and sighed very softly. Throughout the entire Sunday, Klein busied himself in the few public libraries in Sherwood Borough, hoping to find information related to Viscount Pound. However, the Viscount's family didn't have any individual biographies, nor did it pique the interest of any historian. Everything about them was scattered in different corners of various historical materials. Without the search function, Klein, who didn't have the search function, felt his head throbbing in pain as he faced the sea of books and theses. He spent 6 hours flipping through a lot of information, but he still didn't obtain any useful information. I have to find someone who has extensive research on the history of nobles for help, or bribe someone from the police department to get Baronet Pound's current address. He's a noble, so the police department definitely has the corresponding records. There aren't many nobles. Klein returned home, stood in front of the mirror, and spoke to the air. The surface of the mirror quickly outlined Miss Bodyguard's gothic regal dress and the black bonnet on her head. She nodded indiscernibly, as though agreeing with Klein's idea. Then, her ethereal voice was heard. The employment is over. I know, it's been 3 days. Klein thought for a moment. If I can obtain any clues regarding the Pound family, would you be willing to know? Miss Bodyguard didn't answer, but she nodded gently. Pass it on through Merrick? Klein asked. After nodding again, Miss Bodyguard bent down, lifted her skirt, and bowed. Her figure quickly disappeared, and everything reflected in the mirror was no longer special. Klein looked around, but he didn't relax. He prepared dinner step by step and filled his stomach. When it was late at night, he returned to his bedroom and drew the curtains. Only then did he take out the iron cigar case and reach out to touch the all-black eye left behind by Rosago. Illusory roars immediately swept through his mind, as though they were tearing apart his mind and destroying his thoughts. Klein struggled to resist the pain that made his head feel like it was about to explode. Once again, he saw the thin black lines spreading out from different parts of his body. They were densely packed, illusory, and terrifying as they extended into the infinite distance. Klein looked around and didn't find any other black lines. He finally confirmed that Miss Bodyguard had left. He hurriedly let go and escaped from the negative influence. After dozens of seconds, he completely returned to normal. Phew, I can finally go above the gray fog to verify the inspiration I had previously. Klein silently muttered to himself as he quickly set up a ritual to summon himself and respond to himself. Then, in his spirit-body state, he carried Aztec's copper whistle, picked up the iron cigar case, and returned above the gray fog. Klein sat at the end of the long ancient table and used his fingers to create a spiritual flame, burning the blood-stained documents and other items that he no longer needed in the corner. After doing all of this, he opened the iron cigar case and, unsurprisingly, found that the all-black eye had become silent and no longer revealed its madness. However, the influence and corruption were still present inside, just that it was no longer active, as though it was hibernating. Indeed, there's no way to separate it directly. Klein whispered. Then, a man wearing a hooded robe appeared on the chair opposite the long ancient table. Just like his previous attempt at creating an avatar, the man was dull and stiff. It was obvious that he wasn't a real person and couldn't deceive the members of the tarot. However, Klein already had an idea. He reached out to hold the all-black eye, and his ears fell silent. There were no longer any terrifying roars. With the Beyonder characteristics gathered, he saw that the dummy opposite him also had thin black threads floating outwards. Right on the heels of that, Klein carefully let his spirituality spread out through the all-black eye and touched a few of the illusory threads. Suddenly, he felt like he was holding something. That's because, with a thought, the dummy immediately raised its hand. It really works. I can use the powers of a marionettist to create a fake tarot member. However, it's very draining. I'm unable to maintain a second one. The symbol on the back of the chair won't change accordingly, but it's not like Miss Justice and the rest can't see it. Klein began practicing repeatedly in delight. He even grasped the technique of controlling the dummy's throat and mouth to make it speak. When his spirituality was almost drained, he smiled at the dummy opposite him. "Welcome, new member. Which tarot card would you like to draw?" With that said, he closed his mouth. The dummy opposite him raised its hand to stroke its chin and laughed hoarsely. "World. I choose the card World." If the Fool was the beginning of tarot cards, then the World was the end. It represented perfection and sublimation. Klein named his smuff World because he hoped that it would have a beautiful meaning from beginning to end. In the future, many things that I can't say or make requests can be done by the World. This will greatly reduce the possibility of the Fool's image collapsing. A life with an avatar, no, and smuff is a complete life. Klein praised in his heart in a good mood and waved his hand to make the world disappear. Following that, he spread his spirituality and enveloped himself before falling into the gray fog and returning to the real world. He had left Rosego's all-black eye above the gray fog. After all, he usually couldn't use this item, and he was constantly worried that it would be discovered or lost. After packing up the materials for the summoning ritual, Klein looked up at the curtains that revealed the crimson moonlight. He was filled with anticipation for tomorrow's gathering. In terms of understanding of nobles, he believed that Miss Justice would definitely surpass 99% of the people of Rouen. And with his smuff account, the World, he could directly ask him about the Pound family. He didn't need to worry about affecting the Fool's image. Of course, this had to be done tactfully. After all, Detective Sherlock Moriarty was also searching for information on the Pound family, and only with enough information could he make a divination above the gray fog. Phew. Klein thought seriously for a while before relaxing and falling asleep. After going above the gray fog, the remnant influence of the evil spirit aura seemed to have completely disappeared. Klein slept until dawn, but he didn't see the sun because there was a thin fog outside. He followed his plan and continued to visit the other public libraries in Bakeland, but he didn't ask the librarians or mention the Pound family. He only flipped through the information that involved the nobles. At 20 minutes past 2 in the afternoon, Klein entered the mysterious space above the gray fog ahead of time. In the magnificent and ancient palace, he sat at the Fool's seat and once again faced the fake World at the long, mottled bronze table to familiarize himself with the controls. After a few minutes, Klein took out his pocket watch and glanced at it. He sent a message to the crimson star representing Sun to prepare for the gathering. While waiting, he played with the all-black eye and equipped it with a silver chain. Then, he wrapped it around his right wrist and covered it with his sleeve. At 3 in the afternoon, beams of light soared into the palace that looked like a giant's residence. Justice, the Hanging Man, and Sun each projected blurry figures that were dyed red. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool, good afternoon." Audrey was about to greet every member of the tarot when her gaze suddenly landed on the figure sitting at the end. It was a stranger in a hooded black robe. He was equally illusory and hazy. "This is?" Audrey looked at Mr. Fool in puzzlement and delight. "Has the tarot expanded again? Is it Furs or Zio?" "No, the height doesn't match, or someone else." As Audrey was lost in her thoughts, Klein leaned back leisurely. "This is a new member, Mr. World." At the same time, through the gray fog's augmentation of his spirit vision, he discovered that the surface color of Sun's astral projection had become pure, but it hadn't reached the level of a sequence 8. His preliminary judgment was that he had completely digested the barred potion. "Hello," Audrey politely greeted him and curiously examined the new member. She quickly read the corresponding information from the details revealed in the hazy gray fog. Mr. World is a person with restrained emotions. He rarely moves his body and always keeps a straight face. I wonder where he comes from. Rouen, Intis? Or a mysterious place like the City of Silver? Audrey nodded in thought. After the numerous gatherings, she had determined one thing from the fact that Sun's mouth couldn't match his words. It was very likely that he wasn't speaking in Rouen. What they were hearing was likely Mr. Fool's translation. After the Hanging Man Alger and Sun respectively summoned the World, and the new member responded rather coldly, Klein looked at Justice and said, "The two candidates you proposed are still being examined. I'll give you a simple mission. Entrust it to them in your name. This is part of the examination. It should be that strict." Not only did Audrey not feel disappointed, she even felt that it was only natural. The members of the tarot had to be strictly selected. Not just anyone could become one, the members of the tarot club had to go through strict selection. Not just anyone could become one. She thought proudly before adding somewhat guiltily, "And for me to be roped in by Mr. Fool from the very beginning, it means that I'm lucky enough." Luck is also one of my traits. Klein reached out his right hand and pressed it on the table, conjuring a drawing that depicted Leonidas' appearance and attire. "Find out about the person in the drawing. He's in Bakeland." Klein made the portrait flash in front of Miss Justice. "Find out about the person in the drawing. He's in Bakeland." Klein made the portrait flash in front of Miss Justice. Audrey focused her gaze and saw a young man with black hair neatly combed back, revealing a full forehead and round-rimmed glasses. It was a colorful oil painting. The pair of brown eyes that were filled with mockery stood out abnormally, and below it was a label with information such as former name Leonidas. A simple mission. This means that the target isn't strong. However, for Mr. Fool to know of his existence, he must have something special about him. Although it's a simple mission, there might be a deeper goal of Mr. Fool hiding behind it. An important figure of his stature likely wouldn't just be an examination. Audrey's thoughts ran wild for a moment. After a few seconds, she said, "That's right." After a few seconds, she said, "I'll entrust it to them." Those two ladies seem to have a lot of connections in Bakeland. This will be of great help in finding Leonidas. After confirming that he had decided on his revenge, Klein fell silent and deliberately let his smuff perform. The world surveyed the area and said with a hoarse voice, "That's right. Mr. Fool told me that I can assign missions and gather ingredients here, right?" "Yes." Audrey nodded elegantly and said, "But you have to wait patiently. What follows next belongs to Mr. Fool's reading time. I completed the mission of assassinating Ambassador of Intis, Bakerland. I didn't even mention it first to take up this period of time." She thought to herself as she raised her chin slightly. "Miss Justice, you sure have the spirit of a master. I'll have to pay a certain amount of knowledge later to truly conclude the mission of assassinating Bakerland." Klein retracted his gaze in amusement and looked at the hanging man. The hanging man, Alger Wilson, didn't speak blindly because there was a new member. He maintained his silence and observed in secret. At this moment, seeing Mr. Fool look over, he hurriedly bowed humbly and said, "It's still 6 pages this time. This time it's still 6 pages. I'll give you the last page next time." "Sure." Klein nodded slightly. The hanging man hurriedly reined in his psyche, recalled the contents, and expressed a strong will. He quickly finished writing the 6 pages and saw them suddenly disappear, appearing in Klein's hands. Klein looked down and scanned the contents of the first page. "On the 9th of February, I had my 3rd child. I named him Bonova. My eldest daughter, Bernadette, was lucky. Her mother and I were only low-sequence beyonders back then. She was free to choose the path she wanted to take. My eldest son, Charles, was the most unfortunate. He only inherited a few beyonder characteristics, but he had no choice but to repeat my path. Perhaps he could make some changes at sequence 4, but it's never that easy to achieve a high sequence beyonder. My second son, Bornova, was somewhere between Bernadette and Charles. I gave him the characteristics of a sequence 5 beyonder. This reduced the burden on me, allowing me to digest the potion faster and accelerate my advancement. And the moment he was born, he was already an astromancer who could display all kinds of special abilities. Zeridal secretly congratulated me, praising Bornova as an adorable angel. I asked this fortune teller what achievements Bornova would have in the future, but he only smiled and didn't answer me. I asked him about Charles's future, and he finally spoke. He told me that death was an inevitable outcome, but it might be a good thing. Seriously, the words of a seer are always so vague. It really makes one want to pry open his mouth. Finally, I asked about Bernadette's future, and he suddenly became very serious. He said that she would hate me, loathe me, and abandon me. she would become an important figure in the mysterious world. Sometimes, you really shouldn't ask about the results of a divination. I find it hard to believe that my adorable, kind, loving brother, adoring father, and loving mother would hate me, loathe me, and abandon me. What was the reason for this? Did I do something overboard? Perhaps she had a crush that I wasn't satisfied with, and I killed that punk? No, Zeradol isn't a prophet. The results of a divination might be wrong. Forget this matter, Roselle. I seem to smell a melodramatic family drama. Klein couldn't help but lampoon after reading the first page of the diary. At the same time, Zeradol's description of Bernadette's future naturally surfaced in his mind. An important figure in the mysterious world. Was this referring to the world of extraordinaires? What level can one be considered an important figure? Klein flipped the diary page and thought, May 22nd. The Sauron family's Florent actually wants me to be his subordinate. Do I look like someone who would be a lackey? His attitude is completely unacceptable. I swear that I will definitely make him pay for today's arrogance in the future. However, some of the things he mentioned are very interesting and worth pondering. Florent said that the Sauron family has a history of more than 2,000 years, longer than the Church of the God of Craftsmanship. They have witnessed all the cooperation and strife, light and darkness in the fourth epoch, and they have survived to this day. Other than the Augustus family of Rouen, the Einhorn family of Faysac, and the Castilla family of Feynapotter, the other powerful families that were on par with them, such as the Antigonus family and the Zeradol family, have either become the dust of history or have become rats in the sewers, hiding and unable to see the light of day. He said that letting me be his subordinate, the subordinate of the ancient and glorious Sauron family, was a gift to me. Back then, I wanted to F***K all his ancestors. However, the fact that the Sauron family has a history of more than 2,000 years is very surprising. The fourth epoch is also known as the Epoch of the Gods. Be it the current Orthodox seven deities, or death, the primordial Demonis, the dark side of the universe, or the true creator, they are still active in the real world. It's said that they often perform miracles. For the Sauron family to survive to this day and hold such a high position, it's definitely not an easy task. Their long history has given them more than just arrogance. They must be hiding many secrets, and perhaps they even have extremely terrifying sealed artifacts. This is truly a behemoth that stands above the land, one that no one dares to look straight at. Upon seeing this, Klein had many thoughts. Roselle was able to overthrow the Sauron family's rule and become their consul and protector. He must have experienced a tragic, terrifying, and soul-stirring battle. Even if the Sauron family doesn't have a Grade 0 sealed artifact, they definitely don't lack Grade 1 sealed artifacts. Furthermore, there might be high-sequence beyonders. Even if the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery fully supports Roselle, it might not end well. Could it be that the Sauron family was already in decline and weak before this? The Intis turmoil is an external manifestation of this state. What did they experience during that period of time? Did they lose their sealed artifacts? Did a high-sequence beyonder die? Thus, it attracted the attention of many ambitious people. From this diary, the Augustus family of Rouen is no stranger to Antigonus and Zeradol. They likely have the corresponding records. The Sun once mentioned that the City of Silver has lasted for more than 2,500 years in the Dark Ages. According to my preliminary judgment, this is the number of years since the Cataclysm. The Sauron family claimed to have a history of more than 2,000 years, nearly 200 years ago. I wonder if they have managed to survive until before the Cataclysm. I'll find an opportunity to deliberately mention the Sauron family and see the Sun's reaction. If the Sun is still dumbfounded, it will indirectly mean that the Sauron family rose to power after the Cataclysm. Perhaps they had benefited greatly from the Cataclysm, allowing them to become nobles of the fourth epoch and royalty of the fifth epoch. Even if Sun doesn't know, South Sauron, Klein flipped to the third page and discovered that the content recorded on it was written in the early days of Roselle's tenure as consul of the Republic of Intis. From the diary entries on this page, it could be seen that Roselle's formulation and promulgation of the new civil code, encouraging inventions, protecting trade, and incubating the Industrial Revolution wasn't just to satisfy his vile interest in acting as Napoleon and his ambition to change the world. He was using this method to reconcile with the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sunday. The eternal blazing sun was also the god of contracts, the guardian of commerce. A more complete civil code that was more in line with the times and more prosperous trade was in line with the needs of his church. From this diary entry, the relationship between Roselle and the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun was gradually thawing and beginning to improve. More than 10 years later, he brazenly declared himself emperor and called himself Caesar. It was likely because he had the endorsement of both churches, otherwise, it would be too risky. Then, why was he assassinated? Klein cast his gaze at the fourth page in puzzlement. August 11. That idiot, Florent, is showing off again. He said that he's the most promising person in this generation of the Sauron family to become a high-sequence Beyonder because he's very similar to his great-great-grandfather. Is there a definite connection? I look up and down, left and right, but I can't tell what talent this guy has. Besides, is talent very important in the field of Beyonders? Well, being good at understanding the essence of acting is considered a core talent, but it's not necessary. As long as one knows the acting method and isn't stupid enough to misunderstand it or do things that easily cause one to lose control, there's a chance of completely digesting the potion. It's just a matter of spending a little more time. It's not impossible to become a high-sequence Beyonder in one's lifetime. The main obstacle to becoming a high-sequence Beyonder is the difficulty of obtaining Beyonder ingredients and the trouble of corresponding rituals. Of course, I have to admit that those born as Beyonders have more time to prepare. Florent's great-great-grandfather is a high-sequence Beyonder? Just because he looks like him means that he has talent? I can tell that Roselle was still very inexperienced when he wrote this diary entry. He didn't understand the two laws of Beyonder characteristic indestructibility and conservation. Klein nodded indiscernibly. With his current knowledge, he could roughly understand the hidden meaning behind Florent Sauron's words. The Beyonder characteristics left behind by a high-sequence Beyonder had their own mental imprint. This was also one of the reasons why potions concocted with such ingredients could easily cause people to lose control. And people who resembled the original owner could avoid this negative influence to the greatest extent. Their chances of advancing successfully were much higher than the average person, so they were said to have talent. The holy artifact's acknowledgement of its owner was likely a similar situation. This is similar to the acting method, but it can't be popularized. When the advancement is successful, one still has to act according to the potion's name and completely digest the characteristics. Klein glanced thoughtfully at the two diary entries at the back of this page. He discovered that Roselle the Great was very fond of the liberal customs of Intis, but he was also worried that his future wife would be equally liberal. With a slight rustle, Klein placed the fifth page at the top. April 20th. I once again participated in that ancient organization's secret gathering. Those members still left me shocked. It was hard to believe that they were all members of this organization. This time, I learned a part of the philosophy of this ancient organization. They believe that humans are always losing themselves bit by bit until they fall asleep. Therefore, they have to work hard to observe themselves and remember themselves. They rely on this and all kinds of knowledge to obtain purification, so as to deal with the final apocalypse. They protect and pass down secrets that have been passed down for thousands of years. They believe that dusk is inevitable and that the apocalypse is unavoidable. They believe in the original creator and believe that he isn't truly dead. When dusk comes, when everything ends, he will awaken from his slumber and return everything to himself. He will then create a new world, a new history. All the actions of this organization are based on this philosophy. It can be seen that they are very hostile towards the true creator. They aren't stingy with using all kinds of depraved and evil words to describe him. They control the second blasphemy slate and the 22 paths of the divine, but they stipulate that members can only choose a few of them, with the exception of those who were already Beyonders when they joined. Are there any secrets to these few pathways? I'll record them down first and analyze them later. These pathways are Bard, Sailor, Reader, and Spectator. Haha, I'll have to change my habit of calling sequence pathways in the future. This way of calling them seems very lowly in that ancient organization. This is very close to what I've analyzed from the hostile relationship and Mr. A's request. The Bard, Sailor, Reader, and Secret Suppliant pathways can be interchanged at sequence 4. Manipulator is a high sequence Beyonder of the Spectator pathway? Why do so many secret organizations claim that the apocalypse is inevitable, such as the Demonist sect or this ancient organization? And they don't rely on this to preach. Is it a need for brainwashing, or will there really be a so-called dusk? Klein made many connections, but due to the lack of information, he was unable to obtain a definite answer. At the same time, he couldn't help but criticize. Roselle, can't you just write down the name of that organization? Restraining his facial expressions and body movements, Klein flipped over the piece of paper with relatively little content and looked at the last page. January 1st. This is the beginning of a new year. I just happened to complete the creation of my first card of blasphemy. I will hide the ultimate secrets of the 22 pathways of the divine in these different cards of blasphemy and scatter them in various places. If things fail, these will be my children's greatest reliance. Haha, I will destroy all the order you want and spread the mysteries of God. These cards of blasphemy will have anti-divination and anti-prophecy characteristics. Apart from the portion left for my children, they will be obtained by those who are fated. I've always been a person who takes vengeance for vengeance. After I die, who cares if there's a flood? Well, I didn't create this saying. In short, the more chaotic the situation in the mysterious world, the better. I have to consider how to name the set of cards of blasphemy. There are 22 pathways of the divine, and the main cards of the tarot cards also have 22 cards. They correspond perfectly. However, some of the names don't meet the requirements. I have to make some changes to match the original potion names. That ancient organization is my last and biggest support. I don't know if they will support me, and in what way. I still remember the shock I felt when I first saw the blasphemy slate. So the Beyonder pathways are really the pathways of the divine. So the blasphemy slate is really blaspheming the deities. Above every pathway's sequence 1, there's a sequence 0. There's also the corresponding potion formula and ritual. Every pathway can only have one sequence 0. And sequence 0 is the sequence of a true God. For example, sequence 0, Sun. Sequence 0, there's a sequence 0 above sequence 1, sequence 0 is equivalent to a true God, each pathway can only have one sequence 0? Is this the true meaning of the pathway of the divine? As long as one consumes the corresponding potion, holds a ritual, and grasps the acting method to digest the Beyonder characteristic, an ordinary person can also become a god step by step. This is really blasphemy. Could it be that in the end, the main ingredients of the potion will be the godhood, divine blood, and body of the eternal blazing sun? The diary entry on the last page contained too much information. It shocked Klein so much that he almost couldn't think straight. He nearly made additional body movements. 22 pathways of the divine correspond to 22 sequence zeros. Sequence 0, Sun, sounds very powerful. Perhaps there's another sequence 0, Death? I wonder what the corresponding sequence 0 names of the goddess and the Lord of Storms are. According to Roselle the Great's description, some of them are the same as the main cards of tarot cards, but some are different. The cards of blasphemy he created are based on the name of the potion. This can no longer be called a potion, right? The Emperor regrets not choosing the Seer, Apprentice, and Marauder pathways because their corresponding sequence zeros haven't been produced. Then why did the symbolic deity, the hidden sage, suddenly personify? What's Roselle plotting at the end? It gives me the feeling that I'm the enemy of the entire world, as though I can only rely on that mysterious and ancient organization. Primordial Demoness is the sequence 0 title of the Demoness pathway. Klein gradually regained his train of thought and restrained the raging winds and waves in his heart. He knew that he couldn't immerse himself in this matter. He had to return to normal as soon as possible. Otherwise, Justice and the Hanging Man and the other members would discover a problem and find it odd. Mr. Fool has been looking at that diary page for too long. I really want to obtain a card of blasphemy created by Roselle the Great. I want to see what else is in it other than the potion formula for becoming a god and the corresponding ritual. Klein suppressed his shock and puzzlement and made Roselle's diary disappear from his palm. He rapped the edge of the long bronze table and looked to the side. Miss Justice, you did well. You finished off Bakerland in less than a week. According to the agreement, what kind of payment do you want? Bakerland is dead? So fast? The Hanging Man Alger had been away from the island for the past few days and hadn't received the corresponding information. He was momentarily surprised, which made Audrey, who was secretly observing, feel relieved. Even if Alger was in the capital of the Rorstad archipelago, the city of generosity, by him, he might not be able to learn of it in time. This was because the information that could be transmitted by cable telegrams was limited. If it wasn't particularly urgent or important, it would always be delayed by a few days. Sometimes, the colonists of the Rorstad archipelago would even take a month or two to learn of the latest situation in the northern continent. Reining in his thoughts, the hanging man looked at Mr. Fool in the thick grey fog and said respectfully with a hint of humility, "I'm very sorry. I've just contacted some people and couldn't help. This is a request, not a favor. Don't mind it." Klein chuckled and cast his gaze at Miss Justice again, waiting for her to name the payment she wanted. "May the goddess bless me. Miss Justice's request won't be too difficult. It's best if it can be repaid with knowledge. I learned a lot of impressive things from Roselle's diary." Klein silently prayed to the goddess. Of course, he knew very well that with the grey fog's isolation, the Evernight goddess definitely wouldn't be able to hear his prayers. Audrey rolled her eyes and deliberated for a few seconds. One must be honest and not greedy. "Audrey, you must stick to your principles." She smiled faintly. "No, it should be that I still owe you. No, I owe your adorer a reward. Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings's bounty is a total of £30,000. I should give your adorer £15,000. Of that, the assassination of Bakerland cost £10,000, so I still need to pay an additional £5,000. However, due to the matter with Bakerland, my financial situation hasn't been too good recently. This reward will need to wait for a few months. Mr. Fool, is that all right?" After saying that, Audrey secretly exhaled, feeling that the small stone weighing down on her heart had finally been lifted. Although it's not appropriate to discuss money and calculate rewards in front of Mr. Fool, I can't hide the harvest of his adorer. Audrey sighed silently. As for the large plantation worth more than £8,000, it was a personal gift from the Duke of Negan in gratitude for her warning. It wasn't considered a bounty. £5,000? I can still get £5,000? Zillings's total bounty is £30,000. Klein was taken aback when he heard that. Immediately after, he fell into an intense mental struggle. Logically speaking, I should give the reward to Mr. Aztec, but I won't be able to contact him for a long period of time. It's a waste to just leave the money there. I might as well use this money to improve myself as much as possible. When the time comes, I'll provide help to offset it. Klein made a decision 3 seconds later. He nodded at Miss Justice and said, "Sure." Upon hearing Mr. Fool's answer, Audrey's elegant sitting posture didn't change, but her heart completely relaxed. At this moment, Klein, who was leaning back in his chair, didn't say anything else. He secretly controlled his smuff with a condescending attitude. The world coughed lightly. "Can I speak now?" Audrey looked at Mr. Fool. Seeing that he didn't say anything, she nodded slightly. "Sure." At the same time, she read the information again and made a judgment on the new member, Mr. World. When I mentioned that the assassination of Ambassador Bakerland stemmed from the commission I accepted, he didn't show any surprise. He either doesn't know the importance of this matter or doesn't understand the weight of an ambassador, or he's very composed and good at hiding his emotions and body movements. The shape of his mouth doesn't match the words he says. It should have been translated by Mr. Fool. This makes it impossible for me to obtain information about his original speech habits, and it's difficult for me to know what language he uses daily. Thoughts flashed through Audrey's mind, accompanied by Mr. World's hoarse voice. I wish to obtain the true root of the miscreant, at least 60 milliliters of the corresponding juice, as well as the marrow crystals of the spring of the elves, and all the spinal fluid of a dark-patterned black panther. Who can provide it or have the corresponding clues? What do you want me to exchange for it? Klein added the beyonder ingredients needed by the apothecary to his commission, so as to prevent the members of Tarot from guessing the main formula. Before Justice and the hanging man could react, the Silent Sun said, I know where the miscreant is, and I can help you obtain the ingredients. I know where the bewildering misdents are, and I can help you obtain the materials. However, I have to wait until I complete my advancement and have enough strength to join the corresponding patrol team. He had been accumulating merit points and rewards recently, working hard to exchange for the main ingredients of a light supplement from the City of Silver's officials and the private market. At present, he was still lacking quite a bit. As expected of the City of Silver with many monsters and a treacherous environment. Klein praised inwardly and made World ask, "Then what do you wish to obtain?" Sun answered without hesitation, "A weapon that suits me and can enhance my combat abilities." He didn't mention the corresponding ingredients for a light supplement because the City of Silver had them, and he could obtain them through his own efforts. Upon hearing such a request, Klein instantly thought of the runic steel sword that had appeared at the Beyonder gathering organized by Eye of Wisdom. It was sharp enough and had the effects of exorcism and purification. It could be used for 3 years, and it was worth 500 pounds. It perfectly matched Sun's description. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" "It's already been bought." Klein stared at the members in silence, while World nodded. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" "It's already been bought by someone." Klein silently looked at the members as the World nodded and said, "Yes. I will find a weapon that meets your requirements as soon as possible. This transaction will be witnessed by Mr. Fool?" At this moment, just as Audrey looked at Sun and reminded him, apart from the mist trench sap, the ingredients that Mr. World requested are all Beyonders corresponding to Sequence 7. They are worth between 500 to 700 pounds. At this moment, she felt that Sun was naive and was worried that he would be fooled by the unfathomable Mr. World with a weapon that wasn't worth much. Although Mr. Fool is fair and advocates equivalent exchange, it's not his place to stop both parties if they agree. After all, some items aren't worth much, but there are people who are in urgent need of them. It's normal to pay a premium. Audrey thought to herself. Although Mr. Fool is fair and advocates equivalent exchange, it's not his place to stop both parties if they agree. After all, some items aren't worth much, but there are people who are in urgent need of them. It's normal to pay a premium. Audrey thought to herself. The formula for a Sequence 7 is about 800 pounds, the hanging man Alger added. He had an instinctive aversion towards new members. Klein struggled to translate because he didn't know what the currency unit of pounds corresponded to in the City of Silver. He could only use a Sequence 9 potion formula as an analogy. Got it. Sun nodded slightly before adding softly. Thank you. The World maintained his gloomy style and didn't comment on what had just happened. He turned to look at Justice and the hanging man, waiting for their answer. Audrey pondered for a few seconds. The psychiatrist potion formula and the corresponding Beyonder ingredients. This is Sequence 7 of the Spectator Pathway. You can search for information first. You don't have to rush to buy them. Wait until I have clues about the dark-patterned Black Panther and the Elven Spring Marrow Crystal. If you are willing to exchange them for gold pounds, you can buy them anytime. Although I don't have any money recently, if I really need it, I can still raise quite a bit. Audrey comforted herself in her heart. The hanging man Alger pondered. The potion formula for Sequence 6 Windblast of the Sailor Pathway. It's more expensive than all the Beyonder ingredients you need combined. If you can find it, you can think about what the extra compensation will be. I can't guarantee that I'll definitely be able to help you gather those materials. Even if it's just one of them, you don't need to spend anything on it in advance. Mr. the Hanging Man should have a close relationship with the Church of the Lord of Storms. He should be able to obtain the formula of Windblast through normal means, right? Is he trying to hide the fact that he's about to digest the Seafarer potion? Klein was taken aback. The World surveyed the area and said, I hope to get the information of all the fallen nobles in the Kingdom of Ruan, including their current addresses. The more detailed, the better. He didn't directly mention Baronet Pound because Detective Sherlock Moriarty was taking over an underground building investigation involving the Pound family. Klein didn't wish for Justice to figure out the World's identity through this. Not a single detail could be overlooked. He repeated it to himself. Audrey was taken aback when she heard that. She scrutinized the member at the end of the long bronze table again and probed. What do you want? The World laughed hoarsely and said, You don't have to worry. I'm only searching for something. I won't cause them any harm. I can swear that Mr. Fool will bear witness to this. Mr. World is really good at controlling his body language. Is his profession the nemesis of spectator and telepathist? Audrey nodded thoughtfully. I know some information about the declining nobles, but it's not detailed, specific, or comprehensive enough. I need some time to perfect it. About 3 or 4 days. Is that okay? As a noble, it was a compulsory course to understand people of the same level. When she attended various balls, banquets, and salons, Audrey could always hear interesting stories. However, they were all fragmented and difficult to form a whole. After all, she was not an expert in this field. She still needed to read books, inquire, and search for information to fill in the details, and not miss any declining noble. No problem. The world said with a deep laugh, then, what do you wish for in return? I can immediately pay you some of the secret history of the fourth epoch, knowledge regarding certain beyonder pathways, and a few formulas. But frankly speaking, I don't think the matters of those fallen nobles can be compared to the sequence 8 or 7 potion formulas. If you raise any other requests, I'll try to fulfill them. It's not equivalent to the potion formulas of sequence 8 and sequence 7. In other words, I can't make the corresponding request for a psychiatrist. Audrey began to think seriously. During this process, she secretly glanced at Mr. Fool, who was seated at the end of the long ancient table, hoping to get a hint. In the end, she discovered that Mr. Fool was shrouded in grey fog and didn't react at all, as though he was a deity watching the land. All right. Audrey finally made a decision and smiled faintly. I want to hear about certain beyonder pathways, but the premise is that I don't know about them. Honorable Mr. Fool, can you be the judge? Sure, Klein replied calmly. Then let's talk in private. Audrey looked at the world. At that moment, Klein tapped the table lightly, cutting off the vision and hearing of the sun and the hanging man. He purposely nodded at the smurf, indicating that they were now in a private conversation. The world looked at Miss Justice and said in his usual hoarse voice, "What do you know about the Demonist sect?" Audrey recalled the information she had spent £1,000 to buy from the hanged man Alger. She gave a short and cautious reply. She replied warily, I know what they believe in, which era they originated from, what beyonder pathways they control, as well as the inclinations of the upper echelons. The world laughed hoarsely and said, I understand. I understand now. You don't know much. The Demonist sect controls the assassin pathway, and Sequence 8 is instigator. I know that, Audrey said, half reminding and half anticipating. The world raised his hand and stroked his chin. Then, do you know what the corresponding Sequence 7 is? Audrey shook her head slightly and said, I'll be happy to listen to you. Sequence 7 of the assassin pathway is called Witch, the world said succinctly. Witch. Audrey jumped in fright when she heard the word, and she naturally made the corresponding connection in her mind. If a man were to consume this potion, how would he act? Wear a beautiful dress, apply exquisite makeup, and imitate a lady's every move. She muttered inwardly, feeling a little disgusted yet amused. No, Miss Justice, when a man consumes this potion, he can no longer be called a man. He has already become a true lady. Klein resisted the urge to click his tongue as he controlled the world to answer. Goddess, the witch potion can change a person's gender? Audrey blurted out. This is really unimaginable. Mr. Fool didn't deny it, which means that it's true. This is a miracle. This is the mysterious and extraordinary world, the world filled with all sorts of incredible things. This is the world I yearn for. Why am I a little excited? After calming down a little, Audrey quickly and guiltily glanced at Mr. Fool, feeling a little remorseful for chanting the Evernight goddess's name in front of him. The world said in a hoarse voice, yes, but it can only turn men into women. Women will correspondingly increase their charm. Whether it's their appearance or the condition of their skin, they will become significantly better. This is why the higher-ups of the witch sect are all women. What's its weakness? Audrey was suddenly tempted. The world replied unhurriedly, that's right. The requirement for acting is to become the evil that brings disaster, disease, and pain. Audrey let out a small sigh, feeling a little disappointed. Her thoughts turned quickly, and she immediately had a new doubt. If, and I'm saying if, an animal consumes the witch potion and doesn't die or lose control, does the increase in charm refer to becoming a human, or to increasing the attractiveness of its own species? For example, a female cat that all male cats and cat lovers crazily adore? The world was momentarily at a loss for an answer. After a few seconds, he said, I've never studied such matters. Without waiting for Audrey to ask again, he added, which is corresponding sequence 6 is pleasure, also known as a demoness of pleasure. Which is corresponding sequence 6 is pleasure, also known as a demoness of pleasure. The requirement of acting is to bring pleasure to men and women, mainly in that aspect, so as to control or influence them. The demoness of this sequence is very good at using strange spider silk. Audrey gaped her beautiful mouth before silently closing it tightly. She deeply regretted her yearning. With this knowledge, you will be able to effectively distinguish between demonesses in the future. Heh, are you satisfied with this reward? The world asked. Audrey nodded slightly and said, this is very helpful to me. This will be very helpful to me. We have a deal. I'll help you gather information on the declining nobles as soon as possible. I'll give it to you at the next gathering. The world pondered for a moment. Can you hurry up? Then, I'll offer it to Mr. Fool after I'm done collecting it. Mr. Fool, can he bestow it to you? Audrey turned her head and asked. In the thick gray fog, Klein nodded in agreement. At the same time, he busily controlled the world and whispered, that's right. He? This is due to the difference in personal pronouns. Sensing world's surprise, Audrey's lips curled up slightly. She rolled her eyes and deliberately didn't explain. Klein knocked on the long bronze table, signaling the end of the private conversation. Following that, he controlled the world again and said, I have another question. As expected, newcomers have accumulated a lot of needs. Audrey looked over, unsurprised. The hanged man Alger and Derek also had their own body language that indicated that they were listening. The world said hoarsely, I want to know if the Sauron family with Intis has any other high sequence beyonders. As World spoke, Klein glanced at Sun from the corner of his eye and realized that the youth didn't have any additional reactions. From the looks of it, there's a high chance that the City of Silver doesn't have any records of the Sauron family. This family likely rose to prominence after the cataclysm. Klein looked around in thought and discovered that Justice and the hanging man looked at each other, clearly unsure of the answer. As for Sun, he was undoubtedly at a loss and silent. Thus, he tapped the table again. I will answer this question. What can you pay me? Before he could finish his sentence, Klein hurriedly controlled World to speak again. A formula, a sequence 7 formula. Sure, deal. Klein created a private conversation and looked at his SMF account for a few seconds. The blocked Justice Audrey and the hanging man Alger once again felt how unfathomable Mr. Fool was. They were somewhat curious about the answer, but they also felt that it wasn't of much use to them. It wasn't worth using something of the same value as a sequence 7 potion formula to exchange for it. After the private conversation ended, Klein deliberately made World bow and said hoarsely, Honorable Mr. Fool, thank you for your answer. Honorable Mr. Fool, thank you for your answer. It's very helpful to me. After that, the free conversation lasted for less than 10 minutes before he announced that the tarot was over. Then, he severed the connection with the Crimson Stars. After Justice, the hanging man, and the sun turned into streams of light and dissipated, Klein looked at the world and chuckled. After the figures of Justice, the hanging man, and the sun turned into streams of light and dissipated, Klein looked at the world and chuckled. With a SMF account, many things have indeed become much more convenient. However, the all-black eye can't be used outside the grey fog. What a pity. As he spoke, he controlled the world to stand up and bow before letting it melt into the majestic palace. As he had to divert his attention to control the SMF account, Klein's spirituality was greatly drained. He didn't continue staying in this space. He removed the all-black eye, placed it on the surface of the long bronze table, and immediately returned to the real world. At that moment, there was sunlight that was rare in Bakelin during autumn and winter outside the tightly shut curtains. Klein didn't admire it. He slept for half an hour and recovered some of his energy. After waking up, due to Miss Justice's promise and the fact that the matter wasn't urgent, he didn't plan on going to the library to search for information. He decided to head to one of the many cemeteries in the outskirts of Bakeland before the sky turned dark. Klein wanted to test the effects of Aztec's copper whistle and figure out its range and limitations. After taking the steam metro to the south bank of the Tussock River, Klein hired a rental carriage and headed for Aston Cemetery in the outskirts of the South Borough. It was managed by the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery. In the darkness of the evening, the trees around the cemetery bared their fangs and claws, blocking out the light, as though there were monsters lurking in the night. After the carriage driver accepted Klein's payment of 4 soldi, he glanced at the cemetery and mumbled, "Do I need to wait for you here?" "No, there's no need. I'm here to visit a friend." "No, there's no need. I'm here to visit a friend." Klein casually came up with an excuse, but he immediately realized that the carriage driver's expression had suddenly changed. "This is a cemetery. I'm here to visit a friend. It's already dark." The carriage driver heard his heart pounding. Only then did Klein snap out of his daze and add with a smile. He smiled and added, "He's the gravekeeper here." The carriage driver immediately heaved a sigh of relief, but he didn't dare stay any longer. He hurriedly drove the horses and quickly left. As for Klein, he circled around the cemetery until night truly fell. After the sky turned dark, the amount of smoke and dust emitted decreased significantly. Coupled with the biting cold winds, the fog in the air thinned significantly. Although he still couldn't see many stars, the crimson moon was faintly peeking out, covering the ground with a veil-like glow. Klein tapped his chest 4 times in a clockwise fashion, drawing the crimson moon. Then, he put on his gloves, pushed himself over the metal fence, and entered the cemetery. He looked around warily, found a secluded corner, took out Aztec's copper whistle, and held it in his palm. Not far in front of him was a tombstone. The photo on it was already dirty, and the epitaph appeared very blurry under the moonlight. Klein carefully read it for a few seconds before he could figure out what was written. "Friend passing by, please give me a hand." "Thank you. A very humorous gentleman. You're the one." Klein stopped in his tracks and leaned against the nearby trees that shielded the tomb from sunlight and rain. He waited patiently in the cold night. He tossed Aztec's copper whistle high and caught it firmly. He tossed it high again and caught it again. Just like that, he passed the time until 20 minutes later. There's no sign of zombification. Klein closed his pocket watch and examined his surroundings to confirm the results. "I'll come back here in 2 days to see if there are any additional changes. If there are none, it means that Mr. Aztec's copper whistle can't affect the bodies that have received the priest's requiem ceremony." Klein mumbled to himself and put the ancient and delicate copper whistle back into his pocket. In the kingdom of Rouen, there were generally 3 types of burials. The first type had a coffin and a corpse, which was suitable for the middle and upper classes who lived a relatively comfortable life. The second type didn't have a corpse and was directly cremated and buried in an urn. This was the choice of the lower middle class and skilled workers who could afford the cremation fees but felt that a coffin was too wasteful. However, there were times when there were religious and governmental factors. For example, the believers of the eternal blazing sun would have most of their corpses cremated. For example, the poor who received help from the government would all be cremated for a small fee. The third type belonged to the poor. They couldn't afford a coffin and didn't want to be cremated, so they wrapped themselves in something and buried them. From the shape of the tombstone and tomb, Klein had already determined that the subject of his experiment had a coffin and a corpse. If Aztec's copper whistle could really turn the target into a zombie, it wouldn't be completely unresponsive even if the target had already decomposed into bones. Even if it couldn't open the coffin lid that was covered in thick soil and stone slabs, it could at least make a dull thud. Striding toward the fence, Klein suddenly thought of a careless part of the experiment. "Well, I have to classify it. This is a corpse that has been buried for a long time. I have to find a target that has just been buried. That's the only way to make the most accurate judgment." After that, Klein and the tomb keeper caught the treasure and found a grave where the burial ceremony had just been completed during the day. This time, he waited for half an hour and still didn't find any abnormalities. "Phew, I can basically determine that Mr. Aztec's copper whistle can't affect the corpses that have been put to rest. That's a bit weak. No, that's not right. This copper whistle isn't used to make zombies. Its function is to summon messengers. Affecting corpses is a negative effect. Klein tightened his double-breasted coat and walked toward the fence. He planned to go home and change his clothes before carrying out the second set of experiments. The second set of targets were corpses that hadn't been put to rest for long and had not been dead for long. Such targets often existed in hospital morgues. Climbing over the fence, Klein returned to the south side step by step in the gloomy night. The surroundings were dead and peaceful. Only the evergreen trees covered in dust swayed gently. This reminded him of the night he came back to life. At that time, he also walked from the cemetery to the city. Sigh. Klein sighed and suddenly began to run, as if he wanted to get rid of the melancholy far away. Half an hour later, he hired a rental carriage in the south side. His destination was the nearest steam subway station. There was still about an hour before the steam subway stopped. This could save him a lot of money. In the wee hours of the morning, Klein changed into a grayish-blue worker's uniform and wore a cap. He went to St. Estan Hospital in the Bakeland Bridge area. This was a charity hospital that belonged to the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery. Many poor people at the bottom of the social ladder died of illness here, and there was no place to place their corpses at home. They could only be stored in the hospital's morgue, waiting for the government to cremate them or donate them to the medical school. This phenomenon was especially common in the summer, but it was rare in the autumn and winter after the weather cooled down. However, in an era without air conditioning or low-temperature equipment, the hospital's morgue wouldn't leave the corpses for too long. Those who were willing to donate would be embalmed quickly, and those who were to be buried would be cleaned up the next day. Of course, this was the rule in the summer. It was relatively more relaxed in the autumn and winter. Therefore, during this period of time, there were still many corpses in the morgue every night. St. Estan Hospital's morgue was located in the basement. It was rather cool even in the summer, and it was even colder in the autumn and winter. Klein used the knowledge he had learned from the Nighthawks and relied on the agility and balance of a clown to sneak in. He avoided the doctors and nurses on duty and entered the basement. Before he even got close to the morgue, he felt that the surroundings were cold and gloomy. Quickly flashing past the janitor's room, Klein took out a wire and deftly opened the morgue's door lock. This was one of the techniques of infiltration and tracking. He slowly and silently pushed open the morgue's door with his black-gloved right hand. At the same time, he spread his spirituality and enveloped Aztec's copper whistle, hoping to confirm if this method could eliminate the negative effects. The temperature in the morgue seemed to be lower than the corridor. Most of the dead here were in body bags and placed in different metal cabinets. Only a small number were placed on a long table in the middle of the empty space, as if they were waiting to be examined. As a Sequence 8 clown, Klein wasn't afraid of such a scene, but he instinctively felt uncomfortable. He remained cautious, carefully closed the door, and circled around the long tables. After more than 10 minutes, Klein exhaled a cold breath and confirmed that the corpses hadn't changed. It's about time. He took out his golden pocket watch and opened it to take a look. After making his preparations, Klein retracted his spirituality and stopped rapping Aztec's copper whistle with it. He didn't know if it was a psychological effect, but he inexplicably felt that his surroundings had become even more silent. As a seer, he fully believed in his consciousness. He stopped pacing back and forth and retreated near the door. Seconds turned into minutes, and Klein believed that it had been about 2 minutes. At that moment, a corpse on the long table suddenly sat up. Bang! 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 The surrounding metal cabinets immediately emitted a series of banging sounds, as if something was about to hatch. Bang! 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 As Klein listened to the commotion and looked at the corpses that were sitting up, he suddenly said in a deep voice, "Crimson." Following that, he injected his spirituality into the requiem charm and threw it out. Icy blue flames burned silently as a peaceful and gentle black spread out. The corpses lay down again, and the banging sounds from the metal cabinets came to an abrupt stop. Klein, who had experienced a similar scene, didn't relax. He used another requiem charm. As there were many corpses here, he used a third charm just to be safe, using up all the stock he had. Not bad. As expected, it only affects corpses that haven't undergone the requiem ritual and have just died, including zombies. Covering them with spirituality can block this effect, Klein thought with a smile. Seeing that the corpses didn't react abnormally, he prepared to open the door and leave. At that moment, he suddenly heard footsteps coming from outside and saw a faint light seeping in. The elder guarding the door was attracted by the banging sounds in the morgue. With a lantern in hand, he approached. Klein looked around and pressed his hand on the door. He nimbly jumped and climbed up, stopping at the gap between the door and the ceiling. His fingers dug into the protrusions and gaps, and he maintained a very good balance. Creak, the elder opened the door with a key and entered the morgue. He took a few steps forward, raised the lantern high, and examined the metal cabinets and the long table, as well as the corpses. And behind him, Klein nimbly leaped down and landed silently. Seizing the opportunity, Klein quickly escaped the morgue. He first hid in the gatekeeper's small room for a few seconds before carefully returning upstairs. The gatekeeper checked and didn't find anything out of the ordinary. He was a little afraid of the corpses, so he quickly left, locked the door, and didn't stay any longer. Returning to the guard room, he wrapped himself in a thin blanket. It took him a few minutes to calm his racing heartbeat. He mocked himself in a low voice. He muttered to himself in a low voice, "Those old guys always tell me about the abnormalities that happened in the morgue to scare me. That strange sound just now probably counts. It's nothing much, and those corpses didn't come back to life. Pooey, how can there be zombies and wraiths?" At the same time, Klein was walking comfortably on the quiet and deep street, happy that he had gotten rid of a latent danger. He looked at the elegant gas street lamps on both sides, looking forward to the beyonder gathering that was to come. As long as he could obtain a weapon with a special effect, he could obtain one of the main ingredients of magicians. In the outskirts of Empress Borough, in a racetrack that occupied a large area but had no spectators, Audrey Hall led a maroon filly to a corner and pretended to discuss something with Viscount Glaint. She wore white trousers and knee-high black boots. Her upper body was in a simple lady's blouse, paired with a black jacket-style riding jacket, and a protective helmet of the same color. She looked exceptionally valiant and beautiful, unlike her usual self. The golden retriever, Susie, was obediently squatting by her feet. She seemed to be carrying a small leather bag. Zio, who was disguised as Viscount Glaint's attendant, glanced enviously at Audrey's long and straight legs and subconsciously tiptoed. Glaint sized up Audrey and said half-jokingly, "Horsemanship alone is meaningless. Only when it's combined with hunting will it have life. Of course, I'm talking about male horsemanship. No matter what a beautiful lady does on a horse, it'll be a sight to behold." Audrey replied with a faint smile. There are still a few months before the next hunt. Every year from June to the New Year, the nobles of the Kingdom of Rouen would follow tradition and come to Bakelin to participate in all sorts of banquets, balls, and salons. This was a very important event to them, and many things would be settled in the next few months. As the years passed, this tradition gradually gained a fixed name. It was called the Bakelin social season. And after the New Year, the nobles would return to their fiefdoms one after another. They would return to their luxurious castles, country manors, and large plantations to spend a leisurely and wonderful time. During such times, the most popular game was hunting. The nobles would invite guests of equal status to enjoy the fun of running on horseback and chasing prey. As long as their financial situation allowed it, they would not be stingy with the purchase of hunting dogs. The most famous of the hunting dogs was the foxhound. I already miss that kind of life. Bakelin is a place that makes people feel restrained. Its air is indescribably terrible. Of course, I still like its prosperity and extravagance. Viscount Glaint put on his gloves and took a step back so that Audrey could converse with Zio and Furs. "Honorable Miss Audrey, why have you summoned us here?" Zio retracted her gaze and took the initiative to ask. Most of her recent income came from Audrey. Audrey was honest and generous. She was a rare good employer. I seem to smell the scent of ink from banknotes again. I hope it's not a difficult mission. Miss Audrey is perfect in every aspect, except for one thing. Every mission is surprising and extremely dangerous. Zio thought with anticipation and trepidation. She couldn't help but turn her head to glance at Furs and realized that her companion, who was disguised as a maidservant, was looking at her. The expressions reflected in their eyes were so similar. Audrey held her gloves and smiled in a reserved and elegant manner. "It's a simple commission this time. As she spoke, she gestured with her eyes for Zio and Furs to open Susie's leather bag. Zio, who had always been known for her mobility, immediately took 2 steps forward, bent down, and reached out with her hand. During this short process, she had wanted to stroke Susie's head to express her goodwill, but just as she extended her right palm, Susie had already turned her head and body halfway, sending the leather bag to her. I'm usually very popular with animals. For example, mosquitoes. Zio maintained her expression as she unzipped the bag and took out a stack of paper from the leather bag. She stood up straight and opened it to take a look. She realized that it depicted a young man with an ordinary face, but his neatly combed hair, round glasses, and brown eyes that contained a mocking smile made him look abnormally familiar. I'd definitely seen him somewhere before. Zio looked down and saw the corresponding text. Former name, Lenevis. Wanted swindler. I know where I've seen him. Zio immediately came to a realization and nearly slapped her forehead in an inelegant manner. Before she met Audrey, one of her main sources of income was flipping through newspapers and researching wanted posters. With the help of her connections in the East Boroughs gangs, she would be able to find valuable criminals. I once thought of looking for this Lenevis. His bounty is £100, and he took away more than £10,000 in cash. However, I was busy with Miss Audrey's commission and forgot about this matter. Zio and Furs looked at each other and frankly said, How much was the commission? How much was the commission? How much was the commission? Audrey was taken aback. She had completely forgotten about the payment, because from her point of view, this was a test from Mr. Fool. How could a test give money to the other party? £100? Audrey deliberated and gave a number. Deal. Zio and Furs replied in unison. If they could capture Lenevis, not only would they receive Miss Audrey's £100, but they would also receive a bounty of the same amount. What a good mission. Zio's eyes lit up as she casually asked, Why are you looking for this swindler? Did he cheat you of your money? I don't even know who he is. It's indeed a simple commission, and it's done for £100. There's no need to tell Mr. Fool about this. It's only £100. With a polite smile, Audrey ignored Zio's question and mentioned, I received news that he's in Bakeland. Ah yes, there are more than a dozen portraits here, different portraits. I considered that Lenevis would definitely disguise himself, so I gave him a portrait of him without glasses, a beard, and a changed hairstyle. I guessed it. I'm also very good at sketching and oil painting. Audrey raised her chin slightly. Zio immediately forgot her doubts and said in pleasant surprise, That's really good news. She could almost see the £200 bounty waving at her. The mysterious person she had met at Mr. A's gathering had yet to establish contact with her, so she could only continue her business of earning money. Audrey nodded indiscernibly and pondered. Are there any clues about psychological alchemy? Furs combed her long curly hair and glanced at Viscount Glaint, who was listening by the side. I recently joined a new Beyonder gathering. It said that the Spectator and Telepathist potion formulas appeared there. I suspect that there are people from that gathering who specialize in psychological alchemy. When there's another gathering, I'll make an application to bring you along. All right. Audrey deliberately didn't hide her joy. She had just read Zio and Furs's true state of mind from their aura, body language, and subtle expressions. From there, she determined their enthusiasm for the mission, and they hadn't lied about psychological alchemy. Viscount Glaint mumbled, Audrey's matter is about to succeed. Where's my apothecary? Formula? There really aren't any clues for now. The apothecary pathway is mostly in the south, in the Phaenopotter kingdom. Furs made a gesture of deep regret. Alright, I'm still young. I'm only in my early 20s. I still have time to wait, Glaint replied humorously. Alright, thank you for your help. See you next time. Audrey bowed gracefully, put on her gloves, mounted her horse, and rode along the track. Susie followed behind happily, as if she had found a way to play. As he had stayed up all night doing experiments, it was already 9:34 on Tuesday morning when Klein woke up. He ate a piece of bread with butter in his mouth, put on his coat and hat, and hurried out the door. He wrote on the guest book hanging beside the bell's drawstring, "Master is out and will be back after 5 in the afternoon." Actually, he didn't have anything to do. It was purely to guard against Mr. Miller Carter's sudden visit. If the other party were to discover that the detective hired for a total of £50 wasn't busy searching for information, organizing manpower, or confirming the layout of the building, but was instead leisurely drinking tea at home and reading newspapers and novels, he would definitely revoke the commission and not pay the remaining £40. "I really don't have anything to do. I'll just wait for Miss Justice's information." Klein stood at the end of the street, looking at the haze in the sky as he muttered to himself helplessly. He had already decided last night where he would spend the day. In the morning, he would go to the Quelag Club to practice shooting, read the newspapers, and get a free lunch. In the afternoon, he would take a nap and train his body through squash and other sports. When the Bravehearts bar opened, he would take a bus there and see if he could learn more about Beyonder gatherings from Casper's. Klein didn't plan on looking for Merrick. Although he definitely had more than one Beyonder circle, he was afraid that Miss Bodyguard belonged to one of those circles. It wouldn't be convenient for him to sell the potion formula as it would arouse a high degree of suspicion. Since the true creator gave me the ability to divine and a strong body, would he also give me a potion formula that I can't use? It's impossible just thinking about it. Klein filled in the blanks with his imagination as he boarded the public carriage to Hillston Borough. More than half an hour later, he entered the Quelag Club and saw an acquaintance. It was the equestrian teacher, Talon Dumont, who had recommended him to the club. He was a good friend of Mary Gale. Talon, who was wearing a black woolen coat and had short, curly brown hair, came over. He sized up Klein and said with a strange smile, "Good morning. Mary and Daragu are in the midst of a divorce. Is he suspecting why I joined the club?" Relying on his clown powers, Klein easily made a surprised expression. "Is that so? That's really surprising." Talon gave him a deep, suspicious look and suddenly smiled. "I have a friend who has been troubled by something recently. I want to know how good your marksmanship and combat skills are." "A commission?" "It's only asking about marksmanship and combat skills, and there's no mention of reasoning. This is a commission that involves violence." Klein smiled. "I happen to be planning on going to the shooting range to practice my marksmanship. You can follow me and take a look, but combat requires an opponent to see my level." Bang! 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 Klein held the revolver he had rented from the Quelag Club with one hand and continuously pulled the trigger, accurately hitting the target. The worst was at least 8 rings. After being fed with many bullets, coupled with the control he had over his body after becoming a clown, his marksmanship was quite good. "If I continue practicing like this for a few more months, I can be called a sharpshooter." Klein opened the cylinder in satisfaction and shook out the shell. As the shells clattered to the ground, he turned his head to look at Talon Dumont and asked with a smile, "Are you satisfied?" "Very good." The equestrian teacher, Talon, had already taken off his black tweed coat and light gray sweater. He assumed a boxing stance and said, "Come on, let me get to know your fighting standards. I can honestly tell you that I've been training as a trainee knight since I was young, and I've never neglected it. As a Beyonder, if I can't even defeat an ordinary man who has only received training, then I'm not human anymore." Klein lampooned. Without taking off his double-breasted frock coat, he put away his revolver, took 2 steps to the side, and gestured to Talon that he could begin. Initially, he wanted to beckon with his finger to spice up the atmosphere, but when he thought of the other party's strength, he couldn't be bothered to waste his energy. Talon was a little excited about this. He jumped a few times on the spot, took a few quick steps forward, and threw a right punch. Klein blocked and grabbed with his left hand. He bent down and twisted his waist, stretched out his right palm, and smoothly performed a back throw. Thump! Talon flew out and landed on his back. In the end, Klein didn't exert any strength. He only used inertia to throw Talon off his body. Amazing! Talon quickly stood up and gave a thumbs up. As expected of a famous detective. "Your marksmanship and combat skills are excellent. I only defeated a weakling like you. How can you tell that my fighting level is very high?" Klein cursed inwardly and asked with a smile, "Now that we understand, can you tell me what commission your friend wants to do?" He'll be at the club soon. You guys chat amongst yourselves. Talam rubbed his back. I don't know what the commission is exactly. By the way, he's a reporter, Mike Joseph of the Daily Observer. He probably wants short-term protection. All right. Klein didn't ask any more questions. He continued to practice with his gun, but not only with the revolver, but also with the hunting rifle, the single-shot rifle, and the repeating rifle. He hoped that he would be able to quickly master all the firearms around him in the future. When it was almost 12 o'clock, he returned to the first floor and entered the cafeteria. He took a roast chicken and a fried steak, as well as the club's limited supply of cream cheese lobster. After putting these things away, Klein took out Potter paella, fruit salad, oyster clear soup, and marquis black tea. In the face of this sumptuous lunch, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva and praise the goddess in his heart. If I were to eat outside, this meal would probably cost me 3 soldi. Klein alternated between a silver knife, fork, and spoon as he ate contentedly. Just as he was about to finish the food on the table, Talam Dumas led a man in a heavy coat and half-top hat over. Detective Moriarty, this is the friend I mentioned, Mike Joseph. Mike, this is the famous detective, Mr. Sherlock Moriarty. Talam smiled as he introduced both parties. Nice to meet you. Mike took off his hat and bowed. He looked to be in his 30s. His eyebrows were relatively sparse, his skin was rather rough, and his pores were abnormally obvious. However, his facial features weren't bad. His blue eyes were especially charming, and with his beautiful mustache, he had a mature charm. Klein couldn't help but touch the stubble around his lips that had thickened. He got up and invited the man to sit down. He smiled and said, "Today's cream cheese lobster isn't bad. You can give it a try." All right. Mike Joseph didn't decline. He took the tray, circled around, and took out a lot of food. He was in a hurry and hasn't had lunch yet, Talam explained on his friend's behalf with a smile as he placed a stack of newspapers on the dining table. I can tell. Klein put down his knife and fork, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and leisurely drank his black tea. He was very satisfied with the meal he had just had. At this moment, Mike Joseph walked back with 2 plates of food. He quickly ate a few mouthfuls to fill his stomach before looking up at Klein. Detective Moriarty, have you heard about the recent serial murders? The ones who removed the organs? Klein's heart stirred as he asked briefly. Talam nodded and sighed with emotion. Sure enough, every detective is paying attention to the serial murder case. Mike took out one of the newspapers and pushed it to Klein. This is the latest report. Klein took it and saw that it was from the Daily Observer, where Mike worked. Their headline read, 11. Another lady had been killed. Civilage Yard is helpless. The headquarters of the Bakelin Police Department was on Civilage Street at the edge of Queens, so they were also nicknamed Civilage Yard 11. It's the 11th case? Klein resisted the urge to frown and continued reading in puzzlement. He found that it was indeed the same as the one he had encountered. The target was a woman wearing a gorgeous dress and had her organs removed by disembowelment. This was a case with obvious traces of devil worship. Civilage Yard must have handed it over to the Nighthawks, mandated punishers, or machinery hive mind teams. They have divination, spirit channeling, and all kinds of strange and effective beyonder means. Why haven't they solved the case and caught the criminal yet? That fellow has rich anti-detection abilities and destroyed the souls of the deceased? Or could it be that the souls of the deceased were taken away along with their organs, as required for a devil ritual? He can definitely interfere with divination. That's right, if a beyonder of the devil pathway doesn't have such abilities, how would they dare to commit serial murders? Klein thoughtfully said to Mike Joseph, "You want to do a private investigation?" "I'm sorry, but I can't take over. Without an invitation from the police, I can't take over. I have to maintain a good relationship with them. The so-called good relationship is the relationship of inviting me to the police station for tea." Klein lampooned himself. The real reason he refused was that it was easy to encounter official beyonders if he was involved in the investigation of the serial murders. Among them might be the Nighthawks of the Church of the Goddesses Bakelin Diocese. No, it's not an investigation. No, to be precise, it's not an investigation to find the murderer. I just want to complete my report, Mike Joseph explained after swallowing the prawn meat. Report? Klein asked leisurely as he put down the white porcelain teacup and clasped his hands together. Mike Joseph said, yes. If you buy the Daily Observer tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, you will see my in-depth report on this serial murder case. The most important part of it is to reveal the commonalities of the victims and remind similar groups of people to pay attention. Oh, what commonalities do they have? Klein asked curiously. Mike took a sip of his coffee and said, apart from being female and wearing colorful dresses, there's another very important commonality. I did an in-depth investigation of the victims' occupations and discovered something interesting. Some of them are maids, some are textile workers, some are tailors, and some are female teachers. On the surface, there's no overlap, but in fact, they were once street girls. Street girls? Female teachers? Klein asked in surprise. In the Kingdom of Rouen, teachers were part of the middle class. The lowest salary was £2 a week, which was enough for a lady to live a pretty good life. There was no need for her to be a street girl. Mike twitched the corner of his mouth and sighed. It was in the past. Before they found a job that could support themselves, they might have had a very difficult time. I previously did a survey. In Backland, 1/6 of women between the ages of 15 to 55 are or have been street girls in the past. This is our country. All foreigners will be surprised when they come here. It's a very conservative country, a bustling metropolis, but it's filled with street girls. Note 1, this number is a little exaggerated. If it's true, it can only be said that reality is more exaggerated than fiction. This darn world. Klein clicked his tongue. After some thought, he deliberately said, the next question is, how did the murderer know that the victims were once street girls? They didn't have any labels on them, so you would need to do an in-depth investigation to discover it. As expected of a great detective. This might be a clue, Mike Joseph answered, unsurprised. No, if it's a beyonder of the devil pathway, then the standard he chooses might be those who appear to have fallen but haven't completely fallen. And they should have a keen intuition when it comes to corruption. They might even be able to directly see the corresponding deep color. Coupled with the colorful dress as a trigger, the target is basically locked onto. Klein answered himself inwardly before asking, what's wrong? He then asked, then, what else do you want to investigate? Mike nodded. In these 11 cases, 10 of the ladies were once street girls, but there's one who isn't. She's still a prostitute. Yes, it's the youngest, the 16-year-old Sieber. This seems very strange, very strange. I want to go to the Golden Rose, which is the place where she works, to do an in-depth investigation to see if I can discover anything. I'm worried that my inquiries will anger the people there, so I plan on getting you to protect me temporarily. You don't need to teach them a lesson. All you need to do is to protect me when I escape at the most critical moment. If nothing happens, I'll pay you £1. If there's a fight, I'll raise it to £5. What do you think? Klein smiled. I'll give you an answer after I wash my hands. He bowed politely and slowly walked to the bathroom. Then, he tossed a coin and received an affirmative answer. Sherwood Borough, 19, Hope Street. This place was close to the Tussock River that passed through Bakeland. Pedestrians could see the slightly turbid but abnormally wide water through the gaps between the houses. The Daily Observer reporter, Mike Joseph, got off the carriage and pointed at the 3-story grayish-blue building in front of him. He said to Klein, who was wearing a black double-breasted frock coat, half-top hat, and gold-rimmed glasses, that's Golden Rose. It's the best legal brothel in Sherwood Borough and Bakeland Bridge. It opens at 3 in the afternoon every day and stays open until 2 in the morning. The best legal brothel in Sherwood Borough and Bakeland Bridge? That is to say, there are better ones in these 2 boroughs that aren't legal? Klein mumbled silently as he glanced at the building's entrance. There was a golden rose embedded in it, but it didn't have the so-called signboard. This shouldn't be considered a street girl, right? He replied casually. Of course, it's of a higher grade. Mike led Klein to the building with great familiarity and pushed open the door. The moment he entered, Klein smelled a slightly pungent mixed fragrance and heard a soothing but ambiguous melody. He instinctively surveyed the area and discovered that there were thugs in black coats and half-top hats standing on both sides of the entrance and in every corner of the hall. As a place that operated legally, these were clearly used to deal with drunkards and boorish men. There were all kinds of sofas and chairs around the Golden Hall. There was even a piano, and there was a dancing area in the middle. At this moment, ladies with blonde or brown hair, pale yellow or black dresses, and complicated, simple, or gorgeous dresses were sitting in different spots. Some of them were mature and charming, some shy and young, some youthful and alluring, and some rather beautiful. These ladies were either holding their cheeks as they enjoyed the melody, chatting and laughing with each other, quietly flipping through newspapers and magazines, or dancing with the men. Because it was only 3:30 in the afternoon, there were not many customers. At first glance, it looked more like a formal ball than a brothel. If it's after 8 p.m., you can see some interesting performances. If you fancy a lady, you can invite her to dance and ask her how much to the beautiful melody. If both parties can reach an agreement, you can go to one of the rooms on the second or third floor and have a wonderful time. As long as you're willing to spend money, you can sleep here for an entire night. Mike tilted his head left and right. Suddenly, he was no longer as calm and gentlemanly as before. He became slightly frivolous. He walked into the hall with a smile and approached a young girl who was at most 15 or 16 years old. Was he showing his true nature, or was this a professional performance? Klein was a little dumbfounded as he followed behind Mike Joseph. The victim, Sibyl, was only 16 years old. Theoretically speaking, a girl of a similar age is more likely to be her friend and no more, Mike explained in a low voice. He immediately raised his slightly sparse eyebrows and resumed his normal voice. Which lady have you taken a fancy to? I'm just your bodyguard, Klein replied according to normal logic. Mike nodded indiscernibly and suddenly smiled. I'm not used to people watching when I do that kind of thing. I'll guard the door. Klein understood what Mike meant and assumed a strict and professional posture. Mike didn't say anything else. He came in front of the young girl, bent down, and extended his hand to invite her to dance. To become a prostitute at this age, Bakeland is really glamorous and dirty. There's actually a middle-aged gentleman with a good temperament visiting this place. His sideburns are all white. Klein lowered his hands and stood straight as he watched Mike and the young girl dance slowly in the middle. After a few minutes, Mike walked back and said to Klein with a slightly vexed expression, "Don't worry. It's too expensive." When the two of them got closer, he added in a low voice, "That girl knows Sibyl, but the boss here, Ms. Lopez, forbids them from communicating with others about this. Otherwise, they will be severely punished." Oh my God, that poor girl even shivered instinctively when she mentioned the punishment. I can imagine how terrifying it is. Klein sighed sympathetically but helplessly. He suppressed his voice and asked, "So, what do you plan to do?" "I don't want to cause trouble for those girls. I plan to go straight to Ms. Lopez." Mike patted Klein on the shoulder. "Protect me." Klein turned his body to the side and solemnly reminded him, "If you encounter a dangerous situation, you must listen to me. Do you understand? Listen to me." Okay. Mike raised his hands to his shoulders and nodded. As he spoke, he walked towards the single sofa in the corner. There sat a charming lady in a gorgeous dress with heavy makeup. "If you don't want to give up after the dance and embarrass yourself in front of those girls, I suggest that you talk to Ms. Lopez first and figure out the price of different girls." Mike raised his voice. When the lady heard their conversation, she turned her head and looked over. She slowly stood up and smiled. "Good afternoon, gentlemen. I'm Lopez. Do you have any girls you like?" "Yes." Mike suddenly sized her up and chuckled. "I admire you very much." "I admire you very much too. You act like you're at home in such a place." The corners of Klein's mouth twitched. Lopez's expression froze for a second before she faked a smile and said, "Sorry, I'm not feeling well today." "I'm sorry, I'm not feeling well today." "You should know that women will feel unwell every month." Seeing that he couldn't get Lopez to talk to him in the room, Mike fell silent for a few seconds before he suddenly turned serious. "Ms. Lopez, I'm a reporter. I want to ask you about Sibyl. This is my ID." Lopez's expression immediately darkened as she replied impatiently, I've already told the police what I know. I've already told the police what I know. You should go to them. Sibyl was a homeless orphan. She was adopted by me. That night, she accepted a guest's invitation to spend the night at the guest's house. She died on the way back in the morning. All right, please leave. Or invite a lady to dance. As she spoke, Lopez waved her hand for the two thugs beside her to come over. Klein took a step forward and stood in front of Mike Joseph, protecting him as he returned to the hall. When the two thugs saw this, they didn't rashly chase them away. After taking a few steps, Klein lowered his voice and said, She's lying. She's lying. Oh? Mike turned his head in surprise. When she speaks, her eyes are wandering. She doesn't dare to look at you directly, but she will secretly size you up. This means that she's lying and observing your reaction. In addition, her standing posture is very defensive, and she looks very anxious. Klein gave his analysis. Mike gaped and sighed after a few seconds. You really are a great detective. Only when you have both sharp observation skills and outstanding reasoning skills can you discover these useful details. This is only because I activated my spirit vision and noticed that Lopez's emotional color isn't right. The rest are all excuses. Klein smiled and said, Thank you for your compliment. Thank you for your compliment. We should go now. Mike Joseph turned back to look at Lopez and realized that she was walking towards the side door of the hall, as though she was going to her lounge. And the side door was in a corner. It was very quiet, and many people in the hall couldn't see what was happening there. There were also two thugs guarding it. Perhaps we should follow Mayim Lopez and observe her reaction. Perhaps her anxiety will make her do something. Mike suddenly turned his head to look at Klein. Can you quickly finish off those two thugs? Sir, I'm only responsible for protecting you, and it's illegal, Klein replied with a smile. I'll pay more. If there's a fight, it'll be a total of £5. If there's still a fight when we escape, it'll be £10. Mike Joseph gritted his teeth. Deal. Klein extended his hand and shook the other party's hand. Following that, the two circled around, avoiding the two thugs from before, and quietly arrived near the side door. Guests, please leave this place. One of the thugs stepped forward and stopped Klein and Mike Joseph. Sorry, we'll immediately. Klein bowed politely and apologized. At that moment, his right fist suddenly punched out, landing heavily on the thug's abdomen. The thug instinctively covered his abdomen and bent his body into a bow. As for Klein, who had straightened up again, he raised his left palm and struck the back of the thug's head. Pa! The thug fell to the ground and fainted. His companion clearly hadn't expected such a situation. He watched in a daze, unable to react in time. Klein immediately slid over, covered his mouth with his right palm, and punched his abdomen with his left. Bam! The thug suddenly bent over and spat out the undigested food. Klein retracted his right hand in time and struck down vertically. At the same time, he supported the other party with his left hand, allowing the thug to slowly fall to the ground without a thud. After exchanging glances, Klein twisted the handle, pushed open the side door, and dashed in. Mike Joseph lowered his body and quickly followed. Why are you so skilled? You're just a reporter. As Klein cursed inwardly, his footsteps were light but fast as he walked down the floor-covered corridor. Suddenly, they heard Lopez's voice. Tell Capim not to send anyone over for the time being. Capim? Send someone over? Klein looked at Mike beside him and found that he was equally confused. At that moment, they heard Lopez's footsteps coming down the corridor again. Let's go. Klein grabbed Mike and ran toward the entrance without looking back. In the process, he closed the side door and broke the lock so that the person inside wouldn't be able to come out for a while. Then, the two of them pretended as if nothing had happened and quickly walked through the hall. They approached the exit and left amidst the indistinct sounds of anger. When they reached the street outside, Mike heaved a sigh of relief and praised sincerely. I've experienced many similar situations, but none as simple and easy as today. Thank you. I have to go back and find out who Capim is. As he spoke, he took out his wallet, took out a 5-pound note, and muttered, "But frankly, your price is really expensive. But frankly speaking, your price is really expensive. It's equivalent to half a week's salary. But you can claim it, can't you?" The corners of Klein's mouth curled up in response, then he asked worriedly, "Aren't you afraid that Lopez will find your news agency based on your ID and call the police to arrest you?" "That's a fake ID." Mike Joseph spread his hands in a practiced manner. Klein could only express his deep admiration. After watching Mike get on the car and leave, he walked diagonally across the street and waited for the public carriage, paying close attention to see if anyone chased after him. At that moment, a rental carriage slowly drove over and stopped in front of him. A middle-aged man in a black coat walked out of the carriage and nodded at Klein. He had blue eyes, a thin face, and graying sideburns. It was the old gentleman Klein had seen at Golden Rose. "He's not a customer of Golden Rose. Just like us." This realization suddenly flashed through Klein's mind. "Hello, I'm Detective Eichinger Stanton, who is assisting the police in handling this case. Can we have a chat?" The middle-aged man pointed at the carriage. "Detective? He's in the same line of work. However, for him to be able to assist the police department in handling such a serious case, it means that he's a truly famous detective. At the very least, he's very famous within Civilage Yard. Shouldn't the serial murders be handed over to the Nighthawks, mandated punishers, or the machinery hive mind? The police department could just send out some assistance. Why would they need to hire a private detective? The 11 consecutive murders must have caused a sensation, and the Civilage market was under a lot of pressure. Did they not want to wait in torment? Many thoughts flashed through Klein's mind in an instant, but a smile appeared on his face. All right. He boarded the carriage hired by Eichinger Stanton and saw a capable, brown-haired young man inside. "This is my assistant." Eichinger, whose face was thin and angular, introduced. "Please sit." He did not close the door of the carriage, nor did he let the coachman drive the horses forward, to show that he did not mean any harm. Klein deliberately sat down awkwardly and asked uneasily, "Mr. Stanton, what would you like to talk to me about?" Eichinger took out a dark-colored pipe and said, "I want to know what you learned from following Ms. Lopez. What did you hear or discover?" "This. I'm also a detective. You should know that we have a confidentiality agreement in this line of work," Klein replied, pretending to be troubled. "I'm asking you on behalf of Civilage Yard. This has nothing to do with the confidentiality agreement." Eichinger rubbed his pipe with his thumb. £1, how about £2? With the lesson from the previous Massault incident, coupled with the fact that there was no need to keep it a secret, Klein immediately replied without hesitation, "Sure. All right." Eichinger smiled and took out 2 one-pound notes from his pocket. Klein pretended to recall and calmly said, "We only heard one sentence. Ma'am Lopez tried to send a subordinate to tell Capem not to send anyone over for the time being." "Capem?" Eichinger nodded in realization. "I see. You know Capem?" Klein didn't hide his surprise. Eichinger handed the bill over and said with a faint smile, "He's a controversial tycoon in Sherwood Borough. In Backland, naive girls often go missing on secluded streets, and after a long period of time, they might be accidentally found in various legal or illegal brothels. A large number of rumors point to Capem, saying that he's a criminal leader whose hands are covered in blood and filth. But as there isn't enough evidence, he's still free to this day, and he knows quite a few important figures. If it's true, this guy should die 10,000 times." Klein nodded and sighed. "This is Rouen. This is Bakeland. Mr. Stanton, it's time for me to leave. Thank you for your cooperation." Eichinger stood up politely to see him off. "By the way, your combat skills are quite outstanding. Perhaps we will have the opportunity to work together in the future. How should I address you?" "Sherlock Moriarty," Klein answered concisely and got out of the carriage. After he boarded the public carriage that had just arrived, Eichinger Stanton got his assistant to close the door and instructed the coachman to go to Hillston Borough. Turning his head to look out the window, this middle-aged gentleman with white sideburns put away his dark pipe and took out a brass accessory from his pocket. He held it in his hand and slowly rubbed it. The brass accessory was a pocket-sized open book with a vertical eye in the middle. He wears very refined gold-rimmed glasses, but he deliberately keeps a beard around his mouth, making him look vulgar and barbaric. This doesn't match the normal way of thinking. In this day and age, people who are willing to wear gold-rimmed glasses tend to care about their image, the image of knowledge and elegance. Perhaps he's deliberately hiding something. Of course, it's also possible that he's a gentleman with an unusual sense of beauty. Eichinger seemed to be muttering to himself, but at the same time, he seemed to be teaching his assistant. At that moment, on the public carriage, Klein leaned against the wall and muttered silently, "There's something wrong with that Detective Eichinger Stanton. There's something wrong with that Detective Isengard Stanton. Ever since I activated my spirit vision, he's been maintaining the blue color of rational thought and indifference and the purple color of spirituality. There are very few other emotional colors that appear. For a normal person, unless they're focused on researching a difficult problem, it's very difficult to maintain such a state for too long. There will definitely be other emotional colors, and the only difference is how long they stay." Either Detective Eichinger Stanton is such a genius at observation and deduction, or he's a beyonder. The public carriage was split into 2 levels, and it carried more than 40 passengers as it headed towards the Bakeland Bridge area. Klein gradually reined in his thoughts and cast his gaze out the window, admiring the 2 to 3-story buildings across the street. Occasionally, he would see brown houses of 5 to 6 stories high, a sign of the latest trends in Bakeland and the most advanced construction technology in the kingdom. After changing carriages, Klein arrived at Iron Gate Street and got off the carriage opposite the Brave. Because it wasn't the busiest time in the bar, he saw Casper sitting at the bar and drinking as soon as he walked in. The old man with a brandy nose asked for a glass of Lanty Proof. He savored the fragrance of the malt and the burning sensation that stimulated his throat. He narrowed his eyes in satisfaction. Klein leaned over, knocked on the bar counter, and asked with a smile, "Is Merrick here?" At the same time, he put one hand in his pocket and held on to Aztec's copper whistle, using his spirituality to shield its negative effects. But before he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a gaze sweeping over him, filled with a scrutinizing feeling. After he finished asking, his gaze moved away and seemed to be looking at Casper's. The old man with a huge scar on his face opened his eyes and saw that it was Klein. He said unhappily, "He didn't come. He didn't come yesterday either." "Didn't come?" Klein immediately heaved a sigh of relief and stopped using his spirituality to envelop Aztec's copper whistle. "When I mentioned Merrick just now, someone was looking at me. When I heard that I was asking about Merrick's whereabouts, the gaze shifted again. Someone is looking for Merrick." Klein resisted the urge to look back and analyzed the abnormality in his mind. Combined with a question he felt that he had a rough answer to the question. "I was puzzled last week. Why would Miss Bodyguard, who should be at Sequence 5, take on a 3-day protection mission that costs £1,000? It's not that the price is too low, but that someone of her level is already considered a powerhouse. In the Church of the Goddess, she's enough to serve as a Nighthawk deacon or a diocese bishop. If she can also obtain the favor of a holy artifact, she can even compete for the seats of an archbishop or a high-ranking deacon. In the various secret organizations and intelligence agencies, Sequence 5 also means the person in charge of a large area or the second or third person in that area. Even if she's a wild and unorganized beyonder, a powerhouse with such strength is enough to establish a small organization of their own. No matter how you look at it, Miss Bodyguard can enjoy the dedication of her subordinates. There's no need for her to take on the mission herself. Back then, I thought that the most likely scenario was to hire a Sequence 6 beyonder, a security guard who could hold out for a while against the powerhouses sent by Bakerland and create an opportunity for me. Who knew that Miss Bodyguard would be so terrifyingly strong? From what happened today, Miss Bodyguard and Merrick might be in the same situation as me. Their identities are sensitive, and they have to hide. Yes, their situation might even be worse. They have to constantly worry about being pursued. Man, to be able to pursue Miss Bodyguard, even if that organization doesn't have a high Sequence beyonder, they definitely have a holy artifact or multiple Sequence 5s. Of course, this is just my guess. Perhaps it's because Merrick's identity as a beyonder has been exposed and he's been targeted by the machinery hive mind. Amidst his thoughts, Klein said regretfully, "Is that so? Is that so? I still want to play cards with him." Hearing these words that clearly didn't match the other party's style, Caspers became alert. He didn't observe his surroundings either. Instead, he chuckled and said, "I'll be organizing a card game tonight. Texas, do you want to join?" "No, I just want to play until dinner." "Sigh, I'd better go home." Klein sighed and left the Brave without even ordering a drink. He had originally planned on asking Caspers about the other Beyonder gatherings, but after this situation, he cautiously gave up on the idea. In fact, he could have gone to a relatively enclosed place like the card room to discuss the corresponding issues with Caspers, but to be safe, he decided to wait until next time. Klein wasn't in a hurry to go home either. Instead, he went to the one-bedroom apartment he rented in East Borough and did a divination above the gray fog to confirm that no one was following him. After relaxing, he arrived at Minsk Street before it was completely dark and found that the newspaper box was filled with the various newspapers he had subscribed to. "I was in a hurry to go out today, so I didn't have the time to read it. At the Quelag Club, I had a good meal after practicing my marksmanship, took a nap, and was dragged by Talim to play a few games of tennis. My skills aren't good enough, but my physique can make up for it." Klein muttered silently, opened the door, entered the house, and turned on the gas valve. He took the newspapers, entered the living room, sat on the sofa, lit the wall lamp, and casually flipped through them. The first thing Klein browsed was the Bakeland Morning Post, and he flipped to the 5th page. He saw an advertisement for the Ernst firm's purchase of goods. The prices are 7 pence/liter of flour, 1 solely/pound of butter, 6 pence/pound of lard, 1 solely/pound of cream, 8 solely/pound of Marquis black tea. In other words, there will be a Beyonder gathering at the same place at 8 o'clock tomorrow night. The secret code to open the door is to knock 7 times hard and 1 time light. The interval is 6 long and 1 short, in sequence. The 3 and 8 at the end are meaningless. Klein deciphered the content, leaned back on the sofa, and began to look forward to tomorrow night's gathering. He wanted to sell a portion of the formula to see if he could buy the corresponding ingredients or items. Wednesday night, 7:55 p.m. The back alley of the Bravehearts bar. Klein followed his memory and finally found the dimly lit house after circling around for a while. He had put on a certain disguise today. He was wearing a grayish-blue worker's uniform and a cap. His face was covered in a beard, so that no one would associate him with the guy who had previously bought the black snake item and gambled on his luck. "It's best if I have wisdom and that fellow, the apothecary, don't recognize me. Otherwise, a newly advanced person who had become a Beyonder by luck would be able to produce several potion formulas in just a week. It's bound to be suspicious." Klein put his hands into his pockets and touched Aztec's copper whistle, ordinary tarot cards, and the replenished charms. His worker's uniform had also been specially modified by a tailor. There were many small pockets stuffed with small metal bottles, which contained herbal powder, extract essence, and other items. After taking a deep breath and slowly exhaling, Klein took out the iron mask that could only cover the upper half of his face from the inside of his clothes and completed the initial disguise. Then, with the help of his clown powers, he controlled his expression and the minute movements of his body, changed his walking posture, and numbed his facial nerves, in order to be clearly different from his past self. "However, I don't know what eye of wisdom relies on to recognize people. This is all I can do. Sigh, if only I were already a faceless. But if that were the case, there would be no need for me to participate in such low-end Beyonder gatherings." Klein stood outside and calmed himself down for a few seconds. He raised his right hand and knocked on the door. 7 hard knocks, 1 light, 6 long knocks, and 1 short one. Without much waiting, the small wooden board on the door was pulled open silently. An eye appeared behind it, scrutinizing the visitor. 2 or 3 seconds later, the door creaked open, and the attendant of Eye of Wisdom handed a hooded black robe to Klein. Klein maintained an expressionless state as he quickly put on the robe and pulled down the hood, allowing the shadows to cover his face. On the way to the activity room, he deliberately adopted an unaccustomed pace and tried his best to eliminate the awkwardness. In the dark and deep room with only a single candle flickering gently, there were already quite a number of members at the gathering. Klein didn't choose a corner seat like before. Instead, he openly sat on a high stool near the center. In short, his outward appearance had to be different from the previous 2 times, And this was precisely the area where a clown's ability to reflect himself in his mind and gain initial control over himself. The living room was so quiet that it was almost frozen. Time passed. Finally, Eye of Wisdom looked at the clock on the wall and said in an aged voice, "That's not right. Let's begin. There's no need to wait for our late friend." Just as he said that, Klein immediately said in a hoarse voice, "I want to sell the potion formulas. Sequence 9 Bard and Sequence 8 Light Suppliant of the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sunday, £220 for the former and £450 for the latter." This was the most suitable plan after some thought. Spectator and Telepathist involved the Church of Psychological Alchemy, a secret organization that was rather active in the Kingdom of Rouen and Bakeland. If he were to take them out rashly, it might attract their attention. And the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun was blocked outside the Kingdom of Rouen by the Church of the Lord of Storms. The corresponding Beyonders rarely appeared in Bakeland, and there was almost nothing they could do. It was a very safe choice. The potion of the seer pathway involved Klein himself, so he naturally didn't want to expose his characteristics. After experiencing and witnessing Beyonder battles so many times, he gradually came to a realization. Beneath the high-sequence Beyonders of different pathways had their own characteristics and were different. In other words, they each had their strengths and weaknesses. Furthermore, their strengths and weaknesses were very obvious. The strong were indeed strong, and the weak were rather weak. For example, the spectator pathway lacked the ability to engage in head-on combat. However, if one were to ignore them and unknowingly be led astray, then no matter how strong one's combat skills and Beyonder skills were, it was possible for one to die without even knowing why. A clear example was Rear Admiral Hurricane Kalangos. He clearly had the mystical item, Creeping Hunger, and his overall combat strength had reached Sequence 5, but he still died a baffling death. Most of the credit was due to Azek's strength, but one couldn't ignore the role of a spectator. It was precisely because most Beyonder jobs below high-sequence Beyonders had distinct characteristics but obvious weaknesses, such as weak bodies. Therefore, if one could conceal their strengths and figure out the enemy's situation ahead of time, and make effective arrangements to target their weaknesses, it wasn't impossible for the weak to defeat the strong. Under extreme circumstances, there was a very small chance of a Sequence 9 killing a Sequence 5. Of course, this example was a perfect hypothesis. In reality, it was almost impossible. A Sequence 5 was already considered a powerhouse, and the corresponding Beyonder powers had their own magical aspects. Strengths could effectively cover up weaknesses. It was very difficult for those below Sequence 6 to affect them. On the other hand, many Beyonders below high-sequence Beyonders were afraid of being besieged, even if their opponents were all below their own sequence. This was because once they were flustered and failed to attend to one thing, their weaknesses would become a fatal factor. These problems were also the reason why Shepherds were ranked first below high-sequence Beyonders. They were too well-rounded. If their Beyonder powers were combined and matched well enough, they had almost no weaknesses. When I advance to Sequence 7, I'll have all sorts of magical Beyonder powers. Then, even if I encounter a Sequence 6, I'll be able to fight them head-on for a while. I might even have a chance of winning. If I encounter a Sequence 5, I'll also have a chance of escaping. Amidst his thoughts, Klein looked around, hoping that someone would speak. If Bard and Light Suppliant can't be sold, then I'll have to settle for the next best thing. I'll consider Spectator and Telepathist, as well as the knowledge of Beyonder characteristics indestructibility and conservation. I definitely can't sell the formulas of my own pathway, nor the Demonis pathway. That will cause many tragedies. Be it an instigator or a witch, they're the type that have to actively do evil. Klein felt a little uneasy, but he remained expressionless as he waited. Actually, I can consider buying it. At this moment, the chubby apothecary laughed. I can take in another apprentice and give him these 2 formulas. I'll get him to specifically pray for my herbs to be illuminated. Perfect. How extravagant. His words broke the momentary silence in the room. In the corner, a man with his hood pulled down deliberately said in a sharp voice, "Perhaps I can give it to my child. At the very least, he'll be stronger than my sequence." Sequence £9,200. Sequence £8,400. If you agree, then it's a deal. To be able to fork out 600 pounds in one go, he's quite rich. That's enough to buy a house in Tianjin. Klein pretended to think as he looked at the other members of the gathering to observe their reactions. Seeing that no one had the urge to raise the price, and that the other party's offer had reached his bottom line, Klein deliberated for a moment before saying, I have an additional request. You can't sell these 2 formulas at this gathering. Feel free to sell them anywhere else. The man said sharply, All right. All right, Mr. Eye of Wisdom will bear witness. Klein didn't know how to prove that the formulas were real, but he didn't want to ask and expose the fact that he hadn't attended many gatherings. All he could do was silently pull up his robe, take out the 2 potion formulas that he had long written, and hand them to the attendant beside him. The attendant didn't walk to the corner, but to the sofa in the middle, and handed the folded paper to Eye of Wisdom. The old gentleman spread out the paper, but he didn't take a second look at it. He placed it on the small round table beside him. Following that, he took out a handkerchief, wiped his right palm, and took out a ring that looked like it was embedded with many fine diamonds from his pocket. The ring's design was complicated and exquisite. In the middle, there was a green gem that looked like an eye. Just looking at it from afar made Klein's head swell and his body feel uncomfortable. It was the same feeling he had when he saw the math test papers. Eye of Wisdom solemnly wore the ring on his right middle finger, then closed his eyes, as if he was preparing something. Suddenly, the emerald on the ring emitted a brilliant gold, a gold that resembled sunlight. Eye of Wisdom quickly stretched out his right hand, allowing the gem to touch the potion formula that Klein had written. The golden beams became purer and purer, finally turning into a projection that resembled a seal. Real and effective. Eye of Wisdom announced in a deep voice. Then, he took off the ring, not daring to wear it for a second longer. That tone sounds very much like a notary. That ring is old Mr. Eye of Wisdom's best collection, sealed artifact 2-081? It simulated the powers of a notary? Klein looked at it thoughtfully. He was quite envious. After the notarization, the transaction was quickly completed, and Klein received a thick stack of cash, all of which were 10-pound notes. After counting them 3 times, he didn't fold them into his pocket. Instead, he held them in his palm and waited for the next opportunity to spend them. He planned to observe for a while and confirm that there were no items he needed before asking to buy them. At this moment, the rotund apothecary looked around. I brought some tranquilizers. Did he really bring it? I forgot about it. In order to be different from the past, Klein could only pretend that he wasn't there. After shouting a few times and seeing that no one responded, Apothecary muttered, That guy didn't come this time? Maybe he died somewhere. Thank you for your blessings. But it's a good thing that you didn't recognize me. Klein heaved a sigh of relief. The apothecary habitually requested to buy the Spring of the Elf's marrow crystals again, but he still didn't find anything. After he temporarily shut his mouth, a lady with her face covered by a hood and 2 boxes by her feet said, I have 2 weapons with beyonder effects. Is this the lady who sold me the runic steel sword? My spiritual intuition as a seer tells me that. She has 2 similar weapons? My spiritual intuition as a seer tells me that. She has 2 similar weapons? She's backed by a Beyonder Arms group, right? Maybe she has an artisan backing her, also known as a mechanic, a sequence 6 artisan of the Savant pathway. Klein looked over in anticipation. He had promised to give Sun a Beyonder weapon worth 500 to 700 pounds that could effectively increase his combat strength. He didn't promise any specific type or characteristics. Therefore, as long as it was similar and could be used, he could buy it. After all, Sun wasn't picky. The lady, whose face was covered by the shadow of her hood, surveyed the area and said, The 2 weapons this time are easy to carry around. One of them is the Whip of Slowness. It's an imitation of a certain mystical item. It can constantly create invisible bindings to affect your opponent bit by bit, gradually slowing down his movements. The longer the battle goes on, the more obvious its effects will be. It can be used for another 2 years. 450 pounds, or the Barbarian Potion Formula. This whip sounds pretty good. It feels a little similar to the Demoness of Pleasure Spider Silk powers. However, isn't it a little strange for little Sun to use a whip? Klein asked with a hoarse voice, What's the matter? Can such invisible bindings affect spirit body creatures? For example, wraiths. The lady slowly shook her head and said, no. Without waiting for anyone to ask, she continued her introduction. The second weapon is called Axe of Hurricane. It can increase the user's movement frequency and running speed. It also has a 15% chance of producing a paralyzing effect on the enemy. There's a 5% chance of creating a bolt of lightning. If it's used in a thunderstorm, the chances of lightning appearing can be increased to 50%. This was all done through experiments and concluded from a large amount of data. The effects of this weapon can be maintained for no more than a year. 520 pounds, or the Barbarian Potion Formula. This is much better than the Whip of Slowness. If it wasn't for the fact that its Beyonder effects only last for a year, it probably wouldn't be worth that much. Yes, according to Little Sun's description and the scene I vaguely saw, there will be lightning streaking across the sky of the City of Silver and the surrounding area at any time. The high frequency is considered daytime, and the low frequency is considered nighttime. This is very close to a so-called thunderstorm environment. If it's really effective, then this Axe of Hurricane would be considered a true mystical item in Little Sun's hands. Every strike has a 50% chance of producing lightning. It's definitely powerful, even if that doesn't work. Just based on the most basic Beyonder effects of the Axe of Hurricane, it's a pretty good weapon. It suits Little Sun's needs very well. As for the problem of only being able to use it for a year, that's even easier to resolve. After a year, with Little Sun's digestion speed and the City of Silver's Beyonder resources, as long as he can keep up with the potion formula, he would at least be a sequence 6. When that happens, his weapon would definitely be upgraded. As his thoughts raced, he was basically certain that he wanted to buy the Axe of Hurricane. At this moment, Apothecary mumbled, "An axe is easy to carry around? I feel like I've heard a joke. I think it might be more suitable as a wrench. I say, why can't you sell some pistols with Beyonder effects? I will try my best to collect similar items." The lady emphasized the word collect. Well, friends who are willing to buy one of these two weapons, please bid. Before Klein could say anything, he heard a man at the edge of the sofa say, "Axe of Hurricane, 520 pounds. The lady waited for a few seconds before asking again, "Is there anyone else who wants to bid?" 530 pounds. Klein added 10 pounds. The man from before immediately replied, 550 pounds. This? Little Sun, if he raises it to more than 600 pounds, I won't buy it. I'll change your whip. After deciding on a strategy, Klein shouted very calmly, "I'm going to kill you." 560 pounds. He tried his best to show that no matter what the other party offered, he would add an additional 10 pounds. And the 600 pounds he had just earned was just enough to give the other party an invisible pressure. Upon hearing the latest offer, the man at the edge of the sofa fell silent for a few seconds before shrugging his shoulders. "All right, it's yours." Phew. Klein secretly heaved a sigh of relief. "Are there any other friends who would like to bid on the Axe of Hurricane?" The lady, whose face was completely covered by shadows, asked again. The activity room was silent. "Deal." The lady no longer hesitated and handed the box beside her right foot to the attendant who had approached. The attendant first let Eye of Wisdom appraise it before bringing it to Klein, cash in one hand and goods in the other. Putting away the remaining 4 10-pound notes, Klein opened the box and saw an axe that could be clipped to his back and clipped to his belt. It was iron black in color, thick and sturdy, with a sharp edge. In his spirit vision, there was an obvious aura color. It could be seen that the maker had used a lot of materials with spirituality. There were many symbols and magic labels on the surface of the axe. They were embedded inside, turning into patterns that resembled lightning and hurricanes. Klein reached out to touch it and felt a faint tingling sensation. He nodded and placed the box on his lap. "It can be exchanged for the true roots and sap of the mist treant. My magician's is only short of the spinal fluid of the dark patterned Black Panther. I've earned quite a bit from my recent commissions. Together with my original savings and what I have left, I have a total of 209 pounds, 5 soldi, and 5 pence. The corresponding Beyonder ingredient of sequence 7 is worth 500 to 700 pounds. I still have to sell the formula or knowledge. I'll take some time out this week to visit Leopard and confirm the progress of his bicycle invention. Klein stopped bidding and watched quietly. Later on, someone bought the Whip of Slowness for £480. As for a Beyonder ingredient called the Heart of a Featherman, no one was interested in it due to its high asking price of £1,600, so the transaction failed. According to his knowledge of mysticism, Klein knew that this Beyonder ingredient was classified as a sequence 6. Some of the subsequent transactions were successful, while others failed. There were fewer in the former and more in the latter. After all, most of the Beyonders who came to the gathering had a clear goal. They wouldn't waste money and resources, unlike Klein, who would accept anything with Beyonder effects and decent weapons. I want to sell the potion formula. Sequence 9, Corpse Collector, £230. Towards the end, a man sitting quietly in a corner said in a deep voice. Corpse Collector? I remember that this potion formula is only available in the Church of the Goddess, the Church of the God of Combat, and the Charismatic Order. Could this be a Nighthawk who came under cover, or a member of the Charismatic Order who was trying to resurrect death? Of course, it's not strange for a low-sequence formula to be leaked to the outside world. This isn't very confidential information. I remember old Neil mentioning that the Corpse Collector formula has a dried black-spotted frog. Klein controlled his smile and looked ahead thoughtfully. He realized that the Corpse Collector potion formula was quickly sold. Sequence 9 potion formulas are easy to sell. Previously, there was a Sequence 8 Folk of Rage formula that failed to be sold several times. As for the light suppliant formula that I paired with a Sequence 9 Bard, it's relatively easy, that's right. If a typical Beyonder has money to spare, they would definitely search for Sequence 9 formulas to give their children and students more choices, allowing them to walk down a path that they're better at. Under this premise, if a Sequence 8 formula doesn't come with a basic Sequence 9, they can only wait for the corresponding Beyonder who is attempting to advance. And this might not happen even in a year or two. After all, the circle of Beyonders is very scattered, and most of them don't know the acting method. They still don't know the law of Beyonder characteristic indestructibility and conservation. Klein thought silently and didn't say a word. After another 15 or 16 minutes, seeing that the gathering was about to end, he asked tentatively, "Who has all the spinal fluid of a dark-patterned black panther?" Silence. No one in the living room spoke. Klein thought for a moment and added, "I'll give a reward that Beyonders can't refuse. For example, the law of Beyonder characteristics indestructibility and conservation. Unfortunately, I've already sworn to the goddess that I won't spread the acting method to others. I've already died once. I wonder if that oath has been rescinded." Klein forcefully retracted his wandering thoughts, but he still didn't hear anyone speak. All right, next. He deliberately shrugged his shoulders, which he would not normally do. Apothecary coughed lightly. I brought a lot of medicine. See if there's anything you want. They're not expensive. They're only a few pounds or even a few solely. When the lady selling the Beyonder weapons heard this, she asked in puzzlement, "What's the matter?" "I want to know if the dangerous beasts in the sewers have been removed." Apothecary immediately chuckled. "You asked the right person." After saying that, he spread his hands. "I don't know either. I haven't been to the sewers since I got someone to inform the police." "Bro, you're asking for a beating. It must not have been easy for you to grow up so healthy." From the looks of it, choosing the apothecary profession was a very wise choice. Klein couldn't help but criticize inwardly in Mandarin. The lady took a deep breath, slowly exhaled, and didn't say another word. When the strange medicine brought by the apothecary was almost sold out, Eye of Wisdom announced the end of the gathering. He arranged for Klein to be the fifth to leave through the secret passageway in the basement. From the looks of it, Eye of Wisdom didn't recognize me either. Klein took off his hooded robe in relief and threw it to the attendant. He walked out of the secret passageway and skillfully circled around. After confirming that there was no one following him, he took off his iron mask, left the secluded street, took the box containing the axe of Hurricane, and headed all the way to East Borough. East Borough's Black Palm Street. There were no gas lamps nearby, and it was like an abyss after dark. In a one-bedroom apartment in an apartment, Klein used a wall of spirituality to seal off the room, then he summoned himself and brought the axe of Hurricane above the grey fog. If it were any heavier, I wouldn't be able to carry it even if I had Mr. Aztec's copper whistle to strengthen my spirit body. I'd have to use a sacrificial ritual. Klein mumbled and sent a thought to the illusory star corresponding to the sun. The world has already sacrificed the weapon to me. You can prepare for the bestowment ritual. City of Silver. Upon seeing the grey fog and hearing Mr. Fool's instructions, Derek Berg immediately sat up and busied himself with his preparations. Before the bestowment ritual, he silently took out his knight's sword and made a few vertical slashes to ease the anticipation in his heart. I wonder if it will be a straight sword, a broadsword, or a greatsword. Derek subconsciously stopped his actions as he couldn't help but think. He subconsciously imagined himself using that powerful weapon. After a while, he saw the beyonder weapon that belonged to him during the ritual. It was an axe. Honorable Mr. Fool, please inform Mr. World that I will gather the true roots and juice of the Mist Treant as soon as possible. After receiving Sun's response, Klein nodded indiscernibly and muttered to himself. It looks like he's quite satisfied with the weapon. Even without the environment bonus, Axe of Hurricane is still pretty good. He had already transmitted the characteristics and restrictions of the Beyonder weapon to Sun in a written form. He didn't directly describe it because he didn't want to appear long-winded and maintain his image. After doing all of this, Klein didn't stay any longer. He immediately returned to the real world, changed his clothes, and left Black Palm Street. East Borough, Dharavi Street, in a cramped but lively tavern. Xiao Dericha covered her nose and mouth as she squeezed her way in. To her, not only was this place filled with the fragrance of alcohol and the stench of sweat, but it was also easy for her to bump into people who were much taller than her. She had no choice but to face the person's armpit, and the rich smell was enough to make a normal person faint. After spending a lot of effort and even using her powers as an arbiter, Xiao finally squeezed her way to the bar counter and saw the person she was looking for. It was a young man in his 20s. His face was thin like a horse, and his eyebrows were messy and fierce. However, his facial features were relatively gentle. He was gulping down alcohol, and from time to time, he would chat loudly with the customers around him. Williams, I have something to talk to you about. Xiao rapped heavily on the wooden table of the bar counter. This crude action immediately attracted angry glares, but they quickly shrank back under the arbiter's stern gaze. Oh, Xiao, I haven't seen you in days. Let me think. It's been a week, no, at least 3 weeks. Do you want a drink? Half and half, the young man named Williams said in a drunken and surprised manner. Half and half was the most popular alcoholic beverage in East Borough. It was made from malt beer and fortified wine. As the two ingredients happened to be in similar proportions, it was nicknamed half and half. Do you really want me to drink? Xiao pricked up her eyebrows. No, he doesn't, the boss at the bar counter, who was wiping the glasses, hurriedly answered for Williams. He clearly remembered how lethal the girl opposite him was when she was drunk. She would use her fists to persuade the customers to quit drinking and throw them out one by one. Williams curled his lips and spread out his hands. Tell me, why are you looking for me? He was one of the sources in East Borough and had connections with many gangs. Xiao frowned. Williams, can't you just stop drinking? Save up your money and marry a nice girl. Every day, you can come home with hot water, delicious food, and warm greetings. You can share with her all the things you see, and she will tell you all the trivial things that happen at home. There will also be cute children kissing your cheeks and playing around you. Isn't this warmth good? When she first arrived in Backland, it was all thanks to Williams's help that she was able to quickly establish herself in East Borough. Therefore, she had always wished for him to lead a better life. Warmth? Williams sneered. That's based on the money I bring home. I've seen through it a long time ago. If I can bring home 20 solely a week, then I'm sure that my family is warm, just like you described. But if I can't, Lord, the screams and insults of the women, the crying and shouting of the children will drive me crazy. My mother is a good example. Every time my old man comes home, it's accompanied by beating, cursing, and a ruckus. In that case, I might as well exchange my solely and pence for alcohol. No one cares how much I earn here. Everyone drinks and chats. The atmosphere is very, very good. If you miss women, there are still those cute street girls outside. They won't quarrel with you. The corners of Xiao's mouth twitched. You're really a hopeless believer of the Lord of Storms. One day, you'll die of alcohol and some strange disease. At least I've already enjoyed it, Williams replied indifferently. I haven't worked for almost 3 days. I won't give you a discount. Xiao didn't try to persuade him any further. She touched her messy blonde hair and handed over the portraits of Lenivus that Audrey had given her. Help me keep an eye on this person and find him as soon as possible. There are different images of him in here. Williams unfolded the paper in a drunken manner, glanced at it, and said, he looks too ordinary, and there are so many people in East Borough. There are people dying, leaving, coming, or becoming vagrants at any time. It's very difficult to find him. In short, help me keep an eye out. Inform me immediately if you find anyone similar. Xiao took out a 5 soldi note and handed it to him. This is for the alcohol. If you can find the person in the portrait, I'll, give you another £10. £10? Williams whistled. Xiao, when did you become so generous? Or are you saying that this person is worth more? That's his bounty. £10 for providing clues. Xiao pretended to look around the tavern and replied, don't forget about this. I'll come to you in a few days. She had already traveled nearly half of East Borough and issued this mission to the gang leaders and well-informed people she knew. She had paid a few pounds in advance. As long as one of them succeeds, I'll be able to earn it back, a lot. Xiao silently encouraged herself, covered her mouth and nose, and turned to walk out of the tavern. At this moment, the quarrel of some drunkards turned into a conflict, and the scene gradually turned chaotic. Xiao glanced around helplessly and raised her voice. Stop. The imposing aura echoed in the tavern. The drunkards seemed to have met their nemesis as they hurriedly sat down again. Some even squatted down with their heads in their hands. Phew, I wonder when I'll be promoted to sheriff. Xiao sighed in satisfaction and anticipation. On Wednesday morning, Klein went to the distant St. George Borough, which seemed to be in another city, to pay attention to his first investment. With his previous pointers and the inspiration from Roselle's manuscript, Leopard's progress on the bicycle project was very fast. He had already produced a rough prototype. This was very much in line with Klein's impression of a bicycle. After the test ride, Klein provided a few suggestions for improvement and indicated that he would pay for the second portion of the investment next week. He also hoped that he could bring in new investors as soon as possible so that the project could enter the factory stage as soon as possible. The only problem was that Leopard believed that he was the inventor and had the right to name the product. He wasn't satisfied with the term bicycle and planned on using the more common term bicycle. Klein didn't mind at all. At noon, after returning to 15 Minsk Street, before he could take off his hat, he heard a series of illusory pleas. Miss Justices? She gathered the information on the declining nobles so quickly? In thought, Klein prepared to enter the living room and head to the second floor. At that moment, he heard the doorbell ring again. He hurriedly turned around to open the door and saw the Sammer's maid, Julienne, next door. Mr. Moriarty, Mrs. Sammer would like to invite you to a luncheon on Sunday. There will be many neighbors, the maid said as though she was reciting a script. After Klein returned last night, he had already handed the portable camera to Mrs. Sammer and exchanged a few words with her, but he didn't receive any notification about the luncheon. That's right. The magazines say that middle-class people don't mention it in person when they invite someone to a banquet. They usually send an attendant or maid to invite them. This is very much in line with Mrs. Sammer's style. Klein was puzzled at first, but he immediately understood and agreed to be on time on Sunday. Who wouldn't be happy when there was a free lunch? Besides, Mr. and Mrs. Sammer aren't people who are difficult to get along with, as long as you don't mind their flaunting. Klein added inwardly. After watching Julienne leave, he closed the door and walked to the staircase. On the way, he swept his gaze across the slightly messy living room, dining room, and kitchen. It's been a few days since I've done any cleaning. As a single man, it's already not bad that I can maintain this level of cleanliness. I have too many secrets, and I might even be attacked. It's not good to hire a maidservant to stay at home. Why don't I discuss it with Mrs. Sammer on Sunday and get her to send her maidservant over to clean twice a week? I'll pay her accordingly. Many tenants and landlords have similar agreements. Klein walked steadily as he entered the bedroom on the second floor and drew the curtains. After entering above the grey fog, he discovered that the prayer was indeed from Miss Justice. This noble lady sat on a piano stool, her hands pressed on the keys, but she didn't play. Instead, she softly recited the honorific name of the fool that doesn't belong to this era. I've gathered information on the fallen nobles and request to hold a sacrificial ritual. Please pass it to Mr. World. That's fast. As expected of a professional. Klein immediately gave a response. Audrey, who had just returned from meeting with the royal heraldic officials and experts in this area, completed the sacrificial ritual with some difficulty and threw the thick manuscript into the illusory door. I'll pass it to World. Klein indifferently cut off the connection. This time, he wasn't in a hurry to return to the real world. Instead, he flipped through the manuscript and found the corresponding part of the Pound family. The Pound family's Viscount title did come from the Battle of Violated Oaths. They were loyal supporters of the royal family, and they had considerable power in the army and their own fiefdom. However, 32 years ago, 2 heirs of this family successively died of a serious illness. At that time, the old Viscount could only bring a child from a side branch into his family. Not long after, the old Viscount passed away. As the child was young, under the temptation and instigation of his attendants, he changed his butler and became a foppish son. In just 7 or 8 years, he squandered most of his wealth and was demoted to a baron. Even the family's house in Bakeland was sold. In the next few years, his title was demoted again, becoming a baronet. Died of a serious illness? I'm afraid even the corpses can't be found. They're all in the innermost room of the underground building, outside the bloody door. The old Viscount must have deliberately concealed this matter and didn't let the royal family, the military, or the church investigate. From the looks of it, the Pound family only discovered the underground building of the 4th epoch by chance more than 30 years ago. Perhaps the secret door to the basement was built by them. But there are more than 2 corpses in the innermost room. In ancient times, someone else entered and explored it. Yes, I have to talk to Baronet Pound in a way that won't expose my identity. Klein stopped his thoughts and looked at the last paragraph. He saw the content he wanted. Baronet Pound, currently renting at 29, Civilau Street, Empress Borough. Civilaus County was located in the western part of the Kingdom of Rouen, facing the Republic of Intis across the Hornacis mountain range. In Bakeland, there was a street named after it. It was located at the edge of Empress Borough, where the headquarters of the Capital Police Department was located. Many people chose to settle down on this street for peace of mind, and Rafter Pound was one of them. In the street house number 29, the baronet was draped in cotton flannel pajamas as he stood in the warm living room. He stood by the closed window and stared diagonally across at Civilaus Yard. He was in his early 40s, but his sideburns were already white. His eyes were puffy, and his wrinkles were obvious. His body seemed to exude the smell of alcohol at all times. Torn women's underwear was strewn on the floor behind Rafter, and across from it was a burning fireplace. The baronet raised the glass in his hand and drank the rest of the liquid in one gulp. Then, he slowly walked to the door, wanting to return to his bedroom to sleep. As there were no pipes to transfer heat to the fireplace, he felt the bone-chilling late autumn chill the moment he left the living room. Damn it! Rafter Pound cursed softly, staggered to the bedroom door, and turned the knob. The bedroom was dark, with only a faint crimson glow spilling in. Rafter was about to close the door and fall onto the bed when his gaze suddenly froze. A figure was sitting quietly on a chair beside the curtains. The figure wore a grayish-blue shirt and pants, and a dark cap. His entire body was hidden in the shadows. Sensing Baron Pound's gaze, the figure slowly raised his head and looked over. His face was covered in red, yellow, and white paint, like the funniest clown. Rafter was about to shout and turn around to escape, but he saw a revolver aimed at him and heard 2 deep and hoarse words. I suggest you don't do anything unwise. If you cooperate, I won't hurt you, nor will I take away your belongings, if you still have any. Rafter Pound's expression changed a few times, and he obediently closed the bedroom door. Then, he raised his hands and sat on the edge of the bed. What What do you want me to do? He hiccuped, his body trembling as he reminded her. Civilage Yard is right across the street. I know, but I think I'm closer to you than Civilage Yard. Klein, disguised as a clown, changed his voice and tone and warned, and my purpose is just to ask you some questions. Before coming to Civilage Street, he had divined whether the trip would be dangerous in the mysterious space above the gray fog and received a very safe answer. Problem? Rafter's lips quivered as he smiled bitterly. It's happening again. Will I never be able to escape this nightmare? Many people have come to ask? Klein followed up on his words. No, not only did they ask. After my uncle, the respected old duke, passed away, too many things happened around me. The amiable old butler resigned for no reason. I have no idea where he went. Those attendants and maidservants changed without any warning. They became unfamiliar and cold. They were looking for something. Yes, looking for something. I wasn't even 10 years old back then. All I could do was watch, not daring to tell anyone. I was afraid that I would never wake up again. Rafter replied, on the verge of a breakdown. Looking for what? Was it for the underground building or the Pound family's treasure? For example, the Beyonder characteristics and mystical items buried near the evil spirit? It's impossible for the royal family and the church to not notice it. The upper echelons definitely know about the law of Beyonder characteristics conservation and indestructibility. Since the Pound family has been destroyed, such items should have been taken back, right? Unless the old duke spent a huge price to buy additional Beyonder characteristics and mystical items of the same sequence, so as to hide the matter of the underground building. Klein listened calmly and had many guesses. He looked relaxed, but in fact, he could take action at any time. He asked, how long did such days last? I don't know. I don't know. I'm surrounded by faces I don't know. How can I be sure that the remaining people aren't accomplices? Heh, I pretended not to notice anything and trembled for several years. Then, under their enticement, I drank, played with women, gambled, smoked marijuana, and did all kinds of things that made me look like a good-for-nothing. Rafter Pound laughed somewhat nervously. They finally felt at ease and stopped watching me. When I even sold the house, they, left. I don't know where they went. No, they must still be secretly monitoring me, preventing me from calling the police. Yes, preventing me from calling the police. This fellow has a mental illness. I don't know if he's telling the truth or not. The change in the color of his emotions is very logical, but what if he just feels that he has let down the old duke, so he imagines such a scene to find a reason for his depravity? After that, he constantly convinced himself to completely believe it. As a qualified keyboard warrior, Klein, who knew a little about everything, had seen similar cases in his previous life. He thought for 2 seconds. What did these people ask you? They asked me how the 2 children of the old duke died. They asked me if the old duke had any abnormal behavior in the past few years. I wasn't even 10 years old at the time. I didn't know anything at all. Rafter waved his arm and growled, unable to suppress his voice. Calm down, please calm down. Klein pressed his left hand down and asked about other matters. He tried to confirm from various angles if Baronet Pound knew about the underground building. Time passed quickly as the questions and answers were exchanged. Klein said in a hoarse voice, "You really don't look like you know anything. I'm sorry to disturb you. It's time for me to leave." He stood up and bowed slightly in a very cultured manner. Almost at the same time, the collapse and excitement on Rafter Pound's face instantly disappeared. His light blue eyes became abnormally deep, as if he was scrutinizing something. Seeing that the intruder dressed as a clown was about to stand up straight again, he immediately returned to his previous performance: grief, madness, bitterness, and neuroticism. Right at this moment, a voice that was filled with a mysterious feeling suddenly resounded in his ears. Crimson. Klein injected his spirituality into the slumber charm and threw it at Rafter with his unarmed left hand. Amidst the fine burning sounds, a rich and intense tranquility spread out, enveloping the baronet. He couldn't help but close his eyes, causing his body to fall limply onto the bed. I'm sorry. The question just now was only for comparison. There are still procedures such as dream infiltration and spirit channeling. Klein patted his pajamas, pressed his hand to his chest, and bowed again. Following that, he used the dream charm and entered Rafter's dream like a nightmare. Amidst the gray, fragmented, and constantly flashing world, Klein walked beside Rafter with a clear and rational mind. He watched as he encountered blank, featureless attendants and maidservants, giving him an abnormally horrifying feeling. He watched as he would always turn his head to look back, and he would see an old face silently watching him. He watched as he curled up in a corner, trembling, and watched as he was slowly enveloped by shadows. This is very consistent with what he just described. Klein tried to guide him to figure out the whole story, but Baronet Pound seemed to have a very serious psychological trauma from those matters. Just a little stimulation would cause him to shout hysterically and run crazily in his dreams. This made it impossible for Klein to obtain any more information. Therefore, he left the dream and gave Rafter Pound another slumber charm. Then, he took out a mantha extract and other materials and prepared for the mediumship ritual. After responding to himself, Klein's spirituality passed through the storm of thoughts and saw the other party's illusory figure, an illusory figure based on the body of heart and mind. "What did the old Viscount say to you before he died?" Klein asked after some deliberation. Rafter Pound answered in a daze, "He asked me to maintain the family." "What else?" Klein deliberately asked in a certain tone. "What else?" Klein deliberately asked in an affirmative tone. "He asked me to remember the glory of my ancestors," Rafter replied blankly. Klein nodded slightly and asked, "What's the matter? What are those people looking for?" "I don't know." Rafter still gave the same answer. Klein continued to ask questions and compared them to before. He came to the conclusion that Baronet Pound wasn't lying and that what he had said was true enough. At this point, he didn't stay any longer. He penetrated the other party's storm of thoughts and allowed the spirituality that had spread out to return to his body. Right on the heels of that, Klein methodically cleaned up the scene. He took out Aztec's copper whistle and threw it a few times, using its level to interfere with any possible divination investigations. "Thank you very much for your cooperation, Mr. Baronet." After doing all of this, Klein, who was covered in clown paint, bowed once again. Then, he turned around, opened the window, and jumped into the street, disappearing into the night. After a moment, Rafter Pound suddenly opened his eyes. Around his light blue eyes, there was a ring of ruptured capillaries. He suddenly sat up and stared at the open oriel window. After making a huge detour to East Borough, Klein washed off his disguise, changed into normal clothes, and returned to 15 Minsk Street in Sherwood Borough as if nothing had happened. He didn't rest, nor did he think about what to do with the underground building. Instead, he entered the world above the gray fog again. At the end of the long ancient table, Klein slowly spread open his palm, revealing a few strands of brown hair. It was Rafter Pound's hair, the hair he had collected before entering the dream. "There's still one last procedure. Divine confirmation above the gray fog." Klein silently muttered to himself. He conjured a pen and paper and wrote down the content he had previously considered. Rafter Pound's future. "I want to see what will happen to you in the future to verify it with the past." Klein leaned back in his chair and silently recited the divination statement. Rafter Pound's future. Klein held the baronet's hair, closed his eyes, and with the help of cogitation, he entered a deep sleep. In the gray world, he saw a narrow, irregular hole. Rafter Pound, with puffy eyes and white sideburns, propped himself up on his elbows, crawled forward like a reptile, and crawled out. Immediately after, the scene flashed, and he picked up a black iron badge from somewhere and wore it on his chest. The emblem was carved with a scepter and a hand tightly gripping the scepter. "Tutor." Klein suddenly woke up from his dream and sat up straight. According to Miss Bodyguard's introduction, the black iron badge was engraved with the royal coat of arms of the Fourth Epoch's Tudor Empire. It was identical to what he had seen in the ancient building. Rafter Pound is definitely not as simple as he appeared. Klein rubbed his forehead and whispered to himself. As a seer, he had his own interpretation of the revelation he had just seen in the dream. On the one hand, he knew that it was something Rafter Pound would do in the future. On the other hand, he believed that it meant that Rafter Pound had a deep connection with the Tudor family. After the 3 tests of direct questioning, dream probing, and spirit channeling, Rafter Pound didn't expose any problems, nor did I notice anything abnormal. If I hadn't held back, I might have been fooled by him. Maybe he really doesn't know anything now, and he was just acting as he was. In the future, he would have encountered an opportunity to form a connection with the Tudor family, but it's more likely that he has already learned a lot of things from the old Viscount. Before he's confident, he deliberately fell into depravity and played the fool. And to be able to fool my dream and spirit channeling, it must be some kind of beyonder power at work. He probably wasn't acting back then, and he really fell into a muddle-headed state. Otherwise, he would have long exposed himself in front of me, who is very experienced. What kind of beyonder power could it be? What sequence is he? Or is he born with certain beyonder powers? As Klein thought about it, he felt that he had reached a dead end. He hurriedly pulled himself out of it, changed his angle, and silently muttered to himself. Rafter Pound has a deep connection with the Tudor family. Can I make a bold assumption that he is actually a descendant of the Tudor family? If his blood relationship with the old Viscount is real, then things will be interesting. The entire Pound family is a branch of the Tudor family that changed their name to escape pursuit. They established meritorious deeds, obtained titles, and returned to the center of power step by step. At the same time, they were secretly searching for the secret relics left by the Tudor Empire in Bakeland. After who knows how many years, they finally got something, so they bought the house that currently belonged to Miller Carter and built an exaggerated basement to explore the surrounding area. 30 to 40 years ago, they found the ruins and built a secret door that led to that place. However, in the process of exploring the ruins, an accident happened. The evil spirit didn't recognize the so-called descendants of the Tudor family at all. The two heirs of the old Viscount died in the innermost room one after another. Even the beyonder characteristics and mystical items couldn't be rescued. Although the old Viscount had spent a huge price to buy similar beyonder characteristics, making the deaths of the two heirs appear relatively normal, the consecutive deaths were still somewhat suspicious in the eyes of the royal family and the church. Therefore, after the old Viscount died, Rafter Pound deliberately exaggerated and distorted the secret investigations back then, frightening himself into having psychological problems. He began to indulge in alcohol, women, and gambling to avoid attention. This can explain something that puzzled me previously. A Viscount family was actually controlled by a mysterious person of unknown origins. Do they think the royal family and the church are blind? Even if they wanted to control them, they would use a gentler method that wouldn't be detected. For example, a sequence 6 faceless of my pathway. Even a child can detect the abnormality, much less the powerhouses of the royal family and the 3 churches. The only explanation for why they didn't know is that they were the ones who sent those people. Yes. Back then, I guessed that the Tudor family and the Toluan-Sostal family also controlled the Black Emperor pathway. Therefore, due to the need for acting, the dynasty they established would retain the style and characteristics of the Solomon Empire. This point seems to have been indirectly confirmed by Miss Bodyguard. Sequence 9 of the Black Emperor pathway is lawyer. It's a beyonder profession that's very good at using order. Rafter Pound's ability to deceive dreams and mediumship originates from this, or is it a step further? He fully cooperated with me, but in his dream and muddle-headed state, he still subconsciously used the loopholes in order to make the outcome develop in the direction he wanted. On careful thought, during the mediumship process, Rafter Pound really didn't seem to be lying. However, the truth was only a partial truth. Maintaining the family and remembering the glory can refer to the Pound family, but it can also refer to the Tudor family. Klein's train of thought became clearer bit by bit, and he had an overall judgment of the matter. From Rafter Pound's current attitude, it's unlikely that the evil spirit can escape without external help. Otherwise, this baronet would have long thought of a way to save himself. Regardless of whether the evil spirit comes looking for him, as long as it escapes the seal and creates a disaster, the underground ruins won't be able to hide from the royal family and the church. When that happens, Rafter will definitely be implicated. The collapse of the opposite room didn't affect the power that binds the evil spirit. This means that as long as the innermost room isn't directly destroyed, the evil spirit won't be able to escape. Yes. The plan is very clear. I'll buy some explosives from Casper's and collapse the entrance so that no one can enter. I'll bury the evil spirit underground forever. When I have enough strength, I can consider dealing with it and help the citizens of Bakeland completely eliminate this latent danger. I'll also obtain some valuable items in passing. However, what's the safest way to blow it up? I don't know anything. Perhaps Caspers knows an explosives expert? After all, he's a black market weapons merchant. Klein quickly finalized his plan and decided to find Caspers tomorrow evening. He wanted to resolve the matter of the underground ruins within a week. As for the true relationship between the Pound family and the Tudor family, as well as Rafter Pound's abnormality, he didn't want to delve into it. It's none of my business. Klein muttered as he quickly fell into the gray fog and returned to the real world. On Friday morning, Klein went out early as usual, pretending to be very busy. But in reality, he was once again at the Quelag Club, practicing shooting, reading the newspapers, and having a rather pleasant time. At tea time, he was about to leave after spending almost a day there, but he was surprised to see his former employer, Mary Gale, and his equestrian teacher, Talon Dumont, enter the club at the same time. Together with them were many gentlemen in double-breasted frocks and ladies in beautiful dresses and exquisite makeup. Among them was a reporter from the Daily Observer, Mike Joseph. Oh, Detective Moriarty, what a coincidence. Mike, who had a pair of charming eyes but rather rough skin, took the initiative to greet him. Klein smiled and replied, "Oh, Detective Moriarty, what a coincidence. Mr. Reporter, are you done with your investigative news?" "Yes, it's all thanks to your help. Let me introduce you. This is the famous detective, Mr. Sherlock Moriarty, a good friend of Talon's." Mike waved his arm and said. After exchanging greetings, Mike continued, I've roughly figured out who Capim is. I'll tell you in detail when I'm free. In short, I already have sufficient reason to believe that Sibber's death was a result of a copycat crime and not the work of the serial killer. Haha, tomorrow you'll see my investigative news in the newspapers. Just as I guessed, Klein replied with a smile. At this moment, Mike seemed to recall something and turned to Mary Gale. I'll arrange an interview with you about the air pollution situation in Bakeland and its solutions. However, you have to communicate with our newspaper's editor-in-chief in advance to finalize the layout and time. Mary's eyes lit up. All right. Thank you so much. Mike, why didn't I think of such a good idea? Is this publicity for entering the kingdom's National Atmospheric Pollution Council? This reporter, Mike, is very experienced. Although the Daily Observer isn't one of the best newspapers, it still has quite a large circulation. Mary suddenly came here today because the members of the House of Commons who are members of this club are coming? A private club is really suitable for politics and business. Klein came to a realization and bade farewell. Before he became a faceless, he didn't want to get involved in such matters that were close to the upper echelons. In the evening, in an apartment in East Borough. After a busy day, Williams entered the cramped room he rented. He planned on changing into a coat, taking some cash, and heading to a tavern for a good drink. He would also settle his dinner there. In the dark and gloomy environment, he suddenly stopped putting on his coat. He saw a black shadow standing by the window, its face completely obscured by the shadow of a hood. Who asked you to look for Lenevis? The black shadow asked in a low and slow voice. Williams quickly put on his coat and gulped. A friend of mine, a bounty hunter. Bounty hunters were adventurers whose main source of income was various bounties. In East Borough and Bakeland, there were quite a number of them. Why did she suddenly start looking for Lenevis? That's a bounty from a long time ago. The black shadow was very tall as it walked in front of Williams step by step. I don't know. Maybe she's just trying to change the bounty. Williams took a very small step back. The black shadow pressed in a hoarse voice. Who is she? Williams immediately fell into a dilemma. After a few seconds, he replied with a trembling voice, Xiao. Xiao Dericha. Xiao. Xiao Dericha. I don't know where she lives. Very good, very honest. The black shadow reached out and patted Williams's body. Without asking any further, he walked towards the door. Williams heaved a sigh of relief, believing that his rich experience in the underworld had helped him. Don't be stubborn when you shouldn't be. At that moment, he saw the black shadow snap his fingers. Pa, Williams's thoughts froze. His body instantly split into pieces and scattered in all directions, leaving the ground and walls covered in flesh and blood. Right on the heels of that, the black shadow broke the gas pipe. Amidst the sizzling sounds, he picked up the candle on Williams's table and rubbed the wick. The black shadow then left. A few minutes later, the candle suddenly lit up on its own, boom. After dinner, in the billiard room of the Bravehearts bar, Klein wore a simple black coat that matched the style of the place and a dark-colored cap. Holding a glass of Southville beer, he closed the door behind him and walked to Casper's, who was bending over to test the ball. Before he could force a smile and greet him, Casper's had already stopped moving. He straightened his body and glanced at him. Merrick isn't here. No extra parties of the kind you want. Other than weapons, I have nothing. Very familiar. Fortunately, my goal today is different. Klein twitched the corner of his mouth. I'm here to buy weapons. Merrick isn't here again. It looks like this stronghold has been exposed and is being targeted by enemies, so they've decided to move. Then I won't be able to contact Miss Bodyguard. Also, the helper I plan to use to fool Miller Carter is Merrick S. Zombie. It's confidential, obedient, and not afraid of death. Yes, the premise is that its spirituality blocks the influence of Aztec's copper whistle. As he spoke, a series of thoughts flashed through Klein's mind. Casper's was a little surprised. He leaned against the queue suspiciously and rubbed his nose. What weapon do you want to buy? Did he run out of bullets? You practice a lot. No, I use extra bullets I bought at the Quelag Club for practice. Klein smiled. I want to buy explosives, the kind widely used in mines. What do you want? Casper's blurted out, and his expression became solemn and serious. I'm warning you, don't try to do anything big. I will not allow my customers to provoke civilized yard. Of course, you don't have to buy weapons from me. To be able to be a black market weapons dealer and survive to this day, it can be said that he's very law-abiding to a certain extent. At the very least, he wouldn't sell things to those crazy fellows. Klein habitually gave his evaluation from the standpoint of a nighthawk. At the same time, he said with a smile, you seem to have misunderstood something. I don't want to blow up the door of a bank vault, nor do I plan on creating sensational news. I'm only helping someone demolish a building to facilitate the subsequent renovation. Then why didn't he find a proper construction company? Casper's did not let down his guard. Haha, that's a secret room. He doesn't want outsiders to know about it. Klein then asked, do you know any reliable explosives experts? I'm not good at this kind of thing. I'm afraid that the whole house will collapse. When Casper saw that the other party was still thinking about keeping the house intact, the doubts in his heart immediately dissipated. Just as he deliberated over his answer, an illusory and fleeting voice suddenly rang out in the room. No need. A familiar feeling surfaced as Klein hurriedly turned his head and realized that Miss Bodyguard was already sitting on a chair in the corner at some point in time. She was still wearing a black Gothic regal dress and a small bonnet of the same color. Her face was as pale as ever, and her pale blonde hair and exquisite face accentuated each other's strengths. Good evening, ma'am. Klein bowed slightly and bowed. Good evening, ma'am Sharon. Casper's did the same action. So her name is Sharon. Klein thoughtfully waited for her to speak. Miss Bodyguard, who was addressed as Sharon, looked at Casper's and said, Merrick will not come here again in the future. If you need anything from him, leave a message according to the third method we agreed upon. All right, ma'am Sharon. Casper's, an old man who had clearly seen the world, seemed to have an instinctive fear of Miss Bodyguard. Upon hearing this, Klein interrupted. If, and I'm saying if, I want to find Merrick for help, how should I contact him? Find Casper's, Sharon answered very succinctly. All right. Klein threw up his hands and grunted. What did you mean when you said that you don't need an explosives expert? Sharon's blue eyes didn't waver in the slightest. That's me. That's you? You're an explosives expert? Wait, aren't you a Beyonder with special powers of about sequence 5? Why are you also an explosives expert? Klein was taken aback for a moment, unsure of how to respond. In the end, he chose to believe in Miss Bodyguard. He deliberated and said, "I went to visit." Before he finished speaking, he swept his gaze at Casper's, indicating that the following topic wasn't suitable for an ordinary person like him. In terms of physique, a black market arms dealer is indeed considered an ordinary person. Klein silently added. Sharon turned to look at Casper's. Prepare the explosives. 2 pounds. He's out. Yes, Ma, I'm Sharon. Casper swept a glance at Klein and limped out of the billiard room. He didn't forget to close the door behind him. Seeing Miss Bodyguard looking at him without saying a word, Klein felt like he was being watched by a female ghost. He hurriedly organized his words. He quickly organized his words and said, "I found out Baronet Pound's address and visited him in the middle of the night." After relaying Rafter Pound's words, Klein began to demonstrate his reasoning, working backwards from the results to the process of inference. I think he lied about many things. It's impossible for a Viscount's family to be so easily controlled in secret. If even a child can discover the abnormality, how can the royal family and the church not notice it? After Rafter Pound's fall, he had many opportunities to interact with outsiders and other nobles. As long as he had a little courage, he could easily resolve the problem. So, I think he must be hiding something, and there's a high chance that it's related to the underground building. Judging from his condition, the evil spirit won't be able to escape for a long time, so I plan to use some explosives to destroy the entrance so that others won't have a chance to enter. I'm afraid that they'll release the evil spirit by mistake. Yeah. Sharon didn't confirm Klein's idea, but she didn't deny it either. At this moment, Klein hesitated and asked, "I don't know anything about explosives, so I'm going to draw up a layout and ask an explosives expert to give me the location and weight of the explosives. If I need your help again, how much do I need to pay? If it's too expensive, it's better for me to find a general explosives expert. After all, it's only £50 for my job, while Miss Bodyguard costs £1,000 for 3 days." Klein had already made plans. "It's free." Sharon's answer was still in the style of omitting words whenever possible. "Free?" Klein was startled. According to his common sense, free things were the most expensive. Sharon sat there quietly for a few seconds before she gave a brief explanation. "After blowing up the entrance, I'm the only one who can go in and out. That in itself is what I hope to do." In other words, you plan to get rid of the evil spirit and harvest the items inside after you have enough confidence? Blowing up the exit is actually helping you eliminate any interference and possible covetous eyes. After all, Beyonders of other sequences are unable to pass through boulders and mud like spirit bodies. Yes, except for those of the apprentice pathway, but they don't know about the underground structure. Klein nodded in enlightenment. "Deal." After saying that, he hurriedly added, "Borrow a few subordinates from Merrick, subordinates who can keep their mouths shut. These are the helpers to show Miller Carter." "Okay." Sharon didn't refuse. Klein deliberately didn't mention the remuneration and smiled. 10 o'clock tomorrow morning then. We have to explore the surrounding terrain in advance. We can't let the explosion cause obvious damage." Sharon nodded slightly. Then, her figure gradually faded and disappeared. On Saturday morning, Xianxia once again took a public carriage to East Borough to confirm if her commission had been successful. While waiting for the transfer, she suddenly had the urge to buy a newspaper to read. She took out a penny and bought a copy of the Bakelin Post from the newsboy beside her. She quickly flipped through it. Suddenly, her gaze froze because of a piece of news on the 3rd page. Breaking news: at 7:10 last night, a serious explosion occurred in an apartment at 1 Daravi Street in East Borough. It's suspected to be caused by a gas leak. The explosion occurred in room 6 on the 3rd floor. The tenant died on the spot. There wasn't even a complete corpse left behind. By midnight, the explosion had killed 3 people and injured 16 others, 1 Daravi Street. Apartment 3-6. Isn't that where Williams rents? He's dead? Died from an explosion caused by a gas leak? No. That's definitely not the case. He wouldn't have the luxury of using gas, even if it was installed there. Could it be because of this that he just accepted my commission? But Lenevis is a wanted criminal. If he discovered that. Someone was looking for him, he could just change locations. There's no need to kill to keep the secret. That would easily expose the problem. The way this matter was handled is too strange and radical. It's like the work of a madman, he's clearly just a swindler. Poor Williams, I'll definitely avenge you, I'll definitely find out the truth. Xiao looked at the public carriage in front of her sadly and solemnly. She didn't get on it. She knew that it would be very dangerous to go to Eastborough now. She planned on immediately returning to tell Furs to move to the spare rental apartment. She would disguise herself and sneak into Eastborough to ask people she knew. She would figure out the whole story and find traces left behind by the murderer. Sigh, there's indeed no danger in Miss Audrey's commission. I was the one who felt that a wanted swindler wouldn't retaliate fiercely as long as I don't block him and prevent him from escaping. I was careless. I was the one who caused William's death. Yes, I can't rule out the possibility that he's also gathering information about other matters and causing trouble. Xiao closed her eyes, crossed the road, and walked to the waiting area across the street. At 10:14, Klein and Miss Bodyguard Sharon confirmed the surface of the Fourth Epoch building and arrived outside the house at 8, William Street. Sharon had already disappeared. Miller Carter saw Detective Sherlock Moriarty in a grayish-blue worker's uniform and cap, and his 3 silent, burly assistants. It's easier to explore, Klein explained. Miller Carter's gaze swept across the 3 assistants who looked like they were good at fighting and nodded in satisfaction. Your preparations were faster than I expected. Are there snake repellent experts among them? Yes, they're all very good at repelling snakes, Klein answered without hesitation. In the deep and dark underground building, Klein circled the hall with a lantern in hand, carefully checking if there were any other entrances. Of course, he didn't dare enter the tunnel that led to the innermost room, and the snakes that had regrouped were once again blown away by the biting cold wind. After receiving an affirmative answer, he took the initiative to retreat to the door and watched with the 3 zombies as Miss Bodyguard Sharon placed explosives in different spots. She looks very professional, Klein sighed softly. And the 3 zombies undoubtedly didn't respond to him. However, there was a reason for this. He had been using his spirituality to shield himself from the negative effects of Aztec's copper whistle. Otherwise, he would have encountered an unusually enthusiastic agreement. He originally didn't plan on bringing this ancient and exquisite copper whistle, but considering that he had to be wary of the evil spirits, he had no choice but to sacrifice some spirituality. Miss Bodyguard, no, Miss Sharon really isn't bragging when she says that she's an explosives expert. She was originally in this line of work. Or could it be that a certain sequence in her Beyonder pathway makes her good at such fields? According to the information I read when I was in the Nighthawks, there are roughly sequence 9 criminal, prisoner, warrior, and hunter, sequence 8 sheriff, and sequence 7 weapon master and knowledge keeper. The latter has a nickname called detective, and it belongs to the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. I'm not sure about the rest. I wonder which pathway Miss Sharon is from. It doesn't look like it. She even showed the ability to command zombies this time. While Klein was making all sorts of random associations, Sharon completed the setup and lit the fuse. Lit? Hey. Why didn't you warn me? Why didn't you warn me? Only then did Klein snap back to his senses. He jumped in fright and hurriedly left the hall and entered the corridor outside. The 3 zombies followed behind him unhurriedly. It's safe here. Sharon suddenly appeared beside him. Klein heaved a sigh of relief and asked, will there be any dust coming down from here? Yes. Sharon gave an affirmative answer with one word. That's good. As he spoke, Klein took another step back. The sound of the fuse burning reached his ears, making him a little annoyed. This emotion was not because he was afraid of the following explosion, but because there was one boot that had yet to touch the ground. Sharon suddenly said. Huh? Klein didn't understand what he meant. Rumble, the earth shook violently, and dust fell from above. Klein's ears were buzzing, and he couldn't hear anything else for a while. If he wasn't a clown, he would have lost his balance and fallen to the ground. Cough, cough, cough. Distracted and unprepared, he coughed. He saw boulders and mud falling rapidly in front of him, blocking the entrance in an instant. Amidst the remaining tremors, Klein gripped the copper whistle that Mr. Aztec had given him and observed its reaction. Although he had divined ahead of time that there wouldn't be any danger on this trip, this place involved the human statues of 6 orthodox deities. Even if it was a revelation he had received above the gray fog, he didn't dare to completely believe it. Furthermore, the interpretation itself could be wrong. Therefore, he cautiously used Aztec's copper whistle to determine if the evil spirit had escaped. The copper whistle's surface was cold but gentle. It didn't show any abnormal changes. Klein was completely at ease. He looked at the zombies beside him and confirmed one thing from their eyes. He was currently covered in dust. That's good. It matches the explanation I'm going to give to Mr. Miller Carter later. I didn't waste my effort in changing my clothes. He walked to the entrance and confirmed that it was completely blocked. Without causing a huge commotion, only the apprentice pathway and beyonders like Miss Sharon would be able to enter in the future. She eliminated many potential competitors. It's no wonder it's free. Klein stared at the rocks and soil as he sighed inwardly. Of course, I can do it too. I have a spiritual body. He smiled as he silently added in his heart, but his expression did not change. Done. Klein snapped his fingers exaggeratedly and led the 3 zombies back to the basement of the house in a hurry. Sharon had disappeared at some point. In the spacious basement, Miller Carter paced back and forth anxiously, looking at the secret door from time to time. When he saw Detective Moriarty and his assistants come out, he let out a long sigh of relief and asked anxiously, "What's wrong? What happened inside?" Klein deliberately panted. "That underground building is too old, and it hasn't been repaired for a long time. We were originally driving the snakes away, but our movements were a little too big, and it caused a violent collapse. The whole building collapsed. Luckily, we were close to the door and escaped in time." Holy Lord of Storms. That building is that dangerous? Miller Carter clenched his fist and hit his left chest. Yes, there are only a few well-preserved ancient buildings. The rest have collapsed in the long river of history, Klein replied. I'll take you in to take a look and confirm the situation. Is there any more collapses? Miller asked cautiously. No, this side is more sturdy. Klein deliberately patted the dust off his body, coughed twice, and led his employer in. They stopped at the completely blocked entrance, and the walls near the hall had also collapsed. Behind them were rocks and soil. You can use this part. He pointed to the corridor area. Miller was silent for a few seconds before sighing. Thankfully, I didn't rashly send people in to explore, and instead found a professional like you. Otherwise, I would have to bear the burden of several lives. Alright, this commission ends here. I'll give you the rest of the payment. As he spoke, Miller Carter had already taken out his wallet and counted it. He was somewhat embarrassed to find that there were only about £30 in cash. Fortunately, I still have other money. Otherwise, I'd have to make a trip to the bank, Miller muttered and looked up at Klein. Do you mind accepting gold coins? No, I don't mind any form of money. Klein smiled. In the Ruan Kingdom, in addition to large banknotes, the gold pounds could also be gold coins. This was also a guarantee of the face value of the banknotes. However, in the 100 years since Roselle the Great, the people of the northern continent had become more and more accustomed to banknotes. There were even members of parliament who wanted copper pennies to have corresponding banknotes. In the true sense of the word, gold pounds were rarely circulated in the market. Only some old-fashioned gentlemen would attach a fixed box to the other end of their pocket watch chain, and put some gold coins inside in case of accidents. This was both a way to feel at ease and a habit. Miller nodded and took out a shimmering box from a pocket along the golden watch chain on his clothes. Pa. He opened the box, took out 5 gold coins, and handed them to the detective in front of him, along with the banknotes he had counted earlier. Klein didn't avoid anything. After counting, he suddenly flicked a gold coin up and caught it with his open palm. Thank you for your generosity. He glanced at the portrait and revealed a sincere smile. Then, he pressed his hand to his chest and bowed to Miller Carter. Yes, if it were any other detective, even if they blew up the entrance and passageway, they would definitely have nightmares after returning. There would be strange noises in the house, and they would become mentally weak. They would feel like someone was staring at them at all times. This is the corruption of the evil spirit's aura, and it will take a long time for it to disappear. But we're different. Miss Sharon is like a female ghost to begin with. I'll be completely fine once I go above the gray fog. As for those 3 zombies, they're not even afraid of death, so what's there to be afraid of? Klein lampooned in a good mood, then he bade farewell to Miller Carter and left the house. When he reached the street, the 3 living corpses didn't greet him and just walked in the other direction. Miss Sharon is gone. She really didn't pay the zombies. Klein smiled and raised his arm, waving at the backs of the 3 zombies. After that, he went home and changed into normal clothes before heading to the Quelag Club to practice shooting. After having dinner as a reward for the successful completion of the mission, Klein took a public carriage back to Minsk Street. The gloomy and dim environment was illuminated by gas street lamps. With his cane in hand, he strolled leisurely along the street. Suddenly, he had a bad feeling. It wasn't good, but it wasn't bad either. What's going on? Klein looked up and saw 2 police officers leading a police dog over. They seemed to be conducting an interrogation along the way. Interrogation? An interrogation with a police dog? Is this the impact of the serial murders? The smell of cloves and gooseberries left at the scene, so more police dogs were deployed? Klein couldn't help but silently criticize. The history of police dogs could be traced back to the time of Roselle, but there were not many of them. Considering that he had a lot of items on him, and considering the premonition he had just had, Klein decided to take a detour and go from the other side. But at that moment, the 2 police officers saw him and signaled for him to stop. The corner of Klein's mouth twitched as he waited in place with a smile on his face. Routine investigation. After approaching, one of the police officers showed his ID. Okay. Before Klein could finish his sentence, the police dog suddenly roared and barked at him. This is the smell of gunpowder on my body? The smell of gunpowder from the afternoon practice? Klein was instantly enlightened. He looked at the vigilant expressions of the 2 officers and came up with a plan. He smiled and said, "That's right. It's like this. I picked up a revolver on the road, along with an armpit holster and bullets. I was about to hand it over to you." He slowly took out his revolver, raised his hands to his shoulders, and added with a serious smile, he added, "Officer, I'm really not illegally holding a gun." A police officer was on high alert. Another police officer took the pistol and said solemnly, the other officer took the revolver and said solemnly, "You have to come back with us to the police station. East Borough, in a corner." The drunk Gene faced the wall, took off his pants, and comfortably nourished the moss. After he was done with the problem, he suddenly felt someone pat him on the shoulder. Gene couldn't help but shiver a few times. He quickly pulled up his pants, half-turned, and saw a short boy in a canvas coat and cap. The boy raised his head, revealing a dirty but gentle and exquisite face. "Zio? Why are you dressed up like this?" Jean blurted out in surprise. Zio raised her index finger and placed it in front of her lips, gesturing for him to keep quiet. Then, she suppressed her voice and said, "I'll ask and you answer. I ask and you answer. Keep your voice down." Intimidated by her authority, Jean only had the thought of nodding. "Among the guys Williams knows, who else died in the past 2 days?" Zio asked in a deep voice. Xian used his alcohol-numbed brain to carefully recall for a while. Gavin. Gavin was found drowned in the Tussock River this morning. He probably fell in last night. That poor guy doesn't know how to swim at all. He even likes to go to the river to get some fresh air after he's drunk. Zio's gaze suddenly turned sharp as she pressed without any hesitation, "What's the matter?" Without thinking, she pressed, "Did Gavin accept Williams's commission to search for the wanted criminal, Leonidas?" "Of course, we all got this commission from Williams. Anyway, it's not a troublesome matter. We just need to show the portrait to everyone we know and let them pay attention to whether there are any similar fellows. That's all." "Oh, Williams, he also said, if there are any clues, he'll treat me to 3 days of alcohol and 3 days of meat. That poor guy actually died in a gas explosion. So I'm determined not to let the landlord install gas pipes. Ugh. That was a few months ago. I can only afford to stay in a cheap hotel now. Xian rambled on. What area is Gavin in charge of? Did he mention anything to you? Zio turned her head to look to the side, pursed her lips, and stared at Jean's face. He usually goes near the East Balham dock in the dock area. He even met me yesterday evening. He said that he went to the Workers' Alliance tavern there to spread the news of finding Lenevis. He also showed everyone Lenevis's portrait. Jean burped. There are many piers in Bakeland, most of which are included in the Quay district and are named docks. And then? Did Gavin say what he's going to do next? Zio frowned in puzzlement and asked again. Of course it's to drink. He planned to have a good drink and then find a place to sleep. Oh, the poor thing must have had too much to drink and wanted to bathe in the river. He forgot he couldn't swim, and it's almost winter. Xian sighed again. Gavin didn't find anything. All he did was go to the Workers' Alliance tavern at the East Balham dock to distribute flyers in search of Lenevis, but he ended up getting killed. He even implicated Williams. The murderer's reaction can no longer be described as extreme. He's practically a lunatic. If I were Lenevis, the best and simplest choice would be to immediately change locations and avoid the search. Unless he's caught up in something and can't leave for a long time. But I'm not the only one looking for him. There are many bounty hunters as well. Even if he killed Williams, can he kill so many people? If he has the ability, he should wipe out the civilized yard that issued the wanted notice. Zio found it completely incomprehensible, just like how she found it difficult to accept Williams's death. In the end, she decided to first report the problem she had encountered to Miss Audrey. Then, she disguised herself and went to the Workers' Alliance tavern at the East Balham dock. She didn't ask questions, but only observed to see if there were any suspicious people. Sherwood Borough, Rice Police Station. Once again, Klein was squeezed together with the thieves and drunkards on a long bench with a back. How unlucky. I actually encountered a police inspection, and I didn't manage to change my route in time. It's all that damn serial killer's fault. As Klein cursed a certain fellow, he thought about how he could hide the charms and the inexplicable herbal powder on his body to avoid the subsequent body search. He tried to put these things in a black glove and then find an opportunity to stuff them into a hidden spot in the police station. He would retrieve them when he left. At that moment, his eyes lit up. He saw the young lawyer, Jurgen Cooper, whose hair was neatly combed back and was dressed formally as if he was attending a banquet, walking over with a police officer. You can leave after signing the papers, Jurgen said with his usual serious expression. Is that all? Klein asked in surprise. Jurgen nodded slightly. Yes, they know you're a famous detective. What kind of reason is that? Klein didn't dare to ask further. He immediately got up and followed Jurgen, who was dressed in a black woolen frock coat. He unhurriedly signed the papers and left. The weather was different from the last time he was let out of the police station. There was no rain now, only thick clouds obscuring the crimson moon and stars. The streets were illuminated by the gas lamps on both sides. Thank you so much. I've troubled you again. Klein took 2 quick steps and came to Jurgen's side. Jurgen turned his head to look at him without a smile. You're welcome. This is my profession. £2. Klein sized him up seriously and smiled. All right. His wallet had recently been bulging, so he immediately took out 2 one-pound notes. Jurgen didn't stand on ceremony as he accepted the payment. If you're willing to establish a formal partnership, I'll only charge £1 every time you come to the police station. Of course, this doesn't include serious cases. You have to understand that a large portion of the fees I collect have to be handed over to the firm. You make it sound like I'll often be invited to the police station for tea in the future. Pooey, they don't give me tea at all, not even a cup of water. Before Klein could answer, he heard Jurgen add, for a private detective, going in and out of the police station is something that happens every once in a while. It's a professional trait. Yes, I know very well that every private detective has problems with illegal gun possession and trespassing into other people's homes. Well, I'm well aware that every private detective has problems with illegal gun possession and trespassing into other people's homes. The police couldn't find enough evidence to prove that you were illegally carrying a gun, and the explanation for the gunpowder reaction on your body was quite sufficient. The name of the Quelag Club was enough to convince them, otherwise, you might have had to go to the magistrate's court. So, you're not a suspect, but a good citizen. A good citizen who voluntarily hands over a gun after picking it up doesn't need to be searched again. Alright. But I lost a revolver and the corresponding bullets. That's several pounds, and there's also the lawyer's fees. Klein squeezed out a smile and said, I understand. I understand, Lawyer Jurgen. Let's establish a formal partnership. The corners of Jurgen's mouth twitched as he extended his hand with a very professional smile. It's a pleasure working with you. I sincerely hope to rarely see you at the police station. That's not for me to decide. Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh. Back at 15 Minsk Street, Klein used a hot bath to calm himself down. But at that moment, he once again heard a series of illusory pleas, vaguely coming from a woman. Miss Justice? Is there a clue about Lenivas this time? Klein suddenly bounced up from the bathtub, quickly dried himself, put on his clothes, and went above the grey fog. Looking at the constantly expanding and contracting crimson star, he spread out his spirituality and chose to listen. The fool that doesn't belong to this era, Honorable Mr. Fool, there's been a problem with the investigation of Lenivas. For some reason, Justice, who was wearing a white coat, recounted the explosion on East Borough's Daravi Street and Gavin's drowning. As a telepathist who had already become a beginner, she didn't add her own guesses, so as not to affect Mr. Fool's judgment. After listening carefully, Klein frowned, feeling that the murderer's reaction was unimaginably extreme. This was different from Rear Admiral Hurricane Zilling's. As a swindler, Lenivas's professional instinct was to immediately move the moment he noticed any signs of trouble. He had no reason to pursue and kill the person who was looking for him. According to this standard, 80% of the bounty hunters in East Borough would die. That would cause a commotion, and the case would be taken over by the Nighthawks, mandated punishers, or the machinery hivemind. The benefits Lenivas received from the ritual of praying to the true creator to descend a descendant made him crazy? This is very much in line with the true creator's style. But the problem is that it's very difficult for a lunatic to hide himself, except for potential ones. Klein fell into deep thought and wasn't in a hurry to respond to Miss Justice. He had read the newspapers and knew about the explosion, so he used dream divination to recall the specific details. Following that, he wrote a new divination statement, clues to the Daravi Street explosion. As he recited it, he leaned back in his chair and entered the dream. He saw a 3-story grayish-blue apartment. On the 3rd floor of the apartment, there was a room that had lost its window, and half of the wall had collapsed. It was covered in the remnants of the explosion. The scene quickly shattered, and Klein woke up. He tapped the edge of the long table with his fingers and muttered silently to himself, the clue is at the crime scene? This revelation might also mean that the murderer is still watching the crime scene and wants to deal with the person who came to investigate this matter. This way, he has a chance of finding the person who recently issued the bounty on Lenivas. I'll disguise myself and go around. I won't enter the crime scene, but I'll circle the surroundings to see if I can find the murderer. Even if he isn't Lenivas, he must have some sort of connection. I can use this to find Lenivas. But he must be hiding very well. How can I find him without attracting his attention? As this thought flashed through his mind, Klein looked at the all-black eye on the long bronze table. This was the Beyonder characteristic left behind by Nimblewright Master Rosago. In the real world, I can't use this item to control those strange threads because of the remnant mental corruption of the true creator. Exceeding a certain level of contact will bring about irreversible damage. But if it's only for a short period of time, I can still bear to use the threads to find the hidden person. It's just like how I used it to confirm if Miss Bodyguard had left. Klein narrowed his eyes, took off the spirit pendulum, and did a divination on the danger of this trip. The answer was yes, but the rotation wasn't large and the speed wasn't fast. Acceptable. Klein fell silent for a few seconds before returning to the real world. Then, he used the method of summoning himself to place the all-black eye into an iron cigar case and brought it back to his bedroom. After changing his clothes and pasting on his beard, Klein, who was fully prepared, stood in front of a dressing mirror and examined himself. The faint scholarly aura had been completely covered by his beard, and his brown eyes were like ancient pools of water, as if they were concealing and sealing something. Compared to the time in Tianjin City, Klein almost couldn't recognize himself. He stretched out his fingers one by one and clenched them into fists. Facing the mirror, he said in a low and hoarse voice. He looked at the mirror and said in a low and hoarse voice, "Captain, this is the first step to revenge for you and me." In the suburbs west of Northborough, in a 3-story house that was about to be abandoned. This place originally belonged to Bakeland Medical College, but the latter's main body had already moved to a better and more suitable place. Only a small number of teaching staff and students who failed to successfully graduate were left behind to guard the area. Audrey was wearing a white coat and a mask of the same color. Her moist blonde hair was coiled up and stuffed into a cold surgical cap. Her eyes darted around and looked at Furs Wall, who was similarly dressed. She had a nagging feeling that she had a special bearing, as though she was more suited for such attire than herself. It's the kind of bearing that can pick up a scalpel and cut open a patient's stomach at any time. Audrey didn't say a word as she followed Furs into the classroom in front of her. After receiving Zio's feedback from Furs, she was given a fright. This was because Mr. Fool had said that it was a simple mission. Considering that it was perhaps simple to Mr. Fool, Audrey took the opportunity to recite the honorific name while she was alone in her disguise. She prayed softly and reported everything that had happened. However, up to now, she hadn't received a response. After passing through the door and entering the room, Audrey instinctively looked around and realized that this wasn't an ordinary classroom. There were 4 skeletal specimens and 4 coffins made of glass. The coffins were filled with preservatives, and there were 4 pale-skinned, naked corpses soaking in them. At the top of the classroom, there was a transparent glass pillar. It was also filled with liquid, and floating in it was a male corpse in a black scholar's robe. The corpse's clothes clung tightly to his body, giving off an extremely heavy feeling. He didn't collapse, but instead floated vertically in the middle. It's like he drowned while he was alive, and not placed in after his death. Audrey made a preliminary judgment as a spectator. In addition, she saw that there were many people in white coats, white masks, and surgical caps sitting around the long tables in the room. They didn't say a word, just like the corpses and skeletons around them. Looking at the crimson moon and the gloomy night sky, Audrey couldn't help but tremble when she looked back at the scene in the classroom. It was an instinctive fear. But at the same time, she felt excited. This is the life a Beyonder should have. Audrey muttered silently as she followed Furs to a corner and sat down. After waiting for a while, the floating male corpse in the vertical glass pillar at the front of the classroom suddenly opened his eyes and let his voice travel through the obstacles. Let's start. East Borough, Dharavi Street. Klein was wearing a dust-stained grayish-blue worker's uniform and a cap. He walked on the dark street where only a few gas lamps were still functioning. Some candlelight spilled down from the apartments on both sides of the street. This interweaved with the crimson moonlight that was struggling to penetrate the clouds, barely outlining the outlines of the pedestrians on the street. Klein encountered many passers-by in old and tattered clothes. Their expressions were numb and filled with despair. They were vagrants being chased away by the police. They had no place to sleep, so they could only walk aimlessly on the street. Occasionally, they would find an inconspicuous corner or park bench to rest for a while, but they would soon be chased away again. In the cold and gloomy night, Klein felt that they were more like zombies than the zombies he had seen before. The entire East Borough was more like the abyss than the mythical abyss. He took a deep breath, but his throat was agitated. He couldn't help but cough twice. He quickly reined in his thoughts and used the corner of his eye to observe the apartment at the end of the street. It was an apartment that had obvious explosion damage that had yet to be repaired. To monitor the crime scene, the best and most hidden place is the other apartment directly opposite it. The third, fourth, and rooftop all meet the requirements. Klein analyzed the situation with the knowledge he had learned from the Nighthawks. He didn't slow down during the entire process to prevent himself from being suspected. When he arrived at the end of the street, Klein smoothly passed by apartment number 1 and entered the building opposite the crime scene. He was no stranger to such places. The one-bedroom apartment he rented in East Borough was located in a similar apartment. Back in Tianjin City, he, his brother, Banson, and his sister, Melissa, had also lived in a slightly higher-class apartment for a long time. This was not only a personal experience for Klein, but it also came from the memory fragments of the original Klein. Amidst his thoughts, Klein pulled down his cap, lowered his head, and unhurriedly walked up the creaking stairs to the third floor. Due to his unfortunate encounter in the evening, he didn't have a revolver. He could only put one hand into his pocket and use his fingers to hold a few tarot cards. There was no light and only a faint moonlight illuminated the corridor on the third floor. Klein wasn't in a hurry to move forward. He carefully observed the layout. The one directly facing the crime scene is on the left, and the one with the best view should be the third room from here. Klein began to carefully walk forward. After walking past 2 rooms, he put his right hand into his pocket and deftly opened the iron cigar case. In the blink of an eye, his fingers touched the all-black eye, and he immediately heard the ravings that tore at his mind and caused his brain to explode. At the same time, with the help of the corrupted item, Klein saw strange black lines. These thin lines floated in the air. Although there were certain intersections and some entanglement, he could still tell who they belonged to when he traced them back to their source. The corresponding figures were reflected in Klein's brain that was about to be cooked. There were men, women, and children sleeping on bunk beds, and several tenants lying on the floor. Apart from that, there was nothing special, nor were there any hidden characters. Klein hurriedly retracted his hand and didn't directly touch the all-black eye. Only then did the hallucinations in front of him and the auditory hallucinations in his ears slowly improve. He endured the pain and continued moving forward. After a slight relief, he immediately observed the other rooms. Unfortunately, he didn't find anything after searching the entire apartment where it was convenient to observe the crime scene. Huff. Huff. Klein shrank into a corner of the balcony, his hands on his knees as he panted violently. The corners of his eyes kept tearing up, and snot would flow out from his nose from time to time. It was as though he had a seizure. This was the result of frequent contact with the all-black eye in a short period of time. Even with Klein's resistance in this aspect, he wasn't completely immune to it. The only thing that satisfied him was that it was only stimulation and not corruption. Otherwise, he would have given up long ago and wouldn't have dared to try again. It would have directly led to madness. After resting for a while, Klein finally calmed down. He switched to another apartment that didn't have a good view, but he still didn't find anything. Could it be that my interpretation was wrong? The clue is at the crime scene? Klein returned to the street and sized up the apartment that had traces of an explosion from the corner of his eye in puzzlement. With the mentality of giving it a try, he put his hand into his pocket again, opened it, and reached into the iron cigar case. He wanted to check if anyone was hiding in the apartment where the crime scene was located. With a hum, Klein's head felt like it had been smashed, and his body swayed a little. Like a drunkard, he staggered forward and looked at the apartment that had traces of an explosion. Because he was too far away, he couldn't see the black threads clearly, nor could he trace their origin. He could only barely distinguish where the threads were gathered, and such places indicated that there was someone there. Nothing, nothing, nothing. Klein quickly scanned the area and made a rough judgment. Suddenly, he discovered that there were black threads floating out from the crime scene on the third floor and merging into the air. This. Klein's pupils constricted as he confirmed it. Then, he quickly retracted his hand and stopped touching the all-black eye. There was actually someone in the destroyed room. The murderer is crazy enough to wait for investigators at the scene. Isn't he afraid that there are official beyonders investigating this case in passing? I made a wrong judgment just now and didn't find him because my logic is completely different from a lunatic's. As thoughts flashed through his mind, Klein slowly exhaled. He pretended that nothing had happened and circled around until he reached the entrance of the apartment. At this moment, his adverse reactions had all subsided. Controlling his facial expression and body language, Klein went to the third floor as if he was returning home. His footsteps were quick and heavy, stemming from fatigue. In the dark corridor, he immediately saw the room with no door and most of the walls had collapsed. Then, he casually walked in the direction of the public washroom. As he approached the room, he touched the all-black eye with his hand that had been in his pocket. It was the ravings that made one's brain split again, as well as all kinds of blurry illusions. From the corner of his eye, Klein saw black illusory threads spreading out from the crime scene. Tracing it back, he found a man who had completely blended into the shadows, and his aura was the same color. The man was very tall, nearly 2 meters tall. The corners of his mouth drooped slightly, making him look rather reclusive. His eyes were like those of a wild beast, cold and inconcealable ferocity. "It's not Lenivus." Klein retracted his finger and relaxed his tense body. On the surface, he appeared normal as he ignored the possible gazes. Without stopping, he walked to the end of the aisle and entered the public bathroom without alerting the man. The public washroom wasn't on the same side as the crime scene. He wiped his cold sweat and calmed down a little. Then, he jumped out of the window and skillfully climbed down. Then, he quickly left and didn't stay any longer. He knew that in a few minutes, the man would realize that the person who had gone to the washroom hadn't returned. He would then be alarmed and give chase. Therefore, he had to leave Dharavi Street as soon as possible. It wasn't that Klein didn't want to return the way he came, but he didn't know which room he could go to. That would also expose the problem. The clown ran quickly, and after circling around, he entered the one-bedroom apartment he had rented in East Borough. He went above the gray fog and confirmed that there was no danger of being caught. That fellow should have a deep connection with Lenivus. Klein pondered for a moment, conjured the portrait of the man from before, and sent it to the crimson star that symbolized Miss Justice. Then, he said in a dignified and deep voice, in the medical school building that was about to be abandoned, Audrey, who had ended the gathering and was leaving in a circle, was suddenly in a trance. She saw the familiar thick gray fog and the blurry figure in the middle of the gray fog. "This is a clue." Accompanying Mr. Fool's deep voice was a picturesque scene, and it was a colorful picture. A 2-meter-tall man in a black priest robe stood in the shadows. His light yellow hair was soft and slightly curly, and his dark brown eyes were cold but fierce. The corners of his mouth were slightly drooping, and he was as eccentric as a wolf. Clues? Clues to the East End Dharavi Street bombing and Gavin's drowning? Was this the murderer? Audrey stared blankly for a moment before understanding dawned upon her. Mr. Fool has a clue just like that. He's really impressive. No, he's omnipotent. After sighing inwardly, she turned to look at Furs. Just as Furs took off her mask and surgical cap and sat in the carriage, she noticed Miss Audrey's strange gaze. She immediately asked in puzzlement, "Is there something on my face?" "No." Audrey retracted her gaze, sat down, and removed her disguise. Furs recalled the gathering from before and asked curiously, "What happened?" "Miss Audrey, why didn't you ask to buy the Spectator formula? Only in this way can you establish a connection with psychological alchemy." She remembered that the generous Miss Audrey had remained silent for almost the entire time, listening most of the time. She had only sold some materials with spirituality and bought other varieties accordingly. Audrey smiled faintly. "This is my first gathering in this circle. I think it's more important to observe and wait. I'm really looking forward to the potion formula, and I'm even more looking forward to the mystical items. But I tell myself that there's no need to rush. It's better to familiarize myself before taking action. This is also a professional habit of the Spectator pathway. Furthermore, there aren't any beyonder ingredients like dark patterned Black Panther spinal fluid or Spring of the Elf's marrow crystals that Mr. World wants." Audrey silently added. Furs looked at the girl who was not even 18 years old and suddenly felt that she was more mature than ever. She suddenly laughed at herself. "If I had been like you back then, I wouldn't have wasted such a precious opportunity." Audrey smiled reservedly and replied, "That's right. I'll ask some special friends tomorrow morning to see if they have any clues to the Dharavi Street explosion. You and Zaya will wait for news at the usual spot." "Okay." Furs nodded without any doubt. Klein didn't return to Minsk Street at night. Instead, he slept in a one-bedroom apartment on Black Palm Street in East Borough. He was afraid that the man in the black priest robe who was suspected to be the murderer had accomplices who were looking for him all over the street. Although the chances of encountering them weren't high, and he had disguised himself, making it unlikely for the other party to recognize him, since the divination indicated that there was a certain possibility, he decided to be cautious and make do with sleeping in East Borough for the night. At dawn, he changed into another dark blue worker's uniform and put on a light brown cap. He left the room, walked down the stairs, and entered the street. At that moment, a pale yellow fog filled the surroundings. The figures coming and going were blurry, and the coldness of the morning seeped into his clothes. Klein lowered his head and hurried on his way, just like the people around him who had woken up early for work. As he walked, he saw a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s in front of him. He had white sideburns and was wearing a thick jacket. He was pacing on the spot, trembling as he took out a cigarette and an empty box of matches from his inner pocket. Just as he opened the matchbox, his right hand suddenly trembled. The wrinkled cigarette fell to the ground and rolled in front of Klein. Klein stopped in his tracks, picked it up, and handed it to her. "Thank you, thank you. This is my old partner. I don't have many left." The middle-aged man thanked him sincerely and took the cigarette. His face was pale, and his beard looked like it hadn't been shaved in a long time. Exhaustion was revealed from the corners of his eyes. He sighed and added, "I haven't slept for another night. I don't know how many days I can last. I hope the Lord will bless me and allow me to enter the workhouse today." "He's a homeless person being chased away." Klein asked casually, "Why don't the king and ministers allow you to sleep in the park?" "Who knows? However, in such weather, it's very likely that you won't wake up again if you sleep outside. It's better during the day. You can find a warmer place. Sigh, this way, I won't have the time or the strength to look for work." The middle-aged man lit his cigarette and took a deep puff. His energy seemed to recover a little as a result. He walked alongside Klein, walking towards a place that seemed to be the end of the fog or its depths. Klein had no intention of exchanging pleasantries. He planned to speed up and shake him off, but at that moment, he suddenly saw the middle-aged man bend down and pick up a black object from the ground. It seemed to be an apple core that had been nibbled clean. The middle-aged man swallowed a mouthful of saliva and stuffed the dirt-covered apple core into his mouth. He chewed on it before expertly eating it without leaving anything behind. Seeing Klein's surprised gaze, he wiped his mouth, shrugged, and smiled bitterly. "I haven't eaten for almost 3 days." This sentence struck Klein's heart, leaving him indescribably touched. He sighed silently and smiled. "Sorry, I didn't introduce myself just now. I'm a reporter. I'm doing a report on homeless people. Can I interview you? Let's go to the cafe up ahead." The middle-aged man was taken aback for a moment before he smiled. "No problem. It's much warmer inside than the streets. If you can stay a little longer after the interview, allowing me to sleep for half an hour, no, 15 minutes, that would be even better." Klein opened his mouth, but he was at a loss for an answer. He decided to silently lead his interviewee into the cheap cafe at the end of the street. The cafe's tables and chairs were rather greasy, and due to the walls and windows inside, there were many customers. The average temperature was indeed much higher than the streets. The middle-aged man scratched his throat to hide his squirming Adam's apple from the aroma. Klein gestured for him to sit down and went to the ordering counter. He ordered 2 large cups of tea, a plate of lamb stewed with tender peas, 2 loaves of bread, 2 pieces of toast, a serving of inferior butter, and a serving of artificial cream, for a total of 17.5 pence. "Eat up. You can only interview after you're full." After the food was served, Klein brought them back to his table. "For me?" the middle-aged man asked in anticipation and surprise. "Other than a piece of toast and a cup of tea, everything else is yours," Klein replied with a smile. The middle-aged man wiped his eyes and choked with sobs. "Why, you're really a kind-hearted person. Don't eat too quickly when you've been hungry for a long time," Klein exhorted. "I know. I had an old buddy who died like this." The middle-aged man tried his best to slow down his pace of eating. From time to time, he would pick up the cup of tea and gulp down a mouthful. Klein simply finished his toast and watched quietly, waiting for the other party to finish eating. "Phew, I haven't eaten so much in 3 months, no, half a year." In the workhouse, the food was just enough. After a while, the middle-aged man put down his spoon. In front of him was an empty plate. Klein pretended to be a reporter and asked casually, "How did you become a tramp?" "But a few years ago, a contagious disease took them away, and I was hospitalized for a long time. I lost my job, my wealth, and my family. From then on, I often couldn't find a job, rent a house, or eat. I could only wander around different streets and parks. This made me very weak, and it was even more difficult for me to find a job. The middle-aged man said with some reminiscence and sorrow in his numbness. He drank a mouthful of tea and sighed before speaking again. I can only wait for the opportunity to enter the workhouse, but as you know, every workhouse has a limit on the number of people. If I'm lucky and queue up in time, I can live a good life for a few days, recover some strength, and then find a temporary job. Yes, a temporary job. Soon, I'll be unemployed again and repeat the previous process. I don't know how long I can last like this. I was supposed to be a good worker. Klein thought for a moment and asked, "How many cigarettes do you have left?" "Not many." The middle-aged man smiled bitterly. "These are my last possessions, the only things I had left when I was chased out by the landlord. I can't bring them into the workhouse. I'll secretly hide them in the gaps of my clothes. Only when I'm in the most difficult situation will I take one out to smoke so that I have something to look forward to. I don't know how long I can last. Let me tell you, I was a good worker back then." Klein wasn't a professional reporter, so he didn't know what to ask. He turned his head to look out the window and saw faces filled with obvious hunger. Some were relatively awake, they were the residents of East Borough. Some were numb and exhausted, they were vagrants. There wasn't a clear gap between the two. The former could easily become the latter, such as the gentleman in front of me. Klein turned around and found that the middle-aged man had fallen asleep, curled up in a chair. After a few minutes of silence, Klein went over to pat him awake and gave him a handful of copper pennies. "This is the interview fee." Okay. Thank you. The middle-aged man didn't snap back to his senses for a moment. When Klein walked to the door, he raised his voice and said, "I'll go to a cheap hotel to take a shower, have a good sleep, and then look for a job." At noon, Klein attended a banquet at the Sammers house. There were a total of 10 guests. There was apple juice with steak, roast chicken, fried fish, sausages, cream soup, many delicacies, 2 bottles of champagne, and a bottle of red wine. On the way back from the bathroom, he met Mrs. Stellan Sammer and thanked her profusely. It was a sumptuous lunch. "Thank you for your hospitality. It cost a total of £4.8 solely. The most expensive were the 3 bottles of wine, but they're all part of Luke's collection. He has a wine cabinet," the rather pretty Mrs. Stellan replied with a smile. Without waiting for Klein to speak, she said, "Just from the matter with Mary, you earn £10. If you can maintain such good luck, you'll soon be able to hold similar banquets. For people of our class, we have to invite friends once a month, as well as be invited by friends." Klein was already used to her style and politely complimented her. "Yes, but I'll have to wait until I have a stable annual income of £400 before I can be like you." Stellan immediately raised her chin and tried her best to make her smile appear faint. £430. You have to have £430. Dock area, East Balham Dock, Workers' Alliance Tavern. Xianxia wore boots that were much higher than usual and stuck on a thick beard to make herself look like a short man. She recalled the portrait she had seen from Miss Audrey, trying her best to imprint the man's appearance into her mind. If he was the one who killed Gavin, then it's very likely that he frequents this tavern. Xianxia ordered a cup of rye beer and a lunch. She curled up in a corner and ate slowly. From time to time, she would secretly look around in search of a target. After a while, the tavern's door was pushed open again, and Xianxia reflexively looked over. Her pupils constricted to the size of needles, and she nearly turned into a stone statue. End of chapter 284. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.